Everlasting Dragon Emperor Chapter 578 to Chapter 662. He found that the dozens of three-eyed creatures were all stronger than him. More than half of them were definitely peak-level kings, and the other half were simply terrifying. Their auras were deep like an abyss, and they were much stronger than peak-level kings. Sea Spirit Realm. Those were definitely peerless experts of the Sea Spirit Realm. It was terrifying that so many peerless experts of the Sea Spirit Realm had appeared all of a sudden. Oh no, run! At this moment, the zombie guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect were shocked. They screamed and fled frantically. But where could they escape? A giant hand covered in scales reached out and grabbed the dragon's corpse without any resistance, including the two ninth-layer Martial Emperor Realm Corpse guards on it. They were grabbed by the three-eyed creature like tiny insects and tossed into a jar. The bottle was not big, but it threw the 200-meter-long dragon into it. Stop, let's talk nicely. We're disciples of the Heavenly Corpse sect. A zombie guard shouted. What Heavenly Corpse sect? A bunch of pathetic bugs of the primordial realm. The primordial realm will be conquered by our clan sooner or later. A tall three-eyed creature laughed loudly. With a grab of its large hand, several corpse guards were caught and thrown into a bottle. Let's go. Lu Ming turned around and ran without hesitation. Being caught by these creatures would definitely not end well. Lu Ming's heart sank. Lu Ming had obtained some information from the conversation between the few three-eyed creatures earlier. Heavenly Realm? Primordial Realm? Did this place belong to the Heavenly Realm? What was the Heavenly Realm? Wasn't this his original world? How could he go back? What were these three-eyed creatures? Lu Ming had many doubts in his heart, but he could only run. If he was caught by them, he would definitely not end well. It seems that there are many bugs of the primordial realm on this deserted island. Let's move in groups and catch all of them. Don't leave a single one alive. A three-eyed creature with a terrifying aura ordered. Yes. The other three-eyed creatures obeyed. At this moment, the zombie guards had already been caught. The three-eyed creatures scattered and flew toward the island. Not only that, but another dozen three-eyed creatures flew out from a warship and flew into the island. Rumble, a three-eyed living being was flying at high speed behind Lu Ming. It was terrifyingly fast and the space was vibrating. However, he did not discover Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not fly in the air. Instead, he retracted his aura and flew close to the ground. I see you. The three-eyed being behind him roared and slapped out with its palm. A massive palm print slammed into Lu Ming's right side. Let's go, let's go. Immediately, several horrified roars sounded from that place. 5 figures appeared, frantically running away. Yeah, it's them. Those 5 figures were actually 3 people from the Xian clan and 2 protectors from the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. Obviously, the 5 of them also saw Lu Ming. Lu Ming, save me, save me. The middle-aged man from the Xian family roared and approached Lu Ming. Nestle. Lu Ming roared in his heart. In order to survive, the other party actually wanted to drag him down. Originally, the three-eyed being did not discover Lu Ming. Now, he was discovered. Damn it. Lu Ming roared and soared into the sky. He executed the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and his speed increased explosively. However, this way, the risk of being exposed also increased greatly. Lu Ming, you're not saving us. You'll die a horrible death. Seeing Lu Ming leave, the Xian family's man shouted in despair. So noisy. A large hand grabbed the 5 of them and threw them into a bottle. Interesting worm, you run quite fast. Let's see if you can escape from my grasp. A cold light flashed in the three-eyed being's eyes as it chased after Lu Ming. Its speed was terrifyingly fast and was actually not slower than Lu Ming. Lu Ming, hurry, the other party is catching up. Dandan urged. I know. Don't be noisy. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and executed the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps to the extreme. 3 steps in a row, his speed was unbelievably fast. However, the three-eyed being was still following closely behind him. That three-eyed being is extremely powerful. Judging from its aura, it's infinitely close to the Sea of Soul realm. I'm definitely not its opponent. Once I'm entangled by it, when the other three-eyed beings arrive, I'll be dead for sure. Lu Ming's mind turned rapidly. Dandan, aren't you the reincarnation of a peerless expert? Is there any way? Lu Ming could only turn his attention to Dandan. Of course there's a way. I'll engrave an inscription formation on your body to conceal your aura. This way, your aura will be completely concealed, and the other party won't be able to sense you at all. Then, you'll find a place to hide, and I'll engrave another inscription formation to isolate your aura. Dandan rolled his eyes and said. Then hurry up. Lu Ming shouted. Then, Dandan waved its claws and began to engrave. Lu Ming continued to chase. Haha, Tanbu, you can't even catch up to a worm. Do you want me to help you? At this moment, a voice sounded not far away, and another three-eyed being appeared. You don't need to interfere. I'm enough. The three-eyed creature that was chasing after Lu Ming shouted. Oh, then I'll leave it to you. The other three-eyed being smiled and flew away. Lu Ming let out a long breath and continued to fly. Soon, he had flown hundreds of thousands of miles. Dandan, why aren't you done yet? Lu Ming asked. Cough, cough, I just failed. Hold on a little longer. Dandan coughed a few times awkwardly. F***ck. Lu Ming was speechless. Along the way, Dandan had failed 5 times. Lu Ming seriously doubted whether Dandan could do it or not and whether it was tricking him. Hey, kid, what's with your expression? Are you doubting me? I'm one of the top 10 battle beasts. My battle strength is unparalleled. I'm proficient in inscriptions, alchemy, and refining. There's nothing I don't know. How dare you doubt me? If I wasn't injured back then, I could kill these ants with a blow of my breath. Dandan shouted. I believe you, I believe you. Hurry up. Lu Ming was speechless and could only grit his teeth and run. After a while. Okay, haha, I did it. Dandan shouted. There were lines of inscriptions on Lu Ming's body. They were extremely beautiful. Is it really useful? Lu Ming expressed his doubts. Nonsense, of course it's useful. You can't sense it, but others can't sense a trace of your aura. Even Sea of Soul Realm experts can't sense it, unless they surpass the Sea of Soul Realm. Dandan said with a face full of confidence. Okay, I'll believe you. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and continued to fly. Soon, a lake appeared in front of him. Lu Ming dived into the lake without thinking. The lake was very deep as 1,000 meters. After Lu Ming rushed into the lake, he quickly descended to the bottom of the lake and condensed a long spear in his hand. The long spear spun rapidly and drilled into the bottom of the lake like a drill. As soon as Lu Ming rushed into the hole, his true yuan burst forth, and the hole behind him collapsed. It was covered by the mud at the bottom of the lake, and it was impossible to see the hole at all. Lu Ming rushed to the bottom of the lake for no other reason than to use the lake water to block the three-eyed creature's vision. Boom, not long after Lu Ming drilled into the bottom of the lake, the three-eyed creature arrived and directly rushed to the bottom of the lake, stirring up monstrous waves. However, when it rushed to the bottom of the lake, it did not find any trace of Lu Ming. Even his aura could not be sensed at all. Damn it! The three-eyed creature roared, an energy that was completely different from true yuan emanated from its body, wreaking havoc at the bottom of the lake. The lake water was turbulent, and countless creatures in the lake were killed. Blood dyed the lake red. Under the ground, Lu Ming activated his true yuan, spinning his true yuan spear, and kept drilling down. Rumble, a deafening roar came from above. Lu Ming knew that the three-eyed creature had arrived. Lu Ming did not bother to pay attention to it and drilled down with all his strength. His speed was extremely fast. Soon, he had drilled down a few hundred meters, and then he changed direction and drilled forward. After drilling for a few hundred miles, he dug out a cave underground. Lu Ming planned to stay here for the time being. Kid, my inscription formation is not bad, right? Hee, now, I'll carve a formation around this cave. I guarantee that the other party will not be able to find you even if they search this island. Dandan was extremely proud. Then, he began to carve inscriptions around the cave. Lu Ming let out a long breath, his brows furrowed tightly. This time, it was fortunate that it was not a Sea of Soul Realm three-eyed creature chasing after him. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to escape. He originally thought that he had seen the hope of getting out, but now, he was in despair. Also, how was Xianxia? With her cultivation, it would be disastrous for her to land on this deserted island. Sect leader Xian, it seems that I have to let you down. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Then, Lu Ming threw away all other thoughts and circulated the true dragon battle arts to heal his injuries. Previously, he had exchanged a few blows with the flood dragon's corpse and was slightly injured. About half an hour later, Lu Ming's injuries were completely healed. Boy, the inscription formation has been carved. Don't worry. Dandan appeared on Lu Ming's shoulder. Dandan, you said earlier that you were familiar with these creatures. Think about it again and see if you can find any clues. Lu Ming said. Now, he could only place his hopes on this unreliable little turtle. Sigh, I was injured back then, and there was a problem with my memory. I can't remember much, but I vaguely remember that they were my enemies. The place I lived in should be in this world, the Heaven Realm. Dandan frowned as he pondered. Heaven Realm, what kind of place is the Heaven Realm? Could it be a plane? Lu Ming said. Of course not. I vaguely remember that the Heaven Realm should be a main world, and the world you are in should be called the Primordial Realm, which is also a main world. The two worlds are twin worlds. The two worlds complement each other. Heaven Realm? Primordial Realm? Twin worlds? Lu Ming was confused. Could the so-called gate of heaven in my world be the gate to this world? Lu Ming guessed. He finally knew why Dandan was expelled from the gate of heaven. Sigh, I don't remember much. Don't ask any more. When I remember, I will naturally tell you. Now, you should hide here for the time being and cultivate well. Dandan said. Lu Ming nodded. For the time being, that was all he could do. Then, Lu Ming entered the Temple of Paragon. With a wave of his hand, a large pile of storage rings appeared beside him. There were more than 200 of them. Lu Ming hadn't counted the storage rings that he had obtained during this period. Since he had time now, he might as well count them. So many storage rings. How many arcane crystals could there be? Lu Ming was full of anticipation. Immediately, he counted them one by one. It took him more than a day to sort through all of them. Lu Ming was completely dumbfounded. There were too many arcane crystals. Lu Ming counted. There were a total of 18 types of arcane crystals. The total number of arcane crystals was 230,000 pieces. Adding the 30,000 pieces he had before, there were 260,000 arcane crystals. 260,000 arcane crystals. What kind of concept was that? Lu Ming's heart trembled. Moreover, Lu Ming noticed that some people had very few arcane crystals in their storage rings, while others had a lot. This was normal. This island couldn't be filled with arcane crystals. Some places had more arcane crystals, while others had less. The area that Lu Ming had passed by earlier probably had more arcane crystals. 260,000 arcane crystals. Lu Ming estimated that more than half of the island's arcane crystals had fallen into his pocket. Among them, there were more than 15,000 arcane crystals of wind, fire, and lightning. There were more than 20 arcane crystals of the three types. So many arcane crystals were enough for Lu Ming to use for a while. In addition, there were more than 10 million top-grade spirit crystals. During this time, many people's intent had improved. They must have refined a lot of top-grade spirit crystals. Otherwise, there wouldn't only be so many. As for the other things, there were even more, piling up like a mountain. With so many arcane crystals, I don't have to worry about wind and fire. Cultivating them to the peak of the first level won't be a problem. However, the lightning intent will be a problem. Lu Ming frowned and pondered. The lightning cauldron would devour the lightning intent from the arcane crystals every time. This gave Lu Ming a headache. Otherwise, with so many resources, Lu Ming would be able to reach the peak king level in a short time. Now, Lu Ming could only focus on comprehending the lightning intent. As long as he could comprehend the lightning intent, his cultivation base would increase rapidly. Then, his consciousness sank into his sea of consciousness. Lu Ming began to focus on comprehending the lightning intent. Time passed like the wind. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this month, rumbling sounds could be heard from the ground. Those three-eyed beings hadn't left yet. In this month, Lu Ming focused on comprehending the lightning intent. His progress was terrifying. A month of cultivation for him was equivalent to nearly 10 years of cultivation for an ordinary person. In such a long time, Lu Ming had comprehended the lightning intent to the peak of the first level greater mastery. He was only one step away from the peak of the first level. However, this step wasn't so easy to break through. After comprehending the lightning intent to this point, Lu Ming stopped and began to use arcane crystals to break through the wind and fire intent. Lu Ming directly used mid-grade arcane crystals. 7 days later, after using 2 mid-grade arcane crystals, his wind and fire intent had reached the peak of the first level. Now, let's start to increase my cultivation. Lu Ming waved his hand and a large amount of top-grade spirit crystals appeared. He began to use them to increase his cultivation base. The number of top-grade spirit crystals needed to reach the 7th level of the Martial King realm was even more terrifying. It required 800,000. He spent 2,400,000 top-grade spirit crystals to reach the peak of the 7th level of the Martial King realm. Then, he used another 2 million to break through to the 8th level of the Martial King realm. In this way, Lu Ming continued to improve. The speed of his improvement was enough to scare other cultivators to death. In half a month, Lu Ming used up all the top-grade spirit crystals he had. Lu Ming's cultivation base finally reached the peak of the 9th level of the Martial King realm. Then, Lu Ming spent another 10 days to cultivate the 5th level of the 3 arts of the Dragon God. Lu Ming's battle strength had reached its peak. At this time, Lu Ming stopped cultivating because he was getting more and more anxious. He couldn't cultivate at all. There were only 10 days left until Mulan's and Xianxia's wedding. Lu Ming couldn't calm down. No, I have to find a way out. I can't be trapped here forever. Lu Ming pondered and decided to go out and explore. With his current battle strength, as long as he didn't encounter a Sea of Soul Realm expert, escaping would be no problem. Kid, you're finally going to get out. After this king has been racking his brains for a while, this king has finally thought of a way to get out. Dandan lay on Lu Ming's shoulder and crossed her legs, speaking leisurely. A way out? What is it? Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly. When you came in, it should be because of the ancient Desolation City. Then, you can only rely on the ancient Desolation City to get out. As long as you find the ancient Desolation City, I'll study it. Maybe I can find a way out. Dandan explained. Ancient Desolation City? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Then, he frowned and said, although the ancient Desolation City also entered this world, I don't know where it is. It should be on this island. I'll have to rely on you to find it. Dandan said. All right. Now, he could only rely on this method. Lu Ming condensed a long spear in his hand. The long spear spun and drilled into the ground. After a while, Lu Ming drilled out of the ground. Lu Ming restrained his aura and observed the surroundings. Everything was condensed, but there was no movement. Could it be that the three-eyed creature has already left? Lu Ming pondered and was about to soar into the sky. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed. He restrained his aura and hid. In the sky, a tall figure flew towards the island at an extremely fast speed. Wasn't that the three-eyed creature? The three-eyed being hadn't left yet. Since the three-eyed being had not left, it would be difficult for Lu Ming to find the ancient desolate city. At this moment, a few more figures flew over from afar. It was also a three-eyed creature. Quick, the leader discovered an ancient city in the depths of the island. It's very likely that it has something to do with the appearance of those reptiles here. Let's hurry over. Quick. Several voices came from the sky. Lu Ming's expression changed greatly. Ancient city? Could it be that the three-eyed creature has discovered the ancient desolate city? Lu Ming's face was extremely ugly. If the three-eyed creature discovered the ancient desolate city, it would be troublesome. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and used his movement technique. Sticking close to the ground, he quickly followed the three-eyed creature. Along the way, they flew at an extremely fast speed. In just one day, they had flown a distance of 2 million li. A huge mountain forest appeared in front of him. It's that forest. Lu Ming recognized at a glance that the forest in front of him was the one he had seen when he first entered. Lu Ming was even more cautious as he withdrew his aura. This was because there were extremely powerful beasts in the forest. However, along the way, Lu Ming did not encounter any powerful beasts. Those that he did encounter were extremely weak. What's that? Not long after, Lu Ming passed by a place and discovered that it was in a mess. The ancient trees had collapsed, and there were huge pits everywhere. He could even see giant palm prints on the ground. There were also some bloodstains on the ground. Could it be that the three-eyed creature has already killed the powerful beasts here? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Sure enough, along the way, they could see some potholes from time to time. They were all traces left behind by great battles. After traveling for another half a day, the three-eyed creature suddenly came to a stop. Lu Ming sensed that there was a terrifying and powerful aura in front of him. There were at least 200 of them. There were a few dozen auras that were extremely terrifying, like an immeasurable ocean. Lu Ming did not dare to move forward. He retreated for 100 miles. Dandan, engrave those aura-concealing runes for me. Lu Ming said. Alright, I'll help you again. However, in the future, if you encounter any high-level spirit herbs or natural treasures, don't forget about me. I need to recover. Dandan took the opportunity to offer a price. Cut the crap. Hurry up, or I'll throw you out. Lu Ming glanced at Dandan and threatened. You. Kid, you win. Dandan gritted his teeth. In the end, he had no choice but to engrave the runes for Lu Ming while cursing. After failing 3 times, he finally succeeded. Runes appeared on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming immediately rushed into the sky and hid in a cloud, looking into the distance. In front of him, a huge black ancient city sat in the middle of the forest. The ancient desolate city, it's really the ancient desolate city. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. However, the current ancient desolation city was different from before. Now, the ancient desolation city was surrounded by a layer of light that enveloped it. There were many tall figures surrounding the ancient desolation city. There were more than 200 tall figures, and they were all three-eyed beings. The weakest of the 200 three-eyed beings was equivalent to a peak-tier king. When they gathered together, their aura was extremely terrifying. Alright, almost everyone is here. Now, let's attack together and break the light barrier. A voice sounded. Yes, leader. The other three-eyed beings all responded. Boom. Boom, then, terrifying auras exploded. More than 200 three-eyed beings emitted a terrifying black light. All kinds of weapons appeared, and terrifying attacks landed on the light barrier of the ancient desolation city. Boom. Boom, more than 200 three-eyed beings attacked at the same time. The scene was extremely shocking. Heaven and earth seemed to be boiling as they were completely drowned by the powerful attacks. However, that light barrier held on, continuously releasing rumbling sounds, producing ripples like water. However, it really did hold on, not being broken through. Continue. A loud roar sounded, and the three-eyed beings attacked crazily again. Wave after wave of attacks landed on the light barrier, causing the light barrier to tremble more and more violently. It seemed like it would collapse at any time. Use your divine eyes to attack. The voice ordered again. Then, Lu Ming saw that the third eye of each three-eyed being was emitting a bright light. Beams of light shot out like divine swords that landed on the light barrier. Pung, the light barrier seemed to be unable to withstand the pressure and collapsed with a boom. Haha, finally broken. Let's rush in and see what's behind it. A three-eyed being laughed and rushed into the ancient desolation city. However, as soon as he rushed into the ancient desolation city, his face was filled with fear. He screamed and his burly body exploded. This made the other three-eyed beings who wanted to rush in change their expressions. What's going on? Many three-eyed beings stopped in their tracks and were shocked. Who's inside? Sigh. At this moment, a sigh was heard from the ancient barren city. This sigh was filled with desolation and helplessness, as if it came from ancient times. Who would have thought that after such a long time, the Divine Eye clan is still in the Heaven Domain? Has the Heaven Domain really been defeated? Another sigh was heard from the ancient barren city. Who is it? You know quite a lot. Let me tell you, the Heaven Domain is completely under the control of the Divine Eye clan. Only a few people are still resisting. Soon, the Divine Eye clan will be able to open the entrance to the Yuan realm. By then, both the Tian Yuan realm and the Heaven Domain will be under the control of the Divine Eye clan. The leader of the three-eyed creatures said. In the ancient barren city, the voice was silent for a long time. Stop pretending to be mysterious and rush in. The leader of the three-eyed creatures yelled. Suddenly, dozens of the three-eyed creatures rushed into the ancient barren city. Clang! At this moment, a sword chime was heard, and a sword chief flashed out from the ancient barren tomb. Poof! Poof! Dozens of the three-eyed creatures were cut in half, including two powerful sea spirit realm beings. This time, the three-eyed creatures' faces changed. Patter! Patter! Deep footsteps were heard from the ancient barren tomb. The sound was not loud, but strangely, it spread far and wide. Then, three figures walked out from the ancient barren tomb. Now, Lu Ming's eyesight was so good that he could see clearly even if he was a few hundred miles away. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly focused. Xianxia, Xianfeng. Among the three people, Lu Ming saw Xianxia and Xianfeng. Xianxia and Xianfeng had been in the ancient barren tomb all this time. What was going on? In front of Xianxia and Xianfeng, there was a middle-aged man with disheveled hair. He was very handsome, but he looked weathered. The clothes he was wearing were very strange, and it was definitely not what was popular now. Who are you? The leader of the three-eyed creatures yelled. I'm just someone who was lucky to have survived. The middle-aged man sighed softly, then looked around and said, Since you have met me, consider yourself unlucky. I'll send you on your way. Shameless. Let's attack together. The leader of the three-eyed creatures roared. Then, the third eyes of all the three-eyed beings lit up and shot out beams of divine light towards the middle-aged man. This was especially true for the three-eyed creature leader, who was unimaginably powerful. The divine light he shot out directly pierced a large hole in space. Clang! In the next moment, the sound of a sword chime rang out. The middle-aged man didn't move at all, but his eyes lit up, and a sword light flew out from his right eye, sweeping in all directions. Poochie! Around the ancient desolation city, all the three-eyed living beings were like scarecrows, unable to put up any resistance. They were all sliced in half. That included the leader. One sword, dead, in the distant clouds, Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Heavens, he was too strong. Where did this middle-aged man come from? At this moment, the middle-aged man looked in Lu Ming's direction and said indifferently, Little guy, have you seen enough? If you have, come out. Lu Ming smiled bitterly, glanced at Dandan, and said, Your inscription is useless. Nonsense, that person is not simple. Why do I find him familiar? I can't remember. Dandan muttered. Lu Ming ignored Dandan and flew out, flying towards the ancient desolation city. Lord Lu Ming. Xianxiang saw Lu Ming, and she was overjoyed. Lu Ming. Xianfeng's eyes flashed, and he was also surprised. Haha, Xianxiang, brother Xianfeng, I didn't expect to meet you here. Who is this senior? Lu Ming flew to the front of Xianxiang and the other two, and cupped his fists at the middle-aged man. Lord Lu Ming, it's great that you're fine. This is the ancestor of the Xian family. No, it should be the ancestor of the Xian family. The blood essence of this senior was integrated into the Xian family. Xianxiang hurriedly explained. I see. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Swoosh! At this moment, the middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ming. His eyes were like the stars in the universe as he stared at Dandan. Oh my god, what are you trying to do? I'm the leader of the top 10 beasts. I'm unparalleled. Don't you dare have any ideas about me. Seeing the middle-aged man staring at it, Dandan screamed in fear. It hugged Lu Ming's neck tightly with its 4 claws and retreated into its shell. I didn't expect this, I really didn't expect this. The middle-aged man sighed continuously. He then looked at Lu Ming, and his eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. and the 9 dragons bloodline. This little guy is quite lucky. The middle-aged man exclaimed. Lu Ming's face changed drastically, and he was shocked. The middle-aged man could see through his 9 dragons bloodline at a glance. Didn't Supreme 9 Sons help him seal it? Judging from his aura, he couldn't tell that it was the 9 dragons bloodline. This man could see through it at a glance. Little guy, don't be nervous. Although the 9 dragons bloodline is rare, it's useless to me. The middle-aged man smiled. Lord Lu Ming, the old ancestor, is repairing a teleportation array to return to the Yuan realm. You came at the right time. Let's go back together. Xianxia walked over and said. We can go back? Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and he was overjoyed. Yes, there was a teleportation array in the desolate ancient tomb, but it was destroyed. The old ancestor has been repairing it all this time. Xianxia said. Wait for me here. There are a few ants. I'll go deal with them. The middle-aged man said. As soon as his voice fell, the middle-aged man disappeared. Lu Ming was right beside him, but he couldn't feel how the middle-aged man disappeared. It was as if the middle-aged man wasn't there in the first place. But in the next moment, the middle-aged man suddenly appeared again. It didn't even take 2 breaths. It's been settled. Come with me. Having said that, he walked toward the desolate ancient tomb. This is too fast. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Lu Ming guessed that the middle-aged man should have gone to deal with those battleships, but this speed was too terrifying. Lord Lu Ming, let's go. Xianxia pulled Lu Ming and walked toward the desolate ancient tomb. Xianfeng didn't speak and followed in. After entering the desolate ancient tomb, the door of the desolate ancient tomb closed. Inside the desolate ancient tomb, it was extremely large and spacious, like a great hall. In the hall, there was only an ancient bronze coffin that was open. Behind the ancient bronze coffin, there was a small altar. The middle-aged man came to the side of the altar and formed a seal with both hands. Inscriptions entered the altar. Lord Lu Ming, the teleportation array will be repaired in 1 day. Let's wait. Xianxia said. All right. Xianxia, have you been here all this time? Many people from the Xian family had entered. Why were only Xianxia and Xianfeng here? Lu Ming was curious. Yes, I fainted after I was sucked into that door. When I woke up, I was here with big brother Xianfeng. Xianxia said. As if she saw the curiosity in Lu Ming's eyes, Xianxia explained, Old ancestor said that big brother Xianfeng and I have the strongest bloodline and inherited most of old ancestor's bloodline. Therefore, old ancestor saved the 2 of us and taught us cultivation. Lu Ming was enlightened. So that was the case. By the way, Lord Lu Ming, how is my father? Xianxia suddenly asked, looking at Lu Ming with hope. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. As expected, Xianxia still asked. Lu Ming didn't know what to say. After pondering for a while, he decided to be direct. Sect Master Xian has fallen. Then, the storage ring that Xian Long gave him before he died appeared in his hand. Sect Master Xian asked me to pass this to you before he died. Father! Xianxia cried out in grief, tears streaming down her face. When she was kidnapped and saw that Xian Long was severely injured, she was already mentally prepared. However, after confirming it, she was still extremely sad and couldn't stop crying. Lu Ming didn't know what to say and could only stand at the side in a daze. Heavenly Corp sect, damn it. Xianfeng walked over, clenching his fists and growling. After a while, Xianxia stopped crying and said, Big brother Xianfeng is right. Sooner or later, I will flatten the Heavenly Corp sect. Lu Ming looked at Xianxia and Xianfeng. The Heavenly Corp sect was so huge that it could compete with the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. It wouldn't be easy to flatten it. However, Xianfeng and Xianxia had the guidance of the middle-aged man. It might be possible. Immediately, Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Xianfeng started chatting. Xianxia and Xianfeng found out from the middle-aged man that this was the Heaven Realm and their realm was called the Primordial Realm. Lu Ming wanted to ask for more information, but Xianxia and Xianfeng shook their heads. The middle-aged man didn't tell them more. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Wang. On the second day, the altar suddenly, a dazzling light shone. Alright, the teleportation grand formation has been preliminarily repaired. It should be enough to teleport the four of us back to the primordial realm. However, teleportation between realms is extremely difficult to begin with. This teleportation array was set up by the strongest experts of the human race in the ancient era. After the Great War, it was destroyed. Although it has been barely repaired, it can only be used once. After that, it will self-destruct. Also, even if we are teleported to the primordial realm, the chances of returning to the Xianxia domain are very small. We will most likely be teleported to other places. Also, due to the instability, we will most likely be separated. The middle-aged man explained. What? We can't go. Xian Feng. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. There were only about 10 days left until Mulan and Saint Xingchen's wedding. If they were teleported to another large region, how could they rush back? Although every major domain had an interdomain transfer formation, it did not necessarily mean that they would be in a hurry. Lord Lu Ming, are you rushing back to Tianxian domain? Xuanxiang asked. That's right. I have something important to do. Lu Ming said. Alright, I will try my best to adjust the direction, but it depends on luck. Let's go up the altar, said the middle-aged man. Everyone went up the altar. The middle-aged man exuded a mysterious aura, which surged into the altar. Wang. The altar shook violently, emitting a dazzling light. Then, a vortex appeared above everyone's head. In the next moment, a powerful force acted on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's vision turned black, and he felt like he had entered an endless darkness. After Lu Ming and the group were teleported away, the altar exploded with a bang and turned into fine powder. Hong Domain was located in the west of Tianxian Feng. It was 16 regions away from Tianxian Feng. Hong Domain was vast and boundless. It was 7 to 8 times the size of Tianxian Feng. It was full of talents and experts. It was at least 10 times stronger than Tianxian Feng. Among the hundreds of regions in Eastern Wilderness, it could be ranked above average. Hong Domain was also a large region under Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. In a remote mountain in Hong Domain, there was an ancient site. At this moment, more than 10 youths were exploring this ancient site. The youths were all in their 20s. Their cultivation was extremely powerful, and each of them was at least in the 6th Martial King realm. Among them, 5 or 6 had even reached the Greater Success King realm. The leader was a blue-robed youth. His aura was extremely dense, and he was a 9th Martial King realm Greater Success King realm. At this moment, they were fighting with a group of yellow puppets. Quick, this is the ruins left behind by the ancient sect, Marionette sect. Let's quickly get rid of these puppets and open the last door. The treasure of Marionette sect must be behind the last door. We can't let that bitch Feishui get ahead of us. The blue-robed youth shouted. In front of them was a cliff. On the cliff, there was a stone door. Their target was behind that stone door. Pung. Pung, one by one, the yellow puppets were destroyed by them and turned into yellow stones. Roar. Roar, however, a large group of yellow puppets rushed out from all directions. Damn it, go to hell. The blue-robed youth yelled coldly as a scroll appeared in his hand. He opened the scroll, and on it was a drawing of a battle sword. After the blue-robed youth inserted his true chi into the scroll, it emitted a blinding glow. Countless sword intents were fired from the scroll, aiming at the puppets. A large number of puppets were destroyed. Lu Ming sank into darkness. After an unknown period of time, a ray of hazy light suddenly pierced his eyes. Lu Ming opened his eyes and was slightly startled. He discovered that he had appeared in an underground cave. The walls of the cave were embedded with luminous stones, emitting a dim light. Beneath his feet was an ancient stone platform that was engraved with inscriptions. Where am I? How did I end up here? Lu Ming's mind raced and he began to look around. The underground cave was empty, as if no one had been here for a long time. There's a stone door there. At one glance, Lu Ming saw a stone door on one of the walls. Lu Ming walked over and pushed with all his might, but the stone door didn't budge at all. There should be a switch. At that moment, Lu Ming started to search by the side. At this moment, the blue-robed youth and the others had already defeated all the yellow puppets. Hurry up, open that stone door. We have to get ahead of that bitch Fei Xue. The blue-robed youth shouted. Finishing his words, he rushed to the stone door and pushed with all his might, but it didn't budge at all. What's going on? We actually can't open it. Let's attack together and destroy this stone door. The blue-robed youth shouted. Caw. Just at this moment, the stone door moved and opened automatically. The young man who appeared from the stone door was naturally Lu Ming. Lu Ming was also stunned. He did not expect to see more than 10 young men staring at him when he opened the stone door. Ahem, excuse me. Lu Ming coughed a few times and was about to walk out. Wait a minute, kid, who are you? The leader of the blue-robed young men shouted coldly and stared at Lu Ming unkindly. I am Lu Ming, may I ask where this place is? Which domain is this? Lu Ming cupped his fists and said politely. Lu Ming had just arrived and wanted to find someone to inquire about the situation. He prayed silently in his heart that it would be best if it was in Xianxia domain. Even if it was not, it would be best if it was in a nearby domain. The blue-robed young man's eyes became colder and he said coldly, Kid, do you think I'm a fool? Cut the crap. Hand over all the treasures you obtained inside. Treasures? What treasures? Lu Ming was stunned. Don't play dumb with me. Hand over your storage ring and let me check it. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving here today. The blue-robed young man said coldly. Lu Ming frowned and said, I didn't take any treasures and there are no treasures inside. Now, get out of the way, I'm leaving. Kid, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Master Qin is trying to negotiate with you, but you keep making excuses. Are you courting death? I'll give you 3 breaths of time to hand over your storage ring. Beside the blue-robed young man, a skinny young man stepped forward and shouted. Get lost. Lu Ming glared at him and there seemed to be a thunderstorm flashing in his eyes. The skinny young man's face changed and he could not help but take 3 steps back. Lu Ming sneered and strode forward. You're courting death. The skinny youth reacted. He had actually been forced back by Lu Ming's glare. He immediately felt that he had lost a lot of face. He roared angrily and clawed at Lu Ming's throat. The skinny young man was a peak 7th layer Martial King Realm Greater Success King Realm expert. He was extremely powerful and would definitely be a top genius in Tianqian City. But the person he met was Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming lifted his leg and kicked out. This kick contained the power of the 9 dragons ascending heaven step. The skinny young man let out a blood-curdling scream as his body was sent flying far away. He fell flat on his face and couldn't get up for a while. Little brat, you are quite strong. No wonder you could reach the core area of the marionette school. Tell me, who are you? I have never seen you in the Grand City. Which power are you from? How dare you hit a genius of my Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace? The blue-robed youth's eyes were like lightning as he coldly stared at Lu Ming. Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he said, My name is Lu Ming, and I'm from the Tianqian region. I'm also a Tian Divine Guard. Nonsense, the Tianqian region? Why would someone from the Tianqian region come here? Do you think I'm a fool? How dare you pretend to be a Tian Divine Guard? Are you a spy sent by the Heavenly Corpse sect? Tell me honestly, and I'll spare your life. The blue-robed youth scolded. Forget it if you don't want to tell me. Get out of my way, I'm in a hurry. Lu Ming waved his hand and took a big step forward. Clang, the sound of a sword rang out as the blue-robed youth made his move. A sharp sword light pierced towards Lu Ming's throat like a flying immortal. Fast, accurate, and ruthless, the blue-robed youth cultivated the will of metal and had reached the early stage of the 9th layer Martial King realm. His battle prowess was extremely strong. Speaking nicely, do you really think I'm a pushover? Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as a long spear appeared in his hand and swept out. As the spear swept out, the entire area shook and the blue-robed youth's attack instantly crumbled. Shit, back off. The blue-robed youth's expression changed greatly as he quickly backed off. However, he was still too slow and was struck by Lu Ming's spear. His body was sent flying like a cannonball and only managed to stabilize himself after flying 1,000 meters away. Puff, the blue-robed youth spat out a mouthful of blood as his face turned pale. The others were astounded as they stared at Lu Ming in astonishment. The blue-robed youth's cultivation was at the 9th layer Martial King realm. Even in the Hong City where geniuses were as common as clouds, he would still be considered a top genius. However, he had been sent flying by Lu Ming's spear and ended up spitting out blood. This youth who had appeared out of nowhere was so powerful that they were astounded. Whoosh! Whoosh! At that instant, a piercing sound could be heard as more than 10 figures flew in their direction. The next moment, more than 10 beautiful ladies appeared on the scene. That's right, those who had just arrived were all young ladies in their 20s. Their figures were slim and beautiful. In particular, there was a lady in a white dress who seemed to be in her 20s. Her skin was like jade and her beauty was unparalleled. Her white dress fluttered in the wind as if she was a fairy descending from the 9 heavens. Kiki, Xianxia, it seems like you've knocked down an iron wall? The lady in a white dress glanced at the crowd and stopped at Lu Ming's figure for a brief moment before she glanced at the blue-robed youth and said with a smile. Humph, Feishui, you're too late. The treasure of the marionette sect has already been taken by this kid. The blue-robed youth, who was Xianxia, wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth and harumphed. Oh? Feishui stared at Lu Ming thoughtfully. The treasure of the marionette sect is not to be underestimated. Feishui, aren't you going to take it for yourself? Xianxia rolled his eyes and said to Feishui. He was trying to provoke Feishui into attacking Lu Ming. Feishui smiled and said, there are countless treasures in the world. To obtain them, one must have the right opportunity and strength. Since this young man has already obtained it, it means that I'm not lucky enough to obtain it. Why should I force myself? Feishui was extremely perceptive. How could she not know what Xianxia was thinking? How could she fall into Xianxia's trap? Seeing that Feishui did not fall into his trap, Xianxia was disappointed and his face turned gloomy. Kid, I don't care which force you're from. You'd better remember how you dared to injure me. Xianxia looked at Lu Ming and said. Coldly before he turned around and left. The other youths followed behind him. Lu Ming smiled and did not mind. He had already shown mercy just now. If the other party still did not know what was good for him, then don't blame him. Young man, how should I address you? Feishui walked towards Lu Ming and cupped her fists. I'm Lu Ming. May I know which region is this? Lu Ming asked again. Feishui and the other young ladies were stunned. Feishui looked at Lu Ming suspiciously and said, this is the Hong domain. Young man, are you from another region? Hong domain? Lu Ming's expression turned somewhat unsightly. After joining the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, Lu Ming had naturally researched the geographical distribution of the Divine Desolate Continent and knew about the Hong domain. The Hong domain was 16 regions away from the Xianxia domain. The distance was several tens of thousands of kilometers. How was he going to return? Honestly speaking, I'm from the Xianxia domain and am also a divine guard. However, I accidentally barged into an ancient remnant and came here. Lu Ming casually found a reason. If he said that he entered another realm and came here, no one would believe him. You're from the Xianxia domain and are also a divine guard? That's right. This is my divine guard token. You can take a look at it. Lu Ming passed his divine guard token to Flying Snow. When he first arrived, Lu Ming urgently needed help. Since Flying Snow and the rest didn't seem like Xianxia and were easy to get along with, Lu Ming had the intention of befriending them. Flying Snow took the divine guard token and looked at it. She was astonished. You are really a Tian divine guard from the Tianxian region. Although Flying Snow was astonished, the information recorded in the divine guard token was irrefutable. The divine guard token was made using a special method and was hard for others to imitate. The other girls were also astonished. They didn't expect a Tian divine guard from the Tianxian region to appear here. He is actually a Tian divine guard from another large region. I have never seen anyone from another large region in my life. Is the Tianxian region fun? Is it the same as the Hong domain? He looks about the same as us, and he's quite handsome. Hee hee, you are being love-struck again. You can't move after seeing a handsome man? More than a dozen young and beautiful girls surrounded Lu Ming and chattered. More than a dozen pairs of beautiful eyes surrounded Lu Ming and sized him up as if they were looking at a rare animal. Lu Ming was a little speechless. He smiled bitterly and rubbed his nose. Alright, don't look at Brother Lu like that. We are all girls. Don't be afraid that Brother Lu will laugh at us. Flying Snow said awkwardly. Only then did the girls back off. However, their beautiful eyes were still looking at Lu Ming. Brother Lu, since you are here by chance, why don't you head to the Hong City and take a look around? Fei Shue looked at Lu Ming. Her beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity. She naturally knew about the Xianxia region. It was a small region and was far inferior to the Hong domain. However, it was obvious that Qin Qingfei had suffered a great loss in the hands of Lu Ming. A person from the Xianxia region could actually defeat Qin Qingfei so easily. He was definitely not ordinary. He might be one of the top geniuses in the Xianxia region. She wanted to befriend him. After all, one more friend meant one more path. Miss Flying Snow, I wonder where is the branch palace of the Emperor Heavenly God Palace in the Hong domain. I have something important to do and need to rush back to the Tianxian domain. I would like to use the interdomain teleportation formation. Lu Ming asked. The branch palaces of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace in every major region had a transdomain teleportation array. The Tianxian branch palace also had one, and it was located in the Tianxian city. After all, each major domain was too vast. If one were to fly, it would take a very long time. It would be much more convenient with the teleportation formation. Brother Lu wants to use the interdomain teleportation formation? Just nice, the Grand City is a branch of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace in the Grand City. The interdomain teleportation formation is located in the Grand City. It takes 3 days to travel from here to the Grand City. Brother Lu, you can come with us to the Grand City. I will arrange for the interdomain teleportation formation for you. Flying Snow said. Then many thanks to Lady Flying Snow. Lu Ming was overjoyed and cupped his fists to express his gratitude. However, Brother Lu injured Qin Qingfei earlier. This person is narrow-minded and will surely not let the matter rest. It's best that we don't encounter him on this trip. Otherwise, I'm afraid trouble will arise. Flying Snow reminded. With that, Lu Ming followed Flying Snow and the others and flew towards the Grand City. 3 days later, they arrived at the Grand City. The Grand City was where the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace in the Grand City was located. It was majestic and majestic. One could see 8 incomparably huge mountain peaks piercing through the clouds like divine swords. The 8 mountain peaks were located in 8 different locations and were several thousand li apart from each other. The vast territory in the middle of the 8 mountain peaks was the Grand City. The city walls around the Grand City were formed by the 8 mountain peaks. Only the areas between the mountain peaks were the city walls. It was too huge. This was the biggest city that Lu Ming had ever seen. It was like a nation. A city was a nation. Following Flying Snow and the others, Xiaochen easily entered the Grand City. What dense spiritual energy! Moreover, the state of heaven and earth is extremely intense. The moment Lu Ming entered the Grand City, he exclaimed in surprise. Brother Lu, the area below the Grand City is a Dao Eye. As for the spiritual energy, it is because the powerhouses of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace used the 8 mountain peaks as the array foundation to set up a huge spiritual energy gathering array. That is why the spiritual energy is so dense. Flying Snow explained. Lu Ming was astonished. The powerhouses of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace were really generous. They actually used the 8 mountain peaks as the array foundation to set up a spiritual energy gathering array. How massive was this inscription array? The density and intensity of the spiritual energy and state of heaven and earth in the Grand City were not as high as in Tianxian City. However, Tianxian City was too small. At most, it was only 1,000th the size of the Grand City. The streets of the Grand City were bustling with people coming and going. There were all sorts of shops and everything. Brother Lu, why don't you stay in this inn today? I'll go and make arrangements for the inter-province transportation formation. After walking around for a while, Flying Snow said to Lu Ming. Alright, I'll have to trouble Miss Flying Snow. Lu Ming nodded. The inter-province transportation formation was no small matter. It was very strict to use it. One had to investigate one's identity very thoroughly. Normally, people outside the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace were not allowed to use it. The inter-province transportation formation could be said to be the lifeline of a faction. During a great battle, it could quickly mobilize experts for reinforcements. Otherwise, it would be too late to rely on flying. Hence, one had to make an appointment in advance. It was impossible to use it whenever one wanted. Lu Ming was clear on this point as well. Alright. Brother Lu, keep this voice transmission jade talisman. If you need anything, you can look for me at any time. It will take at most 1 day. Brother Lu should be able to set off tomorrow. Flying Snow handed a voice transmission jade talisman to Lu Ming. Then, Lu Ming received it and put it away. Flying Snow and the others left first. Lu Ming rented a room in a nearby inn. Then, he wandered around the Grand City alone. Since Xianxia came to the Grand City by chance, he might as well wander around and broaden his horizons. Indeed, the Grand City had many strange things that Xianxia had not seen in the Tianxian domain before. Lu Ming was dazzled by the sight. While he was at it, he also bought some strange materials. Of course, Lu Ming did not have many spirit crystals left. The ones he bought were all cheap. I should go and get some spirit crystals. Otherwise, I won't even have the money to use the interdomain teleportation formation. Previously, he had used up all his spirit stones to break through to the next realm. Now, Lu Ming only had a few tens of thousands of spirit crystals. After asking around for the location of the market, Lu Ming walked towards it. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at the market of the Grand City. He found a shop called the All Creation Pavilion and walked in. Lu Ming sold all the spirit weapons, refining materials, and martial techniques below the heaven level that he did not need. He received about 800,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals. 800,000 spirit crystals should be enough to use the interdomain teleportation formation. After wandering around for a while, Lu Ming returned to the inn. The night passed uneventfully. On the afternoon of the second day, Flying Snow found Lu Ming. Brother Lu, the interdomain teleportation formation has been reserved for you. You can set off immediately. Flying Snow smiled. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. To be able to reserve a spot for the interdomain teleportation formation so quickly, it seemed like Flying Snow's influence in the Grand City Branch Palace was not small. Many thanks, Aunt Flying Snow. If there is anything Lu Ming can help you with in the future, Lu Ming will definitely not decline. If he didn't have Flying Snow's help, it wouldn't be so easy for him to obtain a slot to use the teleportation array. Brother Lu, do you wish to set off immediately, or do you wish to tour around Hong City for a few more days? Flying Snow can be the host and bring Brother Lu around. Flying Snow said. No need. I have urgent matters to attend to and need to rush back to Tianxian region. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will bother Miss Flying Snow. Lu Ming was indeed anxious. There were only a few days left before the half-year agreement. He wondered how was the situation over at Mulan's side. Alright, then I will bring Brother Lu over. Flying Snow smiled. Following which, Lu Ming followed Flying Snow and walked towards the direction of the inter-province teleportation array. In the center of Hong City, there was an endless stretch of palaces. There were many tall and majestic walls that separated the palaces. Along the way, there were many checkpoints. Following which, Flying Snow naturally passed through 7 checkpoints without any obstructions. Flying Snow, you are here. Is this the little brother who wants to use the inter-province teleportation array? At the 8th checkpoint, a middle-aged man was waiting there. When he saw Flying Snow, he revealed a smile. Deacon Lu, that's right. I have to thank Deacon Lu for your help this time. Flying Snow smiled and said. Miss Flying Snow is too courteous. I have already made the arrangements. Follow me. Deacon Lu said politely. Following which, Flying Snow and Lu Ming followed Deacon Lu and continued on their journey. It's you? Brat, stop right there. After passing through a few more checkpoints, a gloomy voice suddenly echoed. Lu Ming followed the voice and looked over. His face sank slightly. Qin Fei. Flying Snow's expression changed slightly. Qin Fei brought a few young men and walked over. He looked at Lu Ming with a cold expression. Deacon Lu, what's going on? You actually brought an outsider and wandered around in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. You are really bold. Qin Fei's eyes turned and landed on Deacon Lu. Deacon Lu's expression changed. He cupped his fists slightly and said, Young Master Qin, this young hero is a good friend of Lady Fei Xue. Furthermore, he is also an Empyrean Divine Guard of the Empyrean Divine Palace. Bullshit. What Empyrean Divine Guard? How come I've never seen one before? Speak, what are you planning to do with him? Qin Fei berated. Deacon Lu's expression turned ugly as he said, This young hero wants to take the interdomain teleportation formation. What? Take the interdomain transmission array? Deacon Lu, you are simply too audacious. The transdomain teleportation array is an extremely important item to the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. You actually brought an unknown person to take the transdomain teleportation array. What if this person is a spy? If something were to happen to the interdomain teleportation array, would you be able to take responsibility? Even if you had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough. Qin Fei roared. Deacon Lu's expression turned even uglier, and he began to hesitate. Previously, it was Fei Xue who had come to him for help. Fei Xue's identity was not to be underestimated. Hence, he naturally agreed readily and did not think too much about it. He also did not suspect Lu Ming's identity. Now that he heard Qin Fei's words, he broke out in cold sweat. Indeed, if something were to happen, he would be finished. Even Fei Xue would not be able to protect him. Qin Fei, Lu Ming is an Empyrean Divine Guard. He isn't a spy. Fei Xue said. If he isn't a spy, then show me the evidence. Qin Fei sneered. He did not believe Lu Ming when he said that he was from the Xianxia region. You want to see the evidence, right? This is my Empyrean Divine Guard token. Take a look. Lu Ming took out his Empyrean Divine Guard token and threw it to Qin Fei. Qin Fei caught it and took a look. His expression immediately changed, revealing a trace of disbelief. Lu Ming was actually an Empyrean Divine Guard. Moreover, he was an Empyrean Divine Guard from the Xianxia region. Previously, Lu Ming had already said that he was an Empyrean Divine Guard from the Xianxia region. However, Qin Fei did not believe it at all. Why would a Martial King Realm Empyrean Divine Guard from the Xianxia region come to the Hong Domain? Moreover, he appeared in the marionette sex relic. Previously, he thought that Lu Ming was bluffing him. He did not expect it to be true. Now you see it. I am an Empyrean Divine Guard. No matter which palace it is, they all belong to the Empyrean Divine Palace. As long as you are an Empyrean Divine Guard, you are qualified to take the interdomain teleportation formation. Now, you can get lost. Lu Ming swept out his true energy and took back the Empyrean Divine Guard token. He said coldly, emphasizing the last two words, get lost. Qin Fei's expression changed rapidly. In the end, he rolled his eyes and sneered, so what if you are an Empyrean Divine Guard? It's a pity that the quota for the interdomain teleportation formation has been used up. You will have to wait for the next one. The quota is used up? That's impossible. I asked around yesterday. There is no quota. Fei Xue said. Yesterday? Sorry, it just ended today. Qin Fei sneered. That's impossible. Qin Fei, get out of the way. I want to ask them personally. Fei Xue shouted. What's there to ask? The elder in charge of the interdomain teleportation formation is my 8th uncle. I will send him a voice transmission and ask him to come over and talk to you. Qin Fei snorted and took out a voice transmission jade talisman. He sent a message. Soon, there was a flash of rainbow light, and a middle-aged man appeared. Qin Fei, what's the matter? The middle-aged man looked at Qin Fei. 8th uncle, Fei Xue brought a kid and wanted to take the interdomain teleportation formation. I told them that there are no more quotas, but they didn't believe me. Qin Fei said. The middle-aged man looked at Fei Xue and said, "There are indeed no more quotas." "That's impossible. There were still quotas yesterday," Fei Xue said with an ugly expression. "Fei Xue, you are getting bolder. Are you doubting me? I have been in charge of the interdomain teleportation formation for many years. How can I not know if there are still quotas? Please go back." The middle-aged man's face darkened as he waved his hand. Fei Xue bit her red lips. "When will the next batch of quotas be available?" At this moment, Lu Ming spoke. "It's hard to say about the next batch. After using it this time, the interdomain teleportation formation will need to be repaired. It will probably take about 1.5 years. The middle-aged man sneered. 1.5 years? Lu Ming's face was extremely gloomy. 1.5 years? How could there be enough time? Qin Qingfei and the middle-aged man were obviously making things difficult for him. However, this was the Hong region branch palace, where there were countless experts. The middle-aged man's cultivation was unfathomable. It was impossible for him to barge in forcefully. There was only death waiting for him. However, since the other party insisted that there were no more quotas, there was nothing he could do. Hee hee. Qin Qingfei sneered. Seeing the ugly expression on Fei Xue and Lu Ming's faces, he felt extremely pleased. "Miss Fei Xue, let's go." Lu Ming turned around and left. Now, he had to think of other ways. "Brother Lu, there might be another way," Fei Xue said along the way. "Oh?" Lu Ming's eyes lit up. 6 days later, the largest auction in Hong City, the Tianji auction organized by the Tianji Chamber of Commerce, will be held. Every time, the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace will auction off 2 slots for interdomain teleportation in the form of tokens. This is known as the interdomain token. The purpose is to allow people outside the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace to obtain the opportunity to travel to other regions. As long as one's identity is clean, one can purchase the interdomain token. As long as one can purchase the interdomain token, one's identity will be fine. At that time, Qin Qingfei and the rest will have no reason to stop them. Cross-region token? 6 days later? Lu Ming's eyes turned. 6 days later, it would be too late. It would be the appointed day. However, there was no other way now. "Alright, 6 days later, I must get a cross-region token," Lu Ming whispered in a firm voice. They chatted as they walked. Soon, the two of them walked out of the palace. "Brother Lu, if you need anything, just let me know. A cross-region token is worth a lot. If you need help with spiritual crystals, Fei Xue can help temporarily," Fei Xue said. "No need, Miss Fei Xue. Thank you for your help this time. 6 days later, I will definitely get a cross-region token." Lu Ming cupped his fists and laughed. 6 days later. Even if I get a cross-region token, it can only be used on the 2nd day. That means 7 days later. I hope I can make it in time. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Lu Ming did not return to the inn directly. He asked around and walked towards the Tianji auction house. He did not have many supreme spiritual crystals with him now. 800,000 supreme spiritual crystals were probably not enough. According to Fei Xue, every time there were 2 cross-region tokens, the price would be raised to a very high level. Lu Ming planned to take out some items to auction in the Tianji auction house. What should I use to auction? Lu Ming pondered as he walked. He had many low-level items with him, but they were not worth much. High-level items such as the True Dragon of Combat skills, the 3 unique skills of the Dragon God, the 9 Dragons Heaven Stomping Steps, and the Tree of Enlightenment could not be auctioned. The Xianxia silicon soil could be auctioned, but Lu Ming could not bear to part with it. Lu Ming also could not take out the 5 level 6 top 7 knots grass because Lu Ming planned to use it to break through level 7 physical body. As for the heaven-class martial skills, Lu Ming had 7 or 8 of them. They were all heaven-class lower-class martial skills. However, it was impossible for 7 or 8 low-grade heaven-tier martial skills to be sold for a high price. It seems that I have to sell some profound crystals. Lu Ming pondered. He had a lot of power Upanishad crystals. It wasn't a big deal to sell some that he didn't need. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the Tianji auction house. Tianji Chamber of Commerce was the continent's #1 chamber of commerce. Young master, are you putting up a treasure for auction? The moment he entered the Tianji auction house, a beautiful young lady walked up to him and asked with a smile. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded. Most of the people who came to the Tianji auction house were here to auction their treasures. Sir, please follow me. Your treasure needs to be appraised by an appraiser. The girl brought Lu Ming to a counter. Master appraiser, this young hero wants to auction his treasures. The young girl said to a white-haired old man behind the counter. All right, I got it. You can leave now. The old man waved his hand, and the young girl retreated. Little brother, what treasure do you want to auction? The old man smiled as he looked at Lu Ming. He was very amiable and made people feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. As expected of the Tianji Chamber of Commerce, their quality was different. I want to auction profound crystals. Lu Ming said. Oh? How many crystals do you want to auction? According to the rules, anything below 10 crystals can't be auctioned. The old man smiled. Anything below 10 crystals was too little. The treasures auctioned by the Tianji Chamber of Commerce all had a base price of 10,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals and above. I'm auctioning 2,000 low-grade profound crystals. Lu Ming said. He then took out a storage ring and handed it to the old man. What? 2,000 crystals? The old man's voice suddenly rose, and his face was filled with shock. Gao King's voice attracted the attention of some people nearby. Some of the young ladies even guessed that there was some special treasure. Otherwise, why would the appraiser be so surprised? Profound crystals were consumables. As long as a martial artist had the right attribute, they would use it to increase their strength. Very few people could take out 2,000 profound crystals to auction at once. The old man's consciousness sank into the storage ring, and his eyes widened. Metal attribute profound crystals. 2,000 of them. All of them are metal attribute profound crystals. The old man exclaimed. He originally thought that even if Lu Ming took out 2,000 profound crystals, they would be mixed with various attributes. If that was the case, the price would be much lower. He didn't expect that they would all be metal attribute profound crystals. The price of the same kind of power Upanishad crystal would be much higher. Those who cultivated metal concept would probably go crazy to bid for them. The market price of a profound crystal was 1,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals. But in fact, 1,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals couldn't even buy one profound crystal. It could often be sold for several thousand, or even more. And the fewer profound crystals there were, the cheaper they would be. If there were a lot, they could be sold in groups, and the price would be even higher. If a martial artist refined 1 or 2 profound crystals, it would only speed up their comprehension of concept. But if there were a lot of profound crystals and they were used continuously, not only would the effect be better, but they could also break through the realm of concept. For example, if a concept reached a bottleneck, 1 or 2 profound crystals might be useless. But 100 of them might be enough to break through the bottleneck. So, the more profound crystals there were, the higher the average price of each profound crystal would be. If 2,000 metal profound crystals were auctioned together, the price would definitely be terrifyingly high. Little brother, I'll help you register. The old man hurriedly helped Lu Ming register and then gave Lu Ming a proof of auction. Little brother, according to the rules, after you auction, you have to pay a 5% commission. The old man smiled. I understand this. Lu Ming nodded, put away the proof of auction, and left the heavenly secret auction. After making a few rounds in Hong City, Lu Ming casually found a restaurant and walked in. Lu Ming ordered some dishes and wine at a table by the window and started eating. Have you heard? This time, the heavenly secret auction will have a great treasure to auction. The heavenly secret Chamber of Commerce announced it a few days ago. I also heard about it. I wonder what kind of great treasure it is. I don't know exactly what kind of great treasure it is. An elder of my family works at the heavenly secret auction. According to him, it's a rare treasure that's hard to come by. Oh, I'm looking forward to it. In the restaurant, some people were eating and drinking while chatting. Among them, a short and fat young man spoke the loudest, his face full of pride. At this time, the short and fat young man's expression changed. He took out a sound transmission jade talisman and looked at it. His face changed. Then, he said loudly, "Big news, big news. I just received news that the Heavenly Secret Auction will have another great treasure to auction. Can you guess what it is?" "How can we guess?" "Hurry up and say it." The others said. "Haha, let me tell you. This time, it's profound crystals." The short and fat young man said. "Profound crystals? What's so strange about that? How is it a great treasure?" The others were disdainful. Although profound crystals are not great treasures, when there are enough of them, they become great treasures. I heard that this time, a set of 2,000 metal attribute profound crystals will be auctioned together. The Heavenly Secret Chamber of Commerce has already begun to announce it. The short and fat young man said loudly. "What? 2,000 metal attribute profound crystals?" The others were shocked, and all of them were extremely shocked. To the side, Lu Ming was also taken aback. He didn't expect the news to spread so quickly. The Secret Chamber of Commerce was really fast. In fact, it wasn't hard to understand why the Secret Chamber of Commerce would do this. In this way, they could attract more people who needed the metal attribute profound crystals to bid. At that time, the price would be even higher, and the Secret Chamber of Commerce would naturally earn more. Lu Ming smiled. This was also a good thing for him. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Lu Ming walked out of the restaurant and returned to the inn. There were still 6 days left. It was just enough for him to cultivate. Now, Lu Ming's cultivation base had already reached the peak of the 9th layer Martial King realm. It would be impossible for him to break through in a short time. As for his martial skills, the 3 arts of the Dragon God had already been cultivated to the 5th level. As for the 9 Dragon Sky Stomping Steps, although his recent progress was extremely fast, it would still take some time to cultivate it to the 4th level. The 4th level of the 9 Dragon Sky Stomping Steps was equivalent to the 6th level of a high-grade heaven-grade martial skill. Now, I can only improve my physical body first. Lu Ming pondered. As long as Lu Ming's physical body broke through to the 7th grade, his battle strength would increase by another level. The 7th grade physical body was 10 times stronger than the 6th grade physical body. There was a huge gap between the 6th grade physical body and the 7th grade physical body. Lu Ming took out a stalk of 7-knot grass. 7-knot grass was originally an ordinary grade 1 spirit herb. However, after being nurtured on the mysterious yellow silicon soil for who knew how many years, it had become a top grade 6 spirit herb. The medicinal power it contained was incomparably rich. Lu Ming used the 10,000 spirit battle body. He slowly transformed the 7-knot grass into all spirit chi and began to cultivate his physical body. The top rank 6 spirit plant was extremely useful even for Sea of Souls realm warriors. The medicinal power it contained was just too rich. The surging medicinal power was constantly transformed into strands of all spirit chi and seeped into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's muscles, bones, internal organs, and meridians were all rapidly improving, approaching another level. One day later, Lu Ming refined a 7-knot grass. Lu Ming took out another 7-knot grass and continued to refine it. Day after day passed. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Lu Ming had completely refined the 5-bot 7-knot grass. At this moment, Lu Ming's body was surrounded by a layer of dense mist. A rich medicinal fragrance was emitted from Lu Ming's body. Crackle, the sound of frying beans came from Lu Ming's body. Wisps of gray mist were expelled from his body. They were the impurities in his body. Lu Ming's body was covered in a layer of treasure glow, as if he were a supreme treasure. After 5 days of cultivation and refining 5 stalks of 7 knots grass, Lu Ming's physical body had finally broken through to rank 7. His physical strength had increased tenfold. Kacha! Kacha! Lu Ming's mind flickered. Lu Ming's body emitted a series of sounds. Immediately, Lu Ming's body grew taller, and his muscles also swelled. In a few breaths, Lu Ming had turned into a 2-meter-tall, burly young man. This was the mystery of rank 7 physical body. When one's physical body reached rank 7, one could freely change their muscle, bone density, size, and body shape. With another series of explosions, Lu Ming turned back. Taking out a rank 5 spirit sword, Lu Ming slashed his arm. He felt like he was slashing leather, and couldn't cut it at all. The rank 5 spirit sword was extremely sharp, but now it couldn't cut Lu Ming's skin. It could be seen how powerful Lu Ming's physical body's defense was. Most Sea of Soul Realm experts couldn't reach rank 7 physical body. He poured in his quintessential essence and then slashed his arm. Only then did a wound appear on his arm. However, before blood could flow out, the muscles on the wound quickly wriggled. In a few breaths of time, the wound healed, leaving behind a scar. Furthermore, the scar was also rapidly disappearing. He believed that in a few hours, the scar would completely disappear. Rank 7 physical body is indeed powerful. In this way, my battle strength has increased by at least 20%. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Don't belittle this 20% increase. Lu Ming's combat strength was based on the convergence of his vital essence, concepts, martial techniques, and many other aspects. Moreover, Lu Ming's combat strength was already extremely shocking. It was already very terrifying that it had increased by 20%. This was also because of the mystery of the 10,000 spirit battle body. Even if other people had rank 6 spirit grass, it would be useless. There is still some medicinal power left in my body. There is still a day before the auction starts. It's just enough time to refine it. Immediately, Lu Ming operated the 10,000 spirit battle body and continued to refine the medicinal power. A day's time passed in the blink of an eye. The next day, Lu Ming received a message. Flying Snow had arrived and was waiting for him downstairs. Miss Flying Snow. Lu Ming arrived downstairs and said with a smile. Brother Lu. Flying Snow also faintly smiled. She looked at Lu Ming with some astonishment. After not seeing him for a few days, she felt that there were some changes in Lu Ming's body. However, she couldn't pinpoint the specific changes. Miss Flying Snow, you also want to go to the auction? Lu Ming asked. The auction held by Secret Chamber of Commerce only happens once every half a year. Moreover, this time, it said that a rare treasure will be auctioned. Of course, I have to go and take a look. Moreover, this time, there will be a set of 2,000 metal attribute profound crystals being auctioned. I have an elder who also cultivates metal mentality. Soon, it will be his birthday. I want to buy them as a gift for him. Flying Snow smiled. Oh? Lu Ming nodded. I really don't know who it is that actually has 2,000 metal attribute profound crystals. Moreover, they are all auctioned together. This is extremely rare. I reckon that the competition this time will be very intense. I wonder if I can get them. Flying Snow sighed. Lu Ming smiled and rubbed his nose. The two of them walked towards the Secret Chamber of Commerce. Soon, they arrived. Miss Flying Snow, you are here too. Please follow me to the VIP room. When Flying Snow arrived, there was a beautiful young lady who welcomed her with a smile. She led Lu Ming and Flying Snow to a VIP room. Like most auction venues, the first floor of the auction venue was a huge hall. Above the hall, there was a high platform used to host the auction. On the second floor, there were many VIP rooms that surrounded the entire hall. The view was excellent and one could see the scene below. Lu Ming and Flying Snow arrived at VIP room number 10. Lu Ming opened the window and looked out. At this moment, there were already many people in the hall. Moreover, the number of people was increasing. In VIP room number 5, Xianxia and a middle-aged man were sitting inside. This time, I must get 2,000 metal attribute profound crystals. Xianxia's eyes revealed a fiery light. He cultivated the metal mentality and had reached a bottleneck. If he could get 2,000 metal attribute profound crystals, he would definitely be able to break through the bottleneck. Moreover, his metal mentality would improve by leaps and bounds. Second young master, although the metal attribute profound crystals are precious, our goal this time is that great treasure. The middle-aged man reminded. Don't worry. This time, my father gave me a large amount of supreme-grade spirit crystals. I will definitely be able to get that great treasure. Xianxia said confidently. It's that kid again. When Xianxia saw Lu Ming, his eyes turned cold and the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. This kid is most likely here for the cross-region token. Hee, it's not that easy to get the cross-region token. Xianxia sneered and closed the window. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a trace of gloominess. There were more and more people in the hall. In the end, there were at least 20,000 people. There was a requirement to enter the Tianji auction house. One must be a martial king or above. Those below the martial king realm were not allowed to enter. In other words, the 20,000 people present were all martial king realm martial artists and above. Lu Ming was secretly amazed. The strength of the Hong domain was indeed powerful. Tianxian domain could not be compared to it. In the Tianxian domain, even if all the martial kings were added together, there wouldn't be more than 20,000 people. And now, there were more than 20,000 people in a single auction. It was simply incomparable. At this time, a middle-aged man in a white robe with a scholarly appearance walked up to the high platform. Branch President Feng Xiao is here. When the middle-aged man walked up to the stage, the whole place became quiet as if he had a great deterrent force. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "I believe many people know me. However, there are some new friends who don't know me. Let me introduce myself again. I am Feng Xiao, the branch president of the Tianji Chamber of Commerce in the Hong domain. I am the host of this auction. This time, there are a total of 218 treasures up for auction. They are all top-quality treasures. I hope everyone will be satisfied. Alright, time is limited. Let's begin the first auction today." Feng Xiao was very direct. He went straight to the point and announced the start of today's auction. Immediately, a beautiful young girl walked up with a tray. On the tray, there was a picture. Feng Xiao took the picture and saw a lightning bolt on it. I believe everyone can see that this is an inscription talisman scroll. As long as you inject true essence into it, you can activate the inscription on the inscription talisman scroll and launch a fatal attack. This lightning inscription talisman scroll has the power of a peak 7th martial king realm martial artist. The starting price is 10,000 supreme spiritual crystals and the increment is at least 1,000 supreme spiritual crystals. After the introduction, Feng Xiao gave the starting price. It's actually an inscription symbol scroll. This thing is very rare. At a critical moment, it can save your life. Moreover, its power is equivalent to the full power attack of a 7th level martial king. If used well, it can even kill a 7th level martial king warrior. I'll take it. I'll pay 12,000 top-grade spiritual crystals. There was a burst of discussion at the scene. Immediately, someone began to bid. It's an inscription symbol scroll. Lu Ming's expression also changed. An inscription symbol scroll was a symbol scroll refined by an inscription master. However, an ordinary inscription master simply could not refine it. If one wanted to refine an inscription symbol scroll, the first condition was to be a pure inscription master. In fact, most of the so-called inscribers were not pure. They mainly focused on cultivating martial arts, and inscribing was secondary. Most martial artists would cultivate some Tao of inscription to assist their martial arts cultivation. None of them were pure inscribers. If one was not a pure inscriber, they would not be able to refine an inscription symbol scroll. In the Tianxian domain, there was not a single pure inscriber. It was said that a person's energy was limited. If one wanted to become a pure inscriber, they would need to spend a lot of energy. Their martial arts cultivation would certainly not be too high. Moreover, a pure inscriber's combat strength was extremely low before reaching the 5th level. They could not compare to a martial artist. However, once a pure inscriber broke through to the 5th level, there would be a qualitative change. Their combat strength would become extremely terrifying, and their fighting style would be incomparably mysterious. Therefore, a pure inscriber had another name. They were called a true inscriber. A true inscriber, a true inscriber. These were all things that Lu Ming had seen in ancient books. He did not expect to see an inscription symbol scroll refined by a true inscriber. Just as Lu Ming was thinking, the price rose steadily. It had already broken through 20,000 top-grade spiritual crystals. What a bunch of country bumpkins. There are people who want such a trashy inscription symbol scroll. In the past, when I casually refined an inscription symbol scroll, it was 100,000 times, a million times better than this. Dandan was lying on Lu Ming's shoulder with one leg crossed over the other. It was holding a 5th-level elixir that Lu Ming had coaxed it into its mouth. As it chewed, it muttered with a face full of disdain. "Oh, then why don't you refine one for me?" Lu Ming's mouth twitched. "Humph, I am injured now. Otherwise, it would be a matter of minutes," Dandan boasted shamelessly. On the side, Flying Snow looked at Dandan with interest. "Brother Lu, this tortoise monster beast of yours is quite fun." Flying Snow laughed. When a monster beast reached the king level, it could speak. Flying Snow did not find it strange. This fellow, besides boasting, only knows how to eat. It has no other use, Lu Ming said casually. Hearing this, Dandan jumped up from Lu Ming's shoulder, widened its eyes, and said loudly, "Boy, what did you say? How dare you say that I have no use? Outrageous. I am the head of the top 10 battle beasts. I am invincible in the world. How dare you look down on me?" Dandan pointed one of its claws at Lu Ming and said like an old man. However, its voice was childish like a 3-year-old child, causing Flying Snow to giggle. "That's enough. Stay here obediently." Lu Ming smiled and grabbed Dandan's little head. "Outrageous, I'll bite." Dandan bared its teeth and opened its mouth to bite Lu Ming's finger. "Hey, you dare to bite me?" Lu Ming was caught off guard and Dandan bit his finger. He could not get rid of it. In the end, Lu Ming surrendered and took out a level 5 spiritual medicine. Only then did Dandan let go of him angrily. "Now you know how powerful I am." Dandan was complacent and hid in a corner to eat the spiritual medicine. Is this guy the reincarnation of a peerless powerhouse? Lu Ming did not believe it. At this time, the inscription charm scroll had been bought by someone for 35,000 top-grade spiritual crystals. After all, although the inscription charm scroll was powerful, it was only a one-time use item. The price would not be too exaggerated. Then, Feng Xiu took out the second auction item. It was an upper-level 5 alchemy furnace. Alchemy furnaces were extremely rare, so the price was several times higher than ordinary spiritual weapons. This upper-level 5 alchemy furnace was sold at a high price of 120,000 top-grade spiritual crystals. Then, items were taken out one by one for auction. Refining materials, elixirs, spirit weapons, secret manuals, and even demonic beasts, battle pets, and so on. Everything was available. However, although these treasures were precious, none of them caught Lu Ming's eye. Similarly, no one in the other VIP rooms on the second floor made a bid. Everyone knew that these people were waiting for the treasures at the back. The further they went, the more precious the treasures were. The 156th treasure is a bottle of connate source liquid, and it is a middle-grade connate source liquid. I believe I don't need to say more about the function of the connate source liquid. It is the first sacred item for cultivating the body. Mid-grade Xianxia origin liquid. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He still remembered that when he was in the Burning Sun Empire, he had bid for Xianxia origin liquid. However, it was a low-grade Xianxia origin liquid, and there were only 9 drops. But now, there was a whole bottle of mid-grade Xianxia origin liquid. Mid-grade Xianxia origin liquid was many times more expensive than low-grade Xianxia origin liquid. However, with my current physical strength, this small bottle of mid-grade Xianxia origin liquid won't have much of an effect. But, I'll still buy it and give it to Dad and Mom to strengthen their bodies. Lu Ming's heart was moved, and he decided to buy it. Alright, this bottle of mid-grade Xianxia origin liquid will start at 50,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals. Each bid must be at least 5,000. Feng Xiu announced. I bid 60,000. I bid 70,000. I bid 80,000. As soon as Feng Xiu's voice faded, a group of people started bidding. This bottle of Xianxia origin liquid might not have much effect on Lu Ming, but it didn't mean that it wouldn't have any effect on others. Ordinary martial artists' bodies wouldn't be as strong as Lu Ming's. Even the majority of Sea of Soul Realm experts didn't have a body of 7th grade. Unless they specialized in body tempering arts. Ordinary kings, who used Jing Yuan to temper their bodies, would only have a body of 4th grade. There were only a few who could reach 5th grade. Mid-grade Xianxia origin liquid was still very useful to them. The price rose steadily, and soon, it reached 100,000 supreme grade spirit crystals. 150,000. Suddenly, a clear voice sounded. The person who made the bid was Lu Ming. There was a sudden silence. Lu Ming added 50,000 yuan in one go, showing that he was determined to win. 160,000. Another person made a bid. 200,000. Lu Ming bid again, increasing the price by 40,000. Many people shook their heads and sighed, giving up on the competition. Obviously, Lu Ming didn't hesitate to increase the price. They didn't have the confidence to compete with Lu Ming. To be honest, several tens of thousands of supreme-grade spirit crystals were nothing in Lu Ming's eyes. Now, he needed at least 1,000,000 spiritual crystals to increase his cultivation by one level. He had refined more than 20 million supreme spiritual crystals. 200,000 going once. Are there any more bids? Fengxiu asked. 215,000. At this moment, a lazy voice sounded. It came from VIP room 5. Qin Qingfei. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. That voice belonged to Qin Qingfei. In VIP room 5, Qin Qingfei had a cold smile on his face as he thought to himself, "Brat, if you want it, I won't let you get it so easily." 250,000. Lu Ming directly raised the price to 250,000. 255,000. Qin Qingfei's voice rang out again, but it was only a symbolic 5,000 yuan increase. That seems to be Qin Qingfei. That's right. I wonder who's in VIP room 10. He seems to have offended Qin Qingfei. Qin Qingfei doesn't intend to bid at all. He's deliberately raising the price with the other party. At the scene, many people saw through Qin Qingfei's intentions. 300,000. If you raise the price again, I'll let you have it. Lu Ming's voice rang out. Haha, since you've offered 300,000 for a bottle of innate original liquid that's worth more than 100,000, how can I compete with you? I'll let you have it. Qin Qingfei's mocking voice rang out. 300,000 going once. Is there any more bids? Fengxiu asked. No one said anything. What a joke. A bottle of middle-grade innate original liquid was worth more than 100,000 supreme spiritual crystals. 300,000 was too expensive. Who would bid? Fengxiu asked 3 times in a row, but no one bid. This bottle of innate original liquid naturally belonged to Lu Ming. After a short while, a young girl sent the innate original liquid to VIP room 10. Young master, the president has said that your spiritual crystals can be settled after the auction. The young girl said coquettishly. Okay, thank you, miss. Lu Ming nodded and put away the innate original liquid. Brother Lu, do you have any treasures to auction here? Fei Xiu's beautiful eyes flickered as she asked. Only treasures that were put up for auction could be paid after the auction was over. I do have one. Lu Ming nodded. Fei Xiu didn't ask further, but she was a little curious. The auction continued. Soon, dozens of auction items were auctioned off. I believe everyone has heard of the 198th auction item. It's the interregion token, which is a slot to take the interregion teleportation formation. I believe everyone knows that activating the interregion teleportation formation consumes a terrifying amount of energy. Therefore, the cost of taking the interregion teleportation formation is also extremely high. Even if it's teleported to the nearest region, it will cost at least 100,000 supreme spiritual crystals. The further the distance, the more expensive the teleportation will be. Originally, there were 2 slots to be auctioned this time. However, the Emperor Heaven Deity Palace took one slot back at the last minute. Now, there's only one slot left. This slot can travel as far as 20 regions. Now, the starting price is 100,000 supreme spiritual crystals. Each bid must not be less than 10,000 spiritual crystals. Let the bidding begin. Fengxiu announced. Only one left? I must get this one. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. I bid 110,000. I bid 120,000. As soon as Fengxiu's voice fell, someone immediately started bidding. After all, the Emperor Heaven Deity Palace only gave out 1 or 2 slots each time. How many people were there in the entire Han domain? There were bound to be people who wanted to head to other regions. Naturally, there were many people bidding. Soon, the price rose to 200,000. I bid 250,000. Everyone, I have something important to do in the Flying Silk region. Please let me have this slot. I'll be very grateful. An old voice sounded. You have something to do? Don't tell me I have nothing to do. I want to go to the Blue Sky region. I bid 280,000. A deep and resounding voice rang out, not giving way at all. 300,000. 320,000. Soon, the price rose to 400,000. Those who bid were all at the Greater Success King realm or above. Those below the Greater Success King realm usually couldn't afford so many supreme spiritual crystals. I bid 600,000. Suddenly, a voice sounded, shaking the entire place. All of a sudden, he added 200,000 supreme spiritual crystals, showing that he was determined to get this slot. It's VIP room 10. Someone looked at VIP room 10. The one who bid was naturally Lu Ming. He was determined to get this slot. The crowd fell silent. 600,000 yuan was too much. Moreover, who knew if Lu Ming would continue to raise the price? Haha, this kid finally can't help but raise the price. 600,000 is too low. In VIP room 5, Qin Qingfei sneered and said. 700,000. Qin Qingfei called out 700,000 supreme spiritual crystals. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as he looked at VIP room 5. It's this guy again. I knew he would cause trouble. 800,000. Lu Ming continued to bid without hesitation. 810,000. Qin Qingfei immediately added another 10,000. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he continued to bid, 1 million. 1,010,000. Qin Qingfei added another 10,000. Wow, the entire place was in an uproar as a heated discussion broke out. It seems like the person in VIP room 10 has really offended Qin Qingfei. Otherwise, why would he keep targeting him? Qin Qingfei is obviously doing this on purpose. Interesting. There were all kinds of expressions at the scene. Some were unhappy with Qin Qingfei's character, while others were gloating and watching the show. Damn it. Qin Qingfei, what do you mean by this? Are you deliberately raising the price? Fei Shui angrily opened the window and angrily shouted at the 5th VIP room. That's Fei Shui. No wonder. Fei Shui's faction and Qin Qingfei's faction are enemies to begin with. It's no wonder Qin Qingfei would deliberately increase the price. Someone immediately recognized Fei Shui. Hee, Fei Shui, don't slander me. I'm bidding normally. Why? You're allowed to bid for the treasures, but I'm not allowed to bid. The Tianji auction house doesn't have such a rule. Qin Qingfei opened the window and sneered. He deliberately looked at Lu Ming provocatively with a mocking look on his face. Damn it. Fei Shui closed the crystal window angrily and gritted her teeth. It doesn't matter. Lu Ming said plainly. He looked calm and continued to bid, 1,200,000. Anyway, 2,000 metal elemental ultimacy crystals would be worth at least 2 million supreme spiritual crystals. This was the lowest price. In fact, it was definitely more than that. 1,200,000. Qin Qingfei continued to bid. 1,300,000. Lu Ming continued to bid without hesitation. In VIP room 5, Qin Qingfei's face flashed with a smug smile as he continued to bid. Second young master, the treasures at the back are more important. If you continue to bid and the other party doesn't want it, we will have wasted 1,300,000 supreme spiritual crystals. I'm afraid it will affect the later part of the plan. The middle-aged man advised. Qin Qingfei's eyes flickered a few times. In the end, he did not continue to raise the price. His mocking voice rang out, 1,300,000 for a spot. Hee, I'll let you have it. Qin Qingfei withdrew from the bidding, so naturally, no one else made a bid. This spot fell into the hands of Lu Ming. After a while, a young girl took out a token and handed it to Lu Ming. With this token, Lu Ming could use the interdomain transfer array. Lu Ming put away the token. His expression had always been calm, but underneath the calmness, there was an endless storm. The auction continued. The further they went, the more precious treasures there were. Especially after the 210th treasure, each of them was the best of the best. The price of each of them was more than 1 million supreme spiritual crystals. Some of them even went as high as 2 million supreme spiritual crystals. Okay, now, there are only 2 treasures left. The next item to be auctioned is a set of ultimacy crystals. 2,000 pieces of metal element ultimacy crystals. After a pause, Feng Xiu continued, as everyone knows, the market price of ultimacy crystals is about 1,000 pieces. In fact, 1,000 ultimacy crystals is absolutely impossible to buy. Moreover, the more ultimacy crystals there are, the higher the price. Now, 2,000 ultimacy crystals have a base price of 2 million supreme spiritual crystals. Each bid must not be less than 100,000. 1 million. 2 million. As soon as Feng Xiu's voice fell, someone immediately started to bid. Most of the bidders were from the VIP rooms on the second floor. After all, 2 million supreme spiritual crystals was an astronomical figure for most people. Tianji Chamber of Commerce had started to advertise 5 or 6 days ago. Many people had come specifically for the 2,000 metal element ultimacy crystals. Therefore, there were many bidders and the competition was extremely fierce. Fei Shui was also tempted and joined the ranks of the bidders. In VIP room number 5, Qin Qingfei's eyes were shining with passion. He said, "Don't even think about competing with me. The 2,000 metal element ultimacy crystals are mine." He was not in a hurry to bid. He was waiting for the right time. The price rose steadily and soon reached the 3 million mark. Moreover, it was still rising rapidly. 5 million. Fei Shui bid. Lu Ming looked at Fei Shui in surprise. It seemed that Fei Shui's identity was not ordinary. To be able to take out 5 million supreme spiritual crystals for the birthday celebration of a senior was already a big deal. However, someone immediately called out a bid that surpassed Fei Shui's. 6 million. 7 million, 4 million. In just a short while, the price had broken through the 4 million mark. Sigh, forget it. This price is too high. Fei Shui sighed and withdrew from the competition. At this moment, there were still a dozen people bidding. These people were definitely not ordinary. Some of their voices were very old and they were definitely seniors who had lived for a long time. 5 million. Suddenly, a voice reverberated throughout the entire place, causing the entire place to fall silent. In just a short while, the price had increased by 1 million supreme spiritual crystals. It was terrifying. Qin Qingfei. There was a cold smile at the corners of Lu Ming's lips. He could tell that the person who made the bid was Qin Qingfei. 5 million. Is there anyone else bidding? Feng Xiu asked. 1 million. After a moment of silence, someone finally made a bid. 2 million. Qin Qingfei increased the price without hesitation. 3 million. Someone continued to bid. The price continued to rise. Soon, it had exceeded 6 million. At this price, most people had withdrawn from the competition. Only one person was still bidding with Qin Qingfei. 8 million. Qin Qingfei called out a terrifyingly high price. That person was silent for a while. In the end, he sighed and did not say anything. Qin Qingfei was overjoyed. The 2,000 metal element ultimacy crystals were finally going to be his. With these 2,000 metal element ultimacy crystals, his state would be able to break through quickly and reach the limit of level 1 greater mastery. He would then be able to reach level 1 greater mastery. Just as he was thinking about it, a voice interrupted him. 7 million. Someone called out 7 million. Brother Lu. Fei Shui whispered and looked at Lu Ming in surprise. It was Lu Ming who had called out 7 million. Damn it, Lu Ming. Qin Qingfei's eyes were cold. He naturally recognized Lu Ming's voice. 2 million. Qin Qingfei directly increased the price by 200,000 supreme spiritual crystals. 7. 3 million. Lu Ming smiled and added 100,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals. 7. 5 million. Qin Qingfei increased the price again. 7. 6 million. Damn it, damn it. Damn you, you little bastard. Qin Qingfei roared. How could he not know that Lu Ming was raising the price to take revenge on him for raising the price previously? 8 million. Qin Qingfei roared and called out a high price of 8 million. 8,100,000. Lu Ming continued to add another 100,000. Damn it, kid, you're purposely raising the price and disrupting the auction. Qin Qingfei finally couldn't hold it in and roared. Hee hee, what a joke. Who said that I'm raising the price? I'm bidding normally. You're allowed to bid, but I'm not. Lu Ming sneered. Qin Qingfei had said those words to Lu Ming and Fei Xue previously. Now, Lu Ming was returning the words to him. Damn it, 8,300,000. 8,400,000. 9 million. Qin Qingfei shouted out this number hysterically. This was already all he had. Any more and he couldn't add on. Although he still had a large number of spiritual crystals on him, they were all transferred to him by his father to bid for that precious treasure. 9 million? Young Master Qin is indeed rich. I'm impressed. I'll let you have it then. Lu Ming chuckled and withdrew from the auction. 9 million was already an extremely high price. If he continued to bid, Lu Ming was afraid that Qin Qingfei wouldn't want it. In the end, Qin Qingfei won the bid for 2,000 metal profound crystals for 9 million supreme spiritual crystals. Alright, time passes quickly. It's time for the last auction item of the day. This auction item is an extremely rare treasure. Feng Xiu's voice spread throughout the entire place. Everyone's spirits were lifted. Most of them knew that they weren't qualified to participate in the final auction. However, they wanted to watch the show and gain some knowledge. In the future, they could boast to their acquaintances. Many people widened their eyes and waited for Feng Xiu to take out the last treasure. Lu Ming also looked on with interest. He wanted to see what the last treasure was. At this moment, Feng Xiu's palm glowed. A jade bottle appeared in his hand. Jade bottle? Could it be some kind of pill or spiritual liquid? Everyone guessed. Haha, I won't keep you in suspense. This bottle is life water. Feng Xiu's gaze swept across the entire place as he spoke word by word. Whoosh, as soon as Feng Xiu's voice fell, the whole place exploded. What? Water of life? The legendary water of life that can revive the dead? The water of life, a peerless treasure that can heal any injury, no matter how severe it is? How is that possible? Oh my god, are you serious? Countless gasps of surprise and astonishment could be heard at the scene. Bang, in VIP room 10, Lu Ming also stood up abruptly and looked outside, his eyes emitting a blazing light. The water of life, it was actually the water of life. He had to get it. With the water of life, Lu Yuntian's meridian injuries would be completely healed, and he would be able to step onto the path of martial Dao once more. He had sworn an oath a long time ago that he would find a treasure that could cure Lu Yuntian, but he hadn't come across such a treasure until now. The water of life, it's actually the water of life. Haha, my father has the foresight. This time, I must get it. In VIP room 5, Qin Qingfei also stood up, his eyes blazing with passion. Everyone was boiling with excitement, their eyes blazing with passion. Everyone, to be honest with you, this bottle of water of life isn't pure water of life. It has been diluted, and the concentration is only about 1/10 of the pure water of life. Moreover, it's just a rumor to revive the dead. No matter how much pure water of life there is, it can't be done, let alone diluted water of life. However, there's one thing that I'm sure of. Even if it's diluted water of life, as long as it's a physical injury, it can be healed. Even if your arm is chopped off, as long as it's reattached immediately and the diluted water of life drips on the wound, it can be reattached and healed perfectly. Feng Xiu introduced loudly. Even so, the crowd's enthusiasm was still high. The diluted water of life was also a peerless treasure. Alright, let's start the auction. The starting price is 5 million Supreme Grade Spirit Crystals, and each bid must be at least 200,000 Supreme Grade Spirit Crystals. Feng Shou announced. 5,500,000. 5,800,000. 6 million. In an instant, someone made a bid. Tianji Chamber of Commerce had long announced that there was a peerless treasure to be auctioned this time. Although they didn't say what the treasure was, it still attracted a lot of people's interest. Many wealthy people had already prepared their spirit crystals and were waiting for them. For example, Qin Fei. Now that the water of life was out, there were people bidding one after another. Even if the water of life was diluted, it was equivalent to having an extra life if used well. Who wouldn't be tempted? With the water of life, they could explore more dangerous forbidden lands and ruins to find more precious treasures. The price soared at a terrifying speed. Not long after that, the price of 2,000 metal element crystals had broken through the sky-high price of 9 million, reaching 10 million. 11 million. Qin Fei shouted. 11,500,000. Immediately, someone increased the price by 500,000. Deacon Wu, quickly send a voice transmission to my father and ask him to transfer another 20 million Supreme Grade Spirit Crystals to me. Today, I must get the water of life. Qin Fei said to the middle-aged man beside him. Yes, second young master. The middle-aged man quickly took out a voice transmission jade talisman and began to send a voice transmission. The price continued to rise. Soon, it reached the terrifying price of 15 million, but there were still many people competing. 15,500,000. Qin Fei shouted. 16 million. The price continued to rise. When the price reached 20 million, the number of people bidding finally decreased. Many people sighed. 20 million was too terrifying a price. Even if they wanted to, they couldn't compete. Many people who didn't have the financial resources to compete were also excited. 20 million Supreme Grade Spirit Crystals was an astronomical figure for most people. However, it was rare to see so many people bidding for a treasure. Being able to see it with their own eyes was also a kind of bragging rights. At this time, only 3 people were still competing. Qin Fei was one of them. 23 million. When Qin Fei shouted the sky-high price of 23 million, another person withdrew. When Qin Fei shouted the price of 25 million, the last person withdrew. Haha, the water of life is mine. You want to compete with the Qin family in terms of financial resources? Dream on. Qin Fei laughed. 26 million. At this time, a clear and firm voice sounded. Lu Ming's bid made the atmosphere at the scene lively again. Someone else is bidding. I thought it would fall into the Qin family's hands. It's him again. It's that young man in VIP room 10 again. Who is he? Not only has he repeatedly gone against Qin Fei, but he's also so rich. There was a burst of discussion in the hall. Damn it. It's that little bastard again. Qin Fei shouted angrily. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at VIP room 10. In VIP room number 10, flying snow also revealed an extremely curious expression. Lu Ming was really from the Xianxia domain. He had asked for more than 20 million Supreme Grade Spirit Crystals. Was the Xianxia domain that rich? This guest has bid 26 million. Are there any higher bids? If not, this bottle of life elixir will belong to this guest. Feng Shou shouted, 27 million. Qin Fei shouted. 28 million. Lu Ming did not hesitate. 29 million, 30 million. Lu Ming directly raised the price to 30 million. At this moment, there was no sound in the hall. Everyone looked at Lu Ming and Qin Fei in a daze. Kid, let me tell you. This bottle of life elixir is highly valued by the Qin family. You've repeatedly gone against the Qin family. Are you courting death? Qin Fei shouted angrily. Haha, repeatedly going against the Qin family? What a joke. I remember that I have never taken the initiative to provoke you. You're the one who provoked me every time. Now you're saying that I've repeatedly gone against the Qin family? Lu Ming sneered in response. Kid, if I say you're wrong, then you're wrong. Now, stop bidding. I'll bid 30 million and 200 million. Xianxia shouted. What a joke. 31 million. Lu Ming could not be bothered with him and continued to bid. Damn it, damn it. President Feng, I suspect that this person is simply raising the price. He doesn't have that many supreme-grade spiritual crystals. Xianxia shouted. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. This time, Xianxia was right. He did not have that many supreme spiritual crystals with him. Seeing that Lu Ming didn't say anything, Xianxia's eyes lit up. He was overjoyed and said, President Feng, did you see that? This person doesn't dare to speak. I don't think he has that many spirit crystals. I suggest that we check the number of spirit crystals he has. If he doesn't have that many spiritual crystals, then he is disrupting the auction and will be severely punished. Feng Xiu's gaze also looked towards VIP room number 10. The Tianji Chamber of Commerce had a rule that if a bidder failed to produce enough spirit crystals after bidding, it would be considered disrupting the auction and they would be severely punished by the Tianji Chamber of Commerce. In the past, there had been people who had disrupted the auction of the Heavenly Secret Chamber of Commerce, resulting in their cultivation being crippled. Some had even been killed. At this point, no one dared to bid recklessly anymore. Lu Ming was the one who had auctioned off 2,000 supreme spiritual crystals of the metal element. Feng Xiu had known this for a long time, so he thought that Lu Ming should have spirit crystals. However, now that Lu Ming was silent, there must be a problem. Lu Ming opened the window of the VIP room and everyone looked at him. I really don't have that many supreme spiritual crystals. Lu Ming said calmly. There was an uproar in the room. Damn, he really doesn't have that many spirit crystals. It turns out that he is trying to gain something without risking anything. How dare he try to gain something without risking anything in the Tianji Chamber of Commerce? He's courting death. Young man, blinded by greed, he's dead meat now. Many people sighed. Haha, this kid really doesn't have spirit crystals. Haha. Xianxia was overjoyed. He had just said it casually out of anger. He never expected that Lu Ming would be so bold as to not have any supreme spiritual crystals. Brother Lu, don't admit it first. I'll think of a way to get a batch of spirit crystals for you. Fei Xue's expression changed greatly as she whispered hurriedly. Miss Fei Xue, there's no need for that. Lu Ming waved his hand. His face was still calm. He looked at Feng Xiu and asked, President Feng, how many spirit crystals do I have left after deducting the spirit crystals I bought from the auction? Feng Xiu was bewildered. Her eyes sparkled as she said, You've used 1,600,000 top-quality spirit crystals in 2 auctions. You sold 2,000 metal Upanishad crystals for 9 million. After deducting the 5% commission, you have 6,900,000 spirit crystals left. As soon as he said that, everyone was stunned again. What? Those 2,000 metal power Upanishad crystals belong to him? Damn, I thought some senior expert put them up for auction. It's actually his. How could he have so many supreme spiritual crystals? Everyone was surprised and curious. However, the remaining 6 million spirit crystals were not enough. As for Xianxia, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He never dreamed that the 2,000 supreme spiritual crystals were Lu Ming's. Previously, Lu Ming had purposely raised the price so that he had to spend 9 million to buy the 2,000 supreme spiritual crystals. Thinking of this, he was so angry that his chest hurt. Kid, so what if it's yours? It's far from 31 million. If you can't take out so many supreme spiritual crystals today, I'll see how you die. Xianxia gritted his teeth. Fei Xue's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at Lu Ming in surprise. She did not expect that the 2,000 metal attribute profundity crystals would belong to Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you bid 31 million supreme spiritual crystals. Can you take out 31 million supreme spiritual crystals? Xianxia asked loudly. I don't have any supreme spiritual crystals. However, I can use the supreme spiritual crystals to offset it. Lu Ming said calmly. Offset it with supreme spiritual crystals? What a joke. You've already taken out 2,000 supreme spiritual crystals. I don't believe that you have more, Xianxia continued to clamor. However, before he could finish, he was almost blinded by a golden light. Lu Ming waved his hand and a pile of supreme spiritual crystals appeared in the air. Each of them was shining with golden light and emitted a strong intent realm aura. All of them were supreme spiritual crystals of the metal element. So many? All of them are supreme spiritual crystals of the metal element. How many pieces are there? Nestle, did he get a large supreme spiritual crystal mine? Everyone was shocked. Many people stared at the pile of supreme spiritual crystals in the air with burning eyes. Xianxia's eyes were wide open. He was tongue-tied and dumbfounded. He swallowed the rest of the words he wanted to say. Fei Xue's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at Lu Ming with curiosity. Here are 5,000 supreme spiritual crystals of the metal element. I won't take them out for auction. President Feng, do you accept supreme spiritual crystals? Lu Ming said to Feng Xiu. Yes, of course. How about this? My heavenly secret chamber of commerce will buy all 5,000 supreme spiritual crystals. The price, Feng Xiu was overjoyed and was about to say the price. President Feng, wait a minute. Before Feng Xiu could state the price, Lu Ming spoke again, interrupting Feng Xiu. Feng Xiu looked at Lu Ming in confusion. However, in the next moment, his pupils suddenly shrank. Lu Ming waved his hand again, and another pile of profound crystals appeared in the air. This time, each of the profound sense crystals was sparkling with a blue light, releasing a strong intent domain aura that could enchant people. This time, it was a water-attributed profound crystal. Profound crystals. Gosh! More profound crystals. They are not any less than those metal-attributed profound crystals. How is this possible? Who is this person? I have never seen him before. Could he be an exceptional genius from a super-large region? Is it possible? He bid for the trans-region token earlier. He must be a genius from another large region. No wonder he has so many profound crystals. Once again, intense discussions broke out at the scene. Fei Xue, Xianxia, and the others looked at Lu Ming in shock. President Feng, here are 5,000 water-attributed profound crystals and 5,000 metal-attributed profound crystals. A total of 10,000 pieces. Sell them all. Lu Ming said. All right. I will take them all. I will pay 40 million spirit crystals for the 10,000 profound crystals. What do you think? Feng Xiu said. All right. Lu Ming agreed immediately. 40 million spirit crystals was not low. An average of 2,000 pieces was equivalent to 8 million spirit crystals. Although 2,000 spirit crystals were sold for 9 million spirit crystals, that was because Lu Ming raised the price. Under normal circumstances, they might not be able to sell for 9 million spirit crystals. However, there were more of them now. 5,000 spirit crystals per set. After the secret chamber of commerce bought them, they would publicize them. When they auctioned them, they would definitely sell them for a higher price. After all, the more profound crystals there were, the higher the price. 5,000 spirit crystals per set was more tempting than 2,000 spirit crystals per set. Lu Ming took out a storage ring and put the 10,000 profound crystals into it. Then, he tossed it to Feng Xiu. Many people's eyes were burning. If it were outside, someone would have already tried to snatch them. However, this was the secret chamber of commerce. Who would have the guts? Unless they did not want to live anymore. If they offended the secret chamber of commerce, even the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace would not be able to protect them. Some people looked at Lu Ming with burning eyes. Lu Ming had so many power Upanishad crystals. Did he have more? Many people had different thoughts. Lu Ming originally didn't want to be so ostentatious, but he couldn't do it. He had to obtain the life water. Moreover, he was going back tomorrow. He was not worried about leaving this place. At this time, Lu Ming looked at Xianxia again with a mocking expression. Now, I have spiritual crystals to bid, right? Damn it. Xianxia growled. His eyes were filled with fury and killing intent. 32 million. Xianxia gritted his teeth and continued to bid. 33 million. Lu Ming raised the price without hesitation. 34 million, 35 million, 40 million. In a few moments, Lu Ming raised the price to 40 million. At this time, Qin Qingfei was already trembling all over. His eyes were red as he stared at Lu Ming. Quick, send a voice transmission to my father and get another batch of spiritual crystals. Qin Qingfei shouted at the middle-aged man. At this time, he was no longer competing for the life water. Instead, he was competing with Lu Ming. Second young master, you should give up. Master just sent a message to ask you to give up. 40 million is too high. Don't compete. The middle-aged man said. What? Don't compete? How can I not compete? Qin Qingfei was trembling all over. He gritted his teeth. Why? No more spiritual crystals? If you don't have any, just give up. Lu Ming sneered. This made Qin Qingfei so angry that his chest hurt again. He had completely lost today's auction. Brat, just you wait. Qin Qingfei left behind these words and left dejectedly with the middle-aged burly man. 40 million. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? Feng Xiu looked around. However, how could anyone bid for 40 million? Feng Xiu asked 3 times in a row. In the end, the life water was bought by Lu Ming. Following the conclusion of the bidding for the water of life, the soul-stirring auction also came to an end. Haha, little brother, how should I address you? After the crowd dispersed, Feng Xiu took the water of life and walked into VIP room 10 with a candid smile. Junior Lu Ming greets Senior Feng. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. Haha, brother Lu, there's no need to be so polite. This is your life water. Feng Xiu handed the life water to Lu Ming. Subsequently, he took out a storage ring and passed it to Lu Ming. The 40 million spirit crystals for the water of life can be offset by the 10,000 profound crystals. There are 6,950,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals here. Please check. No need. Lu Ming took the storage ring and put it away. The Tianji Chamber of Commerce was spread all over the continent and had existed for countless years. There was no doubt about its reputation. Lu Ming was not worried about this. Then, Lu Ming, Flying Snow, and Feng Xiu bade farewell and left the Tianji auction house. Brother Lu, don't show off your wealth. You took out so many ultimacy crystals this time. I'm afraid some people will remember it. You have to be careful. Along the way, Flying Snow warned. They dare to make a move in Grand City? Lu Ming asked. Most people don't dare to do it in Grand City. However, we can't rule out some people who might take the risk. It's better to be careful. Flying Snow said. Lu Ming nodded. Miss Flying Snow, I'll be the host today. Will you accept my invitation? Lu Ming smiled faintly and looked at Fei Xue. He and Flying Snow met by chance, but Flying Snow had taken care of him many times. Lu Ming felt that he could make friends with Flying Snow. All right. Flying Snow agreed straightforwardly. The two of them found a restaurant and ate and drank to their heart's content. Brother Lu, with your cultivation at such a young age, I'm afraid it won't be long before you make it to the list of top 1,000 talents in Eastern Wilderness. After a few glasses of wine, Flying Snow's cheeks were flushed and her eyes were watery. She was extremely beautiful. List of top 1,000 talents in Eastern Wilderness? Lu Ming whispered, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Soon, he would be fighting against Saint Star on the list of top 1,000 talents. With Brother Lu's talent, I believe it's only a matter of time before you make it to the list of top 1,000 talents in Eastern Wilderness. Perhaps you can even participate in the Battle of Providence in 2 years? Flying Snow smiled faintly, as beautiful as a divine flower. To be honest, Flying Snow's appearance and temperament were not inferior to Xianxia, Autumn Moon, or Mulan's. She was one of the most beautiful women Lu Ming had ever met. Battle of Providence? Lu Ming was puzzled. This was the first time he had heard of it. Yes, the Battle of Providence is very important. At that time, all the geniuses in Eastern Wilderness will participate. Not only the human clan, but even the demon clan will participate. Brother Lu, haven't you heard of it? Flying Snow said. No, all the geniuses in Eastern Wilderness will participate? Lu Ming was very curious. Actually, I'm not too sure either. I only know that the Battle of Providence is held once every 20 years. It involves not only the Eastern Barren Territory, but also the Middle Continent, the Southern Underworld, the Western Desert, and the Northern Plains. However, there won't be any competition between each other. It will be a competition within each region. When the time comes, the four dominating forces of the Eastern Barren Territory and countless smaller forces will have an intense competition. I heard that most of those who can stand out in the Battle of Providence will become the most powerful experts in the continent. Lu Ming was extremely curious. It involved the entire divine desolate continent. How shocking. He wanted to ask more, but Fei Xue did not know much. She had only heard about it from her elders. At this moment, Qin Qingfei was discussing something with a few people in a luxurious hall in Hong City. Second young master, are you really going to make a move on Lu Ming? But in Hong City, apart from some special places, you can't make a move. What if? A middle-aged man said worriedly. What are you afraid of? If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. That kid has too much wealth. Apart from the water of life, who knows how many more profound crystals he has. We can't let him go. Qin Qingfei's eyes flashed with greed. Since that's the case, young master, who do you plan to send? It must be done cleanly. It's best if no one finds out. The middle-aged man said. Let the 3 phantom killers go. The 3 of them are all peak 9th layer martial king. They're very good at cooperating with each other. Once, a peak king died in their hands. More importantly, no one knows that they're on our side. Even if they do find out, they won't know it was us. Qin Qingfei sneered. Second young master, good idea. I'll do it right away. After saying this, the middle-aged man left in a hurry. Kid, no matter how many treasures you have, they'll all be mine in the end. Qin Qingfei muttered as a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. In the restaurant, the two chatted as they ate. When the auction ended, it was already evening. After 3 rounds of drinks, night had fallen. Thank you for today's banquet, Brother Lu. Fei Xue will take her leave now. I'll bring Brother Lu to the teleportation platform tomorrow. Fei Xue got up and left. Thank you. Lu Ming nodded. After Fei Xue left, Lu Ming also paid the bill and left. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He did not return to the original inn. Instead, he turned a few streets and changed to another inn so that he would not be targeted. Walking into the room, the water of life appeared in his hand. He opened the jade bottle and a strong aura of life spread out. The water of life, this was the water of life. Lu Ming closed the bottle and a trace of excitement appeared in his eyes. Father, your injuries can finally be healed. Lu Ming muttered. Back then, Lu Yuntian was also a genius martial artist. As a martialist himself, Lu Ming knew very well what kind of pain it was to be unable to cultivate. Although Lu Yuntian didn't express it in front of them, that didn't mean that he didn't desire to cultivate. Lu Ming knew full well that Lu Yuntian yearned for it. Lu Ming had been working hard for this. With that, Lu Ming stored the water of life in the Temple of Paragon. Right at this moment, a sense of crisis suddenly descended upon him. Danger. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Whoosh. 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 At this moment, more than 10 vines suddenly appeared in the room and wrapped around Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a spear light swept out, shattering the vines and rushing out of the room. Boom! Just as Lu Ming rushed out of the room, a huge metal bottle above his head fell toward Lu Ming. From the metal bottle, a large net shot out and covered Lu Ming. Below Lu Ming, vines that resembled venomous snakes coiled around Lu Ming. Whoosh! 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 In the night, 3 figures flashed and pounced on Lu Ming like ghosts. The 3 figures each gave off a powerful aura of the peak LV9 Martial King realm. You're courting death. Lu Ming bellowed as his aura surged. With the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, heaven and earth rumbled and the vines below exploded. At the same time, a spear light, which contained a powerful cutting power of the wind concept, rushed toward the net and shattered it. Clang! 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 At this moment, the 3 figures attacked with their strongest attacks. A wisp of sword chi and a saber light attacked Lu Ming's two vitals from the left and right at a shocking speed. However, the most terrifying thing was that an arrow tore through the night sky like a streak of light, aiming for Lu Ming's back. It was simply too fast. Above his head, the metal bottle continued to press down. This was a sure kill situation. If caught off guard, even a Peak King would be killed. Unfortunately, Lu Ming's current battle strength had far surpassed normal Peak Kings. 10,000 dragons kill. Lu Ming stabbed out with his spear, and hundreds of tricolor dragons danced in all directions. Pong, the jade bottle was sent flying far away by the dozens of tricolor true dragons. The two assassins on the left and right coughed out large mouthfuls of blood after being hit by the dragons. They screamed as their bodies cracked and died on the spot. As for the arrow, it was the most powerful one. It broke through the dozens of tricolor dragons, but it also disappeared. Let's go. Behind him, a figure holding a bow changed his expression and continued to flee into the distance. You want to leave after trying to assassinate me? Lu Ming took a step forward and used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. At this moment, the shockwaves of the battle had already spread out in the night. Countless figures appeared in the surroundings to watch. How bold! Someone actually dares to attack in Hong City. That youth from the auction. Indeed, someone was greedy and wanted to steal the treasure. Looks like he kicked an iron plate. That youth's battle strength is too terrifying. He's even stronger than a Peak King. Discussions could be heard in the night sky. Someone recognized Lu Ming. There were even some people who had coveted Lu Ming. At this moment, they were secretly glad that they didn't attack. Otherwise, they would have died. The black figure was extremely fast, but Lu Ming was even faster and caught up with him in a few steps. Die. A spear light flashed, and the figure was nailed to the ground, no matter how much he roared. Lu Ming's figure flashed as he devoured the essence blood of the 3 and took their storage rings. Then, he left. Soon, Lu Ming appeared 200 miles away. He found a secluded place and entered the Temple of Paragon. No one would be able to find him in the Temple of Paragon. I wonder who sent someone to assassinate me. Qin Fei? Lu Ming immediately thought of Qin Fei. He had changed his residence temporarily, but he was found in just a few minutes. This showed how powerful the person behind this was. Of course, he couldn't rule out others. Killing intent flashed in Lu Ming's eyes, but he shook his head. He was going to leave tomorrow anyway, and he didn't want to cause trouble. Then, he closed his eyes and started cultivating. Not long after, Qin Fei's angry roar could be heard from his palace. What? I killed Ghost Shadow 3, and then I lost track of that kid. Trash, all trash. Qin Fei roared. Second young master, that kid's battle strength is far above our estimation. I'm afraid he's not weaker than a Peak King. He might even be slightly stronger than an ordinary Peak King. The middle-aged man said with a frown. Qin Fei took a deep breath and said coldly, looks like we have to ask Big Brother for help. Second young master wants to ask first young master? The middle-aged man was shocked. That's right. That kid wants to use the interdomain teleportation formation? How naive. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, the sun had risen. Lu Ming sent a message to Fei Shui. And then headed in the direction of the interdomain teleportation formation. Lu Ming saw Fei Shui outside the palace. Brother Lu, I received news that you were assassinated last night. I've been sending messages to you, but I couldn't send them out. I thought something had happened to you. Fei Shui asked worriedly when she saw Lu Ming. It seemed that Fei Shui had received the news last night. Just a few clowns. It's not a big deal. Lu Ming smiled. He had been in the Temple of Paragon for most of the time, so he couldn't send any messages. Light flashed in Fei Shui's eyes. She had received news that the assassins weren't clowns, but people with powerful cultivation. According to the corpses, they had concluded that the assassins were the famous triple ghostly shadow kills. One could imagine how powerful the assassins were to be able to escape unscathed from the triple ghostly shadow kills. Fei Shui was even more curious. Was Lu Ming really from the Tianxian domain? As far as she knew, Only those on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Xianxia domain could have such combat strength. Miss Fei Shui, let's go to the interdomain teleportation formation. Lu Ming said. Okay. Fei Shui nodded and led Lu Ming to the interdomain teleportation formation. After passing through 12 checkpoints, they appeared in a huge square. From afar, there was a huge altar-like structure in the center of the square. It was the interdomain teleportation formation. Around the altar, there were rows of soldiers in metal armor standing guard. These soldiers were not ordinary soldiers. Each of them exuded a powerful aura. Most of them were peak LV6 Martial King Realm cultivators, and some were even Great King Realm experts. This is an important place. What are you doing here? With a cold shout, a middle-aged man appeared in front of the two. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. This middle-aged man was Qin Qingfei's eighth uncle, who had appeared last time. I'm here to take the interdomain teleportation formation. Lu Ming said. You're still here? Didn't I tell you last time that there are no more places? Leave now. The middle-aged man waved his hand casually. I have my own place. Lu Ming said as he took out the interdomain token. The middle-aged man's eyes darkened when he saw the token in Lu Ming's teleportation token. With the realm teleportation token, as long as one's identity was clean, one would be able to use the realm teleportation formation. So you bid for a transregion token. Alright, you have the right to take the transregion teleportation formation. Which region do you want to go to? You can't be more than 20 regions away from the Hong domain. The middle-aged man said. Tianxian domains. Lu Ming said. Domain Tianxian domain? The middle-aged man's of Tianchuan's S of you. The middle-aged man waved his hand. At this moment, a gloomy voice sounded. Was of Lu of eyes upon hearing this voice, Lu Ming's eyes turned cold and he turned around. Two young silhouettes were rushing over at high speed. One of them was Qin Qingfei. The other person was wearing a green robe. He was tall and slender, and his face was cold. He exuded a cold and terrifying aura. Qin Qingshan. Fei Shui suddenly exclaimed as she looked at the green-robed man in surprise. Qingfei, Qingshan, why are you here? When the middle-aged man saw Qin Qingfei and Qin Qingshan, he smiled and greeted them. Eighth uncle, big brother, and I are here to capture an audacious man. Qin Qingfei sneered as he looked at Lu Ming and shouted, Lu Ming, how dare you steal from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's treasury and steal a large number of ultimacy crystals? Kneel down and await your punishment. I stole from the treasury? Which eye of yours saw it? Lu Ming sneered. Is there a need to stare? The ultimacy crystals that you took out were stolen from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's treasury. You still have them in your storage ring. Take them out for inspection. Qin Qingfei shouted. Qin Qingfei, you're spouting nonsense. The treasury of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace is extremely well guarded. Even a Sea of Soul Realm expert wouldn't be able to barge in, let alone Lu Ming. You're simply spouting nonsense. Fei Shui shouted angrily. Qin Qingfei was clearly trying to pin a crime on Lu Ming without any evidence. How could she not be angry? Fei Shui, this is the truth. Are you trying to protect him? Qin Qingfei shouted. You, Fei Shui's chest heaved. She had never seen such a shameless person. Flying Snow, just step aside. No matter what, I will not let you pass. No matter what, this kid must stay and undergo inspection. If he's innocent, he'll be released. Qin Qingshan stepped forward and said. Although his voice was calm, it was filled with a commanding tone. Qin Qingshan, as a genius on the list of top 1,000 talents, you're actually as shameless as your brother? Fei Shui shouted. I said, take this kid down first. Once he's innocent, he'll be released. Qin Qingshan said indifferently as he stepped forward. A cold aura emanated from his body and pressed down on Lu Ming. Kid, do you want me to do it or do you want me to do it myself? If you hurt yourself, don't say that I'm too ruthless. Qin Qingshan looked at Lu Ming indifferently. Although he knew that Lu Ming had killed the triple phantom kill, he still didn't care about it. This was because he was a genius on the list of top 1,000 talents, ranked 999th Qin Qingshan. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He remembered that he had seen Qin Qingshan's name on the list of top 1,000 talents. He was ranked 999th after Saint Star. I'd like to see how powerful a genius on the list of top 1,000 talents is. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. You want to fight with me? Haha. Qin Qingshan chuckled, but everyone could hear the disdain in his voice. Haha, kid, you want to fight with my big brother? You're overestimating yourself. Qin Qingfei laughed. Brother Lu. Fei Shui exclaimed softly. She knew how terrifying Qin Qingshan was. It's okay. Lu Ming smiled, and the fighting spirit in his eyes intensified. He was about to fight with Saint Star when he returned to Tianqian domain. What harm was there in testing the strength of a genius on the list of top 1,000 talents? Lu Ming, right? You're not bad. Half a year ago, you might have been qualified to fight with me, but now, you're far from it. Qin Qingshan smiled faintly and stepped forward. Boom, a powerful aura rushed out from Qin Qingshan's body. It was mighty and filled the air. The huge pressure was like a huge mountain, pressing down on Lu Ming. Peak King. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Qin Qingshan's cultivation had reached the Peak King realm. He had just said that Lu Ming could fight with him half a year ago, which meant that he was still a Peak King half a year ago. Now, he had broken through. Come on. If you can defeat me, I don't mind staying. A strong aura shot up to the sky and broke through Qin Qingshan's pressure. Yes, Qin Qingshan's ranking was one rank lower than Xingxing's. If he could not defeat Qin Qingshan, then even if he returned to the Tianqian region, he would most likely not be Xingxing's match. What was the difference between returning and not returning? You've got guts. Let me see what you've got. An extremely cold concept emanated from Qin Qingshan's body. The surrounding temperature dropped rapidly and a layer of ice even formed on the ground. Ice concept. Qin Qingshan had comprehended the ice concept. Wang, a ray of icy cold saber gleam shot out from Qin Qingshan's body. It was extremely cold as it slashed violently toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming clenched his fist and a long spear condensed and stabbed forward. This spear only contained the two concepts of wind and fire. Boom, the blade radiance and spear radiance collided and a strong force shot out in all directions. Ice and fire filled the air and a strong wind howled. Kacha kacha, the armored soldiers moved and stood in a row. Rays of true origin radiance emanated from their bodies and neutralized the strong force that shot out in all directions. Qin Qingfei retreated quickly and avoided the strong force that shot out rapidly. As for Fei Shui, she took a few steps back and avoided the strong force that shot out in all directions. Her beautiful eyes stared at the field. As for Qin Qingfei's eighth uncle, he took 2 steps back and blocked the strong force. After the explosion, Lu Ming and Qin Qingshan did not move at all. So you've comprehended 2 concepts. Interesting. Take my next move, proud snow ice blade cut. Qin Qingshan shouted coldly and an even stronger blade radiance burst out and slashed towards Lu Ming. This was a blade radiance that was condensed from the concept and true origin. It was bone-chilling and wherever the blade radiance passed, snow-white ice crystals appeared in the air. This blade radiance was stronger than the previous one. Boom, at this moment, Lu Ming's body was surrounded by flames. Within the flames, there were traces of lightning. Outside the lightning, a strong wind howled. Wind, fire, and lightning, the 3 concepts exploded at the same time. True Dragon Strike. A dragon roar resounded, and a tricolored true dragon flew out and clashed heavily with the icy saber light. Immediately, the state spread out, and true essence tyrannized. On Qin Qingshan's side, waves of cold waves spread out and a thick layer of ice crystals formed on the ground. On Lu Ming's side, the intent realm of the 3 colors was wreaking havoc. This move was also a draw. 3 concepts. Qin Qingshan's face was extremely gloomy. As for Qin Qingfei, Flying Snow, and the others, they were dumbstruck. Lu Ming's strength exceeded their expectations. Not bad, you can make me serious. Qin Qingshan's voice rang out. His palm glowed, and a war blade that was filled with an incomparable chill appeared in his hand. Just to get serious? A cold smile appeared on Lu Ming's face as the Wind Thunder Spear appeared in his hand. A surging battle intent rose as a spear glow soared into the sky. Prideful snow 8 slashes. Xianxia shouted. His body brought a gust of cold wind as he pounced on Lu Ming. The snow-white and icy saber light violently slashed out from Xianxia's hand. After the first slash, the second slash followed. One slash after another, and the power was incomparably terrifying. At this moment, the true essence in Lu Ming's body was boiling. His strong body that had reached rank 7 also erupted. Together with the three concepts, it turned into a dazzling spear light and blasted out. Boom! Boom! The two figures collided. The saber light and spear light bombarded wantonly. The sky and the earth trembled slightly as the two collided, as if they could not withstand the bombardment of their power. The two fought from the ground to the sky, and in an instant they had exchanged dozens of blows. Whoosh! Whoosh! Immediately, the two separated and stood on opposite sides of the void. Xianxia's eyes were extremely gloomy, and his killing intent was like a storm. He was a peerless genius on the list of top 1,000 talents in Eastern Wilderness. Throughout history, he was the only one who could defeat others of a higher level. Now, Lu Ming's cultivation was at the peak of LV9 Martial King realm, and he could not win decisively. If news of this spread out, his reputation would definitely be greatly tarnished. This was something he could not bear. Therefore, he decided that today, not only would he stop Lu Ming, but he would also take his life. Only by killing Lu Ming could he restore his reputation. Kill! Xianxia roared, and his aura became stronger. Buzz, but at this moment, the altar of the interdomain transmission formation not far away emitted a dazzling light. Countless rays of light gathered in the air, forming a huge vortex. In the vortex, a light flashed, and a figure suddenly appeared on the altar. It was a man who looked to be in his 30s. His long hair was loose, and he was casually wearing a gray robe. A large wine gourd hung at his waist. Rumble, just as the man appeared, the vortex in the sky did not disappear. Instead, it shook violently and roared. Nest, didn't I just eat one of your eggs? Do you need to chase after me? The man murmured. However, in the next moment, a loud roar was heard from the vortex. A claw covered in scales reached out from the vortex and grabbed at the man. The man's figure flashed and flew down from the altar. Bang, that claw slammed into the altar, causing it to rumble. Then, it actually exploded, turning into rubble that splattered everywhere. As soon as the altar was destroyed, the vortex shrank rapidly. An unwilling roar was heard from the vortex. The claw covered in scales was withdrawn and disappeared. Oh, the interdomain transmission formation is destroyed. It seems like I have to travel on my own. I thought I could slack off a little. The man murmured as he took up the wine gourd at his waist and gulped down a few mouthfuls. Everyone at the scene stared at the man with their mouths agape. Who was this man? Why did he suddenly appear? Most importantly, the interdomain transmission formation was destroyed because of him. How could this be? Lu Ming's eyes widened rapidly. He could not accept this. How could he go back now that the interdomain transmission formation was destroyed? Half a year's time had already passed. Someone destroyed the interdomain transmission formation. Go, take him down. Xianxing's eighth uncle suddenly reacted and let out a hysterical roar. He was in charge of the interdomain transmission formation. Now that the interdomain transmission formation was destroyed in front of him, he would not be able to escape punishment. The hundreds of soldiers at the scene moved and surrounded the man. Hundreds of powerful auras gathered and were terrifying. Among these hundreds of people, the weakest was a 6th-layer martial king. More than 50 of them were kings in the greater success stage. Even a peak king would have to retreat in fear when facing such a force. However, the man did not seem to see it. He picked up the wine gourd again and gulped down the wine. Speak, who are you? Why did you destroy the interdomain transmission formation of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace? Tell me the truth and I can leave your corpse intact. I say, brother, you don't look old, but your eyes are blurred. This altar was clearly destroyed by that claw. What does it have to do with me? The robust man said, and then drank a few more mouthfuls of wine. His expression was wanton, unruly, and unrestrained. Nonsense. That claw was obviously drawn by you. No, I suspect that it was a trick you used. You condensed it. Now, surrender. Xianxia's eighth uncle berated loudly. The robust man looked around and actually laughed, saying, "Looks like there's still a good show to watch here. Come one by one. When you're done, we'll talk about my matter." Then, he actually took out a chair, sat down, and drank a few more mouthfuls of wine. Good wine, really good wine. Why don't you have a few mouthfuls? It's free. The robust man looked around and said. Acting crazy. Attack, take him down. Xianxia's eighth uncle roared. Kill. Kill. Hundreds of armored soldiers shouted, and their auras were like rainbows. Hundreds of powerful Xianyuan converged, forming a huge palm that grabbed at the robust man. This was a joint attack. With hundreds of armored soldiers working together, even a peak king would be suppressed instantly without any chance to escape. However, the robust man didn't even bat an eyelid. He opened his mouth and drank another mouthful of wine. Then, he opened his mouth, and a drop of wine flew out. The robust man flicked this drop of wine, and it flew toward the huge palm in the sky. There was no sound, but a shocking scene appeared. When this drop of wine touched the huge palm silently collapsed and disappeared. Everyone present opened their eyes wide in shock. A drop of wine easily defeated the joint attack of hundreds of armored soldiers. What kind of cultivation was this? Sea of Soul Realm. You're a Sea of Soul Realm expert. Xianxia's eighth uncle cried out in shock. The robust man didn't answer. He drank 2 more mouthfuls of wine and said, "You guys continue your matter. When you're done, we'll talk about my matter." Xianxia's eighth uncle's expression was uncertain. He took out a sound transmission jade talisman and sent out a few messages. Then, he said to Xingshan, quickly take down that kid. I've already sent a message to the palace master and the others. They'll be here soon. Okay. Xingshan nodded and looked at Lu Ming again. Lu Ming, I didn't think that there would be an expert like you in Tianxian region. Now that the teleportation array is destroyed, you can't return to Tianxian region. Let's have a good fight. Xingshan's battle intent, and his saber light. Lu Ming stared in the direction of the altar, feeling somewhat indignant. Now, it seemed like he couldn't return in a short period of time. After which, he looked at Xingshan and said in a firm voice, "If you want to fight, I will keep you company." With Xingshan, ice, ice. Xingshan shouted. In the next moment, his body emitted an even colder aura. His entire body seemed to become transparent, as if he had turned into a block of ice. Even his hair turned white. However, his aura was even stronger. Tianxian region? When the robust man heard the words Tianxian region, his eyes lit up. He looked at Lu Ming with interest. Fight. Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand. His long hair flew in the wind, and his aura was strong. Without saying anything, Lu Ming stepped out. The long spear emitted a bright light, and it quickly became as big as a mountain. It charged towards Xingshan. Break for me. Xingshan opened his mouth and spat out a river of ice. It charged towards the spear light. Boom, there was an earth-shattering roar, and the spear light flew up. Lu Ming used the force to fly up into the sky. Slash. In the next moment, Xingshan slashed out a mighty saber light. It was terrifying, and the void shook as if it was going to be split in half. 9 dragons in the sky. Lu Ming let out a long howl and took a step forward. Then, a second step, a third step. After 3 steps, the space exploded. The saber light dissipated in the air. Swoosh, Xingshan became one with the saber and turned into a saber light. He charged towards Lu Ming. Boom, the two collided. Their bodies retreated slightly, and then they collided again. At that moment, Xingshan was a notch stronger than before. The saber gleams whistled continuously and swept towards Lu Ming continuously. Lu Ming wielded his spear like a dragon. The long spear danced, and the dragon roared. He fought fiercely with Xingshan. However, Lu Ming slowly fell into a disadvantageous position. A peak king, also known as a half step into the spiritual sea realm, was only half a step away from the spiritual sea realm. They were extremely powerful. A peak king, in terms of combat power, was 2 levels stronger than a peak 9th realm martial king martial artist. As for Xianxia, he was originally a peerless genius. He could fight across 2 levels. An ordinary peak king could be killed by Xianxia in one move. Although Lu Ming was strong, his cultivation was only at the peak 9th realm martial king. He was still suppressed by Xianxia. However, it was not that easy for Xianxia to defeat Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed. Although Lu Ming was at a disadvantage, he still managed to resist tenaciously. Is this the talent on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Wilderness? He is indeed powerful. Lu Ming's mind raced. Kid, do you want me to inscribe inscriptions for you to release genuine core power? Dandan whispered in Lu Ming's ear. No need. Lu Ming replied. During this period of time, his cultivation had risen too quickly, and it could be described as crazy. His strength had risen too quickly, and it was not so easy to completely control it. He needed a period of time to adapt and break in. Now, he could borrow Xianxia to train his own strength, so that he could achieve perfect control of his own strength. The battle continued, but at this moment, 3 figures silently appeared. Their bodies emitted an incomparably terrifying aura. Palace Master, Vice Palace Master Qin, Vice Palace Master Wang, you are here. This is the person who destroyed the teleportation altar. Qin Qingfei's 8th uncle was overjoyed when he saw the 3 of them. He flew over and bowed respectfully. The leader was a white-haired old man with a ruddy complexion. He was the palace master of the Hong Domain branch palace of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. The other 2 were middle-aged. One was a middle-aged man and the other was a middle-aged woman. The 3 of them looked extremely gloomy as they looked at the middle-aged man. However, when the palace master of the Hong Domain branch palace saw the middle-aged man, his expression changed. He was shocked and respectful. How dare you destroy the interdomain teleportation formation of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace? Speak, who are you? The middle-aged man looked at the middle-aged man and scolded him. Vice Palace Master Qin, don't be rude. The white-haired palace master suddenly shouted. The others were stunned and looked at the white-haired palace master in confusion. Haha, Lord Yan, why are you in the Hong Domain? Everyone else was stunned. Then, they looked at the man in his prime with shock and astonishment. Is he a big shot in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace? Otherwise, why would the white-haired palace master, an existence akin to a regional official, a spirit sea realm palace master of a large region, be so respectful to him? The strong man glanced at the white-haired palace master casually, took a sip of wine, and said, look over there, look over there. He pointed at the battle between Lu Ming and Xianxia and continued to watch with interest. The white-haired palace master did not dare to say anything and also watched. When they saw it, the faces of the palace masters changed. A peak 9th realm martial king with such combat strength. Who is he? There is no such person in the Hong Domain. Where is he from? The white-haired palace master could not help but ask. I heard that he is from the Xianxia domain. How is it? He is quite strong. The robust man chuckled. So he is from the same place as Lord Yan. The Xianxia domain is really full of talents. The white-haired palace master sighed and flattered the strong man. The others on the side seemed to have thought of something and their faces changed. They looked at the strong man in awe. Lu Ming and Xianxia were unaware of all these. The battle between the 2 of them had already reached its climax. Xianxia exerted all his strength without holding back. Today, he had to defeat Lu Ming. However, although Lu Ming was at a disadvantage, he was extremely tenacious and was held back by Lu Ming. Moreover, Lu Ming seemed to be getting braver as the battle went on. Delightful, delightful. I'm becoming more and more proficient in controlling my own strength. I'm becoming more and more proficient. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. At this moment, the 2 had already exchanged more than 100 blows. Although Xianxia was strong, he could not do anything to him. Lu Ming had some idea of the combat strength of the top talents on the list of top 1,000 talents in the eastern wilderness. At least, he had some idea of the last few people. Saint Star was ranked before Xianxia, but only one place higher. Even if he was stronger than Xianxia, his strength was limited. Boom, with a loud explosion, the two of them were sent flying backwards. Lu Ming retreated 200 meters, while Xianxia retreated 150 meters. That's right. Let's end this battle. At this moment, the robust man spoke. Xianxia casually swept a glance over and could not be bothered with them. With a loud roar, he was about to charge towards Lu Ming. Xianxia, stop! Vice Palace Master Qin shouted softly. With a wave of his hand, a force blocked in front of Xianxia. Father, why are you stopping me? Today, I must destroy him. Xianxia roared. If he couldn't thoroughly defeat Lu Ming in today's battle, his reputation would definitely be greatly affected. He was already at the bottom of the list of top 1,000 talents to begin with. Now that the next ranking of the list of top 1,000 talents was refreshed, he might fall out of the list. This was hard for him to accept. Xianxia, I told you to stop, so stop. Vice Palace Master Qin's face darkened as he scolded. Xianxia's expression changed. His father rarely lost his temper with him. What was wrong with him today? Then, he glanced around and saw the white-haired princess standing respectfully beside the robust man. His eyes flashed as if he had thought of something. He glanced at Lu Ming unwillingly and then went to Vice Palace Master Qin's side. Haha, it's over. I'll take my leave then. The robust man stood up and stretched. With a wave of his hand, the chair on the ground disappeared. The robust man strode towards Lu Ming. Young man, come with me. The robust man said to Lu Ming. Come with you? Lu Ming's eyes flashed and his face darkened. To be honest, he did not have a good impression of this robust man. If not for him, the interdomain teleportation formation would not have been destroyed. Young man, aren't you going back to Xianxia domain? I'll send you back. The robust man said. You have a way to send me back to Xianxia domain? Lu Ming was stunned. Why? You don't believe me? I'm going back to Xianxia domain anyway. It's okay to take you back. The robust man drank a mouthful of wine and said. Yes, I believe you. Lu Ming hurriedly said. Just now, he also saw that the white-haired palace master and the rest were very respectful to this middle-aged man. This middle-aged man definitely had an extraordinary identity. Perhaps he really had a way. Lu Ming could only hold on to any glimmer of hope now. Senior, wait for me. Lu Ming called out and then flew towards Fei Xue. Fei Xue's beautiful eyes were full of splendor. Lu Ming's strength had exceeded her expectations. A LV9 Martial King was able to contend with Xianxia. If Lu Ming became a peak king, wouldn't he be even stronger? Perhaps he would be able to contend with the top 700 or 800 geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents? Miss Fei Xue, I have to go. Thank you for your help during this period. This is for you. Lu Ming took out a storage ring and handed it to Fei Xue. Fei Xue subconsciously took it. We'll meet again. Lu Ming cupped his fists and then flew towards the robust man. The robust man waved his hand and a stream of genuine essence wrapped around Lu Ming. He said softly, let's go. In the next moment, Lu Ming and the robust man disappeared. Fei Xue's mind sank into the storage ring, and then her beautiful eyes flashed. 2,000 metal profound crystals lay quietly in his storage ring, emitting a strong aura of intent domain. Brother Lu, Fei Xue looked up, but Lu Ming's figure had disappeared. Father, who is that man? He destroyed the interdomain teleportation formation and left just like that? Xianxia asked Vice Palace Master Qin. Vice Palace Master Qin pondered for a moment and looked at the white-haired Palace Master. The white-haired Palace Master nodded and said, you guessed right. He is Yan Quangtu. What? Everyone present widened their eyes in shock. Lu Ming only felt his vision blur. In the next moment, he was shocked to find that he was already outside Hong City. Fast, unbelievably fast. Kid, which part of Xianxia domain are you from? The robust man looked at Lu Ming curiously. I'm from the eastern part of Xianxia Domain, Cloud Emperor Mountain Range. Lu Ming said. The eastern part of Xianxia Domain, what a coincidence. I'm also from the eastern part of Xianxia Domain. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, I haven't returned to Xianxia Domain for decades. This time, I heard that there are some problems in ancient Desolation City, so I went back to take a look. The robust man drank a few mouthfuls of wine and looked to the east. Ancient Desolation City? Lu Ming's eyes flashed, but he did not say much. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, Senior, when will we return to Tianxian Domain? Haha, what's the hurry? Come and drink with me. It doesn't matter if it's for a while. The robust man laughed and landed on a hill outside Hong City. Then, he casually sat on the ground and took out some roasted beast meat from his storage ring and started eating. Lu Ming had no choice but to sit on the side. It's easier to travel after eating and drinking. Come, have a bite too. Lu Ming reached out and took it. He opened his mouth and took a sip. However, when this mouthful entered his stomach, Lu Ming's expression changed. He felt that this mouthful of wine had turned into a raging flame that burned in his stomach. Rumble, immediately after, this mouthful of wine transformed into waves of extremely terrifying, scorching energy that was like stormy waves, rampaging within Lu Ming's body. From the outside, one could see that Lu Ming's body was swelling rapidly, as if he could explode from this energy at any time. Too strong, this energy was too strong. The robust man looked at Lu Ming seriously. If Lu Ming couldn't withstand it, he would help. Devour. At this moment, Lu Ming let out a low roar. A powerful devouring force emitted from his spine, devouring the majestic energy in his body. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and circulated the true dragon battle art with all his might to refine it. Half an hour later, Lu Ming let out a long breath and opened his eyes. A bolt of lightning flashed in his eyes, filled with a terrifying aura. What pure and majestic energy! Lu Ming exclaimed inwardly. He felt that the energy in that mouthful of wine was even more terrifying than refining a few million supreme-grade spirit crystals. If it weren't for the fact that Lu Ming's state hadn't broken through, he felt that he could rely on the energy in that mouthful of wine to break through to the Pinnacle King realm. Of course, this was just an illusion. Breaking through to the Pinnacle King realm wasn't something that could be done with a few million supreme-grade spirit crystals. However, Lu Ming's true yuan was still a little thicker and purer, reaching a limit. A mouthful of wine was actually more terrifying than a few million supreme-grade spirit crystals. Lu Ming was shocked. He had seen the man in his prime gulping down mouthfuls of wine without stopping. Not bad, not bad. In just half an hour, you were able to refine a mouthful of my wine. This is the first time I've seen a little guy like you. The robust man looked at Lu Ming and exclaimed. Senior, thank you for the wine. Lu Ming said. Do you want a few more mouthfuls? The robust man said. No. I don't want it. Lu Ming waved his hand repeatedly. He hadn't made a breakthrough in his intent realm yet, so drinking it would be a waste. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ming asked, Junior is Lu Ming. How should I address Senior? Me? Yan Quantu, have you heard of him? The robust man said with a smile. What? You are Yan Quantu. Lu Ming's eyes widened, filled with astonishment. Almost everyone in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace knew who Yan Quantu was. Especially the Tian Divine Guards of the Tianxian region. Yan Quantu's entire life was a legend. Yan Quantu came from an unknown small mountain village in the eastern part of the Tianxian domain. However, with his peerless talent, he grew up step by step from a small mountain village and eventually became a rare genius in the Tianxian domain. Later, Supreme Nine's sons valued him and took him in as a disciple. After being taken in as a disciple by Supreme Nine's sons, he displayed even more terrifying talent. Countless geniuses and monsters were suppressed by him one by one. He stepped on all the geniuses and climbed all the way to become a top expert in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. It was said that Yan Quantu's cultivation was no weaker than his master, Supreme Nine's sons. This legendary figure was now standing in front of Lu Ming, alive and well. Lu Ming's feelings were the most special. Because Supreme Nine Sun's remnant soul was now in the Temple of Paragon. Supreme Nine Suns could be considered as Lu Ming's half-master. Without Supreme Nine Suns, Lu Ming wouldn't be where he was today. Yan Quantu was Supreme Nine Sun's disciple, so Lu Ming felt closer to him. Should I tell Yan Quantu about Supreme Nine Suns? No, I can't tell him. This matter is too big, I can't take the risk. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind, but he immediately rejected it. First of all, this matter was too unbelievable. Also, Yan Quantu was now in an important position by Martial Emperor De. What if he was on Martial Emperor De's side? If he told him, wouldn't he be courting death? Lu Ming decided not to say anything. At the very least, he would not say anything before he was powerful enough. So it's Senior Yan. Senior's name is like thunder to my ears. Lu Ming gathered his thoughts and cupped his fists. Haha, you're welcome. Alright, now, I'll take you back to the Xianxia domain. Yan Quantu said with a laugh. Go back? How do we go back? Lu Ming was confused. Of course, we'll fly back. Yan Quantu smiled slightly. In the next moment, a terrifying aura spread out from his body. This aura was more majestic than the ocean and as deep as the universe. As soon as this aura appeared, Yan Quantu immediately withdrew it. However, Lu Ming was still shocked. He felt that in front of this aura, any Peak King was like an ant or a speck of dust. At this moment, Dandan shrank his head in fear and grabbed Lu Ming's shoulder tightly with both hands. Whoosh, Yan Quantu stretched out his hand and drew a line in the air. The space was torn apart like a piece of paper, revealing a dark and deep space crack. Let's go. Yan Quantu grabbed Lu Ming's arm and stepped into the space crack. In an instant, Lu Ming felt dizzy. His surroundings were pitch black and he couldn't see anything. After a while, the world suddenly lit up. Lu Ming found that they were in the sky above a vast mountain range. Then, Yan Quantu stretched out his hand again and the space cracked again. Yan Quantu took Lu Ming and stepped into the space crack again. Tearing through space. This was tearing through space. If one's strength hadn't reached an incredible level, it would be impossible to do so. Lu Ming was shocked. Not long after, they appeared above a lake. Then, Yan Quantu continued tearing through space. This repeated over and over again toward Xianxia domain. Xianxia domain, Xianxia city. These days, it was extremely lively. Lanterns and colored banners were hung everywhere. This was because the #1 genius of Xianxia domain, Xianxia of Eastern Wilderness list of top 1,000 talents, was going to marry the daughter of Xianxia branch palace master. Countless people from all over Xianxia domain came to congratulate them. These days, the city gates of Xianxia city were wide open and free to the public. In the first level of Xianxia city, there was a huge square. Thousands of tables had been set up in the square. Today was the wedding day of Xianxia and Mulan's. Many people walked toward the square. Those who could enter this place were all famous people in Xianxia domain. Ordinary people didn't have this qualification. On the side of the square, Mu Shuyuan and Mu Jing, the palace master of Eastern Branch Palace, stood side by side in a pavilion. They looked at the lively crowd below. Sigh, it seems that nothing can be changed. Lan'er wanted to fight back, but in the end, she still came to this step. Mu Jing sighed. Lu Ming has disappeared for half a year. I don't know why. Many people said that Lu Ming was afraid and knew that he was no match for Xianxia, so he went into hiding. I don't believe this. With Lu Ming's character, even if he is no match for Xianxia, he will still fight. Mu Shuyuan said. Time is too short. It is indeed difficult for Lu Ming to defeat Xianxia. It is good that he didn't appear. It is also good for Lu Ming. At this time, Mu Jing and Mu Shuyuan looked outside. Several figures were slowly approaching from the sky. Big brother, second brother, they're here. Shuyuan, let's go. Mu Jing pulled Mu Shuyuan and stepped into the air to greet the newcomers. Greetings, big brother, second brother. Mu Jing called out. Of the two people at the front, one was an old man with a head full of white hair, the other was a burly man who looked to be in his 50s. The burly man was Mu Jing's big brother, Mulan's father, and the current palace lord of Dark Branch Palace, Mu Tian. The white-haired old man was Mu Jing's second brother, Mu Yi. The age of a martial artist couldn't be determined by their appearance. Mu Tian was the oldest, but he looked to be in his 50s. Because his cultivation was the strongest and he had broken through to the spiritual sea realm, he looked the youngest. Mu Yi and Mu Jing, on the other hand, looked like old men. "Greetings, big uncle, second uncle." Mu Shuyuan stepped forward and bowed. Mu Shuyuan's father was ranked 5th, but he died in a battle in his early years. "Alright, let's go up and take a seat." Mu Tian nodded and went to the high platform above the square. At the top of the square, there was a row of high platforms for people of status to sit on. After they sat down, they started chatting. "Sixth brother, I heard that Lu Ming is from the Eastern Branch Palace. He was so arrogant that he dared to challenge the sacred star, but now he's gone into hiding." Mui looked at Mu Jing and smiled faintly. "Second brother, Lu Ming was probably delayed by something. He might not have gone into hiding. The rumors outside can't be trusted." Mu Jing said. "Hee, is that so? I heard that Lu Ming challenged the sacred star because of honor. Young people don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. They don't have a clear understanding of their own status. Is honor someone he's worthy of? Even if he has some talent, does our Mu clan lack talented youths? The sacred star is a peerless genius." Mu Yi sneered. Mu Yi and Mu Jing had always been at odds with one another. Mu Yi would not let go of any opportunity to strike at Mu Jing, even though they were brothers by blood. "Second uncle, I don't think so. Lu Ming is no ordinary genius. Give him a few years and he'll definitely be on the list of top 1,000 talents." Mu Shouyuan interjected. "Enter the list of top 1,000 talents? How ignorant. Was it so easy to enter the list of top 1,000 talents? Just a kid from the eastern mountainous region? Young people are really whimsical." "Alright, the elders are talking, don't interrupt." Mui scolded, his voice full of disdain. Mu Shouyuan's expression was somewhat ugly, but he did not continue speaking. "Big brother, you have good taste. Xianxia is from the Xing family, which is a good match for our Mu family. Moreover, he is a peerless genius. He is a perfect match for Lan'er." Mui smiled. Mu Tian only nodded slightly and didn't say anything. Mui continued, "More importantly, Xianxia's mother is too powerful. Once Lan'er and Xianxia get married, if we can establish a relationship with them, our Mu family will be able to develop steadily and become invulnerable." Mu Zhang's expression changed slightly when he heard this. He looked a little solemn. Indeed, Xianxia's mother came from the main palace of Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and was a direct descendant of a powerful family. Although the Mu family was extremely powerful in Tianxian domain, it was nothing compared to the main palace of Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. The main palace of Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was the core of Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Not only was Xianxia's talent terrifying, but so was his background. Compared to him, Lu Ming was a far cry. In a huge mansion in the 4th district of Tianxian City. This was the mansion of the Xing family. At this moment, a group of people were gathered at the entrance of the mansion and chatting. "I wanted to see Lu Ming get beaten up by the young master of Star Palace, but I didn't expect that guy to hide and not dare to show his face. Yeah, to think that I waited for half a year with anticipation. What a coward. He only knows how to boast. Humph, I already expected this result. If he doesn't hide and really challenges the young master of Star Palace, he will definitely die. In the eyes of such a person, face is nothing but life." These were the elites of the Xing family. Some of them had even been beaten up by Lu Ming, so they naturally hoped that Xianxia could beat Lu Ming up. But they didn't expect Lu Ming to hide, which disappointed them greatly. "The young master of Star Palace has come out," someone shouted. A group of people walked out of the mansion. Xianxia wore a festive red robe and walked in the center. Beside him was a middle-aged couple. They were Xianxia's parents, the current rulers of the Xing family. There was another person who looked to be in his 40s. He was handsome and had a dignified aura. He was the elder brother of Xianxia's mother and Xianxia's uncle. He came from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Xianxia, go to the Mu family and welcome the bride. Your father, uncle, and I will wait for you at the banquet. Xianxia's mother said. Yes, mother. Xianxia nodded. Then, Xianxia's mother and the others stepped into the air and went to the square of the first district. Xianxia, on the other hand, went to the Mu family. In a pavilion of the Mu family, Mulan's was wearing a red robe, which made her look even more charming. But her brows were tightly knitted, and there was no trace of a smile on her face. Her eyes were lifeless and seemed a little empty. Lu Ming, what happened to you? Mulan's whispered. Mulan's knew that Lu Ming had gone to the forging sect. Later, the news of the forging sect's destruction spread. Since then, Lu Ming had disappeared without a trace. Mulan's was very worried that Lu Ming had met with an accident. As for the rumors that Lu Ming was afraid of Xianxia and had gone into hiding, she did not believe it at all. She had watched Lu Ming grow up. She knew Lu Ming very well. He would not go into hiding because he was no match for Xianxia. Lanner, are you okay? An old voice sounded behind Mulan's. Mulan's turned around and saw an old man. She forced a smile on her face and said, Grandfather. This old man was naturally Yan Lan. As her grandfather, he naturally had to come to Mulan's wedding. Sigh. Looking at Mulan's appearance, Yan Lan let out a deep sigh. He had been hoping that Lu Ming could create a miracle. Unfortunately, Lu Ming had disappeared without a trace. Mulan's had resisted for more than 10 years, but in the end, she still had to marry someone she did not like under her father's will. Perhaps, this was fate. Miss Mulan's, young Master Xianxia is here to welcome you. A young lady walked in and said. Mulan's face showed a sad smile. Tell young Master Xianxia that I'll go right away. Mulan said. Lu Ming, where are you? Yan Kuangtu took Lu Ming and tore through space more than 20 times. Whoosh, when the 27th light shone into Lu Ming's eyes, Yan Kuangtu stopped and did not continue to travel through space. We're here. Yan Kuangtu's slightly complicated voice sounded as he looked to the east. 100 miles away, a pitch-black city stood tall as if it had experienced the passage of time. That was Xianxia City. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a trace of excitement. They had finally arrived at Xianxia City. At the same time, he was shocked. Traveling through space was too fast. Hong Domain and Xianxia Domain were separated by 16 large domains. Many of the large domains were larger than Xianxia Domain. But now, they had arrived at their destination. From start to finish, it would take about an hour. Lu Ming, I won't go to Xianxia City with you. I have to go to Ancient Desolation City to check out the situation. Yan Kuangtu said. Senior Yan, thank you for your help this time. Lu Ming cupped his fists and sincerely expressed his gratitude. Haha, you don't have to thank me. I destroyed the interdomain transmission array in Hong Domain, so you can't come back. Of course, I have to bring you along. Yan Kuangtu laughed. Senior, Lu Ming will take his leave. Lu Ming was a little anxious to return to Xianxia City. Go. Yan Kuangtu took a sip of wine and waved his hand. Lu Ming turned around and headed towards Xianxia City. Xianxia City is not simple. This kid will most likely be at a disadvantage if he goes there. Yan Kuangtu whispered. Then, he waved his hand and a ray of light flew into Lu Ming's body and disappeared. Lu Ming did not feel anything. With a slight smile, Yan Kuangtu's figure flickered and disappeared without a trace. Dandan, inscribe the inscription for True Origin Explosion for me. Lu Ming said to Dandan. This time, he had to win against the Sacred Star. He must not lose. Lu Ming had to be fully prepared. All right. Dandan began to inscribe inscriptions for Lu Ming. This time, he actually succeeded on the first try. Lu Ming felt his true essence surging, his entire body brimming with power. The distance of 100 li was covered in the blink of an eye. Arriving at the city gate, Lu Ming landed and entered the city. As soon as he entered the city gate, he felt that something was wrong. Everywhere was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, and there was a joyous atmosphere. After asking around, Lu Ming's face paled. Today was the wedding day of Mulan's and Xianxia. I hope I can make it in time. Lu Ming rushed towards the square. The square was filled with guests and a sea of people. At the top of the square, Mu Tian and the others sat on one side while Xianxia's parents and elders sat on the other side. The bride and groom have arrived. A voice rang out. Everyone's gaze turned to the left side of the square. There, two figures walked over. They were none other than Xianxia and Mulins. Xianxia had a faint smile on his face, but Mulins didn't smile at all. Her face was as calm as still water. The two of them walked to the center of the square. The marriage of martial artists was different from that of ordinary people. Ordinary people needed to worship the heavens and the earth, but martial artists didn't. Martial cultivation was something that defied the heavens. Otherwise, when one broke through to the martial king realm, there wouldn't be a lightning tribulation from the heavens. Therefore, martial artists didn't need to worship the heavens and the earth when they got married. They only needed to kneel and worship their elders and ancestors. The people of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace had one more thing, which was to pray to martial Emperor De. Once these steps were completed, the marriage would be considered official. Alright, the newlyweds will now kneel and worship the parents and elders of both parties. A voice rang out. Wait. Just as Xianxia and Mulins were about to kneel and worship the elders of both parties, a voice rang out and spread throughout the square. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Who was so daring to disturb the wedding ceremony of Xianxia and Mulins? Did they want to die? However, some people were different. When they heard the voice, their bodies trembled. First was Mulins. When she heard the voice, her delicate body trembled. She turned around abruptly with a pleasantly surprised expression on her face. Similarly, Mu Shuyuan and Mu Jing reacted the same way. Their faces changed at first, then they were pleasantly surprised. As for the people of the Xing family, their faces turned gloomy. At this moment, everyone's gaze turned towards the source of the voice. A young man walked towards the square step by step. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. Suddenly, someone shouted. It's really him. Didn't he hide? Why did he appear now? Could it be that he couldn't bear to leave Miss Mulins at the crucial moment and decided to run out? It's possible. Half a year ago, when Lu Ming challenged Xianxia, everyone thought that Lu Ming challenged Xianxia because of Mulins. They all thought that Lu Ming was interested in Mulins. Now that he appeared, many people naturally thought in this direction. Lu Ming, he finally appeared. Mu Shuyuan muttered, his eyes filled with anticipation. Lu Ming. Mulins looked at Lu Ming. At this moment, Mulins seemed to be filled with vitality. Her eyes were full of splendor. Lu Ming. Xianxia whispered, his eyes as calm as an ancient well. Lu Ming couldn't be affected. Lu Ming. Xing Yao and the rest who had grudges with Lu Ming looked at Lu Ming. There was a strong murderous intent in their eyes. This kid is Lu Ming? What is he trying to do? Disrupt the wedding? He's courting death. Mui shouted coldly. Under countless gazes, Lu Ming walked towards Mulins and Xianxia step by step. Then, he stood a dozen meters in front of Mulins and Xianxia. Senior Mulins, long time no see. Lu Ming smiled faintly. You brat, I knew you'd come. Mulins also smiled faintly. Her smile was brighter than a flower, causing many young people to fall into a daze. Senior Mulins, let's catch up later. Right now, there are more important things to do. Lu Ming smiled, then looked at Xianxia and said, Xianxia, half a year has passed. Let's fight. How dare you? Who is this little bastard? How dare he disrupt Xianxia's wedding? He's courting death. Men, kill him. On the high platform, Xianxia's mother's eyes flashed coldly as she shouted. Yes. Two middle-aged burly men rushed out and rushed towards Lu Ming. Boom, two terrifying auras emanated from the two of them. Ninth layer Martial King Realm. The two men were both ninth layer Martial King Realm experts, top figures among the greater success King Realm experts. Little bastard, kneel. The two burly men ran on the ground like two giant beasts, causing the ground to rumble. They instantly rushed to Lu Ming's sides, one on the left and one on the right, and grabbed Lu Ming's shoulders. Xianxia remained motionless. Mulans cried out in alarm, Lu Ming, watch out. However, Lu Ming remained motionless, as if he was scared silly. Bang! Bang! The two burly men accurately grabbed Lu Ming's shoulders and one of Lu Ming's arms with the other hand. Haha, you want to challenge Xianxia with such strength? What a fool! Mu Yi immediately sneered. This kid is overestimating himself. Xingyao and the others also sneered. However, in the next moment they could no longer laugh. Kneel! The two burly men shouted as their true origin erupted. They grabbed Lu Ming's shoulders and pushed him down. The two burly men's faces changed. Their eyes were filled with shock. Kneel! The two burly men roared again. Their bodies were covered in a bloody light. They had even activated their bloodline. Powerful true essence merged with the will of heaven and earth and pressed down on Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming did not move an inch. The two burly men's faces turned red. Most of the people's faces changed. What are those two doing? Playing a game? Mu Jing smiled and looked at Mu Yi. Mu Yi's face darkened. This is interesting. Mu Tian, who had been silent, finally spoke. That little bastard. The mother of the sacred star city gritted her teeth. Her face was even colder. Xingyao and the others were dumbfounded. Sacred star, is this the battle you promised me? Lu Ming looked at the sacred star with disdain. You want to fight me? Let's see if you're qualified to do so. The sacred star said calmly. Is that so? Lu Ming smiled faintly. His true essence burst out and he swung his arms. Bang! The two burly men were thrown into the air and slammed into each other. A series of cracking sounds were heard. The two burly men screamed. Many of their bones were broken. Lu Ming swung his arms and the two burly men were thrown a few hundred meters away like two piles of mud. They lay on the ground and screamed. Many people's faces changed. The two burly men were at the early stage of the 9th level martial king realm. In Xianxia domain, they were definitely the most powerful people and could dominate a region. However, in front of Lu Ming, they seemed so weak and could not resist at all. In just half a year, Lu Ming had grown to this level? That was too terrifying. A hint of surprise flashed across the Saint Star's eyes. Haha. This kid is really good. He's from the east. Mu Jing laughed. He had been mocked by Mu Yi before. Now that he finally found a chance to fight back, he felt quite elated. Humph, you've only defeated two early-stage 9th layer martial king realm cultivators. Besides, they were caught off guard and didn't even use any martial skills. What's there to be proud of? You're nothing compared to the sacred star. Mu Yi's face darkened and he snorted coldly. Early-stage 9th level martial king realm experts? Hee, second brother, you're so arrogant. 9th level martial king realm experts are nothing. Mu Jing laughed. This time, Mu Yi's face darkened, and he said nothing. What about now? Lu Ming gazed at the sacred star. He only said 3 words, but they made everything clear. Didn't the sacred star want to see if he was qualified? What about now? Too weak. The sacred star's reply was only 2 words, but it showed great confidence. Are you avoiding the fight? Lu Ming stared intently at the sacred star. Ridiculous, little bastard. You're not qualified to fight the young master of the sacred star. You'll have to go through me first. A cold snort was heard as a figure stepped out of the void and appeared in the square. The hearts of the crowd shuddered. There was no need to explain what it meant to walk on air in Tianxian City. It's Xingyao. He's going to fight. He's an elder of the Tianxian branch. That's normal. Lu Ming wants to challenge the sacred star today. He must prove himself with his strength. All around, countless people were whispering to each other. Many of them were experts from other parts of the Tianxian domain. They had never seen Lu Ming before, so they curiously sized up this outstanding young man. It had been a few years since anyone from the younger generation of the Tianxian domain had challenged the sacred star. Lu Ming's eyes fell on Xingyao. His eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Well, it's time to settle the score with you. Settle the score with me? Little bastard, I haven't seen you for half a year. I don't know where your confidence comes from. Xianxia sneered and stepped out. Boom, the formidable aura of a peak martial emperor burst out like a vast ocean. Xianxia's body also floated in the air. He looked down at Lu Ming and said, 10 moves. I'll suppress you in 10 moves. If I can't suppress you in 10 moves, this old man will admit defeat. Lu Ming shook his head and raised 3 fingers. Xianxia was stunned, then he sneered, what? You don't have confidence in yourself? You can only withstand 3 moves from me? No. Lu Ming shook his head again and said, 3 moves means I can suppress you in 3 moves. Otherwise, I'll admit defeat and leave. His words caused an uproar in the square. Lu Ming said he could suppress Xianxia in 3 moves. How was that possible? Crazy, he must be crazy. Haha, I thought he was a top figure, but it turns out he's just a fool who overestimates himself. Does he know what a peak king represents? Mu Yi sneered. Mu Shouyuan and Mu Jing were confused too. They found it hard to believe that Lu Ming could suppress Xianxia in 3 moves. On the platform, Mu Tian and Xing Xingchen's uncle, Xing Xingchen's father, the current patriarch of the Xing clan, Xing Tsang, shook their heads. With their cultivation, they could easily tell that Lu Ming's cultivation was at the peak 9th layer martial emperor realm. Was it possible for a peak 9th layer martial emperor realm cultivator to suppress a peak king in 3 moves? You suppressed me in 3 moves? Ha ha ha. Xianxia burst out laughing as if he had just heard the funniest thing in the world. However, the next moment, he could no longer laugh. Lu Ming's body floated in the air as if he had become weightless. He flew to the same position as Xianxia and stood facing him. The crowd fell silent instantly. Floating in the air in Tianqian City. Has Lu Ming achieved the peak king realm? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. No, he's a peak 9th layer martial emperor realm cultivator. Lu Ming has comprehended the wind intent. That's why he can fly in the air. However, his battle strength is close to that of a peak king realm cultivator. Unbelievable, he can really fight a peak king realm cultivator? How long has it been? He's still so young. The crowd was shocked. Mu Yi was dumbfounded, while Mu Jing and Mu Shouyuan burst out laughing after a brief pause. On the square, Xing Xingchen raised his eyebrows with a hint of interest for the first time. However, he was still confident that he was only interested. On the other hand, Xianxia's face darkened. Lu Ming was able to float in the air in Tianqian City. In a way, Lu Ming was already on the same level as him. Come on, use your strongest move. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Lu Ming said. His voice was calm but full of confidence. Arrogant. Xianxia yelled as he unleashed his aura. He suddenly attacked. A large flaming hand was completely formed by flaming sword aura. It was several meters in length and width. Its power was shocking as it blasted toward Lu Ming. At the same time, he opened his mouth and a flaming ring flew out. It expanded rapidly until it was a few meters wide. It was covered in crimson flames and also shot toward Lu Ming. The 2 attacks were as powerful as lightning, and even the air was boiling from the scorching heat. As soon as Xianxia made his move, he unleashed a thunderous attack in an attempt to suppress Lu Ming in one blow. Child's play. Lu Ming bellowed. A spear radiance rushed out from his body and soared into the sky. Bang! Xianxia's giant flaming palm was crushed by the spear radiance. Whoosh! Lu Ming soared into the sky and swept his spear at the giant ring. Clang! The huge ring kept shaking, and the scarlet flames were almost shaken off. A cracking sound came from the ring, and a hole appeared on it, and it flew far away. Poochie! Xianxia's face turned pale. He spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated rapidly. How could this be? Xianxia screamed in his heart. It was unbelievable. His 2 moves, which were close to his full strength, were easily countered by Lu Ming. Moreover, Lu Ming even managed to injure him through the ring. This kind of combat strength was simply terrifying. Suppress! Lu Ming roared. He took a step forward and charged at Xianxia at lightning speed. He swept his spear at him from above. Xianxia roared in anger and exerted all his strength. He almost turned into a flaming man as he unleashed his strongest attack. However, all his efforts were in vain. Under Lu Ming's spear radiance, all his attacks turned into nothing. The giant spear radiance smashed onto Xianxia's body. Xianxia screamed in pain and his body flew downwards. Stop. Lu Ming waved his hand and a ribbon of true ether wrapped around Xianxia, stopping him from falling. Then, Lu Ming's body fell. His foot was about to stomp on Xianxia's old face. This stomp contained the power of the 9 dragon sky ascending steps. No! Xianxia roared. However, in the next moment, Lu Ming's foot accurately landed on Xianxia's face. Xianxia's body fell rapidly like a meteorite and heavily smashed onto the true ether shield below. A loud boom, accompanied by screams of agony and the sound of bones breaking, resounded throughout the arena. Then, everyone saw Xianxia lying on top of the Zhenyuan shield like an old, dead dog. His whole body was twitching and blood was flowing out of his mouth. Especially his face, there was a clear shoe print that almost flattened his old face. Hiss, gasps could be heard from the audience. Countless people looked at Lu Ming in shock. 3 moves, it really was 3 moves. Including the last kick, it was exactly 3 moves. 3 moves, Lu Ming really suppressed Xianxiao in 3 moves, and even beat Xianxiao half to death. This, on the stage, Mu Jing and Mu Shuyuan were dumbfounded. Although they previously hoped that Lu Ming could win, in their hearts, they did not have much confidence. After all, half a year ago, Lu Ming was only a 4th-layer martial emperor. Being able to reach the great perfection king realm in half a year was already a miracle, let alone defeating a peak king. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect that not only would Lu Ming win, but he would also win in such a clean and exciting manner. This kid, Mu Jing could not stop muttering, feeling extremely excited. How long ago was it? 1.5 years ago, when Lu Ming had just entered the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, he was not even a half-step king. In just 1.5 years, Lu Ming was already standing at the peak of the king realm. It was simply a miracle. In the history of Tianxian domain, there had never been such a miracle. Beside Mu Jing, Mu Yi's mouth was wide open. He was dumbfounded and also filled with disbelief. Below the arena, Mulan's looked at the young figure in the sky, feeling extremely excited. In her heart, scenes of the past kept flashing. The tender young man in Firestorm City, the young man who needed her protection. As time passed, he had already walked on his own path to becoming an expert. Not only had he far surpassed her, but he had also become a peak expert in Tianxian domain. He had become a mountain that could block the wind and rain, protecting her. Half a year ago, Lu Ming challenged the sacred star. Mulan's knew that Lu Ming was doing it for her. Then, Lu Ming disappeared for half a year. Half a year later, when she was about to get married, Lu Ming appeared again. He stood in front of her in a domineering manner, blocking everything for her. At this moment, her eyes were moist. She knew that she had not misjudged him. She had made the right choice. Lu Ming slowly walked down and appeared in front of the sacred star. What about now? It was still the same question. Now, did he have the qualifications to stand in front of the sacred star? Everyone's gaze followed Lu Ming's movements. In the sacred family, those who had conflicts with Lu Ming and even fought with him had complicated gazes. There was shock, horror, disbelief, and reverence. More than half a year ago, Lu Ming was still competing with them. But now, more than half a year had passed. Lu Ming had left them far behind. He was now able to stand in front of the sacred star. They were too far away from Lu Ming. They were no longer on the same level. Thinking of this, the elites of the sacred family felt dejected. There were also many people who had concluded that Lu Ming was hiding out of fear. Now, their faces were flushed with shame. Lu Ming wasn't hiding out of fear. He was probably cultivating somewhere. On the high platform, Mu Tian, Xingtsong, and the sacred star's uncle's eyes moved slightly. They looked at Lu Ming seriously. Obviously, Lu Ming's combat strength had finally gained their recognition and made them take him seriously. The Saint Star had been very calm from the beginning to the end, but now, there seemed to be stars shining in his eyes, brilliant and dazzling. Not bad. The sacred star spoke. Let's fight in the sky. Lu Ming said. Then, he soared into the sky and appeared in the sky. The sacred star's body emitted starlight. He also soared into the sky and stood opposite Lu Ming. At this moment, many people's hearts pounded. They widened their eyes and stared at the two young figures in the sky. Lu Ming and the sacred star were finally going to fight. Half a year ago, Lu Ming's challenge to the sacred star spread throughout Xianxia city. Some people heard it and dismissed it with a laugh. They thought it was just a joke. Even if it wasn't a joke, Lu Ming couldn't really challenge the sacred star. The difference was too great. He wasn't qualified at all. Even if they really fought, it would be a one-sided battle. The sacred star would probably be able to suppress Lu Ming with a single palm. But now, no one thought that the sacred star could suppress Lu Ming with a single palm. Lu Ming had just used his strength to prove that he was qualified to fight against the sacred star. Some people even began to worry about the sacred star. Half a year ago, the sacred star was a peak 9th level martial king. At that time, the sacred star's combat strength was said to not be weaker than a peak king. But Lu Ming wasn't weaker than a peak king. He had suppressed a peak king in 3 moves. Had the sacred star broken through to peak king? If he hadn't, would he be a match for Lu Ming? Everyone stared at the sacred star. Your combat strength is not bad. Half a year ago, you might have been able to fight me. But now, the result won't change. Boom, as the sacred star's voice fell, a huge pillar of starlight shot out from the sacred star's body. It shot into the sky and into the endless void. A powerful aura permeated the air. The Saint Star's body emitted a terrifying aura, and a vast pressure spread out. This was the aura of a peak king. Peak king. Sacred Star has become a peak king. God, Sacred Star is already very powerful. Now that he has become a peak king, how powerful will he be? He is indeed a peerless genius on the list of top 1,000 talents. Now, other than the Palace Master and a few Sea of Soul Realm experts, no one in Tianqian domain is his match. Lu Ming is doomed. He is no match for Sacred Star. The crowd was in an uproar. Many people had thought that Lu Ming could fight against Sacred Star City, but now they had changed their minds. Lu Ming was merely at the peak of LV9 Martial King realm. Although he could defeat Holy Glory, Holy Star and Holy Glory were 2 completely different concepts. Sacred Star, who had become a peak king, could easily kill Sacred Star with 1 move. Haha, let's see how that kid can fight now. Mu Yi sneered. Xingchen, hurry up and cripple that little bastard. Don't delay the wedding day. Sacred Star's mother shouted. Has he really become a peak king? Lu Ming whispered. In Hong domain, Qin Qingshan's ranking was 1 rank lower than Sacred Star's. Since Qin Qingshan had become a peak king, Lu Ming guessed that Sacred Star had most likely become a peak king as well. Now, it was indeed so. Lu Ming, if you admit defeat and cripple your cultivation now, I can spare your life. Sacred Star's body was full of starlight. He looked like a god who had descended from the heavens to inspect the world. He was extremely confident. Haha, Sacred Star, do you think you can defeat me? Lu Ming stood in the void. His long hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were like 2 unsheathed swords, revealing a sharp battle intent. I'll let you know the difference between us. Sacred Star's eyes shone with starlight. At this moment, the starlight on his body boiled like a burning flame. Slash! With a soft shout, a star battle sword condensed. It was 1,000 feet long and slashed violently toward Lu Ming. Heaven's Law Palm. Lu Ming struck out with his palm. The Heaven's Path palm was only a martial technique that was infinitely close to the heaven level. However, with Lu Ming's current cultivation, it displayed a terrifying power that seemed to have surpassed its original level. A huge palm print with 9 fingers appeared. The stripes on it were clear, like the inscriptions of the heavenly way. It emitted a terrifying aura and blasted toward the giant star sword. A heaven-shaking, earth-shattering boom rang out. Resplendent light shone in the sky. Some of the weaker cultivators felt a piercing pain in their eyes. Tears rolled down their cheeks, and they couldn't help but close their eyes. In the next moment, the light dissipated, and the palm and the massive sword vanished simultaneously. Xingchen, there's no need to test me. Show me your true strength. Otherwise, you'll end up like Xingyao. At some point in time, a long spear had appeared in Lu Ming's hand. His fighting spirit soared to the heavens. I'll grant you your wish. Star Sword Formula. The starlight on the sacred star grew even more resplendent. It was clearly daytime, but starlight fell from the depths of the sky, landing on the sacred star. The star intent was indeed mysterious. At the same time, a dazzling battle sword appeared in the sacred star's hand. With a wave of the battle sword, stars suddenly appeared in the sky. Then, the stars fell one by one towards Lu Ming, turning into swords of stars. They shot towards Lu Ming like streamers. Hundreds of streamers covered the sky, completely locking down Lu Ming's path of retreat. There was no way for him to escape. 10,000 dragons kill. Lu Ming stood still and stabbed out with his spear. Hundreds of tricolor true dragons flew out, roaring as they rushed towards the streamers of stars. Boom! 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 Like fireworks exploding, the rumbling continued. The sky was filled with resplendent light, which was incomparably gorgeous. However, no one was in the mood to watch. Their eyes were completely locked on Lu Ming and the sacred star. It's my turn. Lu Ming said softly. He slowly walked out, his long spear shining brightly. With a stab, a huge tricolor true dragon roared and pounced towards the sacred star. Star sword, 10,000 swords become one. The sacred star waved his hand. 10,000 stars seemed to enter the sacred star's battle sword as he slashed out. Boom! Another explosion sounded in the sky. Many people felt their eardrums vibrating and their heads buzzing. In shock, they hurriedly circulated their true yuan to protect their eardrums. Dazzling lights appeared in the sky and then disappeared. Kill! Kill! The two figures got closer and closer to each other. Finally, they collided heavily against each other. The space shook violently as if it couldn't bear the weight. Boom! 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 The two figures turned into two streaks of light as they exchanged blows in the air. Streaks of unbridled force tore through the void and fell down continuously. If it weren't for the true yuan barrier set up by the elders, the tables and chairs below would have all been destroyed. Even so, the true yuan barrier continued to tremble. The expressions of the dozen or so peak kings changed, and they were incomparably shocked. Just the overflowing energy was enough to make them feel a huge pressure. If they really participated in the battle, wouldn't they be easily killed? Was this still the power of a king? At the scene, countless eyes stared at the sky without blinking. Their eyes were filled with incomparable horror. Lu Ming was actually able to contend with the sacred star and fight it to this extent. Today, regardless of whether Lu Ming won or lost, he was destined to be famous in the Xianxia domain. He would leave a thick mark in the history of the Xianxia domain. D****, I will definitely kill this little bastard. The sacred star's mother growled. Her eyes revealed a sinister look. Boom! Boom! The battle in the sky continued. It was extremely intense. In the blink of an eye, more than 50 moves had been exchanged. Buzz! At this time, a layer of blood light spread out from the sacred star's body. Then, starlight spread out and a scroll appeared above Xianxia's head. The scroll opened, and 7 stars shone on it. They were the 7 heavenly stars. On the scroll, 7 silver chakras were emitting rays of light. This was the sacred star's second bloodline, the 7th grade king bloodline. The sacred star's bloodline erupted, and his aura became stronger. You have a bloodline, but I don't? Explode. Boom! Xianxia's second bloodline erupted. It was also a 7th grade king. Now, both of Lu Ming's bloodlines had been promoted to the 7th grade king. However, Lu Ming did not erupt his 9 dragons bloodline. Lu Ming decided that in the future, he would try not to use the 9 dragons bloodline in crowded places, especially in the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. Although Supreme 9 Sons had helped him seal his aura, who knew if anyone would guess something from his appearance? It was better to be careful. The eruption of their bloodlines made the battle more intense, and the battle became more intense. In the blink of an eye, more than 50 moves had been exchanged. Look, Lu Ming is at a disadvantage. That's right, he is no match. He is being suppressed. The sacred star's attacks are increasing, and Lu Ming's attacks are decreasing. That's right, Lu Ming is going to lose. Kill. The Saint Star's aura was like a rainbow as starlight fell from the sky. Sword chi swept toward Lu Ming like a tide. In the Saint Star, no matter if it was the physical body, the cultivation technique, or the martial skills, they were all extremely powerful, far surpassing ordinary geniuses. Their battle prowess was extremely terrifying, and ordinary geniuses of the same level as him wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from him. Slowly, he began to suppress Lu Ming and gain the upper hand. At this moment, a murderous storm was brewing in the Saint Star's eyes. He wanted to kill Lu Ming. He was a peerless genius on the list of top 1,000 geniuses of the Eastern Wilderness and had entered the peak-level king realm. He had wanted to show his ambition and increase his ranking. But now, he was blocked by a peak-level martial king martial artist and couldn't even defeat him. If this news spread, it would be a fatal blow to his reputation. His thoughts were exactly the same as Xianxia's. This was the arrogance of a peerless genius. Star-slashing sword. With a loud roar, the Saint Star merged with his sword and slashed out with his strongest sword. This sword seemed to be able to cut down the stars in the sky. Hence, its name, Star-slashing sword. Extreme Dao strike. Lu Ming also used his strongest attack. Boom, two rays of light collided in the sky, like a sun exploding. It was terrifying. Endless storms and powerful chi fell down. The true yuan of the peak-level king started to vibrate violently. The peak-level king's expressions changed drastically as they frantically retreated. On the high platform, Mu Tian's eyes flickered. With a wave of his hand, a ray of true yuan spread out and covered the peak-level king's true yuan, blocking the powerful chi above. After a boom, the two figures quickly retreated. Lu Ming retreated 1,000 meters, while the Saint Star retreated 500 meters. It was obvious who had the upper hand. The two looked at each other from afar. Lu Ming, your combat strength is not bad, but it's all over today. Boom, as the Saint Star's voice fell, an even stronger aura exploded from his body. It was much stronger than before. Heavens, the sacred star was still hiding its strength. This is the unique usage of a unique bloodline. Everyone's bloodline contains endless secrets. Ordinary people can only unleash their bloodline to increase their strength, but some geniuses are able to comprehend certain secrets from their bloodline, such as martial skills or secret techniques. The Saint Star is such a person. Lu Ming is finished. He's even less likely to be a match. Exclamations could be heard all around. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Previously, Xianxia had done the same. He had almost turned himself into an ice statue, and his battle prowess had greatly increased. That was also a secret skill that he had comprehended from his bloodline. Until now, Lu Ming had not comprehended anything from his bloodline. The bloodline of the 9 dragons could devour all things. In fact, it could be said to be a secret art. Once awakened, he would possess it. As for the second bloodline, it was always covered by a layer of mist. Right now, he could only see the word suppress. It was as if there was a layer of something blocking it. Lu Ming couldn't observe it at all, let alone comprehend it. Lu Ming. Below, Mullins looked worried, her hands clutching her clothes tightly. Lu Ming, this battle is over. The sacred star walked in the air, his aura strong and powerful. Is it really over? Yes, it should be over. It seems that I still have to use that power. Lu Ming whispered and sighed slightly. Boom, the next moment, Lu Ming's aura burst out violently and rose sharply. At this moment, Lu Ming's aura was crazy, everyone was dumbfounded. Lu Ming's aura has also risen. Heavens! And it's rising so quickly, more than the sacred star. It's terrifying. Sensing the violent vital essence in his body, Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. This was the power of the Dandan inscription array. Just now, Lu Ming had been suppressing the true essence in his body, keeping it at Lu Ming's original strength. He wanted to see the difference between his strength and the sacred stars. The sacred star was indeed stronger than Xianxia. How could this be? The people of the sacred family, the sacred star's mother, Mu Yi, and the others all cried out in disbelief. This fellow is forever unfathomable. Mullins exhaled and smiled. Mu Shouyuan and Mu Jing were the same. The sacred star's eyes suddenly narrowed, and a trace of disbelief flashed in them. Sacred star, this battle should be over. Fight! Lu Ming shouted, stepping into the void and strolling out. With every step he took, the void shook violently, the power of the 9 dragon sky-stomping steps erupted. Slash! The sacred star exploded, and the battle sword was incomparably bright, as if it could split the space. The power of Lu Ming's first step was easily broken, but the power of the second step quickly followed. When the sacred star broke the power of the second step, his face changed slightly, and he felt a great pressure. But immediately, the power of the third step arrived. The third step was even stronger, several times stronger than the second step. Slash! The sacred star roared and slashed out with his sword. Boom! With a loud explosion, the sacred star's body shook violently, and he quickly retreated. The whole place was in an uproar. The sacred star had retreated, and he was at a disadvantage. Lu Ming, who was at the peak of LV9 Martial King realm, was able to fight the sacred star and force him to a disadvantage. No, the sacred star can't lose. That little bastard, he deserves to die. The sacred star's Mu Qing screamed with hatred. Ah! The sacred star roared, his hair flying wildly, and his starlight surging. He could not stand being suppressed by Lu Ming. What are you screaming for? Your fate is sealed. Lu Ming sneered and strode forward. Kid, let's stop here. It's enough for today's battle. Next? Pretend to lose to the sacred star. At this moment, a voice entered Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming was stunned, and then he sneered. It seemed that someone could no longer sit still. Lu Ming's gaze swept the surroundings. Kid, don't look around. I'm the sacred star's uncle. I'll tell you straight, the sacred star's identity is not something you can compare to. Not only is he a member of the sacred family, but he also has the bloodline of the Shangguan. You can't defeat him. Today, the winner must be the sacred star. If you defeat him, I guarantee that you will die. The voice sounded again. Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the high platform. In the end, his gaze landed on a middle-aged man who was wearing a jade crown. This man was the sacred star's uncle, Shangguan Wuchen. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Ridiculous, this is ridiculous. Seeing that the sacred star was at a disadvantage, someone jumped out and asked him to lose to the sacred star on purpose. The reason was that the sacred star had the bloodline of the Shangguan clan, and his identity was higher than his, otherwise, Lu Ming would die. Lu Ming had never heard of such a ridiculous thing. It was simply despicable. Would Lu Ming listen to him? Obviously not. Bang! Boom! Lu Ming stepped out, surrounded by the 3-colored essence. He held a long spear in his hand, his long hair fluttering in the wind. He stood as straight as a mountain. Roar! A huge tricolored true dragon with dense scales pounced towards the sacred star with a deafening roar. It was the same true dragon attack, but it was much more powerful than before. Saint Star roared. He waved his hand, and a small tower shining with starlight appeared in front of him. The small tower expanded rapidly and blocked in front of him. Saint Star had lost his confidence and began to defend himself. Boom! The 3-colored dragon pounced on the small tower, and it was sent flying. Saint Star retreated rapidly, his body trembling slightly, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He was injured. Boom! But Lu Ming did not give him a chance to breathe. His long spear turned into a huge spear radiance and smashed towards Saint Star with the force of Mount Tai. The spear smashed Saint Star thousands of meters away, and he spat out blood from his mouth. Saint Star is going to lose. God, I never thought that someone in Xianxia domain could defeat Saint Star. Everyone at the scene stared at the sky with their eyes wide open in shock. Since the rise of the Saint Star, he had been invincible. In the Tianqian region, all the other geniuses and monstrous geniuses were nothing in front of the Saint Star. His cultivation speed was terrifying, and his combat strength was unparalleled. He had suppressed the younger generation of Tianqian domain, and he had never lost a battle among the younger generation. Later, Saint Star even left Tianqian domain and went to other large domains to cultivate and compete with the geniuses of other large domains. How was his record? Others did not know, but he was listed on the list of top 1,000 talents of Eastern Wilderness. It had been many years since anyone from Xianxia domain had been listed on the list of top 1,000 talents of Eastern Wilderness. This was enough to prove everything. The Saint Star had too many light scars on its body. But was such a peerless genius going to be defeated today? Was he going to be defeated by someone younger and with a lower cultivation level than him? Many people thought they were dreaming. Damn you little bastard. Bastard. Saint Star's mother, Shangguan Wuling, screamed when she saw Saint Star being sent flying. You're courting death. At the side, Shangguan Wuchen slapped the armrest of his chair and shouted in a low voice. Then, he flicked his finger and a stream of energy pierced through the void and silently entered Lu Ming's body. None of the martial emperor realm cultivators at the scene felt it. Beside Shangguan Wuchen, Xingtsong raised his eyebrows and sneered. On the other side, Mu Tian's expression changed slightly as a trace of displeasure flashed through his eyes. However, he did not take any action. In the sky, Lu Ming's fighting spirit soared. Just as he was about to finish off the sacred star in one go, his expression suddenly changed. He felt a strange true yuan suddenly appear in his meridians. This true yuan was like a wild beast, rampaging through his meridians. His meridians felt a burst of pain, and the true yuan in his body was almost scattered by this true yuan. Despicable. You actually dared to secretly tamper with him. Lu Ming's mind was very sharp. He immediately thought of the middle-aged man, Xingqian's uncle. Xingqian, attack with all your might. At this moment, Shangguan Wuchen's voice rang in Xingqian's ears. Xingqian originally thought that he would be defeated today. However, his eyes suddenly lit up and he let out a long roar. Starlight surged and crossed the void, charging towards Lu Ming. Dazzling sword light slashed towards Lu Ming's head. Damn it! Lu Ming roared and waved his long spear to block. However, Lu Ming's true yuan was scattered and his meridians were in pain. He could only use 10% of his true yuan, which greatly reduced his combat strength. He was sent flying 1,000 meters by Xingqian's sword. Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood from the internal and external collision. How despicable! How dare you use such a despicable method? Dandan, who was on Lu Ming's shoulder, shouted. Dandan's voice spread far and wide. At the scene, everyone looked at each other, puzzled. Just a moment ago, Lu Ming clearly had the upper hand and was about to win. Why did he suddenly stop his attack? At the same time, Xingqian suddenly attacked and injured Lu Ming with a single move. Hearing Dandan's shout, some people's eyes flickered and all kinds of guesses appeared in their minds. Could it be that someone secretly interfered with Lu Ming, Mulin's, Mu Jing, Mu Shouyuan, and the others' eyes flickered with anger as they looked towards the Xing family's platform? Only a Sea of Soul Realm expert would be able to do such a thing without anyone noticing. What do you mean by someone tampering with him? This little bastard obviously cultivated some kind of evil martial art that increased his combat strength in a short period of time. It's just that the side effects are acting up now. Shangguan Wuling said coldly. Seeing that Xingqian had the upper hand, she was overjoyed. Kill. How could Xingqian miss this opportunity? He crazily attacked Lu Ming. Damn it. Devour. Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragons bloodline with all his strength. A powerful devouring power appeared in his spine and swallowed the Jin Yuan. At the same time, he barely resisted Xingqian's attack. Like this, he was naturally no match for Xingqian and was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood and felt waves of pain coming from his body. It's working. However, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He could feel that Jin Yuan was being devoured by the 9 dragons bloodline. Although the true origin struggled with all its might like a ferocious beast, it was still slowly being devoured. Block it. I just need to block it for a dozen breaths and this Jin Yuan will be devoured. Lu Ming roared in his heart. Lu Ming burst out with 3 types of intent and circulated the Jin Yuan he could control, trying his best to resist. Boom. 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 Others could see that Lu Ming was completely at a disadvantage and could only passively resist. Under Xingqian's attacks, he was like a lone boat in the sea that could be destroyed at any time. Die. Die. You little bastard. How dare you compete with my son? Shangguan Wuling roared in her heart. Lu Ming. Mulan's clenched her fists tightly and was extremely worried. Soon. Soon. One breath after another passed. That Jingyuan was being devoured inch by the 9. Dragon's bloodline. 2 more inches, 1 more inch, ha ha ha, Lu Ming, go to hell. Do you think you can compete with me? Xianxia laughed. He had to win today. Although he had guessed that it was his uncle who did it, it didn't matter. As long as he could win, it was fine. Clang, he slashed out a powerful sword light towards Lu Ming's neck. He had already decided to kill Lu Ming, so he didn't mind doing it now. Is that so? You only know how to use despicable means. How dare you compare yourself with me? At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes flashed and his aura burst out. Roar, a tricolor true dragon flew out, catching the Saint Star off guard and sending it flying. Cracking sounds could be heard from its chest as it broke several bones. It flew 2,000 meters away, blood gushing out of its mouth. Its eyes were filled with disbelief. Xingchen! Shangguan Wuling screamed. Bang! Shangguan Wuchen slammed the chair again as killing intent flashed in his eyes. You're courting death. Let's see how many you can break. Shangguan Wuchen muttered in his heart. He flicked his finger, and another true yuan flew toward Lu Ming. On the other side, Mu Tian frowned, and the displeasure in his eyes intensified. He also flicked his finger, and a blast of energy flew out and collided with Shangguan Wuchen's energy, canceling each other out. Shangguan Wuchen's eyes turned cold, and he transmitted his voice, Brother Mu, what is the meaning of this? Brother Shangguan, don't go too far. As the palace master of the Tianxian branch, I have to ensure the fairness of the battle. Mu Tian transmitted his voice. Mu Tian, don't you want to marry your daughter to Xingchen? Shangguan Wuchen said coldly. That's another matter. Mu Tian transmitted his voice, and his attitude was firm. At this time, Lu Ming stepped forward and crossed the void, charging toward the Holy Star. He wanted to end the battle quickly. Who knew if there would be another blast of true yuan? Boom. Boom. Boom, the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps took 3 consecutive steps, and a violent force blasted toward the Holy Star. The Holy Star was seriously injured, and there was no way it could resist. It was beaten until it vomited blood. The rest of the people present were stunned, and they couldn't wrap their heads around it. Previously, Lu Ming had the upper hand and was about to win. Suddenly, his combat strength was greatly reduced, and he was suppressed by the Holy Star. But suddenly, Lu Ming erupted again and seriously injured the Holy Star. What was going on? Let's end this. Lu Ming whispered. He held the spear with both hands, and a huge spear light smashed toward the Holy Star. Stop. This battle is a draw. A loud roar suddenly rang out, and it spread throughout the whole place. It was Shangguan Wuchen's voice. A draw? Lu Ming's lips curled into a sneer. The spear gleam did not stop at all. Bang, the spear heavily smashed into Sacred Star's body. Sacred Star let out a pitiful scream as his body fell to the ground like a meteor. Finally, he smashed into the True Essence light curtain like a little chick. Blood splattered everywhere. The True Yuan light screen shook violently, and the Holy Star was like a pile of mud, lying on the True Yuan light screen. Although he didn't die, he didn't know how many of his bones were broken. The entire place was silent. The air seemed to have frozen. Did Lu Ming win? Xingchen. Shangguan Wuling screamed and rushed down from the stands to Xingxing's side. You little bastard, you little bastard. How dare you injure Xingchen so severely? Die. I want you dead. Men, skin this little bastard alive and feed him to the dogs. Shangguan Wuling screamed with hatred. Instantly, some of the elders of the Saint family unleashed their powerful auras. What are you doing? Does the heavenly mysterious domain belong to your Shin clan? Mu Jing stood up and roared, his aura exploding. Sixth brother, what are you doing? This is the Xing family's matter, why are you interfering? Mu Yi said coldly. Shut up. Mu Jing berated. Then, he strode forward and stared at the people of the Xing family. Some of the elders of the Mu family who were on good terms with Mu Jing also stood together with him and stared at the people of the Xing family. Mu Yi's face darkened. Pooh. At this moment, Xianxia spat out another mouthful of blood and looked at Lu Ming with hatred. Xianxia, you've lost. You're not qualified to marry senior sister Mulan's. Lu Ming stared at Xianxia and said slowly. Mulan's eyes were moist. Lu Ming finally did it? He finally defeated Xianxia. When she was younger, Mu Lan had said in front of the Holy Star, Mu Tian, Xingcong, and the others that she wanted to find someone to defeat the Holy Star and prove that the Holy Star wasn't worthy of her. She said that there would be a better choice. At that time, Mu Tian, Xingcong, and the others took Mulan's words as a joke and agreed. Who would have thought that such a day would come? Lu Ming, sooner or later, I'll trample you under my feet and chop off your head. Sacred Star glared at Lu Ming with resentment and hissed. After this battle, his reputation would fall to the bottom of the valley. Hee, Xianxia, I remember that half a year ago, you said that you'll let me know what despair is. I'll never be able to catch up to you. How about now? Lu Ming said indifferently. Half a year later, I'll let you know what despair is. You'll never be able to catch up to me. Xianxia had personally said these words half a year ago. Even now, many people still remembered them. The past was still vivid in their minds, but half a year later, Lu Ming not only caught up to him, but also defeated him. How ironic was that? Xianxia's face darkened, but he couldn't refute it. Now, let me tell you something. I can defeat you today, but you'll never be able to catch up to me in the future. From now on, Xianxia is no longer worthy to be my opponent. Lu Ming's voice was calm, but everyone could hear his strong confidence and unwavering martial heart. In front of them, they saw a peerless genius blossoming in the divine wilderness continent. Xianxia's chest heaved up and down, and he almost spurted out blood. Boom, at this moment, a terrifying aura spread out, like a vast ocean, pressing down on everyone's heart. Suddenly, everyone couldn't breathe properly, and their hearts raced. They looked at the place where the aura came from. It was Shangguan Wuchen. Shangguan Wuchen stood up, his face dark. The aura on his body was as deep and vast as a vast ocean. What future? You have no future. I told you to stop and end it in a draw. This should have been the best ending, but you didn't listen. You're courting death. Shangguan Wuchen spat out a gloomy voice, and every word was filled with killing intent. End it in a draw? Ridiculous. Do you think everyone here is a fool? Lu Ming's gaze was like lightning. He looked at Shangguan Wuchen fearlessly. He didn't believe that Shangguan Wuchen would dare to attack him in front of so many people. They're not fools, but they have to be fools in front of my Shangguan clan. Shangguan Wuchen sneered as he stepped forward in the air. His words were blatantly domineering and forceful. Everyone's face turned ugly, but when they thought of the Shangguan clan's strength, they shut their mouths. Second brother, kill him. Kill this bastard. Shangguan Wuling screamed. Today, you must die. Shangguan Wuchen said word by word, filled with killing intent. Lu Ming's pupils shrank, and he felt goosebumps all over his body. Shangguan Wuchen was really going to kill him. Lu Ming's true origin circulated quickly, and he raised his aura to the maximum, ready to break out of the encirclement. Brother Shangguan, don't go too far. At this moment, Mu Tian stood up and said in a majestic voice, and a powerful aura shrouded Shangguan Wuchen. Mu Tian, what are you doing? Is your Mu family trying to go against my Shangguan clan? Can you afford to pay the price? Shangguan Wuchen looked at Mu Tian, still domineering. Big brother, don't be foolish. Mu Yi said. Shut up. Mu Yi's face turned pale and he kept his mouth shut. This is the mysterious Sky Branch Palace. I am the Palace Master of the mysterious Sky Branch Palace. Lu Ming is the Imperial Sky Divine Guard of the mysterious Sky Branch Palace. Even if Lu Ming has done something wrong, he will be punished by the mysterious Sky Branch Palace. Mu Tian's strength was also very strong. As a person, he had his own principles and bottom line. Moreover, he was the Palace Master of the mysterious Sky Branch Palace. If he just watched Lu Ming being killed by Shangguan Wuchen, what would the other Imperial Sky Divine Guards think of him? How much prestige would he have left? How many people would trust him in the future? Mu Tian, are you really going to stop me? Shangguan Wuchen's face darkened. However, Mu Tian had no intention of stopping. The Mu clan was able to rise so quickly in the Tianqian domain because of their background. The Mu clan also had a background, but he did not want to use it unless he had no other choice. Brother Mu, if you want to find an opponent, I will accompany you. At this moment, Xianxia stood up and an aura as deep as the sea erupted from his body. This aura shrouded Mu Tian. Mu Tian's face changed. Haha. Shangguan Wuchen sneered and continued to walk towards Lu Ming. Mu Tian's face darkened. However, Xianxia's strength was not weaker than his. With Xianxia holding him back, it would be difficult for him to help. You're just a lowly bastard, an ant. You want to stand shoulder to shoulder with a real dragon? Even if you have such thoughts, you will be punished with death. Shangguan Wuchen looked down at Lu Ming from a lofty position. His eyes were full of disdain. Obviously, he was comparing the sacred star to a real dragon and Lu Ming to an ant. The reason was that the sacred star had the blood of the Shangguan clan flowing in his body. Boom, having said that, Shangguan Wuchen slapped towards Lu Ming. A palm print exuded a terrifying aura and pressed down on Lu Ming. The pressure was like an ocean, pressing down on Lu Ming. Extreme Dao Strike. At this moment, Lu Ming unleashed his full strength, including the bloodline of the 9 dragons. His essence, energy, and spirit were highly concentrated, transforming into a resplendent spear. This spear strike was Lu Ming's ultimate spear strike. It had reached Lu Ming's current strongest attack. Everyone only saw a spear light shoot up into the sky and collide with a palm print that was as vast as the sea. Then, endless light flashed. Countless pairs of eyes widened as they stared at the sky. Lu Ming was actually going to take the attack of a Sea of Soul Realm expert head-on? Would he be slapped to death? Boom, amidst a shocking explosion, the resplendent spear light was shattered, and a figure fell to the ground like a meteor. Bang! 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 When Lu Ming landed on the ground, he first slid back a few hundred meters before retreating a few dozen steps. Every step he took caused the ground to rumble violently, as if a mountain had crashed down. If not for the fact that the ground of Tianqian City was incomparably tough and filled with inscriptions, there would have been dozens of craters by now. Puff, after retreating a few dozen steps, Lu Ming used his spear to support himself as he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. His arm trembled incessantly, and he could no longer feel it. His entire body was in pain, and a layer of blood was faintly seeping out of his skin. Is this the power of a Sea of Soul Realm expert? It is indeed frightening. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. His strongest attack could easily kill a Peak King, and it had already far surpassed them. However, he was still heavily injured after taking the attack of a Sea of Soul Realm expert head-on. This was even with the protection of the 9-dragon bloodline, which had devoured a portion of the attack power. Moreover, he didn't even know how much power the opponent had used. Not dead? Shangguan Wuchen's eyes turned cold. Lu Ming's vitality had exceeded his expectations. Let's see how many moves you can take. The killing intent emitted from Shangguan Wuchen's body became even colder. Lu Ming! Mulan shouted worriedly as she rushed toward Lu Ming. However, Shangguan Wuchen waved his hand, and a terrifying pressure descended on Mulan's, making it hard for her to move. On the other side, Mu Jing and Mu Shuyuan were also extremely worried. They wanted to help, but they were powerless against a Sea of Soul Realm expert. I can only use the lightning cauldron to fight. Lu Ming's eyes turned ruthless as he started to communicate with the lightning cauldron. To be honest, today's events were somewhat out of his expectations. Before this, he didn't know that the sacred star had such a strong background. He didn't expect that there would be a Sea of Soul Realm expert besides Xianxia and Mu Tian. He also didn't expect that the other party would be so strong as to kill him in front of everyone. However, even if Lu Ming knew about it, he would still do it. He would not back down. There were some things that couldn't be backed down. Backing down wasn't his character, nor was it his martial path. Kill. A cold word came out from Shangguan Wuchen's mouth. A terrifying palm print appeared once again and charged toward Lu Ming. Before the palm print arrived, a terrifying pressure had already locked onto Lu Ming. This palm print was much more terrifying than the previous one. There was no way to avoid it, so he could only take it head-on. Come on, even if I die, I'll make you suffer. The ruthlessness in Lu Ming's eyes intensified. Although the lightning cauldron was strong, Lu Ming wasn't confident that he could kill Shangguan Wuchen in one blow. However, he could at least severely injure the other party. Just as Lu Ming was about to take out the lightning cauldron and fight to the death, a rainbow light suddenly shot out from his body. The rainbow light condensed into a blurry figure in the sky. This figure slapped out a palm, and the heavens and the earth shook. Shangguan Wuchen's palm print, which was coming down, was slapped away without a trace. Is that Senior Yan? The sudden change caused Lu Ming to stop controlling the lightning cauldron and look at the blurry figure above his head. Although the figure was blurry, Lu Ming could still recognize that it was Yan Kuangtu. At this moment, everyone was stunned as they looked at the blurry figure above Lu Ming's head. Just a moment ago, they thought that Lu Ming was dead for sure. However, a powerful figure suddenly rushed out from his body and destroyed Shangguan Wuchen's palm print with a single slap. Many people couldn't react in time. Mu Tian and Xianxia couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. Shangguan Wuchen's eyes flashed with a bright light, and it was extremely gloomy and cold as he said, "Little bastard, so there's an expert standing behind you. No wonder you're so arrogant. But let me tell you something. If my Shangguan clan wants to kill someone, then no one can save you. Kill." Shangguan Wuchen suddenly shouted and a battle sword appeared in his hand. Sword Chi soared into the sky. This battle sword was definitely a 6th-level spiritual weapon. It was extremely powerful and it rapidly grew in the sky. It became 100 feet long and slashed down at Lu Ming. The power of this sword strike was terrifying and shocking. Space trembled like water waves, and ripples appeared. However, the figure on top of Lu Ming's head slapped him again. Clang, the slap landed on the battle sword and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Everyone was dumbfounded as they saw Shangguan Wuchen's battle sword being sent flying. This scene was too terrifying. What kind of existence is this? There's actually such an expert behind Lu Ming. At this moment, they couldn't help but reevaluate Lu Ming. This youth who came from a remote village in the eastern part of Tianxian domain wasn't as simple as they thought. His battle strength was unrivaled, and he even defeated a Saint Star expert. Now, there was an unknown expert behind him. How could such a background be simple? "Sir, who are you?" "I'm the Heavenly Divine Palace's main palace, a direct descendant of the Shangguan clan. This is my Shangguan clan's matter. I hope you won't meddle in it." Shangguan Wuchen stared at the blurry figure above Lu Ming's head. However, that voice only stood there motionlessly and did not say anything. "Second brother, attack. Continue attacking. This is just a figure with limited energy. Today, this little bastard must die. No matter who's behind him, we're Shangguan clan's disciples. How dare he touch us?" Shangguan Wuling screamed. "Sir, since you're determined to protect this kid, then you'll have to be prepared to go against my Shangguan clan." Shangguan Wuchen said again. "Ha ha ha, go against your Shangguan clan? So what? Don't try to scare me with your bullshit Shangguan clan." At this moment, a loud laugh suddenly came from the sky. Everyone was shocked. Since when was there someone in the sky, especially Shangguan Wuchen, Xianxia, and Mu Tian, the 3 Sea of Soul Realm experts? Their faces changed drastically. They couldn't even sense a trace of aura from a person who appeared above them. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky. Up in the sky, a figure was seated in the void, holding a gourd and gulping down wine. "Senior Yan!" Lu Ming shouted in joy. "Sir, who are you? Although your cultivation is high and I admit that I'm no match for you, if you really want to offend my Shangguan clan for this kid, I'm afraid you'll bring unnecessary trouble to yourself." Shangguan Wuchen continued. His tone was still full of threats. However, he didn't notice that Xianxia, Mu Tian, Mu Yi, Mu Jing, and the other elders of Tianxian domain were stunned. They looked at the figure in the sky with a complicated expression. "Shangguan, let's forget about today's matter." At that moment, Xianxia spoke to Shangguan Wuchen. "What?" Shangguan Wuchen was stunned. "Xianxia, what did you say? Today, the one who was seriously injured and humiliated is your own son. You actually want to give up? Are you even a man?" Shang Guanwuling glared at Xianxia and shouted. Alright, I'm doing this for your own good. Xianxia said. Who is he? Asked Shang Guanwuchen. He felt that Xianxia should know him. He is Yan Quantu. Xianxia said with mixed feelings. He didn't lower his voice, so everyone could hear him. Silence. The scene suddenly quieted down. All eyes were fixed on the unruly figure in the sky. Yan Quantu. He was a legend in the Tianqian region, or even in the eastern wasteland. In the Tianqian region, there was no one who did not know about the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. He was a peerless genius who came out of the Tianqian region 100 years ago. Many elders had watched him grow, but most of them had never seen Yan Quantu before. At this moment, they opened their eyes wide and looked at the legendary figure. Slowly, many people became excited. They discussed excitedly and looked at the figure in the sky. Yan Quantu? Shang Guanwuchen's eyes were also filled with shock. Then, he recalled what he had just said and his face turned pale. What he had said might be useful to others, but it was useless to Yan Quantu. Who was Yan Quantu? What was his cultivation? Yan Quantu was an extremely powerful and lawless figure. Even the old ancestor of the Shangguan clan had to tremble with fear in front of Yan Quantu. With Shang Guanwuchen's status, it was impossible for him to meet Yan Quantu in the past. He also thought of some rumors about Yan Quantu. It was said that Yan Quantu was a lawless person. Once, when a super family offended Yan Quantu went straight to the super family and almost destroyed it. In the end, Martial Emperor De did not punish him. That super family's strength was even stronger than the Shangguan clan. The more he thought about it, the paler his face became. He could not help but break out in cold sweat. Lord Yan, what brings you here? Mu Tian flew up to the sky and cupped his fists. Mu Tian's seniority was higher than Yan Quantu's. When Yan Quantu was in the Tianqian region, he was already the palace master of the Tianqian palace. However, things were different now. Yan Quantu's status in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was much higher than his. When he saw Yan Quantu, he had to call him Lord. Lord Yan, you haven't returned to the Tianqian region for decades, right? Just in time, I'll ask someone to prepare a banquet to welcome you. Xianxia flew up to the sky and said with a smile. Hee hee. Yan Quantu drank 2 more mouthfuls of wine and said, Xianxia, don't try to get close to me. Are we close? Xianxia's face stiffened and he stood there awkwardly. When Yan Quantu was in the Tianqian region, he and the Xing family could be said to be mortal enemies. They were even fiercer than Lu Ming was now. Many people of the same generation as Yan Quantu and the Xing family had been beaten up by him and many of them had died in his hands. Back then, the Xing family had regarded Yan Quantu as a must-kill target. They had even forced Yan Quantu to leave the Tianqian region and go to other regions to gain experience. Later on, he had risen rapidly. Only then did the Xing family give up on him. Now, Yan Quantu was lucky that he did not kill them. Why would he care about them? Lord Yan, I didn't know it was you just now. Please forgive me. Shang Guanwuchen also flew up to the sky and said with fear and trepidation. You didn't know it was me? Hee hee, your Shangguan clan is truly arrogant. You want to bully the weak? Are you bullying my little brother Lu Ming because he has no background and no backing? If I wasn't prepared, he would have been killed by you. Yan Quantu sneered. No, I was just testing little brother Lu's strength. Shang Guanwuchen broke out in cold sweat. Second brother, what are you doing? We are the disciples of the Shangguan clan. Why should we be afraid of him? We must kill that little bastard today. Let's see what he dares to do to us. Shang Guanwuling screamed again. Little sister, shut up. Shang Guanwuchen was shocked and scolded. Shang Guanwuling had married into the Tianqian region and stayed there all year round. Although she had heard of Yan Quantu's reputation, she did not know how terrifying Yan Quantu was. She had never heard of Yan Quantu's battle achievements. Shang Guanwuchen was really afraid that Shang Guanwuling would anger Yan Quantu. Second brother, why are you so timid? Our Shangguan clan is not afraid of anyone. Kill that little bastard. I must skin him alive and make him regret hurting Xingchen. Shangguan Wu Ling looked like a crazy hag because she was so protective of her son. What a vicious woman. Slap, a crisp sound was heard. Shangguan Wu Ling screamed as her body flew far away. One side of her face was swollen. Arg! How dare you hit me? Bastard! Trash! I'm going to tell my father that I'm going to kill you and your whole family. Shangguan Wu Ling screamed hysterically. Her hair was disheveled and she looked like a ghost. Whoosh, Yan Kuangtu's figure suddenly appeared in front of Shangguan Wu Ling. His eyes were cold and a terrifying murderous aura burst out. The murderous aura was unbelievably terrifying. As soon as the murderous aura was released, everyone felt like they were in Azura hell. There were mountains of corpses and seas of blood everywhere. It was cold. It was so cold that it penetrated into their bones and souls. Everyone's face turned pale. Shangguan Wu Ling, who was in the middle of the murderous aura, was stunned. Then, her face was filled with fear and her body trembled violently. You're just a B***tch. Killing you will only dirty my hands. Yan Kuangtu said indifferently. Then, he looked at the sky and said, I won't interfere in the battle between the young ones. However, if you seniors want to bully the weak, then I don't mind bullying the weak. Bullying the weak, overbearing and arrogant, if someone else said that, they would definitely be despised. However, it was reasonable for Yan Kuangtu to say that. This was strength. Yan Kuangtu had such strength. Today's battle is fair and Lu Ming is the winner. Therefore, the Xing family can get lost. The last word "get lost" was like a thunderclap. The sky rumbled and everyone's eardrums hurt. Although Xing Song, Shangguan Wuchen and the others were unwilling, they did not dare to say anything. They hurriedly brought the dazed Shangguan Wu Ling and the severely injured Xing Xingchen and the others away in a sorry state. In an instant, the people of the Xing family had all left. Senior Yan, thank you for saving me. Lu Ming stepped forward and cupped his fists to express his gratitude. Haha, you don't have to be so polite with me. Also, don't call me senior. I'm only 100 years old. I'm not that old. Call me big brother. Yan Kuangtu laughed. Big brother Yan. Lu Ming said. In fact, he and Yan Kuangtu were indeed of the same generation. Yan Kuangtu waved his hand and the blurry figure above Lu Ming disappeared. He looked at Lu Ming and then at Mullins. Haha, good boy. I was wondering why you were in such a hurry. It turns out that you're here to snatch a beauty. Good, a real man should do this. Yan Kuangtu patted Lu Ming on the shoulder. Mullins. Greet Senior Yan. Mullins walked towards Yan Kuangtu. Yan. Let's do it today. Let's do it. You're too. And I. Let's. Of the day. Of the day. The good. That's right. Today was supposed to be Lan Er and Xing Xing's wedding, but you snatched it from us halfway. I'll leave Lan Er to you then. Mu Tian also walked over. Father, Senior Yan. Mullins shouted. A blush flashed across her beautiful face. Her beauty was unparalleled. Marry. Marry Senior Sister Mullins? Lu Ming was stunned. The reason why he challenged Xing Xingchen was that Mullins said that she didn't want to marry Xing Xingchen. He just wanted to help Mullins. He never wanted to marry Mullins. Indeed, although Mullins was beautiful, he never wanted to marry her. What? Lu Ming, you don't want to marry her? Seeing Lu Ming's expression, Mu Tian's face darkened. Lu Ming was tongue-tied. At this moment, two figures involuntarily appeared in his mind. Xianxia and Autumn Moon. He knew very well that Autumn Moon was interested in him. And Xianxia. How was she now? She disappeared for so long. At this moment, for some reason, Xianxing's figure became exceptionally clear in his mind. Lu Ming, what is the meaning of this? Mu Tian shouted coldly. His face was extremely gloomy. Today, Lu Ming snatched the bride and challenged Xing Xingchen. This matter would soon spread throughout the Tianxian domain. In the end, Lu Ming refused to marry Mullins. At that time, how would others look at Mullins? How would they look at him? Mullins's eyes flashed. She seemed to have thought of something. Her eyes dimmed and she said softly, "Father, don't misunderstand. I don't want to marry Xianxia. That's why I asked Lu Ming for help. There's no other meaning. Moreover, Lu Ming is still young. He should focus on martial arts." Honor. Mu Tian looked at Mullins with a complicated expression. "Senior Sister Mullins, I'm sorry," Lu Ming said apologetically. It wasn't that Mullins wasn't beautiful enough. It wasn't that Mullins wasn't good enough. To be honest, which man wouldn't be tempted by a woman like Mullins? It would be a lie to say that Lu Ming wasn't tempted. However, he really didn't want to marry her. Moreover, there were two people in his heart. "Why are you apologizing? I should thank you today. From now on, I'm free." Mulan smiled sweetly. Her smile was brilliant and charming like a blooming flower. Her beauty was unparalleled. "Father, Senior Yan, I'm a little tired. I'll go back and rest first." After saying that, Mullins turned and strode away. The moment she turned, Lu Ming saw the sadness in Mullins' eyes. Sigh. Lu Ming sighed. Yan Quantu rolled his eyes and thought, it seems that little brother Lu is also a romantic person. He has someone else in his heart. Thinking of this, Yan Quantu naturally didn't say a word. It was hard for outsiders to say anything about this kind of thing. Humph. Mu Tian looked coldly at Lu Ming and snorted. Then, he said to Yan Quantu, "Lord Yan, it's been a long time since you returned to Tianshan domain. Why don't we go and have a drink?" "Well, it's time to have a good drink. Old man Mu, I remember that you have some good wine in your private collection. I've always wanted to drink it but couldn't. It's time to take it out." Yan Quantu laughed. "Okay, this time, I'll definitely take it out," Mu Tian said. "Brother Lu, do you want to have a drink together? This old man's private collection is really good." Yan Quantu looked at Lu Ming. "I'd better not go." Lu Ming shook his head. For some reason, he felt a little guilty and didn't know how to face Mu Tian. "Okay, then I'll leave first." As if seeing through Lu Ming's thoughts, Yan Quantu didn't say much and left with Mu Tian. At the scene, there was an uproar of excited discussion. What happened today was really full of twists and turns. It was beyond everyone's expectations. Lu Ming, who everyone thought was hiding and didn't dare to fight, appeared at the crucial moment. Moreover, he displayed terrifying strength and actually defeated the peerless genius Xingxing. This was really terrifying. If Lu Ming broke through to the Peak King realm, how strong would his battle strength be? And just as Lu Ming won, Shangguan Wuchen made a move to kill Lu Ming. They never thought that the person standing behind Lu Ming was actually a legendary figure like Yan Quantu. In the end, the Xing family was completely defeated and retreated in a sorry state. Today's matter would soon spread throughout Tianshan domain. The crowd slowly dispersed. "Lu Ming, looks like you've hurt someone's heart." Mu Xiuyuan walked over in his white robe. "Brother Mu, don't make fun of me." Lu Ming smiled bitterly. "Haha, Lu Ming, you don't have to think too much. Just like what Mullin said, you're still young. You should focus on martial arts. I'm really looking forward to seeing how far you can go in the future." Mu Xiuyuan sighed. When he first met Lu Ming hadn't become a challenger yet. He was still so young and weak and needed his guidance. But now, Lu Ming had left him in the dust. How long had it been? It was too fast. Maybe he's another Yan Quantu. Mu Xiuyuan sighed. "Brother Mu, I'm going back to treat my injuries." Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. "Alright, you should go back now," Mu Xiuyuan said. Lu Ming nodded and turned to leave. "Lu Ming, you're such a fool. How could you reject such a beautiful lady? What a waste. It's such a pity." Dandan shouted and sighed on the way back. "Shut up, you perverted turtle." Lu Ming picked up Dandan and stuffed it into the Temple of Paragon. He didn't go to the 4th zone. Instead, he rented a house in the 1st zone. Sitting cross-legged in the room, Lu Ming took out a few healing pills and swallowed them. Then, he activated the true dragon battle art to heal his injuries. He had taken Shangguan Wuchen's attack head-on and was severely injured. The bones in his arm were broken and his muscles were torn in many places. However, Lu Ming's body was extremely strong and his vitality was incomparably strong. His body had been healing automatically when he was talking. Now, with the help of the pills, he recovered even faster. In the fourth zone, Mullins and Mu Shouyuan stood side by side in a pavilion and looked into the distance. Are you angry with him? Mu Shouyuan asked. No. Mullins said calmly, feelings can't be forced. Lu Ming is indeed still young. He should prioritize martial arts. Actually, you should know that there is someone else in his heart. Mu Shouyuan sighed. Mullins' eyes flashed, then she smiled sweetly and said, I know, of course I know. But do you think I will lose? I've decided. I'm going to fight for it. Compete? Mu Shouyuan stared blankly for a moment, then smiled and said, haha, now that's the Mullins I know. Speaking of which, Lu Ming is really outstanding. He can't be easily missed. If I were a woman, I would also fight for him. However, the gap between me and him is getting bigger and bigger. Therefore, I've decided to go to that place to cultivate. I can't be left behind by him too much. Mullins gazed into the distance. Have you finally decided to go there to cultivate? Mu Shouyuan's eyes lit up. That's right. Father arranged for me to go, but I didn't want to listen to him, so I didn't go. Now, it's time to go. Mullins sighed. It's right for you to go there to cultivate. Otherwise, with your physique, it would be a waste. It's not too late to go now. Mu Shouyuan said. Half a day later, Lu Ming's injuries had already healed. His 7th grade body displayed a super strong self-healing ability. The Sea of Soul Realm is indeed powerful. I wonder what level of Sea of Soul Realm Shangguan Wuchen is at, and how much power did he use? Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Lu Ming estimated that Shangguan Wuchen shouldn't be too high in the Sea of Soul Realm. Otherwise, even a casual palm was not something he could block. When I break through to the Peak King level, I wonder if I can fight with a Sea of Soul Realm expert. Lu Ming was looking forward to it. However, what he needed to do now was to forge a spiritual spear. That high-grade 5th grade Wind Thunder spear had cracked after receiving a palm from Shangguan Wuchen during the battle with the Saint Star. With Lu Ming's current explosive power, a 5th grade spiritual weapon was not very useful. Immediately, Lu Ming got up and walked toward Old Huang's residence. Nestle, Lu Ming, you bastard, don't stuff me into that damn place. Dandan's voice suddenly sounded. It had appeared on Lu Ming's shoulder again, panting. Nestle. Lu Ming was shocked. This guy could actually run out of the Temple of Paragon by itself. Don't you know who I am? I'm the leader of the top 10 battle beasts. I've existed for countless years, and my inscription skills have already reached a level that can shock the heavens and make ghosts cry. How can a mere Temple of Paragon trap me? Aya, I'm so tired. Dandan boasted shamelessly while lying on Lu Ming's shoulder with its shell down and panting. Keep bragging. A person who often fails to carve an inscription, no, a tortoise. How can you say that your inscription skills can shock the heavens and make ghosts cry? Lu Ming said with disdain. Kid, what do you know? If I wasn't injured. A man and a tortoise bickered, and soon, they arrived at Old Huang's residence. Lu Ming walked in directly. Old Huang, Junior Lu Ming is here to visit. Lu Ming said loudly. Clang. Clang, in one of the rooms, there was a clattering sound. Then, an old man with messy hair rushed out of the room. Haha, Lu Ming, you're finally back. I thought you were dead. How was it? Did you bring back the 1,000 refined blood gold? Old Huang grinned and looked at Lu Ming. I brought it back. Lu Ming waved his hand and the 1,000 refined blood gold appeared in his hand. This is enough. Sigh, it's a pity for Xianlong. Old Huang sighed. It was obvious that Old Huang had received the news of the blacksmith sect's destruction. Lu Ming sighed inwardly, but he didn't say anything. Alright, there's no need to think too much about other things. During this time, I've been studying the inscriptions on the broken spear you gave me. I've learned a lot. I've already extracted the infinite black gold from the broken spear. I can start refining it now, but it will take 3 days. 3 days later, come and get it. Old Huang said. Alright, I'll have to trouble you then. Lu Ming handed the 1,000 refined blood gold to Old Huang. Alright, go ahead. Old Huang took the 1,000 refined blood gold and rushed into the room. Lu Ming smiled. This Old Huang was truly an eccentric. This old man is just an ordinary inscriber. He's not even a true inscriber, so he probably can't refine any good spiritual weapons. Dandan muttered. Lu Ming was speechless. This guy really knew how to brag. Elder Huang was the top inscription master in the Tianxian region. Moreover, how could it be so easy to find a true inscriber? It was too difficult to become a true inscriber, and the requirements were too high. Lu Ming strolled through the streets. Soon, he arrived at the courtyard that Mulans had given him half a year ago. Sitting cross-legged in the room, Lu Ming quietly comprehended the concept of lightning. As long as he broke through to the first level of perfection, he would be able to easily cultivate the other two concepts to the first level. With enough resources, Lu Ming would be able to break through to the peak stage king realm. Brother Yan, are you leaving? Yan Quantu came to bid farewell to Lu Ming. Yan Quantu nodded and said, I have seen what I should see. I will leave soon. After pondering for a while, Yan Quantu looked at Lu Ming with anticipation in his eyes and said, I will wait for you at the main palace for the Battle of Providence. Battle of Providence? Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. Why? You don't know about the Battle of Providence? Yan Quantu asked. I have heard of it, but I don't know much about it. Lu Ming said. He had heard about it from Fei Xue before. Lu Ming, the Battle of Providence is very important. All the geniuses in the Eastern Barren Territory will participate, including the monster race. Not only can you help your force to fight for endless providence, but you can also help yourself to fight for great providence. With your talent, you might be able to stand out in the Battle of Providence. Back then, I also participated in the Battle of Providence to achieve what I have today. Yan Quantu explained. You can fight for providence? Lu Ming was a little shocked. Providence, isn't it just like luck? It's innate. It's mysterious. How can you fight for it? Of course. Yan Quantu nodded and said, there is a saying, man can conquer nature. Luck also depends on the man. Therefore, providence can also be fought for. Talent, hard work, resources, and perseverance are very important for a martial artist. However, providence is also very important. Only those with great luck can become peak experts. Your luck is not weak, but if you don't participate in the battle of luck, you will be pulled apart by the other geniuses. From then on, you will be reduced to a foil, unable to become the bright star of this era. In the future, it will be difficult for you to become a peak expert of the continent. Therefore, this time, all the geniuses in the Eastern Barren Territory will participate. No one will miss it. The Battle of Providence? Lu Ming was looking forward to it, but he was a little hesitant. Because the Battle of Providence required him to go to the headquarters of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. That would be too close to Martial Emperor De. Would the Nine Dragons bloodline be sensed? Also, if he represented the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace in the Battle of Providence, it would be equivalent to helping the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace fight for great providence. Luck was also extremely important to a large faction. If a faction was lucky enough, they would be able to recruit even more geniuses as disciples. The next generation of experts would be endless, and their strength would also become stronger and stronger. Lu Ming was going to go against the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace sooner or later. He didn't want to help the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace increase their luck. Lu Ming, there are still 2 years before the Battle of Providence. In these 2 years, you should improve your strength as soon as possible. I'll be waiting for you in the Central Palace. As soon as Yan Quantu finished speaking, his figure flickered and disappeared in an instant. He was elusive. The War of Providence? As Lu Ming repeated this sentence, there was a thoughtful look in his eyes. Participate, I will definitely participate. Retreating is not my martial path. I don't have much time left. Only by having an intense collision with the geniuses of the world can my cultivation and martial path advance bravely. Only then can my cultivation improve even faster. If I retreat and hide in a place to cultivate, my martial path will improve very slowly. When the 10 years are up, I will still have to face martial monarch DE. I might as well give it a try. After a while, Lu Ming's eyes emitted a strong battle intent and a firm will. He decided to participate in the Battle of Providence. Although he had a lot of resources now, such as a pile of profound crystals, his cultivation would improve very quickly. That was only for martial kings. After breaking through martial kings and reaching the Spirit Sea realm, the resources he would need would be even more terrifying. The resources he had were not enough. The higher his cultivation, the harder it would be to improve his cultivation. The resources he would need would be even more terrifying. He wasn't going to be blinded by this little achievement in front of him. After making up his mind, Lu Ming no longer felt pressured. He only felt an indomitable sharpness. Then, he continued to cultivate. One day later, in a hall of the Xing clan, Xing Tsang, Xing Xingchen, Shangguan Wuchen, and Shangguan Wuling sat. After 2 days of cultivation, Xing Xingchen's injuries were much better. He was almost fully recovered. Damn it, that little bastard deserves to die, and that Yan Quantu deserves to die too. Shangguan Wuling screamed with murderous intent. She was slapped by Yan Quantu in public, which almost drove her crazy. Her murderous intent was extremely strong. Little sister, Yan Quantu is not someone we can provoke. Even the old ancestor is no match for him. It's better not to say such things. Shangguan Wuchen said beside her. Second brother, are we just going to let it go like this? Shangguan Wuling said. Of course not. We can't deal with Yan Quantu, but we can't let that little bastard Lu Ming go. Shangguan Wuchen's eyes flickered with murderous intent. Yes, it's all that little bastard's fault. It's all his fault. If it weren't for him, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Shangguan Wuling was filled with murderous intent. Since she couldn't deal with Yan Quantu, she could only vent all her anger on Lu Ming. There are only 2 years left until the Battle of Providence. At that time, there will be plenty of opportunities to kill that little bastard. Shangguan Wuchen said coldly, then looked at Xing Xing and said, Xing, come with me to the main palace to cultivate. It's best that you take revenge by cutting off Lu Ming's head. I will cut off his head myself. Xing Xing's eyes were extremely cold as he clenched his fists. Let's go to the main palace together. Anyway, there are only 2 years left until the Battle of Providence. At that time, we will definitely go. Xing Tsang said. Okay, then let's go to the main palace together. Shangguan Wuchen nodded. In the blink of an eye, the 3-day deadline with Elder Huang had arrived. Lu Ming left the courtyard and went to Elder Huang's residence. Elder Huang. Walking into the courtyard, Lu Ming called out softly. Whoosh, a figure appeared in front of Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, you're here. The spear you wanted has been refined. Take a look. Elder Huang took out a spear and threw it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming reached out and caught it. It's so heavy. When Lu Ming caught it, he felt that it was incomparably heavy. It weighed more than 1,000,000 pounds. Of course, with Lu Ming's current strength, there was no pressure to use it. Lu Ming looked at it carefully. The blood-red spearhead was made of indestructible steel. It was well-defined and gave off an indestructible feeling. The body of the spear was dark red, mainly made of 1,000 refined blood gold. There were some strange patterns engraved on it. There were also some black dots scattered all over the spear. Lu Ming took a liking to her at first glance. Buzz, Lu Ming injected his true yuan and waved it slightly. The spear vibrated, causing a wave of air. Lu Ming, the tip of the spear is forged from indestructible steel. It is sturdy and indestructible. As for the body of the spear, it is mainly made of 1,000 refined blood gold and contains infinite black gold. In the future, as long as you have precious metals, you can refine them and this long spear will continue to evolve and upgrade to a higher level spirit weapon. Many thanks, Elder Huang. Lu Ming was already very satisfied. He kept his spear and expressed his gratitude to Elder Huang. Go. I benefited a lot from studying your broken spear this time. I'm going to enter seclusion and comprehend it well. Elder Huang waved his hand. Lu Ming nodded and bowed. He then left and returned to his courtyard. With a move of his hand, a dark red spear appeared. Lu Ming began to brandish it. The spear was like a dragon, dancing in the air. The entire sky was filled with resplendent spear light. After a while, Lu Ming kept his spear and stood there. It's indeed a good spear. The circulation of true origin energy is extremely smooth. Moreover, I can erupt with true origin energy as much as I want. It's very helpful for me to unleash my strength. Lu Ming was very satisfied. With this spear, Lu Ming's battle prowess had increased again. Let's give this spear a name. What should I call it? Since it's based on the infinite black gold and can evolve infinitely, I'll call it the Infinite Spear. No, the Infinite Dragon Spear. Yes, haha, this name sounds good. Lu Ming muttered. He looked at the spear in his hand and grinned. So King cliché. Dandan said in disdain. Hey, are you itching for a beating? How is this cliché? The Infinite Dragon Spear is so domineering. Lu Ming brandished the spear in his hand. It's just an upper-grade level 6 spirit weapon. Ming has just passed the refinement. What's there to be happy about? I've already said that the old man's skills are bad. The materials used were good, but they were ruined by him. If it was me, TSK, hey, why are you looking at me like that? I'm a guy, and my hobbies are normal. I don't have any bad hobbies. Dandan began to boast shamelessly again. As it spoke, it saw Lu Ming looking at it with a burning gaze. It was so scared that its head immediately shrank back into its shell, leaving only its mouth open to mutter. Lu Ming carefully sized up Dandan. His eyes turned and he said, Dandan, you always say that you're a peerless expert, the head of the 10 strongest beasts. Since you're so powerful, teach me some peerless martial arts. For example, divine-level martial arts. How about giving me 8 or 10 books? So you're here for this matter. Dandan's head popped out of the tortoise shell again. It stood upright on Lu Ming's shoulder and placed its 2 claws on the tortoise shell. It had the demeanor of a peerless expert. Is there really one? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. His heart was pounding. If Dandan really had divine-level martial arts, not to mention 8 or 10 books, even 1 or 2 books would be enough to make him rich. Now, Lu Ming felt that his offensive martial arts were a little too simple. Although the 9 Dragons' heaven-stomping steps was powerful, it was difficult to cultivate. In battle, it belonged to the category of explosive martial arts. It lacked some changes. If the opponent was prepared early, they could dodge it. The same was true for the 3 unique skills of the Dragon God. They belonged to the category of explosive martial arts. They were extremely powerful and could kill with 1 blow. However, they lacked changes. If the other party could block his attack, Lu Ming would have fewer tricks up his sleeves. This was also what he had felt during the 2 battles with Qin Shan and the Sacred Star. Lu Ming needed to cultivate some other martial arts to assist him. After all, only 1 or 2 martial arts were too few. If Dandan could give him a few, it would be perfect. No. Dandan opened its mouth. 2 short words extinguished the fire in Lu Ming's heart. Nestling, if you don't have it, why are you so cocky? You liar. You only know how to brag. Lu Ming was unhappy and looked at Dandan with disdain. Hey, kid, what's with your expression? I can't remember because I'm injured. Otherwise, not to mention 8 or 10 divine-level martial arts, I can even take out 100 books. Humph. Dandan said unhappily. However, Lu Ming's disdain grew thicker. He obviously did not believe Dandan's words. How could Lu Ming believe it? 100 divine-level martial arts? Did he think they were cabbages that could be found by the roadside? You're infuriating me to death. Brat, let me tell you, although I can't remember the martial skills, I still remember the inscription Dao very clearly. I have a peerless inscription Dao here, as well as a top-notch cultivation method for cultivating spirit flames. Do you want me to teach you the inscription Dao? I want you to be convinced. Dandan was so angry that its eyes were wide open and its tortoise shell was moving up and down. Path of inscription? Lu Ming's eyes flickered a little. It took a lot of thought and energy to cultivate martial arts. Wouldn't it take even more energy to cultivate the path of inscription? Lu Ming was a little hesitant. Moreover, the path of inscription was only auxiliary. It did not increase one's combat strength by much. Hey, kid, do you think that the path of inscription can't increase one's combat strength by much? You're really inexperienced. Let me tell you, none of the inscription masters you've seen are qualified. They all cultivate casually and are only auxiliary martial arts. None of them are true inscription masters. If you become a true inscription master, once you reach the 5th level, your combat strength will be terrifying. Martial artists of the same level won't be able to withstand a single blow. In the ancient times, the path of inscription was prosperous. It was the main path of cultivation and even suppressed martial arts. To true inscription masters, challenging those of a higher level is a common thing. Dandan glared and lectured. Are true inscription masters that strong? Lu Ming was skeptical. Nonsense, of course. True inscription masters can inscribe auxiliary inscriptions, combat inscriptions, explosive inscriptions, divine weapon inscriptions and so on. They can even inscribe a peerless killing formation in an instant and kill the enemy invisibly. It's extremely powerful and mysterious. It's beyond your imagination. What do you think? Do you want to learn it? I have a top-notch cultivation method for the spirit flame here. If this cultivation method were to be made known to the public, it would definitely lead to an earth-shattering outcome. Not to mention martial emperors, even stronger existences would fight for it. Dandan said proudly. Okay, how do I learn it? Hearing Dandan's words, Lu Ming was also tempted. Give me some jade talismans first. You don't have any foundation in the path of inscription. I'll inscribe some basic things, the spirit fire cultivation method, and the method to ignite the spirit fire. I'll show you first so that you'll have an idea. Dandan said seriously, which was rare for him. Lu Ming nodded. With a wave of his hand, he took out a dozen sparkling jade talismans and threw them to Dandan. Dandan opened his mouth and the jade talismans all flew into Dandan's mouth and disappeared. Dandan's mouth was like a bottomless pit. Lu Ming saw that he swallowed everything into his mouth and took it out from his mouth. Okay, I'm going to inscribe. You can cultivate in peace. Wait for me for a few days. Dandan jumped into a room and disappeared. Lu Ming continued his cultivation. 5 days later, Dandan appeared and climbed onto Lu Ming's shoulder. He threw a dozen jade talismans to Lu Ming and said, "Everything is inside. Take a look at it yourself." Ouch, I'm so tired. Hurry up, since I'm so diligent, give me a few stocks of elixirs. Lu Ming was speechless. He casually took out a few stocks of 5th-grade elixirs and threw them to Dandan to send him away. He then went into the room and looked at the jade talismans. He placed the jade talismans on his forehead and understood the contents of the jade talismans. The jade talismans contained some basic knowledge about the path of inscription, which was extremely complicated. Lu Ming closed his eyes and slowly digested the information. It turns out that the inscription Tao is so complicated and mysterious. Its history is so ancient that it's even more ancient than the martial Tao. Lu Ming muttered in a low voice. He was a little shocked. In the past, he thought that the inscription Tao only existed to support the martial Tao. It seemed like he was gravely mistaken. The Desolate Era was an era that was even older than the Ancient Era, and the Immemorial Era. When the human race first appeared, there was no martial Tao. The human race comprehended a kind of pattern based on the traces of the world and the momentum of the mountains and rivers. This pattern was the earliest inscription Tao. In the end, it developed and became a great Tao. The inscription Tao was one of the oldest great Taos in the world. The inscription Tao could be used to refine weapons, refine pills, inscribe formations, and so on. If one wanted to practice the inscription Tao, first, one had to ignite the spirit fire in the sea of consciousness. The spirit fire was also known as the inscription fire. Only by igniting the spirit fire could one officially step into the inscription Tao. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, silver, and gold. The inscription masters were divided into 9 levels. The color of the spirit fire of each level was different. The spirit fire of the first level was red. The spirit fire of the second level was orange. Based on this logic, the spiritual fire of a ninth grade inscriber was golden in color. Every person, at every level, had 10 spirit lamps in their sea of consciousness. The more spirit lamps that were lit, the stronger the spirit fire. The spirit fire was the foundation of an inscription master. The stronger the spirit fire, the stronger and more precise the inscription master's control. Generally speaking, if one could ignite 3 spirit lamps at each level, one would be able to advance. For example, if a level 1 inscription master ignited 3 red spirit lamps, he would be able to advance and break through. The color of his spirit fire would change to orange and he would ignite an orange spirit lamp. After cultivating and igniting 3 orange spirit lamps, he would be able to continue breaking through. However, this kind of inscription master was an ordinary inscription master. Their main purpose was to support the martial Tao. They were the inscription masters that Lu Ming often saw. Only by igniting 6 or more spirit lamps at each level could one be considered a pure inscription master and be called a true inscription master. Of course, if one could light up 10 mind lamps at each level, then they would be perfect. They would be the strongest inscriber. However, according to Dandan, it was too difficult to ignite 10 spirit lamps. There were very few of them. Once an inscription master reached level 5, he would be extremely powerful. This jade token only contains some basic knowledge and general knowledge. Look at the rest. There are also some introductions on how to cultivate. There are also some low-level inscriptions that I have collected and controlled. Boy, I will let you have a good look. On his shoulder, Dandan chewed on the elixir as it spoke proudly. Lu Ming took out another jade tablet and placed it between his eyebrows. This piece of jade contained all the records of first-level inscriptions. There were hundreds of thousands of them. Lu Ming felt dazzled. After half a day, Lu Ming picked up another jade card. This jade card also had a first-level inscription. Then, 6 or 7 jade plates in a row, all of which were level 1 inscriptions. In total, there were more than 3 million types of inscriptions. Lu Ming was shocked. Even if he had never eaten pork, he had never seen a pig run. Although Lu Ming was not an inscriber, he still had some general knowledge. Although the first-level inscriptions were the lowest-level inscriptions, they were also the most numerous. It was already considered good for an inscriber to master a few hundred types. However, there were more than 3 million types here. This was simply terrifying. Then, Lu Ming continued to look. After that, there were level 2 inscriptions and level 3 inscriptions. Dandan did not inscribe any level 4 inscriptions. There were more than 1 million level 2 inscriptions and more than 600,000 level 3 inscriptions. The number was astonishing. How is it? I have lived for countless years and have come into contact with countless inscriptions. Now, do you believe me? Seeing Lu Ming's shocked expression, Dandan was very happy and proud. This time, Lu Ming did not attack Dandan. This guy had mastered so many inscriptions. Maybe what it said was true. The last jade token contained a cultivation technique. It was a cultivation technique for cultivating the spiritual fire. The cultivation method was called the underworld observation. Lu Ming comprehended it for a while and opened his eyes. Boy, how is it? Isn't this mind cultivation method enough to startle the heavens and make ghosts and gods weep? Dandan immediately asked proudly. Lu Ming shook his head and said, I don't feel anything. You don't feel anything? You really don't know what's good for you. Dandan curled its lips and said, well, you haven't started cultivating yet, so you can't experience the wonders of this cultivation method. Let me tell you, if this cultivation method is leaked, even a martial emperor will hunt you down. All the inscribers in the world will hunt you down. Is it that serious? Lu Ming was skeptical. Nonsense, do you think I would lie? Boy, you don't have a fire seed now. Wait until you find one, light the spiritual fire and start cultivating. Then you will know the benefits. Also, let me tell you, if you want to cultivate the path of inscription, you must be careful with your fire seed. It must be strong. If you light the spiritual fire with an ordinary flame, it will have a great impact on your future cultivation. The higher the level of the fire seed, the stronger it will be. You will be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort when cultivating in the future. Moreover, the spiritual fire will also be stronger. It will be of great help to you whether you are refining weapons, refining pills, or inscribing inscriptions. Dandan warned. Lu Ming nodded. Since he was going to cultivate, he had to cultivate in the best direction. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of time? He planned to light the spiritual fire when he found a satisfactory fire seed. For the time being, he would put the matter of inscription aside. After that, he continued to comprehend the thunder conception. 3 days later, Mu Shuyuan found him and told him that Mulans had left for a secret place far away to cultivate. Lu Ming let out a sigh in his heart. He knew that Mulans was most likely still mad at him. Otherwise, why would she not say goodbye to him? He could tell that Mulans was interested in him. How could he not be interested in Mulans? However, there was still someone in his heart that he could not let go of. Mu Shuyuan left after saying a few words. Lu Ming fell into deep thought. Let's not think about it for now. My priority now is to improve my strength. I'll think about it after I defeat Martial Dominator De. It's time to go back. Lu Ming planned to return to the Lu clan and heal Lu Yuntian's injuries with the life stream. The next day, Lu Ming left Xianxia City and headed east at a rapid speed. Lu Ming's speed was terrifying. He arrived at the Eastern Branch Palace in just 5 days. Lu Ming is back. The moment Lu Ming entered the Eastern Branch Palace, the news of his return spread across the Eastern Branch Palace. The teleportation was extremely fast. The news of Lu Ming defeating the Sacred Star had spread to the Eastern Branch Palace. Countless people rushed out to greet Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's figure flashed and avoided the crowd, appearing outside the Eastern Sky Courtyard. Palace Master! Lu Ming called out. It was Mu Jing, the Palace Master of the Eastern Palace. It turned out that Mu Jing had already returned to the Eastern Palace. Lu Ming, I knew you would come here. Mu Jing said with a smile. Palace Master, please have a seat inside. Lu Ming said with a smile. Mu Jing nodded and the two walked into the East Sky Courtyard. Lu Ming, what are you going to do next? Mu Jing asked as the two sat down in the courtyard. I plan to go home first. After some time, I will go to other regions to train. 2 years later, I will participate in the Battle of Providence. Lu Ming did not mention Huang. Instead, he told Mu Jing about his plan. Well, it turns out that you already know about the Battle of Providence. It seems that Yan Quantu told you about it. I wanted to tell you about it too. It is very important for you. If you can win the Battle of Providence, you may reach Yan Quantu's height in the future. You may even surpass him and become the new legend of Tianxian Domain. Mu Jing looked at Lu Ming with bright eyes full of expectation. Lu Ming smiled and did not say much. The legend of Tianxian Domain? To be honest, he did not care. By the way, Palace Master, I have something to ask you. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and asked. Oh? What is it? Mu Jing said. Immediately, Lu Ming asked Mu Jing about Elder Zhuang's family. When they were on their way to Tianxian City and were besieged by the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect, old Zhuang gave him his storage ring before he died. Lu Ming had once said that he would pass his storage ring to his family. Well, I will go back and send someone to investigate. I will give you the news tomorrow. Mu Jing nodded. After chatting with Lu Ming for a while, he bade farewell and left. The next day, Mu Jing sent news that Elder Zhuang did have a family living in Myriad Star City. They had a son and a daughter. Lu Ming immediately went to Myriad Star City. In the north of Myriad Star City, there was a small courtyard. The weeping willows outside were fluttering in the wind. It was quite elegant. But at this moment, it was disrupted by a discordant scene. A group of people gathered in front of the courtyard. Bastard, don't even think about taking my sister away. A furious roar was heard. The voice came from an 18 or 19-year-old young man. The young man was tall and sturdy, with a simple and honest appearance. At this moment, his face was filled with anger, and his eyes were fixed on an elegant middle-aged man in front of him. Behind the young man, there was a 16 or 17-year-old girl. She was pretty and sweet, and her figure was curvaceous. She was a rare beauty. At this moment, the young girl was also glaring at the middle-aged man with anger. The young man's name was Xianxia, and the young girl's name was Xianxia. Their father was old Zhuang, who had gone to the Tianxian domain with Lu Ming and was ambushed and killed by the Heavenly Corpse sect. As for the scholarly middle-aged man that they were glaring at, his name was Yao Gu, and he was a good friend of their father. He was also an Empyrean Divine Guard of the Empyrean Divine Palace, and his cultivation was on par with old Zhuang's. When old Zhuang was still around, Yao Gu and old Zhuang were very close. He also took good care of Xianxia and Xianxia. Who would have thought that after old Zhuang got into trouble, Yao Gu would reveal his beastly side? He actually wants Xianxia to be his concubine. Hee hee, little brat, do you think you can stop me? Let me tell you, when your father went to the Tianxian domain, he borrowed a middle LV5 spiritual weapon from me. Although he is dead, the spiritual weapon still needs to be returned. Either you hand over the spiritual weapon, or you let your sister be my concubine and serve me well. Then, I will let the matter of the spiritual weapon go. Yao Gu laughed coldly, and his eyes scanned Xianxia's body without restraint, and they were filled with passion. He had been eyeing Xianxia's beauty for a long time, but he could not do it when old Zhuang was around. Xianxia and Xianxia's faces turned pale. The two of them were martial grand masters. How could they take out a middle LV5 spiritual weapon? I will return the middle LV5 spiritual weapon to you. I will work hard to cultivate and earn spiritual crystals to buy a spiritual weapon for you. Don't take my sister away, don't take Xiao away. Xianxia stood in front of Xiao and said. How long do I have to wait for you to return it? 10 years? 20 years? 50 years? Perhaps you will not be able to take out a middle LV5 spiritual weapon in your entire life. Alright, move away. I know your father, and I do not want to trouble you. Yao Gu laughed coldly. But Xianxia stood there stubbornly, staring at Yao Gu angrily. Yao Gu frowned. Brat, Master Yao has given you face, but you do not know how to appreciate it. You are looking for death. Piss off. A man with a scar on his face scolded as he walked forward and threw out a slap toward Xianxia. Xianxia bit on his teeth, and a long spear appeared in his hand, stabbing toward the man's palm. Little bastard, you are only a 9th-level martial grandmaster, and you dare to fight back? You overestimate yourself. The man sneered viciously as he turned his palm into a claw. Xianxia exploded as he grabbed onto Xianxia's long spear and shook it. This man with a scar on his face was a half-step king warrior, which was thousands of miles more powerful than Xianxia. With that shake, his Xianxia exploded, and the long spear shook. Xianxia screamed as his body was blown away, crashing into the wall of the yard, shattering it completely. Blood poured out of Xianxia's mouth. Brother! Xianxia screamed as she rushed in front of Xianxia with tears in her eyes. Xiao, go! Go! Xianxia yelled. Go? Where do you want to go? Stop dreaming. The man walked forward with big steps as he laughed coldly. Xianxia and Xianxia looked desperate. Little beauty, it is your fortune that Master Yao likes you. Go back and serve Master Yao well. If you serve him well, you will have a good life. The man sneered as he reached out his hand toward Xianxia. Bastard, piss off. Xianxia roared as he struggled to get up. But he was already badly wounded, and the bones in one of his arms were broken as well. He could not use any power at all. Xianxia roared as she tried her best to resist. She shot out a few rays of light. However, she was only a 5th-layer martial master, far weaker than the scar-faced man. She was easily defeated by the scar-faced man. He grabbed her by the shoulder and poured his Xianxia into her. Xiao's Xianxia was sealed and she could not resist at all. Brother! Xiao screamed as tears flowed down her face. Xiao! Xianxia roared as he struggled to get up. But the man kicked him, and he was sent flying far away as he coughed out blood. Yao Gu waved his fan as he watched with a cold smile. There were some residents around, but no one said a word. Myriad Star City was too big, and no one knew how many people there were. Things like this happened every day. The Emperor Heaven Divine Palace could not manage all of them. Moreover, most of the people in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace were in the outside world. Myriad Star City was just a transit city. Moreover, Yao Gu was a 4th grade Martial King realm lower tier Martial King. In Myriad Star City, he was a peak existence. Who would dare to offend him? Hee, let's go back and serve Master Yao well. This chick is really pretty and has a great figure. If Master Yao is tired of her, he might reward me with her in the future. Hee. The scar-faced man thought happily. The reason why he was so enthusiastic was because of this thought. In the past, Yao Gu would reward his subordinates with women that he was tired of playing with. Behind Yao Gu, the others gritted their teeth and looked at the scar-faced man with envy. They regretted not moving faster and letting that guy beat them to it. You better let go of your filthy hands immediately. At this moment, an extremely cold voice rang out. The voice was like the winter snow, chilling to the bone. A young man in his 20s slowly walked over. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He was naturally Lu Ming. After he got old Zhuang's address and the situation of his family, he immediately rushed over. However, he encountered this scene. The scar-faced man looked at Lu Ming and sneered, "Kid, are you talking to me? I'll give you 3 breaths of time to let go of your filthy hands. Otherwise, die." 1. Lu Ming said coldly. Ha, kid, you're very arrogant. However, arrogance requires skill. The scar-faced man laughed loudly. 2. Lu Ming continued to speak coldly. The scar-faced man's expression changed as he shouted angrily, "Kid, do you know who my master is? My master is a lower-tier king and a level 3 Empyrean Divine Guard. You better behave yourself." 3. Lu Ming spat out the word 3 coldly and said, "Time's up. You don't have a chance anymore." Whoosh, as soon as he finished his words, Lu Ming's figure disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in front of the burly man with a scar. He grabbed the burly man with a scar by the throat and lifted him up high. The scar-faced burly man's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. He could not exert any strength in his body. There was fear in his eyes. Just now, he did not even have time to react. Lu Ming's speed was too fast. Naturally, he let go of Xianxia's shoulder. "Brother!" Xianxia hurriedly ran to Zhuang Xiaoshan's side to check on his injuries. "Xiaoro, I'm fine." Zhuang Xiaoshan struggled to get up and looked at Lu Ming with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Who is this young man? Is he father's friend? Why haven't I heard father mention it before? Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiao both looked at Lu Ming and thought. "Lord Yao, save me, save me!" The scarred man hissed. At this moment, Yao Gu's expression was a little solemn. Just now, he did not see clearly how Lu Ming attacked. "Stop shouting. Today, no one can save you. Go on your way." Lu Ming said coldly. No. The scar-faced man screamed in horror. His hands clawed and his feet kicked, as if he was trying to grasp onto a glimmer of hope. But in Lu Ming's hands, he was like a little chick, unable to resist at all. Gotcha! Lu Ming exerted force and broke the scar-faced man's neck. The scar-faced man screams. Stopped abruptly. "Brat, how dare you kill someone in the Myriad Star City?" Men, quickly informed the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's law enforcement team to take down this evil demon. Yao Gu shouted. The reason why he did not say anything earlier was that he was waiting for Lu Ming to kill the scar-faced man. This way, he would have an excuse to call the law enforcement team. In the Myriad Star City, it was fine to injure or even cripple someone. But killing someone was not allowed. One would be punished by the law enforcement team of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. This was the rule. Sometimes, one did not need to use force to deal with a person. One just needed to use one's brain. Yao Gu thought proudly. As for sacrificing the scar-faced man's life, what was that? He was just a dog. Now, it's your turn. Lu Ming did not seem to know that he had committed a serious crime. He looked at Yao Gu and the rest coldly, emitting a murderous intent. Yao Gu's expression changed and he shouted angrily, "Brat, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to kill us? You've committed a serious crime. You're a lunatic and evil demon. You scum will be a scourge if you stay in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. All of you must die. Lu Ming walked forward and said coldly. Brat, do you think you're so great after killing a half-step king? I'll cripple you. A burly man of the martial king realm jumped out and threw a punch at Lu Ming. This punch carried the intent of mountains. It was like a burly man smashing at Lu Ming with shocking power. Bang, the next moment, he was sent flying by Lu Ming's kick. He fell to the ground tens of meters away, no longer breathing. He was dead. Brat, you've killed another person. You're dead. Yao Gu shouted. You talk too much. Lu Ming shouted coldly and flicked his finger. Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, more than 10 spear lights shot out. Then, more than 10 screams were heard. Yao Gu's lackeys, whether they were below the martial king realm or above, were all nailed to the ground by the spear lights. Only Yao Gu was left alive. Hiss, gasps could be heard from the surrounding onlookers. In their eyes, this young man was too ruthless. He did not show any mercy and killed more than 10 people in the Myriad Star City. Was he not afraid of the punishment of the law enforcement team? Or had he killed one person and decided to go all out? Yao Gu's face turned pale and there was a trace of fear in his eyes. Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaorou's eyes were filled with worry. Lu Ming had killed so many people. The law enforcement team would be here soon. What should they do? Tell me, how do you want to die? Lu Ming looked at Yao Gu. You're finished. You've killed so many people. You're finished. Yao Gu roared, but his body retreated. However, Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared in front of him. I'll kill you. Yao Gu was shocked. Then, he roared and a saber appeared in his hand. He slashed at Lu Ming. The attack of a LV4 martial king was shocking. The onlookers kept retreating, afraid of being affected. However, the next scene left them dumbfounded. Lu Ming did not even take out his spiritual weapon. He slapped Yao Gu with his bare hand. With a clang, Lu Ming's palm hit Yao Gu's saber. Yao Gu's middle LV5 saber flew out. However, Lu Ming's palm was not affected at all. He continued to slap Yao Gu. Slap, a slap landed on Yao Gu's face. A crisp and clear sound could be heard. Yao Gu spun on the spot for dozens of rounds. He then looked at Lu Ming with a dumbstruck expression. He could not fight back against Lu Ming. Who was this young man? He was too terrifying. Yao Gu was suddenly filled with endless fear. Tell me, how do you want to die? Lu Ming looked at Yao Gu indifferently. Swoosh. Swoosh, at this moment, there was a sound in the sky. More than 10 figures broke through the void and flew toward them. Powerful auras were emitted from these people. Among them, there were 3 lesser completion kings. The law enforcement team of the Dtian Divine Guards had arrived. Who dares to kill people in Myriad Star City? An angry roar came from the mouth of a middle-aged man in a red robe who was the leader. My lords from the law enforcement hall, this kid is a demon. He started a massacre as soon as he came out. Look, how many people has he killed? Now he wants to kill me. Yao Gu was overjoyed when he saw the people from the law enforcement hall. He shouted crazily as if he had found a life-saving straw. The red-robed man from the law enforcement hall looked at Lu Ming in the direction Yao Gu was pointing at. His expression changed drastically. He had seen Lu Ming before and he recognized Lu Ming at this moment. Yao Gu did not notice the change in the red-robed man's expression. He stepped back and looked at Lu Ming coldly. Kid, I don't care who you are. You will be punished for killing people in Myriad Star City. Yao Gu shouted in his heart. Yao Gu, how dare you? Kneel down and admit your guilt. The red-robed man shouted. Haha, kid, kneel down and admit your guilt. Yao Gu laughed heartily. But in the next instant, his smile froze. That was because he realized that the red-cloaked large man had called out his name. He turned his neck stiffly and looked at the red-robed man. He forced a smile and said, My lord, did you call the wrong name? What do you mean by the wrong name? I know you. You are Yao Gu, right? I am calling you. Kneel down now. The red-robed man shouted and a powerful aura fell on Yao Gu. Yao Gu was stunned. Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiao were also stunned. The crowd was also stunned. Wasn't it the young man who killed them? Why did he ask Yao Gu to kneel down now? My lord, is there a mistake? He is the one who killed them. Yao Gu pointed at Lu Ming and shouted. How dare you slander Lord Lu Ming? Lu Ming is an important figure. If you did not commit a serious crime, why would Lord Lu Ming kill you? Kneel down now. The red-robed man shouted. WH. What? Lu Ming? Yao Gu's face turned ghastly pale all of a sudden. He looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. Then, his eyes were filled with endless fear. There was silence all around. Everyone stared at Lu Ming with their eyes wide open. Could this young man actually be Lu Ming? The news that Lu Ming had defeated the Sacred Star in the Heavenly Arcana branch had spread across the Eastern branch, and even the 10,000-star city. Who was the Saint Star? He was a peerless genius on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Wilderness, and his cultivation had reached the peak king realm. It could be said that in the Xianxia region, apart from those few Sea of Soul realm experts, no one could rival him. Even such a character had been defeated by Lu Ming. How strong could Lu Ming be? Right now, Lu Ming was at the peak of Xianxia region. With his talent, he could even stand on equal footing with Sea of Soul realm experts. What kind of status was this? If others killed people in the Myriad Star City, they would definitely be punished, but Lu Ming would definitely not. Who would dare to punish him? When one's strength reached a certain level, he could override the rules. Brother, he's Lu Ming. He's Lord Lu Ming. We're saved. After the shock, Zhuang Xiao was endlessly excited. The young man who had fought for them was actually Lu Ming. They knew that they were saved. No one could touch them. Yes. Zhuang Xiaoshan said foolishly. He looked at Lu Ming with endless admiration. Lu Ming was only a few years older than him, but his achievements were 108,000 times greater than his. He was his idol. Bang, Yao Gu's body shook like a sieve, and then he actually knelt down. When he found out that the young man in front of him was Lu Ming, he knew that he was done for. But he didn't want to give up, so he begged, Lord Lu Ming, spare my life, spare my life. I was just joking with the Zhuang siblings, just joking. Just joking? There was a cold smile at the corners of Lu Ming's lips. Do you think I'm blind? You probably think that the two of them have no support after their father passed away, right? Unfortunately, you don't know that their father and I are sworn friends. Lu Ming's voice wasn't loud, but it was heard by everyone. Friends of life and death. Lu Ming and old Zhuang were friends of life and death? At this moment, countless people looked at Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiao with envy. Although old Zhuang was dead, the Zhuang siblings had Lu Ming as their backing. They could do whatever they wanted in Tianqian region. Yao Gu's face was filled with despair. Whoosh, with a flick of his finger, a spear radiance shot out and pierced through Yao Gu's dantian, destroying his cyclone. Yao Gu's cultivation was crippled. You guys can leave first. I will take care of this. Lu Ming said to the people from the tribunal council. Yes. Those people from the law enforcement hall retreated respectfully. As for Yao Gu and the others, they were blind enough to offend Lu Ming. Their deaths were in vain. Lu Ming waved his hand and wrapped Yao Gu with his ethereal force and brought him in front of the Zhuang siblings. I'll leave him to you. Kill him. Lu Ming said. Kill him? Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiao were shocked and hesitated. Martial artists should repay kindness with kindness and revenge with revenge. If I didn't arrive today, have you thought about what would have happened to you? What's there to hesitate about? If you have to hesitate to kill your enemy, what's the point of practicing martial arts? Lu Ming's voice was like thunder in the minds of the Zhuang siblings. Both of their eyes were filled with determination. I'll kill him. Zhuang Xiaoshan struggled to get up. Brother, let me do it. A long sword appeared in Zhuang Xiao's hand. No. Spare my life. Please spare my life for the sake of my many years of friendship with your father. Yao Gu screamed in fear. Why didn't you spare us on account of your years of friendship with my father? Die. Xiao's voice was cold. She stabbed her sword into Yao Gu's heart. Yao Gu's eyes were wide open and filled with unwillingness. In the end, he stopped breathing. He only wanted to bring Xiao back to play with her. He had done this many times and it had never been a problem. Why did he have to meet Lu Ming this time? Good and evil will be rewarded. This was Yao Gu's last thought. Lu Ming nodded. In the world of martial arts, the strong preyed on the weak. If one's heart wasn't hard enough, how could one survive in this world? This was especially true for those who were beautiful but weak. They would often end up as someone's plaything. Lu Ming hoped that after experiencing this incident, they would be able to change. Lord Lu Ming, thank you for saving us this time. Otherwise, Xiao would have. Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiao came to Lu Ming and thanked Lu Ming. You don't have to thank me. This is what I should do. Sigh, I didn't have the ability to save your father back then. Lu Ming sighed. The Zhuang siblings' eyes were red. Elder Zhuang's storage ring appeared in his hand. Lu Ming passed it to Zhuang Xiaoshan and said, "This is your father's storage ring. Now, I'll give it to you." Holding Elder Zhuang's storage ring, the siblings' eyes became redder and tears rolled down their cheeks. Then, the siblings looked at each other and suddenly knelt down in front of Lu Ming. Lord Lu Ming, please accept us as your disciples. Lu Ming was a little stunned. He had never expected the Zhuang siblings to want him as their master. Lord Lu Ming, please accept us as your disciples. We will definitely work hard and not embarrass you. Zhuang Xiaoshan kowtowed, and Zhuang Xiao quickly followed. Lu Ming frowned. He sized up the two of them. Although their aptitudes were not top-notch, they were still considered top-notch talents. With some guidance, they might be able to achieve great things. However, Lu Ming had never thought of accepting disciples. He was still young, and the key was that he did not have the time to teach them. Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiao looked at Lu Ming with anticipation. The surrounding onlookers also looked on curiously. They were all guessing if Lu Ming would accept them. After pondering for a while, Lu Ming said, "How about this? I will accept you as my in-name disciples first." Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiao were overjoyed. They immediately kowtowed. "Master, please accept a kowtow from your disciples." Although they were not direct disciples and were only in-name disciples, the two of them were already satisfied. Lu Ming could not help but touch his nose. He had a strange feeling in his heart. He did not expect that he would have disciples so soon. Cough, cough. Lu Ming coughed dryly and said, "All right, get up. However, I have to tell you that I will not have the time to teach you during this period. I will bring you to the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace to cultivate first. When I am free in the future, I will teach you then." "Thank you, Master." Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiao kowtowed again before getting up. "All right, let's go to the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace first." With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming brought the Zhuang siblings and headed towards the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. The surrounding onlookers were all envious. Old Zhuang's son and daughter are so lucky to be able to have Lu Ming as their master. This is really a blessing from 8 lifetimes. That's right. With this, they will have a meteoric rise. Old Zhuang can also smile in the underworld. I'm so envious. Everyone was discussing animatedly, and the news of Lu Ming accepting 2 disciples also spread. Lu Ming brought the Zhuang siblings into the eastern sky courtyard. "Xiaoshan, heal yourself first." Lu Ming gave Zhuang Xiaoshan a bottle of healing pills. "Thank you, Master." Zhuang Xiaoshan took the pill and swallowed it. He sat down cross-legged and began to heal himself. Lu Ming flicked his finger and a stream of quintessential essence flew into Zhuang Xiaoshan's body, assisting him in his recovery. Zhuang Xiaoshan's injuries quickly recovered. Then, Lu Ming took out a sound transmission jade talisman and sent out a message. Half an hour later, Zhuang Xiaoshan's injuries had stabilized and he opened his eyes. At this moment, a figure appeared in the air. It was Mu Jing. "Xiaoshan, Xiao, this is Palace Master Mu Jing." Lu Ming introduced the two of them. Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiao were shocked. They hurried to Mu Zheng's side and bowed. They had grown up in the Myriad Star City and had heard of Mu Zheng's name for a long time. However, they had never seen him before. They did not expect to see this legendary figure after becoming Lu Ming's disciple. The two of them were excited. Haha, Lu Ming, I just received news that you have accepted 2 disciples. I was just about to congratulate you when I received your message. Mu Jing laughed. Palace Master Mu, you must be joking. Palace Master, I'm afraid that Lu Ming will not have much time to teach them in the future. I would like to leave the 2 of them in the Eastern Sky Courtyard and cultivate in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. What do you think? Lu Ming said. Of course, no problem. Don't worry, I will teach them when I have time. Mu Jing said straightforwardly. Thank you, Palace Master. Lu Ming cupped his fists. As for the Zhuang siblings, they were naturally overjoyed and thanked him. Take these 2 tokens. In the future, you can enter and exit the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace as you wish. Mu Jing gave Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiao a token each. The brother and sister were naturally overjoyed and thanked him again. Mu Jing smiled and then took his leave. Xiaoshan, continue to recuperate. When you have recovered, I will impart some martial techniques to you. Lu Ming said. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Zhuang Xiaoshan's injuries had already recovered. Lu Ming also imparted some cultivation methods and martial techniques to them because of that. Zhuang Xiaoshan's bloodline was a black mountain. Lu Ming found a heaven-class inferior martial technique, Thousand Mountains technique, in his storage ring and gave it to Zhuang Xiaoshan. As for Zhuang Xiao's bloodline, it was a small blue sword. It was crystal clear and had a strong water attribute. Lu Ming found a heaven-class inferior martial technique. He also gave the 2 of them a few martial techniques that were suitable for them. Most importantly, Lu Ming imparted the 10,000 spirit battle body to the 2 of them. Then, he gave them 3 drops of middle-grade Xiantian origin liquid to refine their bodies. Both of their cultivations were improving every day. This was all he could give them for the time being. In the future, they would have to rely on themselves. As for the true dragon fighting art, they had to start cultivating it before the meridian opening realm. Otherwise, they would not be able to cultivate it. The same went for the 3 ultimate dragon gods. They had to comprehend many different wills. These could not be imparted to them. 7 days later, Lu Ming left the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace under the reluctant gazes of the Zhuang siblings. Now, Lu Ming had to return to the Blazing Sun Empire to treat Lu Yuntian's meridians. Lu Ming flew towards the Blazing Sun Empire at lightning speed. Ever since the Blazing Sun Empire was unified, it had been stable. Everyone knew that Lu Ming was standing behind Huaqi. No one would have second thoughts. With the help of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley, the royal family's national power was recovering rapidly and they were thriving day by day. As for the Lu family in the east of the Blazing Sun Empire, they had become an extremely special family. Although they were not strong, everyone had to give them face. During this period, the Lu family had developed rapidly. Countless martial experts had joined the Lu family. The Lu family's strength had increased by dozens of times. Their businesses had spread to hundreds of cities. However, everyone in the Lu family would never forget that Lu Ming was the one who had brought all of this to them. Without Lu Ming, everything that they had would have vanished in an instant. In the courtyard of the Lu family head residence, Lu Yuntian and Li Ping were sitting at a stone table. They were drinking tea and chatting. Although Lu Yuntian was the Lu family head, he would not show up for small matters. He would leave everything to his subordinates to handle. He was happy to be free. I wonder how Ming-er is doing now. Li Ping suddenly sighed. Why? I miss Ming-er, Lu Yuntian said. Don't you miss him? Li Ping rolled her eyes at Lu Yuntian. What a woman. Ming-er is now at the golden age of cultivation. Of course he needs to travel outside. We should take care of ourselves at home so that Ming-er won't worry. Lu Yuntian said. Although he said that, the trace of longing in his eyes could not be dispelled. You're so stubborn. Li Ping glared at Lu Yuntian. Father, mother. At this moment, a figure called out. Lu Ming's figure appeared in the courtyard. Lu Yuntian and Li Ping trembled. They looked at Lu Ming and were overjoyed. Ming-er, you're back? Father, Mother, Ming-Er is back to see you. It's good that you're back. Come, let me take a good look at you. Li Ping happily pulled Lu Ming to sit down and look at him. Lu Yuntian's face was also full of smiles. Father, Mother, Ming-Er is fine. Don't worry. Lu Ming smiled and sat down with Li Ping and the other two. Father, Ming-Er came back mainly to heal your meridians. Lu Ming said. What? Heal my meridians? Lu Yuntian's hand that was holding the teacup trembled. Obviously, Lu Yuntian was shocked. Ming-Er, is what you said true? Can you really heal your father's meridians? Li Ping looked at Lu Ming excitedly. That's right. Father, Mother, Ming-Er obtained a bottle of the legendary life water. It can definitely heal father's injuries. Lu Ming moved his hand and the life water appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Life water, life water. I didn't expect such a treasure to exist in this world. Lu Yuntian said excitedly. Father, drink it. I'll help you refine it. Lu Ming gave the life water to Lu Yuntian. All right. Lu Yuntian received it and took a deep breath. He drank it in one gulp and sat down cross-legged. Lu Ming placed his palm on Lu Yuntian's back. True Yuan continuously flowed into Lu Yuntian's body to help him refine the life water. The life water turned into vigorous vitality energy and nourished Lu Yuntian's meridians. Wherever this energy passed, Lu Yuntian's broken and withered meridians were reconnected. Moreover, they became more vigorous and resilient. 2 hours later, the life water was completely refined. Lu Yuntian's meridians were healed and were several times stronger than before. His body was filled with vitality and was full of vitality. It's done. It's really done. Lu Yuntian circulated his cultivation technique and looked at the fiery red true qi in his palm. He was so excited that his body trembled and tears welled up in his eyes. Lu Yuntian's cultivation had already reached the martial grandmaster realm. With the help of Lu Ming, he immediately recovered a bit of his cultivation. How many years had it been? He had thought that he would never be able to practice martial arts again, and that he would never be able to recover his true qi again. But now, he had it back. No one could understand Lu Yuntian's current mood. Ming-Er, thank you. Lu Yuntian took a deep breath and looked at Lu Ming. Father, you and I are father and son. There's no need to thank me. This is what I should do. Lu Ming smiled. He was very happy to see Lu Yuntian recover. That's great, that's great. At the side, Li Ping was also extremely excited. No one in the world knew Lu Yuntian better than her. Lu Yuntian had always had a heart for martial arts. He was a natural martial artist, so not being able to cultivate was a huge blow to him. Now, everything was fine. Father, take these cultivation techniques, martial arts techniques, and elixirs. Lu Ming took out the cultivation techniques, martial arts techniques, elixirs, and weapons that he had prepared for Lu Yuntian. These were all carefully selected by Lu Ming as they were the most suitable for Lu Yuntian. There were all kinds of cultivation techniques, enough for Lu Yuntian to use until he reached the martial king realm. Ming-Er, do you have enough for yourself? Lu Yuntian asked. He was afraid that Lu Ming had given him so many resources that he would not be able to use them. In comparison, Lu Ming was more important. He was already very happy to be able to cultivate. The resources should be left for Lu Ming. After all, Lu Ming was at the golden age of cultivation. Father, don't worry. Ming-Er has a lot of resources. Lu Ming smiled. Lu Yuntian took it. Father, this is a bottle of middle-grade Xianxia origin liquid. Take it and use it with Mother. Not only will it help you cultivate your flesh, it will also improve Mother's body. Lu Ming took out the bottle of middle-grade Xianxia origin liquid and handed it to Lu Yuntian. Middle-grade Xianxia origin liquid. Lu Yuntian's heart skipped a beat. He clearly knew that the price of a middle-grade Xianxia origin liquid was an astronomical figure that he could not even imagine. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yuntian looked at Lu Ming with a serious expression and asked, Ming-Er, what's your cultivation now? Lu Ming did not hide anything and said, Peak 9th layer Martial King Realm, but it'll take me some time to reach the Peak Martial King Realm. Peak 9th layer Martial King Realm. Lu Yuntian's heart skipped a beat before it was filled with joy. Great, great, I'll take this bottle of Xiantian origin liquid. Lu Yuntian burst out laughing. Peak 9th layer Martial King realm was a realm that he did not even dare to imagine. How could he not be happy that Lu Ming had reached it at such a young age? This was his, Lu Yuntian's, son. The three of them chatted for a while before Lu Yuntian rushed into his room and started cultivating. Lu Ming smiled. With Lu Yuntian's talent, he believed that it would not take long for him to recover his peak cultivation. News of Lu Ming's return did not spread. In the following days, Lu Ming would chat with Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. He would focus on comprehending the lightning intent. Half a month later, Lu Yuntian's cultivation had recovered to the peak 9th layer Martial Master realm. Soon, he would return to the Martial Grand Master realm. At this time, Lu Ming's lightning intent broke through again, reaching the peak of the first level. Now, it's time to raise my wind fire intent to the peak of the first level. Lu Ming entered the Temple of Paragon, took out a middle-grade profound crystal, and began to break through. 7 days later, Lu Ming used 3 pieces of each of the 2 types of middle-grade profound crystals to break through to the perfected level 1 of the wind and fire concepts. With all 3 intents at the peak of the first level, Lu Ming's cultivation should be able to reach the peak of the King realm. However, he did not have enough resources. Lu Ming only had 6 million top-grade spiritual crystals. It was not enough for him to reach the peak of the King realm. He had no choice but to put it aside for now and focus on cultivating the 3 ultimate skills of the Dragon God. With all 3 intents at the peak of the first level, he could cultivate the 3 ultimate skills of the Dragon God to the 6th level. 3 days later, Lu Ming headed for the imperial capital. He started to think about what was at the bottom of the Earth Origin Cave. When Lu Ming was in the first layer of the Martial King realm, he did not manage to dig it out. Now, he wanted to try again. However, before going to the Earth Origin Cave, he first found Huaqi to catch up with him. Then, he headed to the Earth Origin Cave. No one noticed Lu Ming. Silently, Lu Ming went to the lowest level of the Earth Origin Cave. It was the 14th level, the level that Lu Ming had dug out. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, this place did not affect Lu Ming at all. Lu Ming continued to dig. The 15th level, the 16th level, the 17th level. When Lu Ming dug out the 17th level and wanted to continue digging, he found that it was empty. Lu Ming dug out a hole and rushed down. He found that there was a huge underground cave below. The fire spiritual chi here was unimaginably violent. In the air of the underground cave, a ball of fire burned fiercely like the sun. Endless heat spread out from the ball of fire. Nest, this is the earth core flowing flame. Kid, you're rich. Dandan shouted excitedly. Geocentric flowing flame? Lu Ming was a little puzzled. Boy, you're really lucky. The geocentric flowing flame is a kind of top-grade flame between heaven and earth. If you use it to ignite the spirit fire, it'll be perfect. Boy, I'm starting to envy your luck. Dandan shouted. Lu Ming's eyes also lit up. If I absorb this flame, there won't be any fire attribute spirit chi here. Won't this cultivation holy land be wasted? Lu Ming said. What waste? Let me tell you, if you absorb the geocentric flowing flame, the value of this place will really explode. Haven't you noticed that this place is actually a spiritual eye? It is constantly emitting spirit chi, but it has always been absorbed by the flowing geocentric flame, or even blocked. Now that you have absorbed the flowing geocentric flame, the spirit chi here will spread out, turning this place into a true holy land for cultivation. Dandan explained. I see. Lu Ming observed carefully. True enough, he discovered that spirit energy was constantly emanating from below. However, most of it was absorbed by the geocentric flowing flame. It was even burned by the scorching flames. The remaining spirit energy spread out along with the scorching flame's aura, forming fire spirit energy. Lu Ming finally knew how the Earth Yuan cave was formed. Boy, you can't miss this opportunity. I'll teach you how to ignite the spirit fire. First, visualize 10 spirit lamps in your sea of consciousness. Dandan began to teach. Lu Ming began to visualize the spirit lamps in his sea of consciousness according to Dandan's method. The Sea of Consciousness and Dantian, in a sense, were infinitely big, like two universes. Although the Thunder Cauldron occupied a part of it, Lu Ming could visualize the spirit lamps in another part of the Sea of Consciousness. Slowly, 10 spirit lamps seemed to appear in Lu Ming's Sea of Consciousness, but they were all extinguished and not lit. Now, grab the geocentric flowing flame and use the underworld visualization to absorb it into your Sea of Consciousness. Dandan shouted. Lu Ming waved both of his palms, forming two giant palms that grabbed the flowing geocentric flames. Boom, the flowing geocentric flame shook violently, as if it had a mind of its own and wanted to escape. The three states of wind, fire, and thunder erupted. Together with his quintessence, he firmly grasped the flowing flame in the geocentric flame and brought it before Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt as if his true essence was about to ignite. The temperature of the flowing geocentric flame was too high. If it weren't for the fact that Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th layer martial emperor realm, and that his three intents had all reached the first stage perfection stage, he would not be able to deal with the earth core flowing flame. Even an ordinary great achievement king would be burned to death if they came. Refine. Lu Ming muttered. He used his true essence and concepts to temper away the violent elements of the flowing earth core flame, making it more docile. 2 hours later, Lu Ming started to use the dark god observation method to absorb the flowing flame from the earth's core and ignite his spiritual fire. Whoosh whoosh, wisps of flowing flame from the earth's core flew into Lu Ming's forehead and appeared in Lu Ming's mind. Boom, instantly, Lu Ming felt as if he was in magma. The terrifying temperature and flames were burning his body, including his soul. Hot, too hot. Kid, you have to hold on. The higher the quality of the flame, the greater the danger of igniting your spiritual fire. However, the benefits are also unimaginable. Dandan's voice sounded. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and tried his best to control the flowing flame from the earth's core to ignite his spiritual fire. Give me some. Lu Ming roared. He controlled the flowing flame from the earth's core and ignited it towards a lamp. Whoosh, all the flowing flame from the earth's core rushed towards the first lamp. The first lamp emitted a fiery red light. Then, a wisp of flame appeared on the wick of the lamp. At first, the flame was very small, but slowly, the flame on the wick grew bigger and bigger. Finally, it started to burn fiercely. Success. The spiritual fire was successfully ignited. However, this was just the beginning. It was far from over. When the flame of the first lamp reached its peak, a wisp of flame also appeared on the wick of the second lamp. The flame grew bigger and bigger. Kid, the flowing flame from the earth's core is too strong. This is an opportunity to ignite more lamps. Take advantage of it. Dandan reminded. Lu Ming operated the underworld god observation method with all his might. When the flame of the second lamp reached its peak, a scarlet flame also appeared on the wick of the third lamp. Then, the fourth lamp, the fifth lamp, the sixth lamp, igniting 6 lamps had already reached the requirement of a true inscription master. However, it was still far from the limit. The 7th lamp, the 8th lamp, the 9th lamp, the 10th lamp. The 10 spirit lamps were all lit up. Haha, perfect, perfect. The first stage is perfect. It really is the flowing flame from the earth's core. Dandan laughed. The 10 spirit lamps burned with scarlet spirit fire. When the flames of the 10 spirit lamps reached their peak, the spirit fire of the 10 spirit lamps suddenly gathered on the first spirit lamp, while the other 9 spirit lamps were extinguished. The flame of the first lamp started to change. It turned into an orange flame. Orange. This meant that Lu Ming had reached the second stage. The spiritual fire of a level 2 inscription master was orange. This was not the end. When the orange flame of the first lamp reached its peak, the second lamp was also successfully ignited. Just like before, the third lamp, the fourth lamp, finally, the 10th lamp. The second stage also had 10 lamps ignited. Perfect. When the orange flame of the 10 lamps reached its peak, it gathered on the first lamp again. The first lamp's flame turned yellow again. Yellow flame. Level 3 inscription master. Just like before, after the first lamp was ignited, the second lamp, the third lamp, the fourth lamp, this time, he ignited 6 lamps in one go. At this moment, he finally stopped and did not ignite the 7th lamp. The energy of the flowing flame from the Earth's core has finally been used up. Ha ha ha, amazing. The first 2 stages were perfect. The third stage, you ignited 6 lamps. This is very rare. Dandan laughed and danced. Lu Ming's face also revealed a happy expression. Within the same level, the more lamps one ignited, the more vigorous the spiritual fire would be. This also meant that one's spiritual power would be stronger. Lu Ming was now a level 3 inscription master. Of course, it was only his spiritual fire that had reached level 3. If he wanted to become a level 3 inscription master, he still needed to practice inscription. Only by mastering inscription could he be considered a true inscription master. Brat, let me tell you, the strength of your spiritual flame is so strong that I'm afraid even those half-baked level 5 inscription masters here can't compare to you. Hee, the first 2 stages are perfect. There aren't many people who can achieve perfection. However, it will be difficult for you to achieve perfection in the later stages. But I still hope that you can do your best and achieve perfection in every stage. Dandan said. Lu Ming nodded. If he wanted to cultivate, of course he had to aim for the best. He would work hard. Let's try engraving inscriptions. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the air and closed his eyes. Various methods of engraving level 1 inscriptions began to appear in his mind. In his mind, there were more than 3 million methods of engraving level 1 inscriptions that Dandan had given him. Each method was different. The inscriptions were like a trace of the natural world, mysterious beyond compare. After a while, Lu Ming opened his eyes. The spiritual fire revolved between his fingers and he began to engrave in the air. As his fingertips moved, a mysterious pattern was formed in the air. On top of it, a blazing aura filled the air. This was a level 1 inscription, the heat inscription. Whoosh, the heat inscription flew out and was imprinted on the wall. Then, Lu Ming waved his finger and another inscription appeared in the air. This time, it was filled with a cold aura. This was a level 1 inscription, the cold inscription. With a shake of his finger, the cold inscription also flew out and was imprinted on the wall. Interesting. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled. The spiritual fire revolved and his finger kept moving in the air. Inscriptions flew out one after another, flickering with various radiances. Nestle, success, 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 all of them. Crazy. Dandan, who was on Lin Fan's shoulder, widened its tortoiseshell eyes. Lu Ming had lit 10 spirit lamps in the first stage. Engraving level 1 inscriptions should be easy. Dandan knew this. But now, Lu Ming was engraving inscriptions for the first time. Not only was his inscription speed terrifying, but he also had a 100% success rate. This was too crazy. As far as Dandan knew, even 10 spirit lamps shouldn't be this crazy. Could this guy be an inscription genius? Dandan thought. Ha ha ha, awesome, awesome. Lu Ming felt his eyes glowing. He had a feeling that he was completely in control. It was incomparably comfortable. As he waved his finger, the speed of engraving became faster and faster. In the end, only a phantom could be seen waving and moving in the air. Flashing inscriptions flew out one after another. After half an hour, Lu Ming finally stopped. Brat, you seem to be very proud. Let me tell you, what are you proud of now? You're still far from it. Looking at Lu Ming's smug and carefree expression, Dandan was displeased and deliberately attacked him. Oh? Lu Ming was stunned. Let me tell you, the inscription you just inscribed is only a single level 1 inscription. If you want to refine weapons, refine pills, or even inscribe inscriptions, you need to combine a variety of inscriptions together. You need to combine countless level 1 inscriptions, or even low-level and high-level inscriptions. It's much more complicated than inscribing a single inscription. Boy, you still have a lot to learn. Also, do you think that your inscription speed is very fast? Let me tell you, there are many true inscription masters who can inscribe inscriptions in an instant. They can inscribe inscriptions with just a wave of their hand. They are many times faster than you. Dandan spared no effort in attacking Lu Ming. Yes, I'm still far from it. If you have time, you need to practice more. Lu Ming nodded. It was rare for him to feel that Dandan had said something human, no, something tortoise. Dandan nodded with its hands behind its back, looking like a promising child. However, in its heart, it was still shocked by Lu Ming's actions. What it was talking about were things that other people had slowly mastered after countless efforts. Who could achieve it in one go? Lu Ming's speed was already extremely amazing. Boy, try the underworld god visualization again and you'll know how wonderful it is. Dandan said. Okay. Lu Ming also couldn't wait to try it. Immediately, he closed his eyes and operated the underworld god visualization. All of a sudden, Lu Ming felt as though he was on a spiritual journey, drifting in the endless universe. Suddenly, a big river appeared in front of Lu Ming. He didn't know how wide and long this big river was. It was incomparably vast and filled with an ancient aura. Lu Ming felt that this big river had a strong attraction to him, attracting him to get closer. Lu Ming slowly flew over and flew into the big river. This is? At this moment, Lu Ming found that he had turned into a ball of flame, a ball of flowing earth core flame. The big river was filled with endless spirit fire, which was the inscription flame. The spirit fire in this big river was endless. It had turned into the color of chaos and was endless. The flowing earth core flame that Lu Ming had turned into floated in the river. Around him, wisps of spirit fire gathered towards the flowing earth core flame. At this moment, Lu Ming had a clear feeling that his spirit fire was slowly growing stronger. This is amazing. Lu Ming sighed. After a while, with a thought, the big river disappeared, and in front of him was the underground cave again. Amazing, I feel that the yellow spirit fire of the sixth spirit lamp has become stronger. Lu Ming said in a low voice. Brat, did you see a huge river? Dandan asked. Yes, what is that? Lu Ming asked curiously. He realized that he knew too little. He did not understand this world at all. Between heaven and earth, there are many laws that represent the heavenly Tao. The river you see is the law of inscription, a supreme law. The law of inscription contains endless power. Of inscription. If you use the underworld god observation method, you can successfully communicate with the law of inscription and obtain the power of inscription to strengthen your spiritual fire. Moreover, your flame seed is the earth core flowing flame. Coupled with the nether god observation method, I estimate that I've absorbed quite a bit of inscription energy. In the future, you can rely on this to cultivate and improve your spirit flame. Dandan explained. Oh? I seem to have heard that ordinary inscription masters don't improve their spirit fire like this. Lu Ming said. Nonsense, of course not. Dandan curled his lips and said, ordinary inscription masters have two ways to improve their spirit fire. One way is to constantly practice and use the flame of spirit through refining, alchemy, engraving inscription formations, and so on. This is equivalent to training the flame of spirit. The more you train, the flame of spirit will naturally improve. However, this method of improvement is extremely slow. Most of the inscriptionists you see use this method to improve. There's another way. It's also through weapon forging, alchemy, and so on. That's to forge weapons and alchemy beyond one's level. For example, when a level 1 inscription master forges a level 2 spirit weapon, the inscription law will descend upon him and raise his spirit flame. Of course, when forging a high-quality spirit weapon or alchemy at the same level, the inscription law will also descend upon him. It can be done like this? Lu Ming was a little stunned. Of course, there is another way, and that is the spirit fire cultivation method. You can directly communicate with the inscription force and absorb the inscription force. The speed will be countless times faster. However, the spirit fire cultivation method is too rare. Any low-level spirit fire cultivation method that comes out will cause a mad scramble. A low-level spirit fire cultivation method can create a powerful inscription force. And the underworld god observation method is the top spirit fire cultivation method. Now, you know how precious it is. Dandan said proudly. Wait a minute, spiritual weapons and elixirs, aren't upper grade the strongest? Why are there supreme grade and peerless grade? Lu Ming suddenly thought of this question. Bullshit, those inscription masters are useless and can only refine upper grade. That's why I said your spear is a waste. If you let that old man refine it, he can only refine upper grade level 6. If a level 6 true inscription master refined it, he can at least refine supreme grade. Dandan said disdainfully. I see. Lu Ming nodded. Suddenly, his expression changed and he said, someone is coming down, we should leave. Lu Ming felt that someone was coming down from above. Well, after Lu Ming absorbed the earth core flowing flame, the heat disappeared. The heaven and earth spiritual qi in the earth core cave was 10 times denser than before. It naturally attracted the curiosity of others and it was normal for them to come down to investigate. Lu Ming did not want to cause a commotion, so he did not plan to show himself. His body flashed and he turned into a ray of light and rushed up. He brushed past a few youths, but those youths didn't notice him at all. Soon, Lu Ming came out of the earth core cave and came to the imperial palace to find Hua Qi. He told Hua Qi about the earth core cave. Hua Qi was stunned when he heard this, then he was overjoyed. There was a spiritual eye under the earth core cave. With this as the foundation, the Burning Sun Empire would definitely have more and more experts in the future. The empire would also become stronger and stronger. Immediately, Hua Qi sent out experts to seal the earth core cave and then he thought about how to use it. Lu Ming and Hua Qi chatted for a while and left some elixirs and manuals for him. Then he left the imperial capital and returned to the Lu family. After that, Lu Ming's schedule was full every day. Apart from comprehending the thunder essence and cultivating the 3 unique skills of the dragon god, he would practice inscriptions, cultivate the underworld god visualization, and raise the spiritual fire. Time passed quickly and 2 months passed. It had been almost 3 months since the battle with the sacred star. In these 2 months, Lu Ming had made great progress in all aspects. The 3 ultimate skills of the dragon god had already reached perfection and reached the 6th level. As for the 9 dragons heaven stomping steps, he had reached the 4th step in one go. Its power was equivalent to the 6th level of a heaven class upper class martial skill, which was equivalent to the 6th level of the 3 skills of the dragon god. Adding on the fact that his 3 concepts of heaven and earth were all at the 1st level of perfection, Lu Ming's current battle strength was several times stronger than when he had fought against the sacred star. Now, even without the help of Dandan's inscription array, Lu Ming could easily defeat sacred star. Of course, the sacred star would also improve and wouldn't remain stagnant. This was a different matter altogether. As for the concept of thunder, it had also improved greatly and was infinitely close to the 2nd level. However, it was extremely difficult to break through to level 2. It was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Between a 1st level concept and a 2nd level concept, there was a massive chasm that was difficult to cross. The Tao of inscription improved the fastest. After 2 months of cultivation, Lu Ming had successfully ignited another spirit lamp. 7 yellow flames burned fiercely, and he was about to ignite the 8th. However, the further one went, the harder it was to ignite a spirit lamp. The first few spirit lamps were the easiest to ignite. As for Lu Ming's inscription speed, it had already reached a terrifying level. On a mountain peak hundreds of miles away from Windy Fire City, Lu Ming had been cultivating the path of inscription on this mountain peak. Lu Ming's figure flickered as he stepped on the mountain peak. With every step he took, an inscription would appear, emitting a resplendent light. Freak. In just 2 short months, he has actually cultivated inscription to this level. This freak. On a bluestone nearby, Dandan was lazily basking in the sun, chewing on a spirit herb. As he chewed, he wailed in his heart. In 2 months, Lu Ming had finally reached the level where he could inscribe inscriptions with just a wave of his hand. If it were anyone else, it would be impossible for them to do this without 10 or 20 years of hard work. No wonder Dandan was wailing in grief. Brat, to cultivate to this level, you can barely be considered qualified. Once you become a 5th level inscription master, your mental strength will be able to communicate with the power of heaven and earth. At that time, you will be able to erupt with a terrifying attack. Dandan would not admit that Lu Ming was a freak, but he still wanted to attack him. Otherwise, how could he maintain his lofty status? Although, in Lu Ming's heart, he had never been lofty. Let's go back. Lu Ming walked over and pinched Dandan's head, tossing it over his shoulder. Ah. Brat, if you dare pinch my head again, I won't let you off. I won't let you off. Dandan hysterically screamed. Lu Ming curled his lips and flew into the air, preparing to return to the Lu family. At this moment, a strong sense of danger emanated from his heart, causing his skin to tighten. Chi-chi, in the sky, countless wind blades sliced through the air and shot towards him, filled with an incomparably sharp intent. Boom, without any hesitation, Lin Fan's 3 wheels exploded, his true yuan rumbled, and hundreds of spear lights shot out, clashing with the wind blades. Boom. Boom, explosions sounded out in the sky, and energy shot out in all directions, causing the forest to become a mess. At this moment, a huge wind blade, black in color, slashed down from the sky. Wherever the wind blade passed, the air would tremble violently and split apart like ripples of water. True Dragon Strike. Lu Ming stabbed out with his spear, and a tricolor true dragon flew out, clashing with the huge wind blade. The air shook, and the wind blade and tricolor true dragon both disappeared. So strong. Lu Ming's eyes sharpened. Although Lu Ming hadn't broken through to the peak king realm yet, his battle strength was something that few kings could match. But now, the person above him had battle strength that wasn't any weaker than his. Could it be a Sea of Soul Realm expert? No, he didn't feel the vast aura of a Sea of Soul Realm expert, so it shouldn't be one. Who is it? Come out, you sneaky bastard. Lu Ming transformed into a beam of spear gleam and charged upward. He thrust his spear and a bright beam of spear gleam soared into the sky. Wang, at this moment, the air shook, and Lu Ming felt a terrifying power acting on his body. It was as if his weight had suddenly increased by dozens or even hundreds of times. However, it was different from gravity. Lu Ming felt a huge pressure on his body. It was as if he had fallen into a quagmire. Chi-chi, around him, the sound of air being torn apart could be heard. Countless wind blades tore through the air and sliced towards him. No, this wasn't a wind blade. Although it was similar, it was more mysterious and dangerous. Interesting. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile, and his aura became even stronger. Just now, Lu Ming hadn't used his full strength at all. His true yuan circulated rapidly, and 3 intents surrounded his body. 9 dragons trampling the sky. Lu Ming flipped over, and with his head down and feet up, he took 4 steps and rushed up. Boom. Boom, heaven and earth went berserk, and the space shook. That terrifying pressure was pierced through by Lu Ming. Lu Ming rushed up and pointed with his spear. This woman had a peerless grace and was extremely beautiful. She was so beautiful that she could cause the downfall of cities and countries. She was wearing a black dress, revealing a pair of snow-white slender thighs, like the most beautiful piece of art carved by a deity. She blinked her big eyes and stared at Lu Ming without blinking. Xiao Qing. At the sight of this lady, Lu Ming's heart skipped a few beats. Subsequently, he was elated. This beautiful woman was actually Xianxia, who had disappeared for more than a year, almost 2 years. Now that she had appeared here, he almost thought that he was dreaming. Oh my, what a beautiful woman! The dandan even forgot to chew the spiritual grass as he stared with his eyes wide open. Lu Ming, I thought I had left you far behind. Not bad, it's been a while since we last met. A crisp voice came out from Xianxia's mouth. Qing, where have you been all this time? Lu Ming flew over. He was very shocked as well. He had already sensed that Xianxia's cultivation had reached the peak martial emperor realm. That was too terrifying. During this period of time, Lu Ming had encountered many fortuitous encounters, especially in the heaven realm. He had obtained a large number of profound crystals. Coupled with the Enlightenment Ancient Tree, which was a heaven-defying item, Lu Ming's cultivation level had soared all the way to the peak of the 9th level Martial King realm. However, Xianxia's cultivation was 1 layer higher than his, reaching the peak Martial Emperor realm. Furthermore, her strength was extremely terrifying, stronger than the sacred stars. Lu Ming did not use his full strength in the short exchange, but Xianxia might not have used her full strength. How did she cultivate? What's wrong? Did you miss me? Xianxia stared at Lu Ming with her big eyes, the corners of her mouth curling into a smile. Of course, we've been married for a long time. Of course I missed you when you suddenly disappeared. I couldn't even eat or sleep. Lu Ming said with a smile. Nonsense, who's been married for a long time? Humph, taking advantage of me as soon as we met. Xianxia rolled her eyes at Lu Ming. Her smiling face blushed a little. However, deep in her eyes, there was joy. It had been a long time since they last met. Xiaoqing, tell me the truth, where have you been? Your cultivation has improved so much? If I hadn't worked hard, I would have been surpassed by you this time. Lu Ming asked curiously. Sigh. Xianxia let out a sigh as she said with a complicated look, I went to a place I didn't want to go, so I found a chance to come out. Oh, did you miss me and come out to look for me? Lu Ming chuckled. Who's thinking about you? Dream on. Xianxia blushed and glared at Lu Ming. Shameless, this guy is shameless. Pretty girl, don't listen to him, this guy always says that when he sees pretty girls. Danden's eyes rolled, Xianxia angrily. Eh? This little tortoise? Lu Ming, when did you raise a little tortoise? It's quite cute, isn't it? Xianxia looked at Danden's eyes. Haha, beautiful lady, listen carefully. I'm not an ordinary tortoise. I'm the leader of the top 10 battle beasts. My combat strength is peerless. I'm proficient in astronomy, geography, and the way of inscription. I can give you whatever you want. Coincidentally, I'm lacking a maid. Nestle, brat, what are you doing? Danden's hands behind its back, looking proud. Before it could finish its words, it was slapped back by Lu Ming. Boy, how dare you slap me? How dare you, I'll bite. Dandan glared at Lu Ming, bared its teeth, and suddenly pounced on Lu Ming, wanting to bite Lu Ming's finger. Lu Ming pinched Dandan's head and lifted it into the air. Dandan's short limbs kept struggling in the air, and its eyes were about to spit fire. Seeing that it was about time, Lu Ming put Dandan down. Ah, boy, you're finished. You're completely finished. How dare you pinch my head? You're finished. Dandan screamed nonstop. Sigh, I don't have any elixirs recently. I'll have to use them sparingly. Lu Ming sighed. Dandan screeching stopped abruptly. Its eyes were wide open, and its shell kept moving up and down. It was obviously angry. Haha, Xianxia laughed. Your pet tortoise is really interesting. Xianxia laughed. Beauty, I'm not a pet. I'm a top 10 battle. Before it could finish its words, Lu Ming took out a level 5 spiritual herb and threw it to Dandan to shut up. Xiaoqing, how did you find me? Lu Ming asked. It wasn't easy to find you. I first went to the East Branch Palace of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace and sparred with that old man Mu Jing. That old man was stubborn and didn't say anything at first. Later, Jian Fengyun recognized me, and that old man told me that you had returned to the Sun Empire. That's when I found Huaqi told me that you were at the Lu family, so I went to the Lu family and coincidentally saw you here. Xianxia explained. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and mourned for Mu Jing. It seemed like Xianxia had definitely messed things up in the East Branch Palace. Let's go back to the Lu family first. My parents miss you a lot. Lu Ming smiled faintly. What do your parents miss me for? Xianxia lips curled up into a smile and her eyes were like autumn water. After 2 years, Xianxia was almost 20 years old. She was even more beautiful than before. Her figure was amazing. She had lost some of her youthfulness and gained a mature charm. She was shockingly beautiful. She seemed to be even more beautiful than Mulan's and Autumn Moon. The two of them walked side by side and headed back to the Lu family. Lu Ming and Xianxia landed in the courtyard of the Lu family head residence. Father, mother, I'm back. Lu Ming called out. Ming is back. 2 figures walked out of the room. They were Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. After more than 2 months, Lu Yuntian's cultivation had completely recovered to the martial Grand Master realm. Furthermore, he had surpassed his previous cultivation and his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. He had reached the rank 7 martial Grand Master realm. Destruction before re-establishment, Lu Yuntian's talent was originally very high. After experiencing so much over the years, his martial heart was strong and unwavering. His comprehension of the martial Tao was also very deep. His cultivation naturally improved at an astonishing rate. Moreover, just a few days ago, Lu Yuntian had comprehended the fire force. Lu Yuntian and Li Ping's gaze swept past Lu Mingdan and then landed on Xianxia Dan. The two of them were stunned at first, then they were overjoyed. "Miss Nianqing, it's Miss Nianqing," Li Ping called out. Nianqing greets uncle and auntie. "Congratulations to uncle for recovering your cultivation." Xianxia Dan bowed. She could naturally tell at a glance that Lu Yuntian's cultivation had already recovered. "Ha ha ha, Miss Nianqing, there's no need to be so polite. It's been a long time. I'll get someone to prepare a banquet to welcome Miss Nianqing back." Lu Yuntian laughed. "Thank you, uncle," Xianxia Dan said. Why are you so polite this time?" Lu Mingdan looked at Xianxia Dan in surprise. She had never been so polite before. Xianxia Dan's face turned slightly red. She glared at Lu Ming and said, "It's none of your business." "Haha." Lu Yuntian laughed. Li Ping's eyes scanned Xianxia Dan's body, looking very satisfied. A day later, Lu Ming and Xianxia stood side by side on Emerald Cloud Peak outside Windy Fire City. "Lu Ming, what are your plans after this?" Xianxia asked. "How about leaving Tianxian domain and going to a wider world to train and cultivate? Do you want to come with me?" Lu Ming's eyes were deep and seemed to be able to penetrate space. He looked into the distance and his eyes were filled with anticipation. Tianxian domain was too small after all. The outside world was more exciting. Tianxian domain only had one Saint Star on the list of top 1,000 talents in Eastern Wilderness, and it was ranked last. What about the other geniuses? How powerful were they? How powerful were they? Lu Ming wanted very much to see if he could clash with those unparalleled geniuses so that he could become stronger. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, the corners of Xianxing's lips curled up slightly. There was a smile on her face as she said, "Sure, of course I want to be with you. I haven't fulfilled my promise to myself back then." "Promise? What promise?" Lu Ming asked curiously. "To defeat you and trample you under my feet, of course. You can't run away." Xianxia chuckled. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. This girl still remembers that. How long has it been? It seems that this woman is really petty. She's too vengeful. Lu Ming muttered to himself. However, he still felt a sense of urgency. Xianxing's improvement was too shocking. If he was slower, he would be surpassed by Xianxing. Furthermore, during the time that Xianxing had disappeared, the martial skill that he had cultivated had undergone some changes. It seemed to have become even more shocking. Where did she go? Did she break into a secret place or go back to her own home? If she went back to her own home, then her family background is amazing. Lu Ming looked at Xianxing and pondered. However, Xianxing obviously didn't want to talk about her family background, so he didn't ask. "What are you looking at?" Xianxing rolled his eyes at him. Then, his eyes flashed as if he had thought of something. He asked, "Lu Ming, have you found the secret of the martial emperor's treasure that your father mentioned? Are you talking about this?" A jade sword the length of a finger appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Xianxing's eyes lit up. A jade sword the length of a finger also appeared in his hand. It was almost the same as the one in Lu Ming's hand. Wang. Wang, the two infused their quintessence at the same time. The jade swords lit up, and a map appeared on each of the jade swords. On the map, there was a route that led to a destination. Both of them had the same destination. It seems like there are quite a lot of these jade swords. Lu Ming said. As far as I know, this jade sword should be the key to the martial emperor's treasure. There should be 9 of them, and they should be scattered all over the eastern wasteland. Only by gathering all 9 of them can one find the martial emperor's treasure. Xianxing said. 9, then we only have 2. It seems like there's no hope for the martial emperor's treasure. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. No, 9. 8 have already appeared. Xianxing said. 8 of them have appeared? How do you know? Lu Ming asked curiously. Lu Ming, didn't you study this jade sword when you got it? Xianxia looked at Lu Ming speechlessly. Ahem, I didn't study it much. Lu Ming coughed awkwardly. He really didn't study it much. Previously, he had focused on improving his cultivation to defeat the sacred star. Later, he focused on studying the inscription Dao, so he really didn't study this jade sword. Xianxia glanced at Lu Ming speechlessly and said, Look, don't you see a few faint inscriptions on the hilt of this jade sword? Lu Ming looked at it carefully and really saw some faint inscriptions. There are a total of 9 inscriptions on it. They represent 9 keys. Right now, 8 of them are flickering with light. That means that 8 keys have appeared and landed in different people's hands. And this map points to the destination, which is in the chaotic astral ocean. I guess the other people who have the keys will definitely go to the chaotic astral ocean. How about going directly to the chaotic astral ocean? Xianxia said. Chaotic astral ocean? Lu Ming's eyes moved. The chaotic astral ocean was extremely famous in the eastern wasteland. It was a vast inland sea, more than 10 times bigger than the Xianxia domain. In the chaotic astral ocean, there were islands dotted with stars. Countless martial experts resided in that sea area. From the name, one could tell that the chaotic astral ocean referred to this inland sea area, which was extremely chaotic and where countless vicious people gathered. This was because this was neither the territory of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, nor the Heavenly Corpse Sect, nor the Heavenly Monster Valley. It was difficult for the several overlord forces to conquer this place. Therefore, all the experts who offended these overlord forces hid in the chaotic astral ocean, and no one could find them. In addition, there were countless large and small forces in the chaotic astral ocean, causing this area to be extremely chaotic and full of killing. It was common for people to draw their swords and kill people because of a disagreement. You're not afraid, are you? Xianxia looked at Lu Ming with a faint smile. Lu Ming smiled and said, The chaotic astral ocean is exactly what I want. Lu Ming had the 9 dragons bloodline, so this place was most suitable for him. Okay, then when do you plan to set off? In 2 days, we'll set off. It had been a few months since they returned. It was time to leave. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming and Xianxia bade farewell to Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. Although the couple was reluctant, they were happy that Xianxia and Lu Ming were going out on an adventure together. Only by going out together could they quickly develop feelings for each other, right? Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 beams of light streaked across the sky and disappeared into the horizon. The 2 speed was unbelievably fast. After a few days, they arrived at Tianqian City. With Lu Ming's current reputation, it was not easy for him to take the inter-province transportation formation. 2 days later, Lu Ming and Xianxia stepped onto the inter-province transportation formation. The inter-province transportation formation formed a huge whirlpool. With a flash of light, the 2 disappeared from the altar. The Yunfeng domain was a large domain near the chaotic astral ocean. It was extremely vast. However, the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace was not the only force in this large domain. A few powerful forces had established their forces here, such as the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace, the Sky Corpse Sect, and the Sky Demon Valley. They had also built inter-province transportation formations. To go to the chaotic astral ocean, one had to first teleport here and then fly to the chaotic astral ocean. However, before Lu Ming and Xianxia went to the chaotic astral ocean, there was one more thing that they had to do. To be precise, Xianxia had to seize a treasure from one of the forces in the Yunfeng domain. The inter-province transportation formation in the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace of the Yunfeng domain flashed and 2 figures appeared. They were Lu Ming and Xianxia. Nestle, the cost is too expensive. Lu Ming cried out in pain. The Tianqian domain and the Yunfeng domain were 23 large domains apart. The cost of the transportation was 1,500,000 supreme spiritual crystals per person. The 2 of them cost a total of 3 million supreme spiritual crystals. In order to show his manliness, Lu Ming naturally paid out of his own pocket. In the end, he was heartbroken. Now, he was only left with more than 3 million supreme spiritual crystals. It seems like I have to find a way to get some supreme spiritual crystals. Otherwise, I won't even have enough to use, let alone become a peak king. The two of them left the territory of the Emperor Sky Divine Palace and turned into two rays of light, heading towards the west. The Cloud Sea Elixir Institution was extremely famous in the Yunfeng domain. It was one of the most famous forces besides the Emperor Sky Divine Palace. This force mainly focused on alchemy. They were very famous for their alchemy skills, and the elixirs that they refined were highly sought after. Most importantly, the reputation of the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution was very good. Every month, the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution would open its doors. Martial artists who liked alchemy could enter the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution and study there for 3 months. During these 3 months, the alchemy experts of the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution would impart their experience and skills. All of this was free of charge. It was also because of this that the Cloud Sea Pill Institution was able to survive under the influence of the other overlords. Moreover, they were living a comfortable life, and their strength was getting stronger and stronger. Their goal was to go to the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution and seize one of their treasures, the Heavenly Demon Fruit. Cough, cough. It doesn't seem right for us to seize other people's treasures for no reason. On the way, Lu Ming coughed a few times. Lu Ming was quite principled. Unless it was an enemy, he wouldn't seize other people's treasures for no reason. Moreover, this force had a good reputation. I'm getting rid of evil for the people. Do you really think that the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution is as good as the rumors say? Those are just tricks that the people of the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution use to deceive the world. I've already investigated it. The things that the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution does in the dark are infuriating and outrageous. Xianxia said as a cold light flashed in his eyes. What do you mean? Lu Ming asked. Come with me. I'll bring you to have a look. Xianxia said. The two of them flew for a few days. They had already reached the territory of the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution. The two of them landed in the mountain range and walked forward. There was a small town in front of them. Most of the people living there were ordinary people, but there were a few low-level martial artists. The two of them strolled around the town. How is it? Did you see anything? Xianxia asked. Lu Ming swept his gaze across, his frown deepening. The people in this town are very strange. Most of them have low blood and qi, especially the children. Lu Ming said. That's right. Do you know why? Xianxia asked. There was a flash of light in Lu Ming's eyes. During this period of time, he had made great progress in his inscription Dao. Naturally, his judgment was different. He thought of one possibility. Before Lu Ming could say anything, Xianxia had already explained, that's because the people of the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution often come here and secretly extract the innate blood and qi of the babies. When the babies are born, the qi of the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution isn't heavy. The innate blood and qi are the most useful. They use the innate blood and qi to refine pills. This causes the babies whose innate blood and qi of the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution to grow up with insufficient qi of the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution. However, for the people of the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution, living to the age of 30 is already enough, because they have already married and had children. Their children will also end up in the same situation. Perhaps, in the eyes of the people of the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution, ordinary people are just some animals that they have raised. Perhaps, in the eyes of the people of the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution, these people are just some human-shaped elixirs. Livestock? Human-shaped elixirs? Lu Ming's heart trembled. A cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. If that was the case, then the people of the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution were simply a bunch of greedy demons. It's not just this small town. Within 1,000,000 miles of the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution, all the small towns and villages that are slightly more remote are in a similar situation. Most of these villagers are ordinary people. The strongest are only martial warrior level martialists who have never traveled too far in their lives. They still think that a person's lifespan is around 30 years old. Xianxia smiled coldly. Lu Ming's face was gloomy. These people could obviously live to 80 or 90 years old. However, their innate blood and qi of the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution had been extracted when they were babies. Their lifespan was greatly reduced and they thought that they could only live to 30 years old. how sad was that? The Cloud Sea Elixir Institution is doing far more than this. They use the blood and chi of the babies to refine pills and then sell them at a high price to martial artists in the chaotic astral ocean who practice evil cultivation techniques. They make a huge profit. Xianxia explained. It seemed that he had investigated the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution very thoroughly. Let's go. I'd like to meet the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution. The killing intent in Lu Ming's eyes had disappeared. However, his tone was extremely cold. The Cloud Sea Elixir Institution was located on a majestic mountain range. The place was grand and majestic. Spiritual chi was dense, and it was as beautiful as a fairyland. The Cloud Sea Elixir Institution was actually a family called the Yun family. Because they often opened their doors and imparted alchemy techniques to others, it was called the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution. It was said that the head of the Yun family was a Sea of Soul Realm Almighty. Lu Ming and Xianxia naturally couldn't just kill their way in. They planned to sneak in and check out the situation first. Over the past few days, the Cloud Sea City in front of the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution had become lively. This was because the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution opened their doors every month to impart alchemy techniques. Martial artists from all over the Cloud Peak region who were interested in alchemy gathered there. There were even people from other regions. The two of them came at the right time. Tomorrow was the day when the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution opened their doors. The two of them strolled around the city. Along the way, they attracted the attention of passers-by. It was mainly because of Xianxia's beauty. Such a peerless beauty was rare in the world. Miss, are you going to enter the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution to learn alchemy as well? A handsome young man with a slender figure walked over and asked with a smile. His eyes were fixed on Xianxia, revealing a trace of passion. Xianxia glanced at him with a cold expression and didn't answer. Miss, I'm Gu Huaxiu, the young master of the Gu family. This should be your first time in Cloud Sea City, right? If you don't mind, I'm willing to show you around the city. The young man continued and reported his family background. His eyes were fixed on Xianxia. As for Lu Ming, he directly ignored him. Get lost. Xianxia frowned and spat out coldly. Gu Huaxiu's face instantly darkened. Xianxia actually told him to get lost. No woman had ever dared to speak to him like that. Gu Huaxiu flicked his sleeve and strode away. Before he left, he glanced at Lu Ming with killing intent. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He was completely speechless. He hadn't even said a word and was directly implicated. However, he knew Xianxia. When the young man came over to greet them, he knew that this would be the outcome. The two of them continued to stroll around for a while and found a restaurant to have a meal. After that, they found an inn to rest in. The next day, it was time for the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution to open their doors. Lu Ming and Xianxia left Cloud Sea City and headed to the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution. It was very simple to enter the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution. All they had to do was fill in the basic information and they could enter. Everyone, from now on, you will be studying alchemy in the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution for 3 months. All of you should have some foundation in alchemy. At that time, there will be teachers with profound alchemy skills in the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution who will explain to you. Of course, you can also interact with the teachers. A skinny middle-aged man appeared in front of the crowd and introduced them loudly. It's still early. Let me show you around the front yard of the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution. There are some finished pills there. You can learn from each other. The middle-aged man said. Then, he led the crowd to the back. The crowd followed closely behind. Lu Ming looked around and realized that there were a few hundred of them. There were men and women, old and young. They came from all over the place. The crowd followed the middle-aged man around and toward the front yard. The front yard was huge. It was made up of several huge mountains. There were palaces and pavilions everywhere. They could vaguely smell the fragrance of herbs. In some places, there were even herbal fields where various spiritual herbs were planted. These herbal fields were guarded by specialized people. These people were either skilled in the water essence or the wood essence. They were the most suitable for cultivating spiritual herbs. Lu Ming, there should be an assessment later. It will test your alchemy skills. Can you do it? Xianxia asked in a low voice. I should be able to. Lu Ming said. In the path of inscription, there were different preferences. There were several major branches. For example, there were those who preferred crafting weapons, those who preferred alchemy, and those who preferred inscription formations. However, they all had one thing in common, which was that they needed to use spiritual fire and inscriptions. During this period, Lu Ming's inscriptions were no longer a problem. The number of level 1 to level 3 inscriptions that he had mastered was enough to make those old monsters who had studied inscriptions for hundreds or thousands of years blush with shame. Alchemy not only required inscriptions, but also the identification of spiritual herbs and the knowledge of the prescription. In the past 2 months, Lu Ming had learned from Dandan about a dozen of the most common alchemy methods. He had also tried to refine them when he had the time. His skills were not bad. As long as the test was not too difficult, Lu Ming believed that he could do it. Really? Xianxia was skeptical. In her impression, Lu Ming was a pure martial artist. He didn't practice the art of inscription. Have you ignited your spiritual fire? Xianxia asked. Yes, a few months ago. Lu Ming answered honestly. Only a few months? Xianxia pursed his lips. However, the good thing was that even if he failed in alchemy later, he wouldn't be chased out. He could still stay and learn. It was just that the treatment would be different. The group passed by a small bridge and flowing water, passing by pavilions, terraces, and pavilions. Following the middle-aged man, they arrived at a large hall. As soon as everyone arrived at the main hall, they smelled the medicinal fragrance. In the main hall, there were shelves. On the shelves, there were small jade boxes with pills placed on them. These elixirs were refined by the disciples of the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution. You can take a look and verify your own alchemy skills. The middle-aged man said. Everyone looked around casually in the main hall. Lu Ming and Xianxia also looked at the side. The elixirs here were from level 1 to level 4. Each of them was full in color, round, and had a medicinal fragrance that made people feel comfortable. On the surface of many elixirs, there were fine inscriptions inscribed on them. They looked very beautiful. Golden Crow Pill, Energy Nurturing Pill, Wood Returning Pill. Lu Ming saw at least dozens of different elixirs. These elixirs are full in color and have high purity. It's a pity that the inscriptions are still a little lacking, so the fusion of the spiritual herbs hasn't reached a perfect level. The medicinal effects are also a little lacking. Lu Ming picked up an energy-nurturing pill and looked at it. He whispered as he looked. This is still lacking? Is it true? Xianxia was speechless. Lu Ming had only been in contact with the path of inscription for a few months. Could he really tell the difference between the quality of the elixirs? Humph, what a boastful man. Most of these elixirs were refined by the elite disciples of the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution. Each of them is full in color and the inscriptions are very profound. Each of these elixirs is of high quality. Even if I were to refine them, they would only be slightly better. What do you know? A sarcastic voice was heard. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man in a blue robe sneering at him. The young man in a blue robe was Gu Huaxiu, who had tried to hit on Xianxia the day before but was rejected. After he finished speaking, Gu Huaxiu turned to look at Xianxia and said, Miss, this friend of yours is really nothing much. He's all talk and no real ability. Miss, I advise you to keep your distance from him as soon as possible. Xianxia glanced at Gu Huaxiu casually and said indifferently, What does it have to do with you who I'm with? Humph, you really don't know what's good for you. A fresh flower stuck in cow dung. Gu Huaxiu snorted coldly and walked to the other side. Lu Ming was speechless. This old man was really crazy. Everyone watched for a while in the hall. About half an hour later, the middle-aged man said, All right, it's about time. Follow me. Everyone followed the middle-aged man to a square. Look, Miss Yun Haitang is here. At this moment, someone pointed at the sky and shouted. Lu Ming looked toward the sky. In the sky, 3 figures were flying toward them. In the middle was a young woman. This woman looked to be in her 20s and was extremely beautiful. She was wearing a tight-fitting red gauze dress that accentuated her impressive figure in a soul-stirring manner. She was a stunning beauty. Most men would be tempted when they saw her. Beside this woman stood two old men. These two old men emitted powerful auras. Greater Success King. Lu Ming's eyes moved. He could see that the two old men were both in the Greater Success King realm. However, among the three of them, the young woman was clearly the leader. The three of them landed on the square, causing a commotion in the crowd. Most of the men, regardless of age, stared at Yun Haitang with fiery gazes. I didn't expect Miss Yun Haitang to personally receive us this time. Could it be that she's going to exchange alchemy with us this time? That's great. It's said that Miss Yun Haitang is not only the #1 beauty of the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution, but she's also the most skilled alchemist among the younger generation. Her alchemy attainments are extremely profound, surpassing many of the older generation. This time, this old man will have to ask for advice. Hey, I think you're just pretending to ask for advice. You want to use this opportunity to get close to Miss Yun Haitang, right? You're already so old, but you still don't have any self-respect. So what if I'm old? I can still have my spring when I'm old. The scene was noisy. These stinky men. At the scene, some of the women looked at the men with disdain. What do you think? Isn't she very beautiful? On the side, Xianxia looked at Lu Ming and asked. Yes, she's very beautiful. Lu Ming smiled. Humph. Xianxia's mouth began to curl up. However, she's still far from being comparable to you. Xianxia's face reddened as a faint smile appeared on her face. However, if she's really in charge of leading us this time, we can start with her. Xianxia continued. Oh? What do you mean? Lu Ming was curious. The two of them spoke through voice transmission, so no one else could hear them. I've heard that some of the important treasures of the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution are hidden in an underground cave behind the mountain. However, the underground cave is filled with inscription arrays. Only the inscription tokens refined by the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution can enter. There are only 10 such tokens in the entire Cloud Sea Elixir Institution, and all of them are in the possession of the important figures of the institution. Most of the important figures are in seclusion and we can't find them. However, as far as I know, Yun Haitang has an inscription token. As long as we get the token, we can sneak into the treasury of the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution and take the heavenly demon fruit. Of course, it's not bad to take some other treasures along the way. Xianxia smiled and transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. Oh? Lu Ming nodded and thought about how to get the inscription token. Be quiet. Yun Haitang spoke. Her voice was so sweet that it could seep into one's heart. For men, it was definitely a great weapon. Sure enough, many people's eyes were burning with passion. This included Gu Huaxiu. The fire in his eyes seemed to be able to burn Yun Haitang. This time, you will have 3 months of learning and I will be in charge of you. Yun Haitang opened her mouth and continued, of course, I also know that some of you are very skilled in alchemy. You might even surpass me. Therefore, I don't dare to say that I will teach you. In the future, we can exchange alchemy knowledge and improve together. This is the most important thing. Yun Haitang smiled and spoke very politely. Miss Haitang, you're too humble. Everyone in the Yunfeng domain knows about your alchemy skills. I hope to have more exchanges with you in the future. Miss Haitang, I am the successor of the Lu family. I hope you can give me some pointers. Miss Haitang, I am. Some young men with extraordinary backgrounds introduced themselves one after another, hoping to attract Yun Haitang's attention. However, Yun Haitang only nodded with a smile and did not say much. After a while, Yun Haitang opened her mouth again and said, okay, according to the rules, there will be an alchemy assessment. There's no other meaning. I just want to see your alchemy level and what you're good at. It will be more effective for future exchanges. Does anyone have any objections? No, of course. Everyone shouted. Some of them had even begun to rub their fists in preparation to perform well and attract Yun Haitang's attention. Hee, these trash actually want to attract Miss Haitang's attention? Truly a toad lusting after a swan's meat. In my opinion, among this group of people, there is no one who can match Brother Gu in terms of alchemy. That's right. Later, Brother Gu will definitely amaze the world and attract Lady Haitong's attention. In the future, Brother Gu might even be able to win the heart of a beauty. We're really envious. Beside Gu Huaxiu, a few young men began to flatter him. The Gu clan was very powerful in the Yunfeng domain. Naturally, many people wanted to curry favor with Gu Huaxiu. Gu Huaxiu's face was full of arrogance and pride. In his opinion, these people were all half-baked. His Gu clan was a professional alchemist. In the Yunfeng domain, his reputation was only slightly lower than the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution. He had absolute confidence in his alchemy skills. The assessment is very simple. You just have to refine a strengthening pill and hand it to me. Yun Haiteng introduced. Following that, the disciples of the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution brought out several alchemy cauldrons and placed them on the square. Each person was given a spiritual herb to refine a strengthening pill. The alchemy cauldrons and spiritual herbs were the same. Next, it was time to test their alchemy skills. Lu Ming and Xianxia casually walked up to two alchemy cauldrons. However, they realized that Gu Huaxiu had also walked up to them. This guy was definitely doing it on purpose. He probably wanted to show off his skills in front of Xianxia and Lu Ming. Alright, let's start now. You have half an hour. After everyone had chosen their alchemy cauldrons, Yun Haiteng announced. As soon as Yun Haiteng finished speaking, everyone began to concentrate and began to refine. In the square, wisps of spiritual fire appeared and the heat began to rise. I didn't expect to refine a strengthening pill. My luck is not bad. Lu Ming smiled. The energy cultivation elixir was a very common elixir. It was a level 2 elixir. Coincidentally, the energy cultivation elixir was one of the elixirs that Lu Ming had mastered. Lu Ming was not in a hurry to start refining. Instead, he looked around. He realized that everyone was focused on controlling the spiritual fire to refine the pill. This girl is actually a level 4 inscriber. I couldn't tell. Lu Ming noticed that the green flame in Xianxing's hand disappeared in a flash. A green spiritual fire represented a level 4 inscriber. The cultivation of an inscriber was much more difficult and slower than martial arts cultivation. It was already very good that he could become a level 4 inscriber at his age. Most importantly, Xianxing's progress in martial arts was even more terrifying. Lu Ming noticed that there was also a green flame in Gu Huaxiu's hand. He was actually a level 4 inscriber. No wonder he was so arrogant. Then I'll start as well. Lu Ming smiled. His vital essence swirled and the lid of the alchemy furnace opened. Lu Ming patted the alchemy furnace and a wisp of yellow mental fire flashed and disappeared. It surged into the alchemy furnace and began to heat it up. Just as Lu Ming started refining, Yun Haitong's expression suddenly changed and she looked in Lu Ming's direction. What a strong spiritual fire, what a pure spiritual fire. Although this person is only a level 3 inscription master, the kindling he uses is no small matter. Moreover, the number of spiritual lamps he has lit is also no small matter. For every level, he has at least 4 lamps, and he might even have 5. Yun Haitong's mind raced as she stared at Lu Ming with her beautiful eyes. However, she didn't think that Lu Ming could have lit more than 6 spiritual lamps for each level. That was because he was already a true inscriber. It was too difficult to become a true inscriber. If one wanted to become a true inscriber, it didn't mean that one could light up 6 spiritual lamps for each level. One had to light up more than 6 spiritual lamps for each level. Lu Ming didn't know that he had already attracted Yun Haitong's attention. He focused on refining the elixir. After a while, the cauldron was heated up. He swept his spiritual qi and started to put in various spiritual herbs. The order in which he put in the spiritual herbs was very particular. The time between them and the timing had to be grasped precisely. Lu Ming put in the spiritual herbs one by one. After all the spiritual herbs were put in, he closed the cauldron and continued to pour in spiritual fire to refine the elixir. A moment later, a strong medicinal fragrance wafted out. At this moment, he could start to condense the elixir. Lu Ming's finger began to carve inscriptions in the air. Inscriptions flew into the cauldron one by one and disappeared. What exquisite inscriptions! Yun Haitong's eyes lit up once again. Lu Ming focused and inscriptions flew into the cauldron one by one. In a short while, there was no medicinal fragrance coming out from the cauldron. Success, Lu Ming smiled. He opened the cauldron and took out the pills, placing them on a jade plate. Lu Ming looked around and found that the others were also opening their cauldrons. Haha, this is the pill you refined? What kind of dog shit is this? No one would pick it up even if you threw it on the road. At this moment, a mocking laughter sounded. By the side, Gu Hua was holding a jade plate. On the jade plate were the elixirs that he had refined. He walked toward Lu Ming. He cast a contemptuous glance at the elixir pills on Lu Ming's jade plate and said sarcastically, "The color is uneven. Obviously, the timing of putting in the elixir pills is not right. Also, what is this? There is not a single inscription on the elixir pills and there is not the slightest medicinal fragrance. This is obviously a useless elixir. Haha, don't tell me you don't even know inscriptions." Gu Huaxu laughed, revealing a look of disdain. His laughter attracted the attention of the surrounding people, who looked at Lu Ming's pills. Sure enough, there's not a single inscription and no medicinal fragrance. It's a waste pill indeed. This person doesn't know how to refine pills. What is he doing here? He's probably a playboy from some family, a toad lusting after a swan. He's probably trying to woo Miss Haitang. TSK, I've seen many people like him. How could Miss Haitang like someone like him? The surrounding people looked at Lu Ming's elixir pills and whispered among themselves. Young Master Gu, this person is obviously a playboy who doesn't know how to refine pills. How can he compare to young Master Gu? That's right. Look at young Master Gu's pills. The pills are round and full, the color is even and transparent. The inscriptions are exquisite and the medicinal fragrance is rich. It's clearly a second-grade spiritual herb. No one in this group can compare to young Master Gu. Beside Gu Huaxu, the youths flattered him again. Although it was flattery, what they said was indeed true. Gu Huaxu's origin-strengthening pill was indeed the best choice. When the others saw Gu Huaxu's pills, they shook their heads and sighed. They couldn't compare to Gu Huaxu's pills at all. Lu Ming, ignore them. Xianxia walked over and looked at Lu Ming's pills. Her view was similar to the others. But she knew that Lu Ming had only come into contact with the Tao of inscription for a few months, so it was normal for him to refine a useless pill. After all, Lu Ming's main focus was on cultivating martial arts. Lu Ming rubbed his nose, smiled, and didn't say much. Alright, bring out your medicinal pills and sign your names. Yun Haitang ordered. Everyone took the pills they had refined and placed them into a jade bottle. Then, they signed their names on the jade bottle's label. Alright, you'll follow Deacon Feng to your respective rooms today. We'll gather here tomorrow morning. Yun Haitang said. Then, everyone followed the middle-aged man and went to find their own places to stay. After the crowd left, Yun Haitang immediately took out a jade bottle. The name on the bottle was Lu Ming's. Yun Haitang poured out Lu Ming's pills and observed them carefully. Haitang, this is clearly a useless pill. What's so special about it? The two old men said. A useless pill? Uncles, you've made a mistake this time. Yun Haitang wore a faint smile. Her eyes flickered with astonishment. Oh? The two old men were slightly confused. They carefully observed the pills that Lu Ming had refined. After taking a closer look, the two old men's expressions changed. They became somewhat serious, and slowly, from serious to amazed. Such a brilliant inscription technique, such a pure pill. The two old men exclaimed in unison. Uncles, you've seen it. The color of this pill doesn't seem to be balanced on the surface. The timing of adding the spiritual herbs isn't particularly precise. However, the pill is very pure and there are almost no impurities. This means that the spiritual fire of the person who refined the pill is extraordinary. All the impurities have been burned and refined. Also, this person's inscription technique is extremely exquisite. It's completely hidden on the surface of the pill. It can't be seen from the outside, but the combination of the pill is extremely exquisite. It has completely locked the medicinal effect. Therefore, there isn't a trace of medicinal fragrance. After speaking, a green flame appeared between Yun Haitong's fingers. The green flame represented a level 5 inscription master. Yun Haitong was only in her 20s, but she had already become a level 5 inscription master. It was shocking. The green spiritual fire flowed across the surface of the pill. Inscriptions immediately appeared on the surface of the pill. The inscriptions intertwined with each other. It was incomparably harmonious and magnificent. The two old men's eyes widened. They were even more amazed. This looming is interesting. The corner of Yun Haitong's mouth curled into an indescribable smile. There seemed to be a trace of greed in that smile. As for the other pills, Yun Haitong didn't even look at them. She wasn't interested. The Cloud Sea Elixir Institution was very big. Everyone had their own courtyard. The environment was pretty good. After walking into the room in the courtyard, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged. He circulated the underworld god observation and started to cultivate his spiritual fire. Lu Ming's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. The 3 ultimate dragon god had been cultivated to perfection. As for the 9 dragons heaven-stomping steps, it was too difficult to cultivate to the 5th step. It wasn't something that could be achieved in a short period of time. The 5th step of the 9 dragons heaven-stomping steps was equivalent to the 6th level of a lower demigod martial skill. It was extremely terrifying. Above the heaven level was the demigod martial skill. It was also divided into lower and upper grades. Above the demigod martial skill was the divine martial skill. Therefore, Lu Ming spent more time cultivating the path of inscription. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. On the 2nd day, everyone gathered at the square. Lu Ming and Xianxia arrived together. Soon, a few hundred people had gathered. In the sky, 2 figures stepped on the air and arrived. It was a man and a woman. The woman was naturally Yun Haitong. The man looked to be in his mid-20s. He was very handsome and had a faint arrogance on his face. He arrived side by side with Yun Haitong and landed in the sky above the square. That's the other peerless genius of the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution. His name is Yun Tsongxing. Whether it's alchemy or martial arts, he's extremely powerful. He's second only to Yun Haitong in the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution. Moreover, his father is the patriarch of the Yun family, a Sea of Soul Realm Almighty. He's so handsome and has a good background. He's handsome and talented. If I can marry him, my life will be worth it. A young woman said as if she was infatuated. Everyone. Yun Haitong called out softly. The crowd quieted down. I've seen all the pills that you guys refined yesterday. Sure enough, some of you are really good at refining pills. Even Haitong admires you a lot. I wouldn't dare to teach you. This time, we're mainly here to exchange pointers and improve each other's skills. As soon as these words were spoken, it immediately caused a commotion. Among this group of people, there was actually someone who had caught Yun Haitong's attention and was able to casually enter Yun Haitong's courtyard to discuss alchemy with her. What did that mean? It meant that Yun Haitong had placed this person on the same level as her. More importantly, he could enter Yun Haitong's courtyard whenever he wanted. As the saying went, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. Perhaps he would develop feelings for Yun Haitong after interacting with her more. Most of the men, regardless of age, had a burning look of anticipation in their eyes. Those who knew their place sighed inwardly. They knew that it wouldn't be them. Haha, I think Miss Haitong is most likely talking about you, young Master Gu. That's right. Whose alchemy skills are comparable to young Master Gu's in this group? I'm so envious. The people beside Gu Huashu immediately began to flatter him. Sigh, it might not be me. Perhaps there's someone with better alchemy skills. You should know that there's always someone better. Gu Huashu said humbly. Although his words were humble, he couldn't hide the smug look on his face. Miss Haitong must be talking about me. Could it be that she's secretly interested in me? Otherwise, why would she ask me to go to her courtyard to discuss alchemy? Haha, that must be it, Gu Huashu thought happily in his heart. Congratulations, young Master Gu. You'll get a beauty soon. Someone even whispered to Gu Huashu. Gu Huaxiu was grinning from ear to ear. Miss Haitang, who is this person with great alchemy skills that you're talking about? Someone asked. Yu Haitang smiled and said, this person is young and elegant. He's a young talent, Miss Haitang, you're being too polite. I don't deserve such praise. As soon as Yun Haitang finished speaking, Gu Huaxiu stood up and pretended to be humble. Many people also looked at Gu Huaxiu enviously. In their opinion, the person Yun Haitang was talking about was undoubtedly Gu Huaxiu. However, Yun Haitang was stunned. She looked at Gu Huaxiu blankly and said, brother, what are you doing? I'm not talking about you. The smile on Gu Huaxiu's face stiffened. The crowd also suddenly quieted down. After a while, someone could no longer hold it in and laughed out loud. Gu Huaxiu's expression was too hilarious. Some people tried their best to hold back their laughter until their faces turned red, while others burst out laughing. Beside Gu Huaxiu, the few people who had flattered him earlier were also frozen in place. Gu Huaxiu's body began to tremble. His handsome face flushed red. Shameful, this was too shameful. It turned out that the person Yun Haitang was talking about was not him at all. To think that he was still wishful thinking. This was really embarrassing. Also, how did Yun Haitang address him? Brother? She didn't even know his name. Gu Huaxiu wished there was a crack in the ground and he could crawl into it. In the end, he could only sit down with a red face. The few people beside him didn't even dare to look at him. The outstanding talent I'm talking about is called Lu Ming. Yun Haitang smiled sweetly and continued. Lu Ming? As soon as he said that, everyone looked at one another. Who was Lu Ming? Why had they never heard of him before? Only one person opened his eyes wide in astonishment. Lu Ming, is she talking about you? Xianxia opened his eyes wide and glanced at Lu Ming in disbelief. She had also taken a glimpse at the pill that Lu Ming had refined. How was that possible? If there's no one else called Lu Ming with the same demeanor, then this Lu Ming must be me. Lu Ming rubbed his nose and said. How shameless. Xianxia rolled her eyes at Lu Ming. However, she was still very curious. Don't tell me that the elixir you refined is something special? Hee, maybe Miss Yun Haitang is interested in me. Lu Ming chuckled. Shameless. Xianxia said disdainfully. Meanwhile, Yun Haitang's gaze landed on Lu Ming's figure as she said, Brother Lu, what do you think of my suggestion? Lu Ming looked around and finally confirmed that Yun Haitang was talking about him. He rose from his seat with a smile and said, Thank you, Miss Yun Haitang. I think it's great. Yun Haitang's face was filled with joy as she said, I'm very impressed by Brother Lu's pill refining skills. Please guide me in the future. Miss Yun Haitang is being too courteous. Lu Ming said smilingly. Impossible, how could it be him? Miss Yun Haitang, are you mistaken? A gloomy voice could be heard at that instant. Lu Ming glanced in the direction of the voice and saw Gu Huaxiu. Oh, how could I be mistaken? Yun Haitang asked. Miss Yun Haitang, the pill that this guy refined yesterday did not have the same color and aroma. It's obviously a useless pill. His pill refining skills are a mess. Miss Yun Haitang, don't be fooled. Gu Huaxiu said loudly. That's right, Miss Yun Haitang, I saw it too. This guy basically doesn't know how to refine pills. Yeah, I saw it too. Many people in the surroundings blurted out too. Oh? You don't trust my judgment? Yun Haitang asked with squinted eyes. Miss Yun Haitang, it's not that we don't trust your judgment, but I'm guessing that this guy must have used some method to change the pill. The pill that he gave you wasn't refined by him at all. Gu Huaxiu blurted out. He initially saw Xianxia and Lu Ming together. He greeted Xianxia, but Xianxia ignored him, thus he was extremely displeased with Lu Ming. Just now, it was because of Lu Ming that he had embarrassed himself. Now that he had the chance to embarrass Lu Ming, he naturally had to seize the opportunity and not let it go. Oh. Yun Haitang nodded slightly. A jade bottle appeared in her hand, and she poured out a pill. She held it in her hand and asked, Is this the pill you're talking about? Gu Huaxiu was stunned and nodded. Yes, it's this pill. That's right, it's this one. The others nodded as well. That's good. I said that Brother Lu's alchemy skills are superb because of this pill. Yun Haitang smiled. How can it be? This is clearly a useless pill. Gu Huaxi was dumbfounded. Useless pill? Watch carefully. The green mental energy fire on Yun Haitang's finger flowed. In the next moment, lines of inscriptions appeared on the surface of the pill, intertwining with each other. It was extremely beautiful. The inscriptions are hidden and the medicinal effect is locked. How is this possible? How is this possible? Gu Huaxiu exclaimed in disbelief. After all, he was a level 4 inscriber born in the world of alchemy. He still had a good eye and could naturally see the truth of this pill at a glance. The others also widened their eyes. In shock. Concealing the inscriptions was not something that ordinary people could do. Only those who had an extremely deep and proficient understanding of inscriptions could do it. This represented a certain level, and only grandmasters in the alchemy world could do it. Yun Haitang took the elixir pill refined by Lu Ming and explained, under the effect of the inscription, this elixir pill is perfectly integrated with all kinds of spirit herbs. Moreover, it is very pure and has a strong medicinal effect. It is more than 30% better than the second-grade energy-nurturing elixir. Now, is there anything that everyone is unconvinced about? Yun Haitang scanned the crowd. No one said anything. How could this be? Damn it! Gu Huaxi roared in his heart. He looked at Lu Ming with murderous intent in his eyes. Today, he had really lost a lot of face. He had embarrassed himself before, and now, he was even more embarrassed. He sat down with a gloomy face. He was extremely jealous of Lu Ming. Not only was Lu Ming accompanied by a rare beauty, but now, he even had the opportunity to come in contact with Yun Haitang. His eyes were about to burst into flames. You bastard! Xianxia was also speechless. He realized that he could never see through Lu Ming. Brother Lu, take this crabapple flower. You can enter my courtyard at any time. Yun Haitang waved her hand, and a crabapple flower flew toward Lu Ming. It was a crabapple flower carved from beautiful jade, and it looked like a real one. Lu Ming reached out to take it and said with a smile, "Thank you, Miss Haitang." Then, he sat down with a smile. Pervert, you can't walk away when you see a beauty. As expected, your lust hasn't changed. Xianxia snorted and said disdainfully. You're not jealous, are you? Lu Ming looked at Xianxia with a smile. Xianxia's face turned slightly red. He curled his lips and said, Who's jealous? Don't be so smug. Who would be jealous of you? Humph, go find your Miss Haitang. But let me tell you, this crabapple flower is very prickly. Don't get yourself into trouble before you can take advantage of it. Don't worry. Lu Ming smiled and said, I'll get her inscription token. Everyone. At this moment, Yun Songxing, who had remained silent the entire time, finally spoke. I also want to learn from Haitang. Pick a person with great alchemy skills who can come find me at any time to discuss alchemy. Yun Songxing's words caused the spirits of many women to rise, especially the younger ones. Their eyes shone brightly as they stared at Yun Songxing, hoping to attract his attention. Yun Songxing's gaze finally landed on Xianxia. A fiery light flashed through his eyes as he warmly smiled, Miss Xianxia, your alchemy skills are truly admirable. In the future, you can come to my courtyard at any time to discuss alchemy with me. How about it? Everyone followed Yun Songxing's gaze and looked at Xianxia. So it's her. No wonder Yun Songxing paid attention to her. This thought flashed through many people's minds. Xianxing's peerless talent was already in everyone's eyes. Apart from Gu Huaxiu, there were no less than 10 other young men who had approached Xianxing to talk to her, but they were all chased away by Xianxing. Many women looked at Xianxing with jealousy, but they also sighed in their hearts, knowing that they were no match for Xianxing. Not interested. To everyone's surprise, Xianxing's reply was 3 cold words, not interested. The smile on Yun Songxing's face stiffened. He had never imagined that Xianxing would reject him so straightforwardly. How could he get out of this situation? Miss Xia, please reconsider. Yun Songxing's expression turned cold. Not interested means not interested. Xianxia rejected him without any hesitation. Yun Songxing's face turned completely dark, extremely unsightly. He had heard from others that there was a peerless beauty in this group, which was why he had come with Yun Haitang. As soon as he arrived, he saw Xianxia. Xianxing's beauty had moved his heart. He had wanted to learn from Yun Haitang and let Xianxia interact more with him. After some time, how could Xianxia escape from his grasp? However, he had never thought that Xianxia would reject him so blatantly. Good, very good. Yun Songxing said a few words, and a vicious look flashed in the depths of his eyes. Then, he turned around and left. Xianxia curled his lips casually. He did not take it to heart at all. Yu Haitang glanced at Xianxia. No one knew what she was thinking. Then, she said with a smile, well, today, I will explain some knowledge of alchemy. If there is anything wrong with what Haitang said, you can tell us and we will discuss it together. After that, Yun Haitang sat cross-legged on a futon and began to explain. Lu Ming also listened carefully. Although he had a good grasp of inscriptions, he was still unfamiliar with alchemy. Otherwise, the color of the elixir would not be uneven. To be honest, Yun Haitang did have a deep understanding of alchemy. Lu Ming was like a sponge, crazily absorbing the knowledge of alchemy. Yun Haitang had been talking for 3 hours before she ended the explanation. The crowd also dispersed. Lu Ming, when are you going to do it? Xianxia asked on the way. In 2 days. I will find an opportunity to take the inscription token, Lu Ming said. Xianxia glared at Lu Ming and said worriedly, hey, I say, you can't resist the temptation of beauty. However, Lu Ming suddenly looked at her without blinking. He suddenly approached her and whispered, don't worry, I can resist other people's beauty, but I can't resist your beauty. Pervert. Xianxia blushed and kicked out. Lu Ming laughed and flew back, dodging the kick and moving forward. Sigh, this guy, why is his luck so good? He can meet beautiful women wherever he goes. I have traveled across the 9 heavens and 10 lands, but I have never met so many beautiful women. Dandan sighed and was jealous of Lu Ming. Soon, they approached the dormitory. A few figures blocked their way. Gu Huaxiu and a few young men. Lu Ming smiled. It seemed that Gu Huaxiu couldn't hold it in anymore. What can I do for you? Lu Ming smiled faintly. What can I do for you? Kid, don't you know the mistake you made? A young man next to Gu Huaxiu shouted. That's right. You embarrassed young Master Hua today. Do you know your crime? Another young man shouted. I embarrassed him? Haha, what a joke. Lu Ming laughed. Kid, what are you laughing at? What's so funny? Gu Huaxiu said coldly. Isn't it funny? Did I embarrass you? You asked for it, okay? Before Miss Haitang finished speaking, you stood up on your own. And later, you stood up and said that my pills were useless. Did I say anything from the beginning to the end? You asked for it, didn't you? Lu Ming said with a smile. How dare you? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been embarrassed in front of everyone. If it weren't for you, I would have come first this time. Gu Huaxiu yelled. Lu Ming was speechless. He really didn't understand his logic. He didn't have the ability, but he blamed everything on others. How ridiculous was that? Lu Ming shook his head. He was too lazy to waste his time talking to someone like him. Kid, kneel down and admit your mistake, cripple your cultivation, and get out of the Cloud Ocean Alchemy Court, and I'll spare your life. Gu Huaxiu snapped coldly. Idiot. Lu Ming let out a sigh. Kid, what did you say? Gu Huaxiu's expression instantly turned dark. I said, idiot, get out of my way. A good dog doesn't block the way. Lu Ming snapped coldly. Son of a bitch, how dare you talk to young Master Gu like that, I'll cripple you. Beside Gu Huaxiu, a young man dashed forward and stabbed at Lu Ming's vital acupuncture points with his finger like a sword. This young man possessed a cultivation of the 5th layer martial emperor. Realm. If he were to be hit, Lu Ming's cultivation would be crippled. Bang, however, before his sword intent could reach Lu Ming, he was sent flying with a kick from Lu Ming. He flew a few hundred meters and crashed into a hill, causing a cloud of dust to fill the air. Meanwhile, the crowd was startled, causing them to stop and spectate from afar. That Lu Ming doesn't seem to be weak. A fifth-layer Martial Emperor Realm Cultivator in the lesser success stage was sent flying with a single attack. I've never heard of him before. Could he be a genius from another district? The crowd whispered among themselves. Gu Huaxiu's expression turned colder as he said, "So you do have some capabilities, but that's nothing before me. Die." Gu Huaxiu's figure dashed forward and lashed out a palm at Lu Ming. As the palm passed, a loud explosion took place as the force of the palm surged in Lu Ming's direction. A peak 7th-layer Martial Emperor Realm Cultivator in the greater success stage. This was Gu Huaxiu's strength. It was impressive to be able to achieve this at his age. Unfortunately, his opponent was Lu Ming. A spear appeared in his hand as he lashed out. Bang! The spear collided with Gu Huaxiu's palm, causing his figure to be knocked backward rapidly. Lu Ming and Wei Ran remained motionless. Of course, this was the result of Lu Ming doing his best to restrain his power. Otherwise, Gu Huaxiu would have been blasted apart by the spear. Lu Ming didn't want to reveal too much of his strength and attract the attention of the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution. Otherwise, it would be more difficult to obtain the Heavenly Demon Fruit, and the other party would definitely increase their vigilance. Lu Ming suppressed his strength to be slightly stronger than Gu Huaxiu's. Damn it, kill! Gu Huaxiu roared and charged towards Lu Ming. His palms turned crimson gold as he sent out palm strikes towards Lu Ming. The violent palm strikes caused the space around them to tremble. Lu Ming's spear vibrated as it thrust forward, colliding with Gu Huaxiu's palm strike. With every thrust of the spear, Gu Huaxiu's palms crumbled. Lu Ming strode forward, closing in on Gu Huaxiu. Lose. In the end, Lu Ming roared and struck Gu Huaxiu with his spear, sending him flying. Puff! Gu Huaxiu struggled to get up and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale as he looked at Lu Ming with resentment. Brat, just you wait. Gu Huaxiu left with his tail between his legs after saying that. This Lu Ming is so strong. Not only is his alchemy skill high, but his cultivation is also very strong. He's already a greater success stage sovereign at such a young age. He's considered a decent genius. Let's not provoke him in the future. The others by the side looked at Lu Ming, revealing a fearful expression. One after another, they left. I thought you would kill him in one move. Xianxia said. It's easy to kill him, but I'm afraid of alerting the enemy. Lu Ming smiled as the two returned to the dormitory. Night fell. In a luxurious courtyard of the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution, two figures were discussing something. This was the Haitang courtyard. These two were Yun Haitang and Yun Songxing. Hee, that Gu Huaxiu has made his move, saving us some trouble. I was planning to send someone to test Lu Ming's strength. Yun Haitang raised a cup of red wine and took a sip, before she giggled. A 7th-layer Martial Emperor Realm Sovereign at the greater success stage. Not bad, but he's not a threat to us. That bitch Xianxia dares to reject me in front of the crowd. Damn it, that bitch dares to put on an act. I'll make her beg for mercy on my bed sooner or later. Yun Songxing said in a cold tone as his eyes flickered with lust. As for the woman, don't touch her for now. At least, before I get my hands on her, you won't be able to do anything to her. Otherwise, what if you scare my prey away? This Lu Ming, I can feel that his spiritual flame is extraordinary. It must be delicious. Saying this, Yun Haitang stuck out her tongue and licked her plump lips. Her eyes flickered with lust. The action was extremely seductive, causing Yun Songxing to swallow his saliva. His eyes burned passionately as a certain part of his body began to react. What is it? Do you want to have a go? I'll accompany you. Yun Haitang licked her lips and glanced at Yun Songxing seductively. However, Yun Songxing shuddered and took a step back. His eyes flickered with a hint of fear as he said with a smile, "Forget it, I still have something to do. I'll be leaving first." Saying this, Yun Songxing left the Haitang courtyard as if he was fleeing for his life. Lu Ming. Yun Haitang mumbled as the lust in her eyes grew thicker. For 3 days in a row, there was a different person explaining alchemy to them. Lu Ming's understanding of alchemy advanced by leaps and bounds. His alchemy skills also improved a lot. During this period, Lu Ming also tried to refine elixirs a few times. He could clearly feel that every time he succeeded in refining elixirs, the law of inscription would send down traces of power of inscription to strengthen his mental flame. However, the elixirs that he refined were of a lower level than his inscription. Hence, the flames of inscription that were sent down were very few and far between. Only when refining high-quality pills or pills of a higher level than his inscription would the law of inscription produce more power of inscription. This was very helpful to the cultivation of the spiritual flame. However, it was not possible to reach that level in a short time. During these 3 days, Lu Ming did not look for Yun Haitang. Yun Haitang also did not send anyone to look for him. On the 3rd day, when night fell, a figure appeared in Lu Ming's dormitory. It was Xianxia. "Lu Ming, I'll take you to see something interesting," Xianxia said. "Something interesting?" Lu Ming was stunned. "Follow me. Be careful," Xianxia said. Then, the two of them retracted their auras and left the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution. Soon, they saw a few figures in black robes flying out from the other side of the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution and heading into the distance at an extremely fast speed. "Let's follow them," Xianxia whispered. The two of them followed behind the black-robed figures for hundreds of thousands of miles. At this time, the black-robed figures suddenly landed in a small village. "We have to hurry. We must collect 99 strands of connate blood qi tonight," one of them said. Lu Ming felt that his voice was somewhat familiar. "They're really here to collect connate blood qi." A total of 3 black-robed men rushed into a wooden house silently. Inside the house, there was a young man and woman who were not even 20 years old and a baby. The black-robed men waved their hands and 2 streams of true yuan entered the young man and woman's body, causing them to fall into a coma. Then, the 3 black-robed men carved inscriptions into the baby's body. From the baby's heart, a blood-red qi was slowly extracted. "Damn it!" Lu Ming's eyes flashed with cold killing intent. Although he had heard about it before, Lu Ming couldn't control the killing intent in his heart after witnessing it with his own eyes. Extracting a baby's Santian qi to refine a pill, this method was extremely cruel and could kill people. Stomp. Stomp, Lu Ming didn't restrain his aura anymore and walked into the wooden house. "Who is it?" The 3 black-robed men immediately noticed someone and shouted. "The people who will kill you." Lu Ming walked into the wooden house with cold eyes. Then, Xianxia also walked in. "It's the 2 of you. Haha, since you've seen this scene, I can only send you on your way. Originally, I wanted to let you live for a few more days." One of the black-robed men sneered. "Yun Songsheng." Lu Ming's eyes moved. No wonder he felt that this person's voice was familiar. At this moment, he guessed that it was Yun Songsheng. "Hee, it's me." The black-robed man took off the hood on his head, revealing a face filled with killing intent. It was Yun Songsheng. Yun Songsheng's fiery eyes fell on Xianxia and sneered, "Bitch, you actually dared to reject me in front of everyone. Do you know that it's your fortune that I'm interested in you? Today, I'll cripple your cultivation and let you enjoy it." Hee. "Lu Ming, leave this guy to me." Xianxing's voice was cold as if there was no emotion. "Of course." Lu Ming's heart was already mourning for Yun Songsheng. Attack, only cripple their cultivation. I want them alive. Yun Songsheng waved his hand. Shua. Whoosh, at the same time, Lu Ming and Xianxia quickly retreated out of the wooden house and flew into the sky. You want to leave? Don't even think about it. Yun Songsheng and the other 2 chased madly and caught up to the sky. Leave? Who wants to leave? It's just that it's more convenient here. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Do it. I'll leave this brat to you. As for that bitch, I'll personally serve her. Yun Songsheng sneered and released a powerful aura. Peak of the 8th layer of the Martial King realm. This Yun Songsheng had reached the peak of the 8th layer Martial Emperor realm. No wonder he was so proud of himself. Boom. Boom, the auras of the other 2 black-robed men also burst out. They were also at the early stage of the 8th level of the Martial King realm. Both of them pounced on Lu Ming. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two black-robed men's bodies hadn't even reached them when their throats were pierced by two spear lights. They couldn't even let out a blood-curdling scream. Lu Ming's figure disappeared with a flicker. Their blood essence was devoured by Lu Ming, while their storage rings were now in Lu Ming's hand. Yun Songxing's eyes opened wide as he stared at the scene in disbelief. Wasn't Lu Ming's cultivation only slightly stronger than Gu Huaxiu's? How did he become so powerful all of a sudden? Two 8th-layer martial Emperor Realm experts were killed before they could even react. Hiding his strength. Lu Ming must have been hiding his strength before this. Let's go. Without hesitation, Yun Songxing turned around and fled. Being able to kill two 8th-layer martial Emperor Realm experts with ease, his strength was definitely stronger than his. Trying to escape? Xianxia's gaze turned cold. She raised her jade-like hand and pressed it into the air. An invisible force field was generated, causing Yun Songxing's figure to be suspended in the air. Such a fascinating martial skill. Lu Ming exclaimed. He had experienced this martial skill before, and it was indeed powerful. He had asked Xianxia about it, and learned that this martial skill was called Heavenly Demon Force Field. However, Xianxia had only just learned it. She had come to the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution to obtain the Heavenly Demon Fruit in order to cultivate the Heavenly Demon Force Field. With the Heavenly Demon Fruit, her Heavenly Demon Force Field would be upgraded to a higher level. Yun Songxing was terrified. He tried his best to prick with the needles, but with his cultivation, he could not break free from the restraint of the Heavenly Demon Force Field. Let me go, what are you doing? My father is the patriarch of the Yun clan, a Sea of Soul Realm expert. If you dare to kill me, my father will not let you go. Yun Songxing screamed in fear. Lu Ming, wait for me here. Xianxia waved her hand and flew away with Yun Songxing. Soon, Yun Songxing's blood-curdling screams could be heard. Even Lu Ming could not bear to hear it. This seems like it's better not to offend women in the future. Lu Ming felt cold sweat on his back. After a while, the screams stopped abruptly. Xianxia flew back alone. Let's go back. Xianxia said. Dead? Lu Ming asked. N. Xianxia nodded and flew forward. Lu Ming caught up and said, Yun Songxing's death will probably cause a commotion in the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution. It's better for us to keep a low profile. Xianxia nodded. With their current battle strength, it would be difficult for them to face a Sea of Soul Realm expert. Sea of Soul Realm was much stronger than Martial King Realm. An ordinary Peak King Realm expert in the first layer of the Spiritual Sea Realm could kill a bunch of them with a slap. The two returned to the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution without anyone noticing. In a mountain range hundreds of thousands of miles away from the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution, Gu Huaxiu sat cross-legged on a mountain peak. Damn it! If I don't kill that brat, I swear I'm not human. Gu Huaxiu growled, his voice filled with resentment. Hee, brat, you want revenge? Stop dreaming. If I'm not wrong, that Lu Ming didn't use his full strength when he fought with you. It could even be said that he only used a little bit of his strength. Suddenly, a shriveled and unpleasant voice sounded. The voice came out of nowhere. However, Gu Huaxiu was clearly the only one in the area. Gu Huaxiu didn't seem surprised at all. He only frowned and roared, You're saying that Lu Ming didn't use his full strength? Damn it. Yes. If I'm not wrong, that Lu Ming definitely has the battle strength of a Peak King Realm expert. And that little girl gives off a very dangerous feeling. She's probably not weaker than that brat. She might even be stronger. The shriveled voice sounded again. Damn it, why is it like this? Doesn't that mean I can't take revenge? Damn it. Gu Huaxiu roared. That's not necessarily true. You should have prepared the things I asked you to prepare, right? As long as you do as I ask, I guarantee that your cultivation will skyrocket in a short period of time. It'll be more than enough for you to defeat those two. The shriveled voice said. I prepared everything, but can I really defeat that brat Lu Ming in a short period of time? You just said that he has the battle strength of a Peak King. Kid, you're so short-sighted. What's the big deal about defeating that kid? From now on, your cultivation will continue to soar. It'll be easy for you to enter the list of top 1,000 talents. By then, Yun Haitang will throw herself at you. You can have as many beauties as you want. The shriveled voice outlined a beautiful future for Gu Huaxiu. Gu Huaxiu's eyes were burning with passion. All right, senior. I'll listen to you. Gu Huaxiu gritted his teeth and a jade bottle the size of a wine jar appeared in his hand. It was filled with a dark green liquid that emitted a nauseating stench. Gu Huaxiu frowned at the sight. Kid, this miraculous medicine is my life's work. Although it smells bad, it's only temporary. You'll have a bright future in the future. Drink it. The shriveled voice said. All right. Gu Huaxiu gritted his teeth, picked up the jade bottle, and gulped down the entire bottle of dark green liquid. Good, good. Ha ha ha. That voice laughed with incomparable excitement. A moment later, dark green runes rose from Gu Huaxiu's abdomen and covered his entire body. They rapidly gathered toward his head. What's going on? Why do I feel like I can't use my true essence? I can't even use my intent realm. I can't even move my body. What's going on? Gu Huaxiu cried out in panic. Ha ha ha, the heavens are on my side. I can finally be resurrected. The shriveled voice laughed maniacally. Then, a shadow flew out of Gu Huaxiu's body. It looked like an old man, and his eyes were filled with excitement. What are you trying to do? Gu Huaxiu finally felt that something was wrong. What am I trying to do? Of course, I'm going to use your body to come back to the world. All my efforts were not in vain. Haha. The old man laughed maniacally, then turned into a ray of light and rushed into Gu Huaxiu's forehead. What are you doing? Get out of here. Gu Huaxiu roared. His face was twisted as he struggled madly, as if he was fighting against something. However, half an hour later, Gu Huaxiu's voice softened. The light in his eyes dimmed as he closed them. But in the next moment, his eyes suddenly opened, revealing a look of ecstasy. Ha ha ha, I've finally taken over this body and returned to the world. Great, great, this is great. Moreover, I've made it in time for the Battle of Providence. This body just so happens to meet the requirements. This time I'm going to seize a great opportunity. Gu Huaxiu laughed. To be precise, he was no longer Gu Huaxiu. Gu Huaxiu, I will use your identity for now. However, your cultivation is too weak and you need to raise it. Also, there seems to be something good in the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution. You must get your hands on it. Gu Huaxiu grinned, then sat down with his legs crossed and began cultivating. As he cultivated, the boundless spiritual qi in the sky and earth gathered frantically towards Gu Huaxiu's body. Gu Huaxiu's aura also rose rapidly. Cloud Sea Elixir Institution. Indeed, from the second day onwards, Lu Ming and Xianxia felt that the atmosphere in the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution had changed. It had become somewhat solemn. Moreover, there was no one to teach them. Lu Ming and the rest suddenly had nothing to do. Yun Haitong's figure had also disappeared. She did not show up and did not look for Lu Ming either. Lu Ming knew that something must have happened to Yun Songxing, which had alerted the higher-ups of the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution. Many of the things that the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution did were shady. They were afraid that they would attract the attention of the major forces. He believed that they would not dare to go out and collect connate blood qi for the time being. Since there was nothing to do, Lu Ming decided to cultivate in his dormitory. In the Temple of Paragon, Lu Ming sat down with his legs crossed. There were some strange metals beside him. They were all refining materials. With a roll of his true essence, a piece of dark gold metal appeared in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and a wisp of yellow flame flew out. It wrapped around the dark gold metal and began to burn fiercely. Lu Ming's spiritual flame used the earth core flowing flame as the fire seed. Its temperature was terrifyingly high. In a short while, the dark gold metal completely turned into a pool of liquid. It surged in the air and sizzled in the flames. Wisps of black flames could be seen floating upwards. This was burning the impurities in the metal. After a short while, Lu Ming added another piece of metal and continued to condense it with his spiritual flame. Just like that, Lu Ming added 6 pieces of metal consecutively. The 6 pieces of metal turned into liquid and fused together. Slowly, the liquid metal turned into a long sword. There were strange patterns on it, and the sword was extremely sharp. However, this was only a half-finished product. When the long sword was formed, Lu Ming's fingers quickly inscribed inscriptions in the air. Inscriptions flew into the sword and disappeared. The aura on the long sword also became stronger and stronger, giving off a feeling of showing off its sharpness. The speed at which Lu Ming's fingers inscribed inscriptions became faster and faster. It was so fast that only a bunch of afterimages were left. Half an hour later, Lu Ming let out a long breath and stopped inscribing. The spiritual flame was also retracted. The long sword fell into Lu Ming's hand. Swish! Swish! Lu Ming picked up the long sword and waved it a few times. A sharp sound of breaking through the air rang out. High-grade rank 3 spirit weapon. The corner of Lu Ming's mouth curled into a smile as he felt the power of inscription sprinkled down by the law of inscription. This was Lu Ming's first time refining, and he had already refined a high-grade rank 3 spirit weapon. Lu Ming was already quite satisfied. This was related to Lu Ming's previous 2 levels, which were the perfect state with 10 spirit lamps lit. As long as Lu Ming practiced for a period of time, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to refine rank 3 spirit weapons. He might even be able to refine rank 4 spirit weapons. In the following period of time, Lu Ming spent most of his time cultivating the underworld observation method, refining pills, and refining weapons, except for a little time every day to comprehend the essence of heaven and earth and the 9 dragons ascending heaven steps. Moreover, Lu Ming felt that he was more talented in refining weapons. Under Danden's guidance, Lu Ming refined a high-grade rank 3 spirit weapon in 3 days. 7 days later, Lu Ming refined a high-grade rank 3 spirit weapon. 12 days later, Lu Ming successfully refined a low-grade rank 4 spirit weapon. Refining a high-grade spirit weapon, or refining a higher-grade spirit weapon, the power of inscription from the law of inscription increased greatly. It was much faster than cultivating the underworld observation method. Lu Ming's spiritual flame increased rapidly. In just half a month, Lu Ming had successfully ignited the 8th spirit lamp and was about to ignite the 9th. Lu Ming's goal was to ignite the 10th spirit lamp. This was only possible because he had the underworld observation method and could refine a higher grade spirit weapon. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't even think about it. In this half a month, the atmosphere in the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution was very abnormal. However, as time passed, the atmosphere slowly returned to normal. On the 16th day, an elder finally came out to give a lecture. Young Master Lu Ming, Miss Haiteng invites you to Haiteng Courtyard for a chat. It was finally here. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Xianxia glanced at Lu Ming and said in a strange tone, "Your beauty is here. Make good use of it." Lu Ming bitterly smiled and winked at Xianxia. Then, he followed the maid to Haiteng Courtyard. Haiteng Courtyard was located on another mountain peak with beautiful scenery. Although it was a courtyard, it was built magnificently and occupied an extremely large area. It could be said that this entire mountain peak was Haiteng Courtyard's territory. There were even stone palaces built in the belly of the mountain. The maid led Lu Ming through many twists and turns before arriving at a stone palace. This stone palace was built in the belly of the mountain. Light couldn't directly shine in. The walls of the stone palace were inlaid with luminous stones, giving the stone palace a hazy feeling. Within the stone palace, there was a jade table and several jade stools. On the jade table, there were already some spirit fruits, wine, and dishes. After the maid led Lu Ming here, she retreated. Now, only Lu Ming was left in the stone palace. Lu Ming looked around with interest. Then, he picked up his wine cup and poured himself a cup of wine. He drank it in one gulp. Good wine. Lu Ming couldn't help but praise. This wine was mellow and mellow. After entering his stomach, he felt his entire body warm up. The aftertaste was endless. Since it's good wine, Brother Lu should drink a few more cups today. A sweet voice rang out as Yun Haiteng walked in. Today, Yun Haiteng was wearing a black muslin dress. The dress was split on both sides, revealing 2 snow-white and plump thighs as she walked. The key point was that the dress was transparent. Some of Yun Haitong's beauty was faintly discernible. Under the hazy light of the luminous stones, it was filled with endless temptation. Yun Haitang leisurely walked in front of Lu Ming. A rich fragrance rushed into Lu Ming's nose. Lu Ming felt his heartbeat quicken. To be honest, Yun Haitong's figure was very impressive. She was only a little worse than Mulan's. In such an environment and in such a dress, any man would be tempted. Lu Ming was naturally a normal man. Yun Haitang sat on the stone bench next to Lu Ming. Her snow-white slender thighs were exposed from the slit in her gauze skirt, all the way to her roots. "Brother Lu, I gave you the right to come to the crabapple courtyard to look for me at any time, but you didn't come even after so long. You even asked little sister to send someone to invite you over. That's too much. You must be punished with 3 cups of wine." Yun Haitang poured a glass of wine for Lu Ming and smiled sweetly. Her voice was so sweet that it could penetrate one's heart. "Fine, he deserves to be punished." Lu Ming smiled, picked up the wine cup, and drank it in one gulp. Then Yun Haitang poured another cup of wine for Lu Ming. Just like that, Lu Ming drank 3 cups in a row. Brother Lu's path of inscription is truly admirable. I feel that although Brother Lu is only a 3rd-level inscription master, your mental strength shouldn't be inferior to some 4th-level inscription masters. Could it be that Brother Lu has lit 5 spirit lamps for each level? Yun Haitang blinked her large eyes, staring at Lu Ming without blinking. Lu Ming faintly smiled. "Not bad. I was lucky to have lit 5 spirit lamps for each of the first 2 levels." Lu Ming's words caused Yun Haitang's eyes to brighten. Greed flashed in the depths of her eyes. Brother Lu's talent is truly admirable. "Come, let little sister offer you a cup of wine." Yun Haitang picked up the wine cup and drank it in one gulp. Following her movements, her proud bosom rose and fell. It was a soul-stirring sight. After drinking a cup of wine, Yun Haitang's face immediately flushed red, making her even more alluring. At this moment, a maidservant hurried in. Yun Haitang's face immediately darkened. "Can't you see that I'm drinking with young Master Lu? What are you doing here?" "Miss." The maidservant's face turned pale, revealing a trace of fear. However, she still walked over, leaned over, and whispered a few words in Yun Haitang's ear. Yun Haitang's face changed slightly. "You can leave first." The maidservant immediately excused herself. "Brother Lu, I have a small matter to deal with. Wait for me here." Yun Haitang said softly. "All right, it's fine. Miss Haitang, please go ahead." Lu Ming smiled. Yun Haitang got up and walked away gracefully. Lu Ming picked up the wine cup and drank another mouthful. Then, he stood up and continued to inscribe in the air with both hands. Inscriptions appeared and entered his body. This was the inscription formation that he had inscribed in the past to restrain one's aura. Although this formation wasn't very advanced, it had a unique effect in retracting one's aura. According to Dandan, this was its own creation. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, even a Sea of Soul Realm expert wouldn't be able to sense his aura. Inscriptions appeared on Lu Ming's body. Then, in a flash, they all disappeared. Lu Ming's aura also disappeared without a trace. The effect was many times better than him retracting his aura. Then, Lu Ming's figure moved and left the stone hall. After passing through several corridors and secret rooms, he saw another stone hall. A voice came from the stone hall. Lu Ming quietly rushed into the stone hall and hid in a corner. This stone hall was bigger than the one Lu Ming was in. A young man was sitting at the table with Yun Haitang. "Haitang, I haven't seen you in a while. I really missed you. Look, I came to see you as soon as I finished my business." The young man looked at Yun Haitang with fire in his eyes. "You really missed me? Don't lie to me." Yun Haitang smiled and poured a cup of wine for the young man. "Of course it's true. Sigh, if it weren't for the fact that there's been a problem with the cultivation of my spiritual flame recently, not only is it not improving, it's even regressing, I really don't want to leave. I want to stay here and accompany you." The young man said. "Your elders didn't find out the reason for your spirit fire's regression?" Yun Haitang's eyes flashed and she asked softly. "No, it's really strange." The young man muttered. Then, his burning gaze fell on Yun Haitang and he said, "It doesn't matter. As long as Haitang is here, even if I can't cultivate, it doesn't matter." As he spoke, the young man's hand hugged Yun Haitang's slender waist and his breathing became heavy. Yun Haitang moaned and fell into the young man's arms. Then, the two of them were entangled together. Their clothes fluttered and the two naked bodies were entangled together. Their heavy breathing echoed in the stone hall. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He didn't expect to see such a scene when he came to check on the situation. To be honest, it was Lu Ming's first time seeing such entanglement. Lu Ming rubbed his nose and watched with interest. The young man's breathing became heavier and heavier. After a while, the young man let out a beast-like growl. At this moment, Lu Ming was shocked by the scene that took place. 3 green spirit lamps appeared above the young man's head. Above them was a green spirit fire. This meant that the young man was a 4th-level inscription master. Similarly, a spirit lamp appeared above Yun Haitang's head. At this moment, the young man was immersed in the boundless pleasure and did not notice his abnormality at all. Yun Haitang's eyes flashed with frenzied greed. That poisonous snake was constantly absorbing the young man's spiritual fire. The flames of the young man's 3 spiritual lamps dimmed rapidly, especially the flame of the 3rd lamp. It was on the verge of collapse and would be extinguished at any time. It was no wonder that the young man said that his spiritual fire was weakening and that his cultivation of the spiritual fire was deteriorating instead of improving. It would be strange if it did not deteriorate after playing this game with Yun Haitang every day. Moreover, he did not notice it at all. Yun Haitang was using this method to cultivate her spiritual fire. Lu Ming felt a chill run down his spine. This process only took about 10 breaths of time. The spiritual fire above their heads dimmed and disappeared. The young man slumped to the ground like a pile of mud. "Rest here for a while. I still have something to deal with," Yun Haitang said to the young man. The young man nodded. At this moment, Lu Ming quietly left the stone hall and returned to the previous stone hall. He poured a cup of wine and slowly sipped it. Not long after, footsteps sounded and Yun Haitang returned. "Brother Lu, sorry to keep you waiting," Yun Haitang said in a sweet voice and walked over gracefully. Yun Haitang's thin clothes covered her body, and there was even a hint of redness on her face. She looked even more charming. However, Lu Ming could not help but feel a chill run down his spine when he thought of the scene just now. He was not in the mood to admire it at all. He only said perfunctorily, "I didn't wait long." "You're quite fast." He indeed felt that the old man was quite fast. Yun Haitang smiled faintly and sat down beside Lu Ming. She poured a cup of wine for Lu Ming and then poured a cup for herself. She said, "Brother Lu, I'll punish myself with a cup." With that, she picked up the cup and drank it in one gulp. After putting down the cup, Yun Haitang blinked her big eyes and stared at Lu Ming. After a while, she said, "Brother Lu, I invited you here today to tell you something from the bottom of my heart." "Oh? What is it?" Lu Ming asked with a smile. Yun Haitang's face flushed red. Her body slowly approached Lu Ming. She placed a small hand on Lu Ming's shoulder. Her face was close to Lu Ming. Her breath smelled like orchids, and her hot breath blew on Lu Ming's face. "Actually, the first time I saw Brother Lu, I felt that Brother Lu was the man I had been waiting for my whole life. Recently, I've been missing Brother Lu very much." As she spoke, Yun Haitang's plump body was about to sit on Lu Ming's lap. Her fragrance assailed his nostrils. With such a scene and Yun Haitang being such a rare beauty, he believed that no man would be able to resist such temptation. If Lu Ming hadn't seen that scene just now, he might have been tempted as well. However, at this moment, he did not feel anything at all. He said indifferently, "The way I see it, you're not missing me, but my spiritual fire." His calm and indifferent voice made Yun Haitang's movements stiffen. Her body, which almost sat on Lu Ming's lap, also froze in the air. She revealed an ugly smile on her face. She looked at Lu Ming and said coquettishly, "Brother Lu, what are you talking about? What do you mean by missing your spiritual fire? I don't understand." "I have a question. I'd like to correct you. I'm younger than you, but you keep calling me little sister. It's embarrassing," Lu Ming said very seriously. Hee, so it's little brother. I thought you were older than me. Yun Haitong's face stiffened, but she smiled again. There's one more thing. After you left, I was bored, so I walked around and happened to see the exciting scene between you and that young master. Hee, I wonder what will happen if this spreads. Lu Ming laughed. Yun Haitong's face changed completely. It became extremely gloomy, and her eyes revealed a cold murderous intent. Little brother, it's not good to wander around in other people's territory. You'll pay with your life. As soon as he finished his words, Yun Haitong's finger pierced toward his throat like a sharp sword. Her hand was placed on Lu Ming's shoulder. Since the distance between them was too close, Yun Haitong was confident that she could kill Lu Ming with this move. But in the next moment, her 100% confidence was reduced to zero. This was because Lu Ming's hand had grabbed her wrist. She had no idea how Lu Ming had grabbed her wrist. Even with her peak 8th layer martial emperor realm cultivation, she was unaware of it. Die. In an instant, a short sword appeared in her other hand and slashed toward Lu Ming's throat. However, the next moment, her hand was grabbed by Lu Ming again. Lu Ming grabbed both of her wrists. A terrifying true energy surged into Yun Haitong's body, causing her body to go limp and her true qi to dissipate. She had no strength to resist. Her heart sank. Who are you? What do you want? Yun Haitong yelled. Lu Ming's cultivation was too terrifying. It was far above hers. Nothing? I just want to take your inscription badge. I don't mind if I can get rid of evil for the people. Lu Ming smiled faintly. You killed Yun Songxing, didn't you? Yun Haitong asked. You could say that. Lu Ming nodded. The ancestor of the Yun clan won't let you go if you do that. Yun Haitong yelled. Is that so? Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as a murderous intent spread out. Miss. At this time, a few maidservants heard the noise and rushed in. Lu Ming flicked his finger and spear radiance flew out, penetrating the maidservants' stanchions and destroying their cultivation. Their ability to speak was also sealed, so they couldn't speak for the time being. Feeling the cold murderous intent from Lu Ming, Yun Haitong was scared. She smiled with a pale face and begged, Lu Ming, brother Lu, I beg you, let me go. I can give you anything you want. Also, I will serve you well and make you comfortable. I guarantee that you will be satisfied. The meaning behind his words was self-evident. Lu Ming smiled faintly and said, I don't need it. Then, he pointed at Yun Haitong's dantian. Yun Haitong's cyclone collapsed and she collapsed on the ground like a pile of mud. Her eyes were full of despair. Then, Lu Ming pointed at Yun Haitong's glabella a few times. 5 spirit lamps appeared above Yun Haitong's head. The spirit lamps flickered a few times and then collapsed one by one. Yun Haitong's cultivation and inscription Dao had been destroyed. Lu Ming rolled up Yun Haitong's storage ring and took it in his hand. Lu Ming, kill me if you can. Otherwise, I won't let you go. Yun Haitong shouted with hatred. You will never be a threat to me. Lu Ming cast a faint glance at Yun Haitong. His tone was full of confidence. How could he take a mere Yun Haitong seriously? Moreover, she was someone who had crippled her cultivation and the Tao of inscription. What's wrong? You're back so soon. Since a beauty invited you, why don't you take the opportunity to get closer to her? Xianxia said sarcastically when he saw Lu Ming. Why would I get close to other women? If I want to get close to someone, it should be you. Lu Ming chuckled. Xianxia blushed and said, Stop it. Who wants to get close to you? Tell me, did you lust after her and get chased out? Lu Ming was speechless. Was his character that bad? Seeing that Lu Ming did not speak, Xianxia smiled. Forget it. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's get down to business. Lu Ming took out Yun Haitong's storage ring and immersed his mind into it. After a while, a token appeared. This is an inscription token? You're doing it so soon? Xianxia asked. Of course. If I don't do it now, I'll have to sacrifice my body. Lu Ming muttered and said, Now, let's do it immediately. Otherwise, we won't have a chance when others find out that something happened to Yun Haitong. All right. Xianxia was not a hesitant person and immediately nodded. Wait a minute. Lu Ming shouted. Xianxia looked at Lu Ming in confusion. I'll inscribe an inscription array for you to restrain your aura. Lu Ming's hands were constantly inscribing. Inscriptions flew into Xianxia's body. In a short while, the inscription array to conceal one's aura was completed. Lu Ming, I didn't expect your inscription technique to be so brilliant. Xianxia looked at Lu Ming curiously. It's just SOSO. Let's go. His figure flashed and he went into the depths of the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution. Xianxia followed. At the same time, in a secret room of the Cloud Sea Pill Institution, a low roar like that of a wild beast could be heard. A white-haired elder had his heart pierced by Gu Huashu's claw. You. Who are you? Gu Huashu wasn't that strong? Disbelief flashed in the old man's eyes. He was a core elder of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution, a peak king. Even if Gu Huashu had launched a sneak attack, he wouldn't have been able to pierce through his heart. The cultivation that Gu Huashu had just displayed was utterly terrifying. Heh, death is at hand, why do you care so much? I just want your inscription token. True essence erupted, and the old man's aura vanished. Gu Huashu chuckled coldly. He licked his lips and took off the old man's storage ring. A moment later, a badge appeared in his hand, which was identical to the badge Lu Ming had obtained from Yun Haitang and the others. Gu Huashu's figure flickered, and he headed toward the treasury of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution. Lu Ming and Xianxia's cultivation was extremely profound. Their movement techniques were as fast as lightning, and with the inscription array concealing their auras, no one could discover them. Soon, the two of them arrived at the depths of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution. There was a huge mountain here. Halfway up the mountain, there was a stone door. The stone door was tightly shut, and there were inscription arrays all around it. Without the inscription token, even if one tried to force their way in, it would alert the upper echelons of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution, including the Sea of Soul Realm expert. Lu Ming and Xianxia rushed to the mountainside, took out the inscription token, and poured their true essence into it. Buzz, the inscription token glowed and inscriptions appeared. Inscriptions also appeared on the stone door. These inscriptions formed a light shield in front of the door. At that moment, the light barrier parted to form a door. As for the stone door, it opened by itself. Let's go. Their figures flashed as they rushed in. The light barrier closed automatically, and so did the stone door. Behind the stone door, there was a wide passage. It was obviously man-made, and the walls were bumpy. The two of them followed the passage and moved forward. Quickly. The passage was slanted downwards, and it went underground. The two of them carefully moved forward for a few minutes. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt his hair stand on end, and a sense of danger erupted from the bottom of his heart. Be careful. Lu Ming suddenly pulled Xianxia and retreated quickly. Chi-chi, two sharp forces shot into the place where the two of them had been, leaving two bottomless, thumb-sized holes in the ground. Die. A figure pounced out quickly, and a dark green claw light grabbed at Lu Ming and Xianxia's vital points. It was unbelievably fast. Buzz, a long spear condensed in Lu Ming's hand. The spear light pierced through the void and pierced forward. Heavenly Demon Force Field. Xianxia pressed his hand forward, and a powerful force field burst out, encapsulating his opponent. Bang! Lu Ming's spear light collided with his opponent's. Lu Ming's figure swayed slightly, while his opponent retreated rapidly. How powerful! Lu Ming's eyes glistened. Despite his and Xianxia's teamwork, their opponent was only knocked back, and was not injured. This was a clear indication of his strength. Of course, it was also because they had not used their full strength in a hurry. Gu Huashu. At this moment, Lu Ming saw the person before him and was astounded, his eyes filled with disbelief. Xianxia beside him had the same reaction. The person who had ambushed them was none other than Gu Huashu. Gu Huashu was only a 7th-layer martial emperor half a month ago. In just half a month's time, his cultivation had improved to such a terrifying level. Hee, the combat strength of the two of you is beyond my expectations. Gu Huashu let out a hollow laugh and licked his lips, staring coldly at Lu Ming and Xianxia. Lu Ming and Xianxia frowned. They did not expect to stumble into Gu Huashu here. You're here to rob the treasure of the Cloud Ocean Pill Court too, right? Lu Ming said. Hee, not bad, I didn't expect you two to be here too. Very well, I'll use this chance to get rid of you. Gu Huashu's eyes flickered as his figure transformed into more than 10 illusionary figures, charging in Lu Ming and Xianxia's direction. Every illusory figure looked real, and every illusory figure exuded a powerful aura. Sky Poison Claw. Gu Huashu groaned as he lashed out with a claw glow. The illusionary figures lashed out with their claws, covering Lu Ming and Xianxia's vitals. Heavenly Demon Force Field. Heavenly Demon Cleave. Xianxia roared as the Heavenly Demon Force Field exploded, containing a terrifying cutting power. Swoosh! Swoosh! Lu Ming's spear transformed into more than 10 spear radiances, piercing through the illusionary figures. Bam! Bam! The three of them had restrained their genuine essence during the battle. Otherwise, with their combat strength, they would have pierced through the mountain. I didn't expect the two of you to be so powerful. I'm afraid even the lower-ranked geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents are no match for either of you. However, Lu Ming and Xianxia were equally shocked. Gu Huashu had reached such a terrifying level in just half a month. His cultivation had already reached the level of a peak king. Furthermore, the martial skills he used were extremely strange, and his battle prowess was extremely strong. Lu Ming wasn't confident that he could win in a one-on-one battle. This guy's condition is too strange. Dandan stared at Gu Huashu with her dark eyes, her eyeballs rolling in their sockets. Dandan, what did you see? Lu Ming asked. Dandan had said that it had lived for a long time, and Lu Ming felt that it might be true. Perhaps Dandan could really see something. It's a bit like possession, but it's not easy. It requires a series of coincidences, or it'll be very difficult to succeed. Dandan muttered. Possession? Lu Ming and Xianxia's expressions changed as disbelief appeared in their eyes. They had heard of the legend of possession. It was said that after a cultivator reached the spiritual god realm and formed a spiritual god, the spiritual god wouldn't crumble immediately even if the physical body was destroyed. It could even be reborn through possession. However, seizing someone's body wasn't as easy as one would imagine. Once a spiritual god left the body, it would be extremely weak and wouldn't be able to exist for long. Most importantly, every person's will was extremely strong and even involved the law of life. Basically, it was impossible to be possessed. If a spiritual god wanted to possess someone, it would usually end up in ashes. However, there were examples of successful possession in history, but it was too rare. Could it be that Gu Huashu had been possessed by a powerful existence? At this moment, Gu Huashu's expression changed drastically. Humph, I'll let the two of you go for now. I'll take your lives in the future. Gu Huashu snorted coldly and quickly retreated into the depths of the tunnel. After him. The two chased after him. The three of them continued forward, passing through the East Bay and West Bay. After a while, a huge underground cave appeared in front of them. On the ceiling of the underground cavern, there were blood-red gems embedded in the stone walls, scattering blood-red light. In the middle of the underground cavern, there was actually a medicinal field with more than a dozen types of spirit herbs planted. Haha, blood infant fruit, dragon poison fruit, my intuition was right. As soon as Gu Huashu arrived, he was overjoyed and rushed toward the fruit trees. Heavenly Demon Fruit. Xianxia saw a fruit tree that was as tall as a man. It was pitch black, and there was only one fruit on it. It was the size of a fist, and its surface was covered with strange patterns. This was the heavenly demon fruit that Xianxia needed. Xianxia pounced on the heavenly demon fruit. Wang! Wang! At this moment, the air began to vibrate violently. The vibrations were densely packed, as though countless bees were flying around. However, the vibrations were thousands of times stronger than bees. Whoosh! 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 Immediately, beetles flew out from the ground under the fruit trees. They shot toward Gu Huashu and Xianxia like bullets. Their speed was shocking. The vibrations were caused by the beetles' wings flapping in the air. Be careful! Lu Ming exclaimed softly and dashed over quickly. Heavenly Demon Force Field. Xianxia pressed his palm down, and the powerful heavenly demon force field enveloped the beetles. However, the beetles' speed was only slightly affected, and they continued to rush towards Xianxia. Heavenly demon cleave. An incomparably sharp cutting power erupted, and a cutting power like wind blades slashed towards the beetles. Clang! Clang! The powerful cutting force cut through the beetles, but the sound of metal clashing could be heard, and sparks flew everywhere. Only a few of the beetles were cut in half, while the rest were sent flying. They slowed down for a moment before rushing over again. On the other side, a short sword appeared in Gu Huashu's hand, and he slashed repeatedly. However, the result was the same. Only a few beetles were killed, while the rest were sent flying. Sacred beetles, damn it, why are there sacred beetles here? Gu Huashu roared. Weng weng, the beetles flew up again, and there were at least 1,000 of them. Lu Ming rushed forward, and a huge spear light condensed in his hand. He swept it out, and dozens of the sacred beetles were sent flying like bullets, crashing into the surrounding walls and blasting large holes in them. However, even more sacred beetles pounced on Lu Ming. This kind of sacred beetle had a long spike on its mouth. It was abnormally sharp, and no one wanted to be pierced by this kind of spike. Shao Qing, take the heavenly demon fruit and retreat. Lu Ming shouted. Juniors, today, none of you will be able to leave. All of you will stay here. At this moment, a bone-chilling voice sounded. Boom, in the air above the cave, a mighty and terrifying aura pressed down. This aura gave people the feeling of facing a vast ocean. Not good, it's a Sea of Soul Realm expert. Lu Ming's face changed. It seemed that the Cloud Ocean Alchemy Institution had been waiting for them here. 9 dragons stomping the sky. Lu Ming didn't hesitate, and directly used the 9 dragons stomping the sky. His body turned into a ray of light, and in a flash, he dodged the large group of sacred beetles and rushed toward the heavenly demon fruit. Pung! Pung! Then, with a sweep of his spear, a group of sacred beetles in front of him were sent flying. His Jinyuan swept forward and wrapped around the heavenly demon fruit, and Lu Ming put it into his storage ring. Heavenly demon fruit, let's go! Lu Ming shouted, and his body flew toward the exit. At the same time, Xianxia also retreated. Juniors, stay here. A furious roar rang out, and 2 powerful forces pressed down on the 2 of them at an unimaginable speed. They were 2 rings of fire, and they emitted a shocking pressure. So hot. That's a second-grade fire concept. Lu Ming's heart stirred, and 3 kinds of concepts burst out. A spear light burst out, striking the ring of fire. There was a deafening roar and Lu Ming felt a boundless pressure surging toward him. His body shook slightly and he could not help but retreat continuously. On the other side, Xianxia was also in a similar situation, and he retreated a few steps. In the sky, a burly middle-aged man wearing a red robe stood in the void. His cold gaze swept over the 3 of them. My son, Yun Songxing, was killed by you? Today, I'll bury you with him. A cold voice was heard. As soon as he finished his words, the burly man in red robes pressed his hands down. A total of 9 flame rings were launched at Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Gu Huashi respectively. At the same time, the sacred beetles trembled violently, and flew toward the 3. Heavenly demon force field. Destruction cut. Xianxia shouted, and pressed out with both hands. A powerful force field covered a radius of 10 meters, and an invisible cutting force destroyed everything. This time, many sacred beetles were directly cut in half, and only 3 rings of fire were left, rampaging in the force field. This is the destruction concept. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The destruction intent was a special intent. Its attack power was terrifying and could destroy everything. In terms of attack power, even the thunder intent was inferior to it. At the same time, Xianxia had also comprehended the wind intent. However, the 2 intents were clearly not merged together. Die for me. At this moment, a long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Ever since he obtained the infinite dragon spear, Lu Ming had not used it yet. Whoosh! Whoosh! The infinite dragon spear turned into a series of afterimages. Dozens of spear lights shot out. As the spear lights were too sharp, they tore open dozens of vacuum channels in the air. The spear lights pierced through dozens of sacred beetles, causing them to explode. The tip of the infinite dragon spear was made of indestructible steel. It was incomparably tough and sharp. It easily broke through the sacred beetle's defense. On the other side, Gu Huashu let out a long roar. Dark green sword chi burst out. It was also stronger than before and split the sacred beetles apart. Boom! Boom! Thereafter, there was a violent roar. Lu Ming and the group collided with the flaming ring and there was a shocking explosion. The entire mountain peak shook violently. Damn it! The red-robed middle-aged man's eyes were filled with shock. Lu Ming and the other two were too strong. Not only could they break through the sacred beetles, but they could also block his attack. They were only martial kings, but they were so terrifying. Overflowing flames, destroy the world. The red-robed man waved his hands and pressed down. Immediately, dozens of rings of flames formed and shot towards the three. This flaming disc was the fusion of the red-robed man's true essence and concept. It was incomparably powerful, and the edges of the disc were incomparably sharp. It also contained the explosive power of flames. If a person was struck by it, they would definitely explode. Lu Ming, how about the three of us work together? Gu Huashu suddenly called out. The other party was a Sea of Soul Realm expert. Whether it was Jin Yuan or intent, they were both too strong. They would not be a match for him alone. If they wanted to leave this place safely, they could only work together. Otherwise, they would be defeated one by one. All right. Lu Ming was also very clear on this point. Without hesitation, he nodded and agreed. Regardless of whether Gu Huashu was possessed or not, he had to get through this first. Gu Huashu's figure flickered and appeared beside Lu Ming and the others like a ghost. Spiritual sea tier, Dantian turning into the sea, true essence is too dense. We can't fight him head-on, or else our true essence will definitely be exhausted. The opponent is a martial artist at the peak of the first layer of the spiritual sea tier. We can only take the initiative and counterattack to have a chance of winning. Gu Huashu quickly analyzed. What method do you have? Lu Ming asked. It was very likely that Gu Huashu had been possessed by a spiritual god. His knowledge was extraordinary. Perhaps he really had a way. While resisting the attacks of the red-robed man, they conversed with each other via voice transmission. The two of us will open up a path and attack the opponent. Let this girl use her force field to envelop the opponent and reduce his speed. Only then will we have a chance to win. Gu Huashu said. Alright, let's lead the way. Lu Ming nodded. Following which, he activated his second bloodline, causing his strength to increase by several notches. Extreme Path Strike, Lu Ming used his most powerful strike, becoming one with his spear. He turned into a ray of spear light, piercing through the void and shooting up into the sky. Pung! Pung! Several rings were destroyed by Lu Ming, and the sharp spear light was aimed at the red-robed man. Azure Poison Sword, Gu Huashu's eyes flashed with a dense dark green light. Even the short sword in his hand turned dark green. He slashed out, and several rings were also destroyed. The dark green sword light slashed towards the red-robed man. The red-robed man's eyes turned serious. He clenched his fists, and the fire rings all flew back. They turned into two rings, emitting a powerful aura, and shot towards Lu Ming's spear light and dark green sword chi. Boom! Boom! Two earth-shattering explosions were heard as a violent force spread out in all directions. Two pillars of chi soared into the sky from where the three of them were fighting. Boom! The stone wall above the cave was directly pierced through, and the entire mountain shook violently. Countless boulders fell, but when they were still a few dozen meters away from the four, they were shattered by the energy emitted from their bodies. Charge out! Lu Ming yelled at Xianxia. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming and Xianxia turned into two streaks of light and charged out. On the other side, Gu Huashu did the same. Want to leave? Stay! The red-robed man let out an earth-shattering roar, and turned into a sea of fire that shot towards the three. Sky Demon Force Field. Xianxia pressed his small hand, and the Sky Demon Force Field acted on the red-robed man, stopping him for a moment. Just like that, Lu Ming and the other two charged out of the mountain. Stay here! The burly man in the red robe roared furiously. The next moment, the heavenly demon force field was shattered. He turned into a flame and dashed into the sky instantly. With a wave of his hand, dozens of flame rings blasted toward the trio. Lu Ming and the other two counterattacked, and explosions sounded like fireworks in the sky. As for the mountain peak below, it had completely collapsed. Damn it! Gu Huaxi roared. The spiritual herb he wanted was still inside. What's going on? Something happened in the forbidden area. Such a huge commotion naturally alarmed the entire Cloud Sea Elixir Institution, and countless people flew in the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! More than 20 figures flew towards Lu Ming and the others. Old Ancestor, what's going on? Old Ancestor, what's going on? These people asked one after another. These people trespassed into the forbidden area. Everyone, attack and take them down. The red-robed man ordered. What? How dare they? Courting death. These 20 people shouted, and powerful auras erupted, surrounding Lu Ming and the other two. These 20 people were all kings in the greater success stage, and they were the strongest force in the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution. Kill them. The red-robed man ordered. Kill. Kill. More than 20 greater success kings attacked at the same time, unleashing all kinds of secret techniques and lights toward the three. Die, brat. The red-robed man waved his hand, and everyone's attacks were directed at Gu Huaxiu. He wanted to take them down one by one. His attacks were too scattered, and that was why Lu Ming and the others were able to block them. Now, he wanted to focus on one person. Gu Huaxi was shocked, and he quickly retreated, and a dark green sword chi shot out. Die. The red-robed man pressed his hand down, and a ring of flame spun rapidly, colliding with the sword chi. The sword chi only resisted for a breath's time before collapsing, but the ring didn't stop, and it continued forward. Clang, Gu Huaxiu's short sword struck the ring, and his body trembled, and he quickly retreated. No, I'm not a match for him alone. I need to work together. Gu Huaxiu ignored everything and rushed towards Lu Ming. On the other side, Lu Ming and Xianxia were also entangled. Alchemists were proficient in inscriptions, so naturally, they were also proficient in joint attacks. More than 20 kings joined hands and formed a joint attack formation, firmly entangling Lu Ming and Xianxia. Lu Ming was clear about the other party's intention. They wanted to entangle the two of them first while the red-robed man killed Gu Huaxiu, then kill them. Kill them one by one. If that was the case, they would be in danger. The red-robed man was not an ordinary Sea of Soul Realm expert who had just broken through, but had already reached the peak of the first layer of the Sea of Soul Realm. If they fought him alone, they would only be defeated. Charge out and join hands with Gu Huaxiu. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Xianxia. Sky Demon Force Field, Destructive Cut. Xianxia pressed his hands together, and the Sky Demon Force Field enveloped more than 20 kings. The destructive cutting power crazily cut at them. If it were just a few kings, they would have already been cut into meat paste. However, with more than 20 of them working together, their auras fused, and the formation resisted. Devour. Lu Ming pressed his left palm, and a powerful devouring power erupted, acting on the 20 kings, crazily devouring their blood essence. Steady! One of the old men shouted. This old man had the strength of a peak king. In fact, there were 8 peak kings among the 20 kings. Otherwise, they would not have been able to resist the joint attack of Lu Ming and Xianxia. True Dragon Attack, break for me. Lu Ming stabbed out with his long spear, and a tricolor true dragon flew out, crashing into the 20 kings. Block it, block it. Just a while more and the old ancestor will be able to kill that person and come help us. An old man roared. They were also incomparably shocked. Where did these young men come from? They were simply too strong, and did not seem like martial kings at all. They were too terrifying. At this moment, countless people in the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution were looking at the battle in the sky, shocked. Whoosh, just as Lu Ming used the true dragon strike, a sword light suddenly flashed from a mountain peak below. This sword light seemed to come from beyond the heavens, peerlessly sharp. The target of this sword light was the same as Lu Ming's. It was also the experts of the Cloud Sea Pill Institution. Boom! The tricolor true dragon collided with the attacks of the people from the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution. They had never expected that there would be another sword light. He wanted to defend himself, but he didn't have enough strength. Puff! Puff! As the sword light flashed, 7 or 8 kings at the greater success stage were sliced in half. The formation was broken. Once the formation was broken, Xianxia's heavenly demonic force field erupted. Blood splattered everywhere as a few more experts were killed. The Cloud Sea Elixir Institution is such a filthy and disgusting place. Today, it shall be destroyed. A figure stepped out of the void and appeared in the air in an instant. This was a young man, about 25 or 26 years old. He was dressed in a white robe and was handsome and refined. "Come and help me." On the other side, Gu Huashu shouted. He could no longer hold on and was vomiting blood. He couldn't hold on for much longer. "The two of you, I'll leave the rest to you. I'll go and help him." After saying that, the white-robed young man turned into a swordlight and charged toward the red-robed man. "Yun Luo, you old bastard, today will be the day you die." The white-robed young man's voice was filled with killing intent. "Damn it, who are you?" The red-robed man, who was Yun Luo, roared. "I'm Li Xiaoyun, the Imperial Sky Divine Guard. I've been investigating what the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution has done for a long time. You shall be destroyed." The white-robed young man shouted coldly. Endless sword chi burst out from his hands. The white-robed young man's cultivation was also at the peak king level, but his combat strength was no weaker than Gu Huashu and Xianxia's. Li Xiaoyun, who is ranked 943 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Lu Ming's expression changed. "Let's join forces and break out." At this moment, an old man trapped in the heavenly demon force field tried to break out. With the formation broken, their strength was greatly reduced. Now that a few of them had been killed by Xianxia, there were only a dozen of them left. They tried to break out of the heavenly demon force field, but they could not break out at all. "Now, I'll send you on your way." Lu Ming stabbed out with his spear, and hundreds of tricolor true dragons flew out and pounced toward the dozen experts from the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution. At the same time, the devouring power of the 9 dragons' bloodline shrouded them through his left palm. This was equivalent to Lu Ming and Xianxia working together. Ordinary peak kings would not be able to resist and were killed one by one. Devour. Drops of blood essence flew into Lu Ming's left palm and were devoured by the 9 dragons' bloodline. Xianxia looked at Lu Ming curiously. He did not know why Lu Ming would devour the blood essence. "Now, let's go and kill that old man." Lu Ming smiled but did not explain. He could not explain the 9 dragons' bloodline for now. As for the 20 over storage rings, Lu Ming and Xianxia kept all of them. "Okay." Xianxia nodded. Meanwhile, the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution was in an uproar. The strongest group of elders of the Cloud Sea Pill Institution were all dead. All of them had been killed. Those who knew Lu Ming and Xianxia were even more shocked. Lu Ming and Xianxia are not on the list of top 1,000 talents. How can they be so strong? Even peak kings can't fight back against them. The most terrifying one is Gu Huashu. He's so strong that he didn't die under the Patriarch's attack. A great era is coming. I heard that in recent years, geniuses have been emerging all over the Eastern Wilderness. Many of them are not weaker than those on the list of top 1,000 talents. It's over. The Cloud Sea Elixir Institution has been targeted by these monsters. Let's go. Some of the people who were studying alchemy retreated far away to avoid being implicated. Some of the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution disciples also retreated to a secluded place to watch. If something went wrong, they would leave immediately. At the same time, Lu Ming and Xianxia had already charged toward Yun Luo. Gu Huashu and Li Xiaoyun were still no match for Yun Luo, but they could still fend her off. Sky Demon Force Field. Before Xianxia arrived, the Sky Demon Force Field had already enveloped Yun Luo. True Dragon Strike. The dazzling spear radiance turned into a 3-colored dragon and charged toward Yun Luo. At the same time, Gu Huashu and Li Xiaoyun counterattacked. Boom! Boom! Yun Luo's body shook violently as she retreated. Whoosh! Whoosh, Li Xiaoyun and Gu Huaxi moved and blocked Yun Luo's path. The four of them surrounded Yun Luo. Hee, let's see how arrogant you are now. Gu Huaxi sneered. Yun Luo, I've already investigated what the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution has done. From today onwards, the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution will be removed from the world. Li Xiaoyun's voice was extremely cold. Lu Ming and Xianxia did not speak, but their cold eyes said it all. Countless people were shocked. The four geniuses were going to kill a spiritual sea realm expert today. Moreover, Yun Luo was a peak first-tier spiritual sea realm expert. If she was killed, it would be a huge piece of news. It was rare for a king realm expert to kill a spiritual sea realm expert because the gap between a king realm expert and a spiritual sea realm expert was too large. Do you really think that you can kill me? Yun Luo's aura surged as he scanned his surroundings. However, his heart was heavy. The four people before him were too strong, surpassing common sense. Ordinary peak kings would only be instantly killed in front of him. If he was alone, he was confident that he could defeat and kill them. However, he felt pressured by the four of them working together. Especially, he looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was only a peak 9th level martial king, but he was already so powerful. The Battle of Providence is about to begin. These monsters have all made their move. Yun Luo felt bitter. Although it's rare for a king to kill a spiritual sea realm cultivator, it's not unheard of in history. Gu Huaxu smirked and licked his lips. Kill. Lu Ming did not waste his breath and simply made a move. He had devoured a large amount of blood essence, so he had to end the battle as soon as possible to refine the blood essence. As soon as Lu Ming moved, the other three moved as well. They all used their ultimate techniques and charged toward Yun Luo. The sky suddenly boiled as the violent attack shook the world. Strands of energy flowed out and fell to the ground. Boom. Boom, each strand of energy was like a heavy bomb, causing mountains and rivers to explode and palaces to collapse. The Cloud Sea Elixir Institution was in a mess. Run! Run! The disciples of the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution screamed as they ran. Those who were too slow were killed by the explosions. 5 figures turned into 5 rays of light and engaged in a life-and-death battle in the sky. However, Yun Luo was already at a disadvantage. A moment later, blood splattered everywhere as one of his arms was chopped off. Yun Luo let out a beast-like roar. Suddenly, a bloody light filled the air as Yun Luo turned into a ray of bloody light and charged out of the encirclement. You 4 little bastards, just you wait. I will avenge my lost arm. Yun Luo's voice echoed in the sky, but he was already far away. Yun Luo had escaped. It's a pity that he got away. Li Xiaoyun sighed. Lu Ming's expression was calm. The 4 of them didn't have an overwhelming advantage against Yun Luo in the first place. How could it be so easy to kill her? Being able to leave behind an arm and injure her vitality was already pretty good. If the other party doesn't die, he will definitely seek revenge. I won't accompany you. Gu Huaxu sneered. He glanced at Lu Ming and Xianxia before his figure flashed and vanished into the horizon. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. This guy was really cautious. Once the battle ended, he immediately left. He was most likely afraid that Lu Ming and Xianxia would find trouble with him. To be honest, Lu Ming did not mind getting rid of him if he had the chance. Gu Huaxu gave Lu Ming a very dangerous feeling. May I know how I should address you too? Li Xiaoyun cupped his fists at Lu Ming and Xianxia and smiled. Lu Ming. Xianxia. Lu Ming and Xianxia replied. Lu Ming? Xianxia? I've never heard of him. It seems that we've entered a golden age with endless geniuses. If the list of top 1,000 talents is rearranged now, I wonder if I'll be kicked out of it. Li Xiaoyun smiled bitterly. Lu Ming and Xianxia looked to be in their 20s, but their cultivation and combat strength shocked him. Brother Li, you're too modest. I've heard of your name before. Lu Ming said politely. What do you two plan to do next? Are you going to the chaotic astral sea as well? Li Xiaoyun asked curiously. That's right. Lu Ming nodded. There was no need to hide it. The Battle of Providence is approaching, and many geniuses have been mobilized. As far as I know, many geniuses have entered the chaotic astral sea recently to train themselves. After I've settled the matter of the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution, I plan to explore the chaotic astral sea as well. Li Xiaoyun said with a smile. Oh. Lu Ming nodded. Indeed, the chaotic astral sea was extremely chaotic. It was an unreasonable place where one could be attacked at any time. There was no shortage of life and death battles there. In such an environment, one could indeed improve and break through one's limits. If one did not break through, one would probably die. It was normal for many geniuses to enter the chaotic astral sea to train themselves. Lu Ming could not help but look forward to it. Li Xiaoyun was ranked 943 on the list of top 1,000 talents, dozens of places higher than Xianxia. His combat strength was much stronger than Xianxia's. Li Xiaoyun could easily defeat Xianxia. He was only dozens of places higher than Xianxia, but he was already so powerful. How powerful would the geniuses who were ranked higher be, not to mention the geniuses who had entered the Sea of Soul realm? There must be many geniuses who were stronger than Li Xiaoyun in the Martial King realm. Lu Ming was eager to meet them. Brother Li, we'll take our leave then. Lu Ming said. He was in a hurry to find a place to refine the blood essence. Alright, we'll have a drink when we meet again. Li Xiaoyun said with a smile. Definitely. Lu Ming nodded and then left with Xianxia. Whoosh. Whoosh, after Lu Ming and Xianxia left, two figures appeared beside Li Xiaoyun and bowed. Young master. Send the news to the Emperor Sky Divine Palace in the Yunfeng domain. Get someone to deal with the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution. Using innate blood essence to refine elixirs is an evil practice. Li Xiaoyun said coldly. Yes. The two old men bowed. Lu Ming and Xianxia flew toward the west. After flying for hundreds of thousands of miles, they landed on a mountain. The two of them planned to cultivate in seclusion here for a while. Xianxia wanted to use the heavenly demon fruit to cultivate the heavenly demon force field. Lu Ming also wanted to refine the blood essence. Dandan, protect us. Lu Ming said. 10 rank 5 spiritual herbs. Dandan demanded an exorbitant price. Lu Ming threw 2 spiritual herbs to him and said, 2 spiritual herbs. Otherwise, none. Dandan had no choice but to grab 2 spiritual herbs and protect them. Xianxia sat cross-legged and took out the heavenly demon fruit to cultivate. Lu Ming sat cross-legged 100 meters away. Rumble, within the 9-dragon bloodline, the massive blood essence was being refined continuously. This time, there were more than 20 blood essences of greater success kings, including 8 peak-tier kings. The blood essence was simply too dense. The 9 dragons bloodline had already reached the limit of a rank 7 monarch bloodline. This time, it broke through. 8 silver chakras flashed, and the 9 dragons bloodline reached rank 8 monarch bloodline. Luckily, Xianxia was also in seclusion. Otherwise, his jaw would have dropped. 9 dragons bloodline. 9 dragons. Why does it sound so familiar? Sigh, I can't remember. Dandan muttered as he chewed on a spiritual herb. Let's see if there are enough supreme-grade spiritual crystals. If there are enough, I can become a peak-tier king. A dozen interspatial rings appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Lu Min and Xianxia each took 12 interspatial rings of the greater success kings of the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution. Lu Ming sank his consciousness into the interspatial rings and gathered all the supreme-grade spiritual crystals together. As expected of the storage rings of kings at the Great Success Stage and Peak Kings, they were simply too rich. In total, there were more than 80 million supreme spiritual crystals in the 12 storage rings. 80 million peak-grade spiritual crystals was truly terrifying. Alchemy is truly profitable. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. Moreover, the people of the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution used the blood chi of infants to refine pills. Naturally, they would be able to earn more peak-grade spiritual crystals. Even peak kings and great success kings weren't that rich. Lu Ming estimated that Yun Luo's storage ring would definitely have more peak-grade spiritual crystals. It was a pity that Yun Luo had escaped. It's more than enough to become a peak king. After Lu Ming sorted out the peak-grade spiritual crystals, he looked at Xianxia. At this moment, an invisible force field spread out from Xianxia's body, covering an area of 100 meters. It was constantly vibrating and contracting. Xianxia held the heavenly demon fruit in his hand. The heavenly demon fruit shone brightly and was absorbed by Xianxia. It seemed that Xianxia's cultivation wouldn't end anytime soon. With a thought, Lu Ming's body disappeared and entered the Temple of Paragon. His breakthrough would cause quite a commotion. If he was outside, it would most likely alert Xianxia. Let's begin. With a wave of his hand, a huge pile of peak-grade spiritual crystals appeared. There were at least 1,000,000 of them. Pung! Pung! The 1,000,000 peak-grade spiritual crystals exploded and turned into dense heaven and earth spiritual chi. The 9 dragons' bloodline appeared. The 9 dragons' bloodline had reached the 8th level king grade. Its body seemed to have grown larger, and its scales were dense. It looked more and more like the legendary true dragons. Opening its mouth, a terrifying devouring power erupted. The energy of the 1,000,000 peak-grade spiritual crystals was sucked into the 9 dragons' bloodline. Lu Ming circulated the true dragon battle technique and started cultivating. Breaking through to the peak king grade required a lot of energy. Furthermore, he had to condense his cyclone to the extreme in preparation for breaking through to the Sea of Soul realm. Therefore, a lot of supreme spiritual crystals were needed. The devouring and refining power of the 9 dragons' bloodline increased several times. It didn't take long for the 1,000,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals to be refined. Lu Ming took out another 1,000,000. Just like that, 1,000,000 after another. Endless energy was accumulating. When Lu Ming had refined 18,000,000 pieces of supreme spiritual crystals, the cyclone in his dantian had finally become extremely condensed. It was like a rotating liquid, like the eye of the sea. At this moment, a powerful aura rose from Lu Ming's body. He had broken through to the peak king realm. Rumble, circulating the true battle dragon art, his true essence surged. Lu Ming felt that the strength of his true essence was several times stronger than before, and Lu Ming's battle strength had naturally increased by a large margin. Lu Ming opened his eyes and revealed a satisfied smile. Peak king warriors were considered to be standing at the peak of king warriors. The next step would be to open up the spirit ocean and step into the Sea of Souls realm. However, this step wasn't that easy. First, he had to comprehend the intent of heaven and earth to the 2nd level. Without the 2nd level intent of heaven and earth, only death would await him if he tried to break through to the Sea of Souls realm. Only a little more than a day has passed after refining so many supreme-grade spiritual crystals. Let's go see how Xiaoqing's cultivation is going. With a thought, Lu Ming left the Temple of Paragon. Wang! Wang! As soon as Lu Ming appeared, he felt a powerful force field surging. He felt a huge pressure on his body. Lu Ming moved and retreated a few hundred meters before the pressure disappeared. The heavenly demon fruit in Xianxia's hand had already disappeared. Her long hair fluttered in the wind as a lotus floated above her head. A beautiful woman sat cross-legged on the lotus. Powerful force fields constantly emanated from Xianxia's body. Not simple, not simple. Dandan circled around Xianxia, its eyes darting around as it sized up Xianxia. 8 hours later, the force field around Xianxia suddenly shrank and disappeared from her body. At this moment, Xianxia opened her eyes. Xiaoqing, how was it? Did you break through the heavenly demon force field? Lu Ming walked over and smiled. Of course. How was it? Do you want to test its power? There was a sly smile at the corners of Xianxia's lips. He stared at Lu Ming with evil intentions. Do you think you can defeat me just because you broke through? You'll be disappointed again. Lu Ming smiled confidently. Is that so? Then I'll give it a try. Xianxia smiled. As soon as she finished speaking, she pressed her palms forward. Buzz, an incomparably powerful force field erupted and instantly enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt as if there was a majestic mountain pressing down on him. So strong. It's several times stronger than before. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a trace of amazement. Boom, in the next moment, a powerful aura erupted from Lu Ming's body. He circulated his true essence and combined the 3 essences of heaven and earth to expand the power of the heavenly demon force field. You've broken through in your cultivation? Xianxia exclaimed in surprise. Of course. You've broken through, so how can I not? Lu Ming chuckled. Just in time. Destruction cut. Xianxia shouted and pressed her palms together. A terrifying cutting power erupted from the heavenly demon force field. This cutting power was formed from the concept of destruction and the heavenly demon force field. It was incomparably sharp. Even a level 5 spiritual weapon would be cut apart. Lu Ming condensed a long spear with true essence in his hand. With the tip as the center, the long spear spun rapidly like a drill and drilled in Xianxia's direction. Bang! Bang! With a rumble, the domain in front of him was broken. Lu Ming stepped forward and avoided Xianxia's attack. If he wanted to defeat Xianxia, he would first have to rush out of this domain and kill his way to Xianxia. Little Qing, after I take him down, I'll have to reward you. Lu Ming's gaze swept over Xianxia's body. You want to take me down? Dream on. Xianxia shouted and her bloodline erupted. Her slender jade-like hands pressed down again. A beautiful arm formed out of thin air and slapped down at Lu Ming. The terrifying palm energy swept towards Lu Ming like raging waves. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He didn't dare to be careless. He stabbed out with his spear and a huge tricolor true dragon rushed out and collided with the beautiful palm. Boom, the earth trembled horribly. The terrain rose and fell. Violent energy swept in all directions. Lu Ming's body shook slightly and he took 3 steps back. Xianxia, on the other hand, took 3 steps back. They were evenly matched. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He was about to erupt his bloodline and fight with Xianxia. Xianxia withdrew her heavenly demon force field and said, Stop, stop. Today's a draw. Stop? Lu Ming was a little speechless. Putting everything else aside, Xianxia was a good opponent. Lu Ming wanted to erupt his bloodline and fight with all his strength, but Xianxia stopped. Humph, you're a big man. Why are you so serious when fighting with a little girl like me? How petty. Who wants to fight with you? Lu Ming gave a wry smile. Alright, it was Xianxia who said he wanted to have a competition. Now, it was Lu Ming who was in the wrong. What could Lu Ming say? He could only tell himself that he should never try to reason with a woman, because his reason might not be hers. With a faint smile, Xianxia's figure flashed as he grabbed Dandan and placed her on his shoulder. Then, he rose into the air and flew toward the west. Lu Ming walked in the air and chased after her. The chaotic astral ocean was not close from here. It was almost half the distance of the Yunfeng territory. Even with their speed, it would take them almost 10 days to fly there. Little Qing, you cultivate the destruction mentality and the wind mentality, right? On the way, Lu Ming asked. Yes, I comprehended the destruction mentality from my bloodline. Xianxia said. Those 2 mentalities don't seem to merge together. Do you think it's that easy to merge 2 mentalities? Xianxia rolled her eyes at Lu Ming. Then, she thought of something and said, Not like you. You're so abnormal. I can teach you some experience of merging mentalities. How about it? Do you want to learn? Lu Ming said with a smile. Xianxia's eyes brightened. Indeed, Lu Ming had successfully merged 3 mentalities. If she had Lu Ming's experience, she might really be able to merge 2 mentalities. If she could really merge the destruction mentality and the wind mentality, her heavenly demon force field would be enhanced to a terrifying level. Are you so kind that you'll teach me? Xianxia asked tentatively. Of course not. I have a condition. Come, kiss me. I'll tell you how to merge them. Lu Ming said with a smile. Kiss you? Xianxia's face was as red as a ripe apple. She glared fiercely at Lu Ming and said, I knew it. You're a pervert. You wish. Then, she clenched her teeth. Well, then forget it. I can't help it. Who told me to be a pervert? Lu Ming gave a long sigh. You, Xianxia clenched her teeth. Her eyes kept changing. Then, she stared at Lu Ming with her face getting redder and redder. Finally, she actually approached him, closed her eyes, and kissed Lu Ming's face. Lu Ming's figure flashed and moved a few meters away. And laughed, "Little Qing, what are you doing? It's just a joke. Did you take it?" Haha. A scream came out of Xianxia's mouth. Xianxia blushed and glared at Lu Ming fiercely. She clenched her teeth and wanted to bite Lu Ming. In the end, she bared her teeth and pounced on Lu Ming to bite him. Lu Ming dodged and flew forward. He shouted, "Nest, the tigress is biting. Stop." "No. I won't stop." The two of them disappeared into the sky, one chasing and one escaping. Days passed. On the way, Lu Ming occasionally teased Xianxia. He was in a good mood. Of course, he wouldn't be stingy. He shared his experience with Xianxia. In addition, he took out a lot of destruction profound crystals for Xianxia. The destruction profound crystals were also one of the many destruction profound crystals that Lu Ming had obtained in the heaven realm. When Xianxia saw Lu Ming take out a lot of destruction profound crystals, and there were even many middle-grade destruction profound crystals, she couldn't help but be flabbergasted. Of course, she put them away without hesitation. Then, she took out a martial skill book and gave it to Lu Ming. The Exploding Star Fist was a heaven-grade upper-grade martial skill. Combined with the fire concept, it could erupt with a terrifying power like the explosion of a star. Lu Ming was overjoyed. His current attack methods were indeed a little monotonous. With this Exploding Star Fist, his attack methods would be a little more varied. He had obtained some martial skill books from others before, but they were all heaven-grade lower grade. Lu Ming didn't care about them at all. Most of them needed to be used with weapons to cultivate. They weren't suitable for Lu Ming. This martial skill book was just right for Lu Ming. The two of them weren't in a hurry to travel. They cultivated as they traveled. If they had comprehended something, they would stop and cultivate for a while. Lu Ming's comprehension of the Exploding Star Fist was also improving rapidly. The two of them flew for more than 20 days before arriving at the destination that was supposed to take 10 days. The Random Star City was located on the shore of the chaotic astral ocean. It could be considered as the border between the Cloud Peak domain and the chaotic astral ocean. The Random Star City could be said to be the most prosperous city in the Cloud Peak domain. Everyone who wanted to enter the chaotic astral ocean from the Cloud Peak domain had to pass through the Random Star City. Countless merchant associations and caravans gathered here. The chaotic astral ocean could be said to be the largest inland sea in the eastern wilderness. Its area was larger than many large domains. There were many precious materials and strange treasures that couldn't be found in the outside world. Therefore, countless merchant associations took the risk to enter the chaotic astral ocean to search for materials and treasures unique to the chaotic astral ocean and transport them to other large domains to sell. They could earn huge profits. And these merchant associations all had to set out from the Random Star City. It's really lively. Lu Ming and Xianxia walked to the streets of the Random Star City. Looking at the endless stream of people coming and going, Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh. On both sides of the street, there were many shops. Inside, there were all kinds of wonderful materials and items from the sea. Lu Ming had never seen them before. It was a great eye-opener. After walking around, the two of them headed for the harbor outside the city. The so-called harbor of the Random Star City wasn't a place to dock ships, but a place to dock flying demonic beasts. This was because there were many aquatic demonic beasts living in the chaotic astral ocean. These aquatic demonic beasts were extremely powerful in the sea. They could overturn the clouds and rain. Ships sailing on the sea would definitely be defeated by the demonic beasts in the sea. Therefore, most people who entered the chaotic astral ocean rode on flying demonic beasts. Of course, riding on flying demonic beasts wasn't completely without danger. In the chaotic astral ocean, the weather was unpredictable. They might encounter a storm or thunderstorm at any time. As for the storms and thunderstorms, they were no ordinary storms and thunderstorms. Some of them were so terrifying that even kings would die within them. Also, the biggest danger in the chaotic astral ocean was pirates. Pirates were everywhere, robbing passers-by. The only outcome for those who were robbed was death. Therefore, all the warriors who wanted to enter the chaotic astral ocean would enter in groups. The most common way was to follow some caravans. The caravans themselves would have powerful forces, and they would also hire some guards with high cultivation. Therefore, as long as the caravans were given some spirit crystals, they would agree to go together. The benefits were mutual. One side could get the protection of the caravan's forces, and the other side, the more people there were in the caravans, the stronger the deterrence. Mutual benefits. Lu Ming and Xianxia also wanted to find a caravan to go together. They weren't afraid of the pirates in the chaotic astral ocean, but because the chaotic astral ocean was too big. If no one led the way, it would be very easy to get lost. The port of Random Star City was bustling with noise and excitement. Huge flying beasts were parked there. There were wind eagles, gale eagles, four-winged flying tigers, and so on. All kinds of flying beasts had one thing in common, which was great endurance and huge size. Each demonic beast could carry at least a few dozen people. These demonic beasts were not all standing together. Instead, they were clearly divided into different factions. Lu Yuan Chamber of Commerce is going to Fengyuan Island. Is there anyone who wants to go with us? Only 10,000 supreme spiritual crystals per person. Flame Chamber of Commerce is going to Xianxia Island. Let's go together. 12,000 supreme spiritual crystals per person. Tsunami Chamber of Commerce is calling for guards to go to Sea Lion Island. The price is set according to cultivation. Let's talk face to face. When the two arrived at the port, they heard shouts. Which island should we go to first? Xianxia asked. Anything is fine. Let's choose a bigger island. Lu Ming said. The map shown by the Martial Emperor's treasure only pointed to the chaotic astral ocean, but it did not point to the specific location of the chaotic astral ocean. The two guessed that it would only point to the specific location when all 9 keys appeared. Therefore, they did not have a specific target and could only choose a random place. Then let's go to Xianxia Island. Xianxia Island is a big island with many martial artists gathered there. Xianxia said. Okay. Lu Ming nodded, and then the two walked in the direction of the Flame Chamber of Commerce. You too, are you going to Xianxia Island? A middle-aged man with a goatee asked with a smile. Yes. Lu Ming nodded. Go to Xianxia Island. 12,000 supreme spiritual crystals per person. Our young lady is there. You can go there to sign up and pay. The middle-aged man with a goatee pointed. The two looked over and saw a young woman surrounded by a group of people standing under a huge four-winged flying tiger. Okay, thank you. Lu Ming cupped his fists and walked over with Xianxia. Are you two going to Xianxia Island? The woman looked at Lu Ming and Xianxia and smiled. The woman was in her 20s. She wore a light yellow long dress, which made her look delicate and pretty. This was the young lady that the goatee spoke of. Yes, this is the fee for both of us. Lu Ming took out 24,000 top-grade spiritual crystals and gave them to the young woman. The woman put it away and smiled. My name is Luo Xian. How should I address you? Lu Ming. Xianxia. Lu Ming and Xianxia also introduced themselves. Mr. Lu, Ms. Xia, the journey to Xianxia Island will take half a month. You can choose a four-winged flying tiger first. We will depart in 2 hours. Luo Xian smiled. All right. Lu Ming nodded. Then, he and Xianxia chose a four-winged flying tiger. This four-winged flying tiger was 20 meters tall and had a wide back. It was lying on the ground. There were already a few people sitting cross-legged on the back of the four-winged flying tiger. The two of them moved and landed on the back of the four-winged flying tiger. They sat cross-legged and waited quietly. As soon as Lu Ming and Xianxia left, a cold-looking young man beside Luo Xian said, 2 more useless people. There is not a single expert on this trip to Xianxia Island. How unlucky. Chen Zhao, this is normal. We don't have experts with us every time. We are a caravan, so we have to rely more on ourselves, Luo Xian said. I know. Of course, I know that. However, if there are experts with us, we will be able to reduce the number of casualties if we encounter danger. The others nodded. That was indeed the case. Their caravan had brought people with them for 2 reasons. First, they could earn some money. Second, they wanted to borrow some strength. If they encountered danger along the way, they would lend a helping hand. If there were a few experts with them, it would be much safer. While they were chatting, more people came over. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The people of the flame caravan, as well as the guards, were all on the back of the four-winged flying tiger. "Let's go!" Luo Xian shouted. The four-winged flying tiger roared and soared into the sky, flying toward the chaotic astral ocean. Lu Ming glanced over. There were 64 winged flying tigers. There were about 20 people on each of them. In total, there were more than 1,000 people. Most of them were from the flame caravan. There were about 200 of them, like Lu Ming and the others, who were following the caravan to Xianxia Island. There was nothing but people on the back of the four-winged flying tiger. People would not carry goods. Martial artists were different from mortal caravans. Mortal caravans had to carry a large amount of goods. Martial artists' goods were all stored in their storage rings. The four-winged flying tiger roared as it flew. It had 4 huge fleshy wings that were more than 50 meters wide. With a flap of its wings, a gust of wind swept up. The 60 huge four-winged flying tigers flew a few thousand meters in the air and formed a formation. A white-robed old man stood on the foremost four-winged flying tiger, looking into the distance. This old man was the guide of the caravan. Not only could he tell the direction, but he could also avoid thunderstorms and storms. He could see them from afar and could always take a detour to avoid them. This was a guide that every caravan had. It was also called a wind guide. A wind guide was the most valuable asset of every caravan. It could help the caravan avoid many dangers. The salty sea breeze blew, and Lu Ming felt refreshed. This is the real sea. Lu Ming stood on the back of the four-winged flying tiger and looked into the distance. The blue sea was boundless, and one couldn't see the end of it. It was as if it was connected to the sky. The surface of the sea was very calm. It was completely different from the sea that Lu Ming saw in the heavenly realm. After looking for a while, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged. The journey to Golden Sand Island would take half a month. During this time, he could cultivate properly. He sank his consciousness into his sea of consciousness and sat cross-legged under the lightning cauldron to comprehend the state of thunder. A few hours later, Lu Ming finished comprehending the state of thunder. He started to deduce the exploding star fist in his mind. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Splash! The sound of waves crashing came from below. At the same time, cries could be heard. When Lu Ming looked down, he was slightly startled. Large fish appeared on the surface of the sea below. These large fish were all black. Lu Ming estimated that each of them was about 100 meters long. There were more than 100 of them in total. They rolled in the sea and let out sharp cries. Now that he was in the deep sea, the number of sea demonic beasts gradually increased. Splash! Suddenly, a large part of the seawater caved in, revealing rows of sharp teeth. A large black fish was caught off guard and was directly bitten in half by the sharp teeth. A massive shark leapt out of the water, giving off a monstrous aura. What a huge shark! Lu Ming estimated that this shark was at least 1,000 meters long. It was incomparably huge and looked like a small island in the sea. The huge sharks chased after each other, dyeing the ocean red. Just at this moment, 2 large furry hands stretched out of the sea. These 2 hands were incomparably huge, and their palms were nearly 100 meters wide. They grabbed the shark's mouth and forcefully pulled. The shark's mouth was directly split in half, and even its body was almost torn apart, causing blood to spurt out. An incomparably huge ape emerged from the sea, opened its big mouth full of teeth, bit the shark, and tore off a large piece of shark meat from the shark. It's a water ape. It's so powerful. It's at least as powerful as a peak king. Not good. It's targeting us. Someone exclaimed. At this moment, the water ape's huge eyes looked up at the sky, filled with a violent aura. But fortunately, it only glanced at the shark's body for a while before slowly sinking into the ocean and disappearing. The demonic beasts in the ocean are really powerful. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. The most amazing thing was that the demon beasts in the sea were too huge. They were easily a few hundred meters long or even 1,000 meters long. On land, it was rare to see such a huge body, unless it was a powerful demon beast that had inherited the bloodline of a divine beast. In the sea, the law of the jungle was displayed even more vividly. Continuing to fly, Lu Ming saw even more huge and powerful demonic beasts along the way. Once, they met a demonic beast that looked like a dragon. It was 2,000 meters long and had a boundless aura. It was definitely equivalent to a Sea of Soul Realm demonic beast. Fortunately, they went around it. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. No wonder it was said that ships couldn't move forward in the chaotic astral ocean. They would definitely be torn apart by these huge demonic beasts. 5 days later. There's a thunderstorm ahead. Turn around and head right. Feng Xianxia yelled from the first four-winged sky tiger. The flame caravan immediately turned around and flew to the right. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Lu Ming focused on comprehending the thunder intent and exploding star fist. The rest of the time, he cultivated spirit fire. Adding the time before, Lu Ming had already cultivated exploding star fist to the 2nd level. Its power was already not bad. After all, he lacked practice and couldn't take out the Enlightenment ancient tree to cultivate, so his cultivation speed was naturally not fast. Wang. Buzz. On the evening of the 8th day, a series of buzzing sounds suddenly came from the front. The sound was rapidly approaching. Not good, it's flying arrowfish, a school of flying arrowfish. A loud roar reverberated throughout all the four-winged flying sky tigers. Get ready! Get ready for battle! Just as he finished speaking, a resplendent attack burst forth from the front. Lu Ming's four-winged flying tiger was at the back of the formation. For the time being, it was not attacked. He looked forward. The sky in front of them was densely packed. It was a type of fish with wings. It was about half a meter long and had a sharp mouth like an arrow. Whoosh! Whoosh! This kind of fish was the flying arrowfish. With a flap of their wings, their bodies shot out like arrows, piercing through the air and making tearing sounds. Most of these fish were only equivalent to the martial arts grandmaster level, but there were too many of them. A small number of them had reached the level of martial king. Boom! Boom! Multicolored attacks flashed out, and large swaths of flying arrowfish were killed, falling into the sea like raindrops. Everyone, attack! Kill these flying arrowfish and leave this place at once. Qin Zhao floated in the air and uttered a roar. With a single slap, over 1,000 flying arrowfish were killed, displaying his strength of the 7th-layer martial emperor realm. Lu Ming shook his head and did not interfere. Although there were a lot of flying arrowfish, their strength was not strong enough to cause any harm to the merchant group, thus there was no need for him to interfere. Beside him, Xianxia had no intention of interfering either, and continued to sit with his legs crossed. As expected, the school of flying arrowfish was almost wiped out in a short while, allowing the merchant group to leave the place and continue flying forward. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a figure appeared before Lu Ming and the others. It was Qin Zhao. At that instant, Qin Zhao's icy face became even colder. He stared at Lu Ming and Xianxia and said, "Why didn't you two interfere just then?" His tone was extremely unfriendly, as if he was questioning them. Lu Ming frowned. He did not like it when others spoke to him in such a tone. Therefore, he was naturally unhappy. He said calmly, "It's just some flying swordfish. We don't have to do anything. When the time comes, we will naturally do it." Haha, no need for you to interfere? How ridiculous, do you think you're peerless experts? How ridiculous, I think you don't even dare to interfere. You're just a coward. Qin Zhao burst out laughing with a mocking look. Xianxia's eyes flickered coldly. Lu Ming frowned and said in a cold tone, "It's none of your business whether we're experts or not. Besides, we've paid chi crystals for this trip. I've never heard of any rule stating that we're required to interfere." Qin Zhao's expression stiffened. It was true that there was no rule stating that they were required to participate in the journey after paying chi crystals. As a matter of fact, people like Lu Ming and his crew were not required to interfere. However, most people would interfere when they were in danger, just so the merchant group could reach their destination as soon as possible. Qin Zhao. That's enough. At this moment, Luo Xian flew over and chided. Then, she smiled at Lu Ming and Xianxia. Young Master Lu, Miss Xia, Qin Zhao is a little hot-tempered. I hope you don't mind him. Xianxia snorted coldly. Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not say anything. You're weak and you're a coward. Just say so. Qin Zhao coldly left behind these words, then left and flew off into the distance. Young Master Lu, Miss Xia, I'm sorry. Luo Xian smiled apologetically and left as well. What a snob. Xianxia curled his lips. Lu Ming smiled faintly and rubbed his nose. It was not that they did not want to interfere, but he had already seen that the flying arrow fish did not pose a threat to the merchant group. It did not matter whether they interfered or not. That was why they did not interfere. If the merchant group was in danger, they would not sit back and do nothing. The small incident was over just like that. The merchant group continued on their journey. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the evening of the 10th day, a small island appeared in front of them. The Zhongyi Island is up ahead. Let's go down and rest for the night. We'll continue tomorrow. Luo Xian's voice was heard. The four-winged flying tiger had been flying for 10 days. No matter how strong its stamina was, it was tired and needed rest. It could not travel continuously. The four-winged flying tiger roared and flew toward the island below. The island was not big. It had a radius of about 1,000 miles. It was originally a place for merchant groups to rest midway. They landed on a huge square on the island. Shopkeeper Yan, the Flame Trade Union is here. Prepare some good food for us. A burly man flew down from the Flame Trade Union and shouted. Huge stone houses were built on the side of the square. In the past, the merchant groups that passed by would rest there and have some food. What's going on today? In the past, shopkeeper Yan would come out to greet us before we landed. Why isn't there anyone today? Chen Zhao frowned. Luo Xian also frowned. Suddenly, her expression changed and she said, oh no, something's wrong. Let's leave quickly. Let's go, let's go. It was clear that some of the more experienced people had also thought of something and shouted out one after another. Ha ha ha, it's too late to leave now. Stay here. A cold laugh was heard. Then, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Figures appeared in all directions of the square. There were at least 1,000 of them, standing in the air and surrounding the flame merchant team. Pirates, they're pirates. Someone exclaimed. The faces of Luo Xian and the others darkened. Traveling in the chaotic astral ocean was not a big deal, but pirates were the scariest. The chaotic astral sea was originally a gathering place for some evil people. Those evil people who couldn't survive in the eastern wasteland would go to the chaotic astral sea and no one could find them. The pirates in the chaotic astral ocean were even more vicious. They specialized in killing passing caravans and robbing cultivation resources. Their methods were extremely ruthless and did not leave anyone alive. Some pirates even practiced evil cultivation methods that required killing, blood, and even the souls of martial artists to cultivate. Everyone, we're from the Flame Merchant team. I hope you can give us some face. I know the rules. I'll give you 1 million top-grade spiritual crystals and let us leave. How about that? Luo Xian flew out and wanted to negotiate with them. The Flame Merchant team was a huge merchant team in the chaotic astral ocean. They were powerful and famous. Some pirates would give them some face when they heard about the Flame Merchant team. Unfortunately, Luo Xian was wrong. A burly man with a scar on his face flew out. He looked at Luo Xian's curvy body with a burning gaze and sneered, 1 million top-grade spiritual crystals and you want to send us away? Do you think we're beggars? How about this? Leave half of your goods behind. Also, serve me for a night. If I'm satisfied, I'll consider letting you go. Then, the burly man with a scar licked his lips. His eyes were full of lust. Luo Xian's face turned pale. You're dreaming. Don't think you can defeat us. You have less than 1,000 people. We have more people than you. If we really fight, it's hard to say who will win. Qin Zhao shouted, his anger soaring to the heavens. Haha, so what if you have more people? In my eyes, we're all lambs. Kid, let me tell you. We've never won't win with numbers. The burly man with a scar on his face. What? You're the blood pirates? The faces of Luo Xian, Xianxia, and the people at the scene changed drastically. Fear was written all over their faces. Hee, it seems like you've heard of the Blood Evil Pirate Group. You should also know that our methods have always been to eliminate the source of trouble and leave no one alive. Today, I'm in a good mood, so I'll be lenient. It's still the same as before. As long as you serve me well and leave half of the goods, I'll let you go. Qin Zhao's expression kept changing, and he didn't continue speaking. Don't even think about it. Miss, I'll use all my strength to escort you out. The blood pirates can't be trusted. Even if we agree to their conditions, they'll go back on their words. An elder walked out from behind Luo Xian. His body emitted a powerful aura. This elder was a peak-tier king. Old man, you want to escort her out by yourself? Stop dreaming. The burly man with a scar smiled coldly. A peak-tier king also emitted a powerful aura. Peak-tier king. This burly man was also a peak-tier king. Not only that, but another powerful aura appeared behind the burly man. It was also a peak-tier king. The blood pirates had sent out 2 peak-tier kings. Everyone's heart sank. The flaming merchant group only had 1 peak-tier king, and he usually wouldn't attack just in case. Normal pirate groups rarely had peak-tier kings, but the blood pirates were an extremely powerful pirate group in the chaotic astral ocean. It was normal for them to have peak-tier kings. No one had expected to come. I gave you a chance, but you didn't want it. Now, you have no chance. The burly man with a scar's eyes flashed with a fiendish and bloodthirsty light as his aura became stronger and stronger. Kill. Cripple the young girl's cultivation and leave her behind. Kill everyone else. The burly man with a scar roared. Kill. Kill. The blood pirates all roared as their fiendish auras spread out. From their auras, every member of the blood pirates was covered in blood and had fought for a long time. Such people had rich battle experience. Ordinary cultivators would feel uneasy and their battle power would decrease if they were suppressed by their fiendish aura. Shwa. Shwa, roars rang out one after another as they charged towards the flame trade union. Chen Zhao, take the young lady in charge out. This old man will block them. The peak-tier king of the flame merchant group roared as he charged at the burly man with a scar. Old man, die. The burly man with a scar's eyes were cold as he slashed out with a blood-colored saber. A river of blood surged toward the elder from the flame merchant group. Star-breaking sword. The elder from the flame merchant group stabbed out with his sword. Specks of starlight shot toward the burly man. Boom, with a loud explosion, his body trembled as he rapidly retreated. With one move, he was at a disadvantage. Luo Xian and the others felt despair in their hearts. You want to stop me with this little bit of battle power? You're courting death. The burly man with a scar laughed coldly. Go, you guys go. The elder roared at Luo Xian and the others. Hee, go? Where do you think you're going? A cold laugh sounded as a skinny figure appeared in front of Luo Xian. His aura was unfathomable. This person was the other peak-tier king of the blood pirates. Luo Xian, Chen Zhao, and the others' faces were as white as paper and their hearts were dead. Arg! At this moment, screams came from all directions. The blood pirates had the upper hand in the first exchange, and people from the flame merchant group were constantly being killed. Old 5, this girl isn't bad. After you play with her, you have to let me play with her. The skinny man looked at Luo Xian as a fiery light flashed in his eyes. Okay, old 6, since you like her, of course you can. The burly man with a scar laughed coldly. Luo Xian's body started to tremble. Damn it. If my big brother was here, he would definitely be able to kill them easily. Chen Zhao roared. Die. Following this, the burly man with a scar slashed at the elder. Boom, the elder's body retreated once more as blood spilled from his mouth. Even peak-tier kings had a huge difference in battle power. It was obvious that the burly man with a scar was stronger than the elder. "Old man, 3 more slashes and I'll kill you." The burly man with a scar laughed coldly. "You won't have the chance." Right at this moment, a clear voice sounded. The scar-faced man was shocked. He didn't even see how the two of them appeared. The two of them were naturally Lu Ming and Xianxia. When the scar-faced man saw Lu Ming and Xianxia's age, he heaved a sigh of relief. How much of a threat could 2 young men in their 20s be? It seemed like he was too careless and didn't notice them. "It's them." Luo Xian, Chen Zhao, and the others also saw Lu Ming and Xianxia. What are the two of them doing here? Are they courting death? Chen Zhao couldn't help but ask. Young Master Lu, the Flame Trade Union can't even protect themselves in this situation. They can't protect you guys. You guys should run for your lives. If you're lucky, you might be able to escape. Quick. Luo Xian's character wasn't bad. She was still thinking about others at this moment. Leave, none of you can leave. Haha, there's actually such a beauty in this world. What luck. At this moment, the scar-faced man's eyes were fixed on Xianxia. His body was emitting blazing flames. "Old 5, the one from before is yours. This chick is mine." The skinny man's eyes were also fixed on Xianxia. His eyes were almost popping out of their sockets. She was too beautiful. Simply too beautiful. Luo Xian was considered a decent beauty, but compared to Xianxia, she was far inferior. They couldn't help but sigh and rejoice. Today's luck was too good. Luo Xian sighed inwardly. It's over. Xianxia is so beautiful. Now that 2 peak-tier kings of the Blood Evil pirate group have their eyes on him, how can he escape? Xianxia frowned, the killing intent in his eyes was incomparably cold. All of you must die. A cold voice came out from Xianxia's mouth, causing the others to be stunned. Xianxia actually wanted to kill 2 peak-tier kings. What wishful thinking. Little Qing, leave these 2 to me. I'm looking for someone to practice my fist. You go and help the others. Lu Ming said to Xianxia. Xianxia coldly glanced at the scar-faced man and the skinny bamboo pole, and said, "Fine, I will leave them to you, but don't kill them easily, I will kill them." "All right." Lu Ming nodded. The others were stunned. Lu Ming and Xianxia, what were they doing? Could it be that in their hearts, the scarred man and the skinny bamboo pole were trash that could be killed at will? After all, these were 2 peak kings. Truly, newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Senior, go and help the others. Leave these 2 to me. Lu Ming strode forward and said to the pinnacle king of the Flame Chamber of Commerce. The old man was also stunned. Brat, it's your mistake to pretend to be a hero. Die. The scar-faced burly man shouted coldly and slashed his saber at Lu Ming. The blood-red saber gleam cut through the air with a whistling sound and slashed at Lu Ming's head. Its power was stronger than before. Be careful. Luo Xian exclaimed subconsciously. I'll use you guys to practice my fist. Lu Ming's lips curled into a sneer as he threw a punch. Exploding star fist. Space shook as a fiery red fist light shot out like a meteor towards the scar-faced man's blade light. Wherever the fist aura passed, due to its ferocity, it turned the air into liquid. The liquid wrapped around the fist aura and collided with the saber aura. Boom! With a loud explosion, the scar-faced man's blade light was directly shattered and disappeared without a trace. Not only that, the remaining fist light forced the scar-faced man back. Luo Xian, Chen Zhao, and the others' eyes almost popped out. Their mouths were wide open as they stared blankly. Lu Ming actually destroyed the arrogant scar-faced man's blade light with a single punch and forced him back. How could Lu Ming's combat strength be so terrifying? This was a true pinnacle expert. As for the burly man with the scar, his expression changed drastically. He did not expect Lu Ming to have such powerful combat abilities. Come here. At this moment, Lu Ming punched out. A bright fist light pierced through the void and blasted towards the skinny man. The skinny man still wanted to stop Xianxia, but Lu Ming quickly pulled him over. It was not easy to find a few opponents to practice with. It would be a pity if the skinny man was killed by Xianxia in one move. The explosive fist light created a huge pressure on the skinny man. He could only block it with all his strength. Boom, the fist light exploded and the skinny man was blasted 1,000 meters away. Let's work together and kill this little bastard, the scar-faced man roared. All right. Swish. Swish, the skinny man and the scar-faced man worked together and attacked Lu Ming with all their strength. Good. Lu Ming threw out 2 consecutive punches. Fist gleams burst out, cutting across 1,000 meters of the void and blasting toward the duo. With 2 explosions, the 2 were sent flying again. Swish. Swish, immediately after, 2 more fist lights pierced through the void and blasted towards the 2. The fist lights seemed to be endless. The scar-faced man and the skinny man were completely suppressed and fell into a disadvantageous position. This was the result of Lu Ming suppressing his true yuan and the exploding star fist not being fully developed. Otherwise, they would have been blasted to death by Lu Ming. Sky Demon Force Field. On the other side, Xianxia's delicate voice sounded. With a press of her jade-like hand, the terrifying Sky Demon Force Field covered 1,000 meters. All the blood-evil pirates within, whether they were late-stage kings or ordinary kings, were sliced into pieces and died. Xian and the others were dumbfounded. Geniuses. I didn't think that we would have 2 peerless geniuses in our team this time. How lucky. The old man at the peak of the King Realm sighed, and his face was covered in happiness. Yeah, I really didn't expect this. Xian also sighed. On the other hand, Chen Zhao felt his face burning. He thought back to 2 days ago. At that time, he had pointed out that Lu Ming and Xianxia were cowards and didn't dare to attack because of their low cultivation. Now that he thought about it, every word he said was like a pair of slaps to his face. Lu Ming was right. They didn't attack because there was no need for them to attack in that situation. They would naturally attack when needed. However, he still ridiculed Lu Ming. Damn it, they made me lose face. Aren't they just peak kings? My big brother is much stronger than them. Chen Zhao didn't feel good. He thought that Lu Ming had made him lose face. Let's attack together and kill these blood-evil pirates, said the old man. His figure flashed, and he charged at the blood-evil pirates. With the 2 peak kings, the old man and Xianxia, attacking, the blood-evil pirates were naturally one-sided, and large numbers of them were killed. This was especially true for Xianxia. The moment she released her Sky Demon Force Field, a large number of pirates were enveloped, and they had nowhere to run. The more the blood-evil pirates fought, the more shocked they became. That fiendish aura from before had already faded, and only fear remained. Retreat, retreat. The other side has too many peak kings. Some blood-evil pirates roared. They had already lost their fighting spirit. The moment their fighting spirit disappeared, their battle power weakened, and more people were killed. Kill. Many members of the Flame Merchant Association roared, their eyes red from the killing. They had thought that they were going to die today, but the situation suddenly reversed and their morale soared. In just a few minutes, several hundred of the blood-evil pirates had been killed. Finally, the blood-evil pirates collapsed and retreated. Xianxia and the others chased crazily, leaving a large number of corpses along the way. Of the 1,000 blood-evil pirates, at least 800 were killed. Only 100 or 200 managed to escape. Boom. Boom, Lu Ming's fist energy was like a rainbow as it tore through the air like a meteor, bombarding the scar-faced man and the skinny man endlessly. The scar-faced man and the skinny man were already trembling as blood flowed out of their noses and mouths. Their internal organs had already been injured by Lu Ming's fist energy. Awesome, awesome. Lu Ming felt that the exploding star fist was becoming smoother and smoother. It was much more comfortable than when he had comprehended it by himself. Lu Ming felt that the exploding star fist was approaching the 3rd level. Cultivating a martial technique required great battles. The knife-scarred man and the skinny bamboo pole watched as their subordinates were killed or fled. Others like Xianxia and the old man from the Flame Chamber of Commerce rushed back. Their hearts sank. They knew that today, they were most likely going to die. Damn it. Even if I die today, I won't let you off easily. Let's die together. The scar-faced man roared with murderous intent. They were used to life and death in the chaotic astral ocean, and they often walked on the edge of life and death. At this moment, their ferocious nature was aroused. Let's die together. The skinny man's aura also became berserk. Not good. They're going to self-detonate. The old man from the Flame Merchant Association exclaimed. Retreat. Retreat. Qin Zhao and the others who were watching the battle started to scream in fear. The self-detonation of a peak-tier king was extremely terrifying. Everything within 100 miles would be affected. Did I allow them to self-detonate? Lu Ming's eyes turned cold, and his true essence crazily erupted. Lu Ming's current Xin Yuan was extremely strong, and once it erupted, the two-fist energies immediately became incomparably terrifying, and instantly shattered the void, exploding on the body of the scarred man and the skinny bamboo pole. Before the two of them could self-destruct, they were torn apart by the terrifying power. They didn't even have the chance to scream. Whoosh, Lu Ming's figure moved. In a flash, he swallowed their blood essence and put away their storage rings. Of course, Lu Ming's devouring of blood essence was done very discreetly. The devouring power acted on his palm and absorbed the blood essence. Then, Lu Ming's figure flickered, flitting past the corpses and devouring their blood essence. There were almost 800 people here, with 200 to 300 martial Emperor realm cultivators. The blood essence was too rich. How could he miss it? Luo Xian, Qin Zhao, and the others were dumbfounded. Two peak kings were killed by Lu Ming just like that. After a while, there was an earth-shattering cheer. Most of the people were cheering, especially those from the Flame Chamber of Commerce. They often came to the chaotic astral sea and naturally knew the reputation of the blood pirates. They originally thought that this time they were doomed, but they didn't expect Lu Ming and Xianxia to be so unbelievably strong. They were actually two peak kings who easily crushed their opponents. Naturally, they were cheering, happy, and excited to escape death. I heard that during this period, many young geniuses have entered the chaotic astral sea to gain experience. There are even top geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents. Are these two geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents? I don't know. I don't know their names. In my opinion, even if they're not on the list of top 1,000 talents, they're close to it. There was a burst of discussion all around. Master Lu, Miss Xia, thank you so much for saving us this time. Luo Xian can't thank you enough. Luo Xian walked up to Lu Ming and Xianxia and bowed. Miss Luo Xian, there's no need to be so polite. Like I said, if you need my help, I'll definitely help. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Humph, if we don't help, I'm afraid someone will drive us away. Xianxia snorted coldly and glanced at Qin Zhao, who was standing not far away. Of course, this sentence also reached Qin Zhao's ears. Humph, what's there to be proud of? Aren't they just peak kings? It took so long to kill two pirates, and their names aren't on the list of top 1,000 talents. What's there to be proud of? If my brother wasn't over 30 years old, he would have been on the list of top 1,000 talents. Qin Zhao secretly gritted his teeth and clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. Alright, let's rest. Lu Ming strode toward a stone house. The others also began to clean up the battlefield. There was no one in the stone house. Obviously, the people on this island had long been killed by the blood pirates. Lu Ming randomly found a stone house and began to refine the essence blood. The essence blood of two peak kings, more than a dozen kings in the profound realm, and hundreds of martial artists of various levels was extremely rich. Lu Ming used all of it to improve the Nine Dragons bloodline. Unfortunately, the Nine Dragons bloodline did not advance to the 9th level of the king level. The amount of essence blood needed to advance to the 9th level of the king level was far from enough. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, the four-winged flying tiger had rested enough, so the group set off again toward Xianxia Island. Along the way, they encountered some trouble and even encountered a small pirate group. However, this pirate group didn't even have a peak king and was easily defeated. 5 days later, they finally arrived at Xianxia Island. Xianxia Island was one of the larger and more famous islands in the chaotic astral ocean. It had a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, like a continent. There was a lot of golden sand on it, so it was named Xianxia Island. Xianxia Island could be considered a large gathering place in the chaotic astral ocean. There were many factions coming and going, and at least several tens of millions of martial artists had gathered here. It could be said that experts were as common as clouds. Even Sea of Soul Realm experts were not in the minority. It was just that Sea of Soul Realm experts usually did not show themselves. The four-winged flying tiger of flame commerce landed on a vast golden beach. Young Master Liu, Miss Xia, this should be your first time coming to Xianxia Island, right? Our flame commerce has a large gathering place here. Why don't you come and have a seat? I'll be the host and take you on a tour. Luo Xian walked over to Lu Ming and Xianxia and said with a smile. Many thanks, Miss Luo Xian. However, the two of us have other matters to attend to. Let's talk next time. Lu Ming declined. Oh, since that's the case, then next time. However, young Master Liu, Miss Xia, the chaotic astral ocean is not like the outside world. Here, there are no laws and no heavens. Killing can happen at any time. You two must be careful. Luo Xian warned with good intentions. Many thanks, Miss Luo. Farewell. Luo Xian sighed as she watched Lu Ming and Chen Xiaobei leave. What a pity. It would be great if our Flame Chamber of Commerce could employ such geniuses. Miss, that's basically impossible. They've reached the peak king realm at such a young age. They're definitely the successors of some major force. In a few years, they might even make it onto the list of top 1,000 talents. Their futures are limitless. How could our Flame Chamber of Commerce hire such people? The Peak King from the Flame Chamber of Commerce walked to the side and said softly. Elder Wu, you overestimate them. In my opinion, their battle strength is only average. My brother can definitely defeat them easily. They're just lucky to be born in a major force and rely on huge amounts of resources to raise their cultivation. There are many people like them in those major forces, and they definitely won't make it onto the list of top 1,000 talents. Chen Zhao walked up and sneered. He was still very unhappy with Lu Ming. Luo Xian sighed. Chen Zhao was too narrow-minded. He would never amount to anything. Lu Ming and Xianxia flew into the air and headed toward the interior of Xianxia Island. Soon, a huge city appeared in front of them. The two of them flew toward the city. There was no one guarding the city. People came and went, and it was very lively. As Lu Ming and Xianxia approached the city gate, they immediately attracted many gazes. Most of these gazes were from burly men. These men were burly and strong, and their killing intent was undisguised. They stared at Xianxia with burning eyes. Not only were there middle-aged men, but there were also a few white-haired old men. Their eyes were also burning as they looked at Xianxia. Xianxia frowned. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and touched his nose. Xianxing's charm was too great. He attracted attention wherever he went. Lu Ming could not stop others from looking. However, if someone wanted to go further, Lu Ming's fist would have been itching for a fight. The two of them ignored the gazes and walked into the city. Inside the city, there were many shops, and it was even more lively. There were many stalls set up on both sides of the street, and many strange things were being sold. I didn't expect there to be so many warriors on Xianxia Island. Lu Ming thought to himself. Furthermore, Lu Ming discovered that the quality of the cultivators on Xianxia Island was very high. There were almost no weaklings. Lu Ming swept his gaze over them and saw that most of them were martial kings. Of course, there were also those below the martial king level. However, they were all high-level martial arts grandmasters. The weaker ones did not dare to wander around. It was no wonder that the entire eastern wasteland had many ferocious warriors or warriors who had practiced evil martial arts. Many of them would come to the chaotic astral sea, which led to the fact that the chaotic astral sea had many high-class warriors. The number of high-class warriors in the chaotic astral sea was much higher than in most of the big areas. Martial kings were everywhere. Brat, what the F***ck do you mean? I saw this deep-sea frosty iron first. What are you trying to do by interfering halfway? Do you want to die? I think you're the one who wants to die. So what if you like her? I want this deep-sea frosty iron. In front of a stall, two burly men in their 40s were arguing. You're courting death. With a loud roar, one of the burly men pulled out his saber and slashed at the other man. You're the one who's going to die. A long spear appeared in the other man's hand. The long spear turned into a bolt of lightning and pierced the throat of the man in front of him. The man let out a loud roar and collapsed to the ground. Humph, you're really courting death. How dare you try to snatch the deep-sea frosty iron from this old man? The burly man with the long spear put away his long spear and took the storage ring of the other man. Then, he looked at the stall owner again. The deep-sea frosty iron is mine. The burly man said. Okay. The stall owner smiled and handed a piece of metal to the burly man. He did not find it strange that one of the men had died. The people around them did the same. They just glanced at it casually and then went on with their own business, as if it was a common thing. Not long after, several black-clothed men appeared and took the corpse away. Lu Ming and Xianxia looked at each other and continued to walk forward. Old bastard, you dare to touch my woman? Die. They had not taken a few steps when another loud roar came from the front. A man in his 30s chopped an old man in half with an axe. The people around them just glanced at each other and then went on with their own business. The chaotic astral ocean was indeed the chaotic astral ocean. It was chaotic enough. Killing people was a common occurrence. One wrong word and blood would splatter. Let's find a restaurant and have something to eat. Lu Ming said to Xianxia. The two of them were used to the wind and waves. They had experienced countless life and death battles. Naturally, they got used to it quickly. Xianxia nodded and the two of them walked toward a restaurant. Boom, just as they arrived at the entrance of the restaurant, the whole restaurant exploded with a boom. Broken wood and stones flew everywhere. Some of the people with lower cultivation were directly injured by the broken stones. Lu Ming waved his hands and his vital essence burst forth. The front part of the gravel and wood fragments that were shooting toward them collapsed. Whoosh! Whoosh! Dozens of figures flew out from the 9th floor. Hey, you're cursing. Even a cup of wine can't be at peace. Which bastard is fighting in the restaurant? The sound of cursing could be heard. Boom! Two figures rushed into the sky from the smoke and dust and started fighting. Powerful auras filled the air. One of them was a burly man and the other was an old man. Both of them were 9th-layer Martial King Realm cultivators. Many people shut their mouths. Boom! Boom! The two of them exchanged dozens of blows in the air. In the end, the burly man was stronger and killed the old man with a slash. You dare to go against me? You're courting death. The burly man cursed. He took the storage ring and was about to leave. Wait a minute. A short and fat man dressed like a shopkeeper flew into the sky and said with a smile, You two have destroyed my restaurant. You haven't paid for it and you want to leave. That's too immoral. Fatty, you want me to pay for it? Hee hee, I think you're tired of living. The burly man glanced at the short and fat shopkeeper and revealed a hideous smile. I'm running a small business. Of course I have to pay for it. The short and fat shopkeeper said with a smile. Pay for it? Fine, I'll pay with your head. The burly man revealed a hideous smile and slashed his sword at the shopkeeper's throat. The short and fat shopkeeper was still smiling. When the burly man's sword was about to reach him, he struck out with his palm. A huge palm condensed and crushed the burly man's sword light, grabbing him in its hand. A peak martial king. Ah, I'll pay, I'll pay. The burly man yelled in fear. However, with a squeeze of the hand, the burly man's body exploded. A storage ring flew into the short and fat shopkeeper's hand. Wouldn't it be fine if you paid for it earlier? You're courting death. Sigh, I have to rebuild the restaurant again. What a loss, what a loss. The short and fat shopkeeper sighed. It seems like we'll have to eat at another restaurant. Lu Ming was speechless. This place is quite interesting. What do you think? Indeed, this place was very interesting. For the strong, it was heaven, but for the weak, it was hell. They had to live in fear. Otherwise, they would be killed at any time. In another restaurant, the waiter respectfully welcomed Lu Ming and his companion into the restaurant. There was a flattering smile on his face. The waiter was not even a martial grandmaster. In Xianxia Island, he was at the bottom. Anyone could kill him with one finger. Therefore, he lived in fear and trepidation. "Sir, what do you need? Just tell me." The waiter asked with a smile as he led Lu Ming and Xianxia to a table on the second floor. "Just give us some wine and dishes." Lu Ming smiled and ordered some wine and dishes. "Sir, please wait a moment. It will be served soon." The waiter turned and ran back. Unexpectedly, he accidentally bumped into a big man. The big man's genuine vitality shook. The waiter stumbled back 5 or 6 steps and sat on the ground. "Boy, don't you have eyes? How dare you bump into me? I think you're tired of living." The big man had only one eye and was wearing an eye patch. He stared fiercely at the waiter. The waiter's face instantly turned pale without a trace of blood. He kneeled down in front of the one-eyed man and began to kowtow. He cried out, "Master, master, please spare my life. I didn't do it on purpose. Master, please spare my life." The waiter kowtowed. He did not dare to use his genuine qi to defend himself. After a while, blood flowed from his forehead. However, he did not dare to wipe it off. He continued to kowtow desperately. "Hee, spare your life? In your dreams. Since you don't look where you're going, I'll dig your eyes out and make you blind." The big man with one eye revealed a ferocious smile. The waiter's face was pale and full of despair. In Xianxia Island, with his cultivation, if he went blind, he would die. "Sir, please spare my life. Please spare my life this time." The waiter kowtowed desperately and begged bitterly. Hee. The one-eyed man remained unmoved, and a fierce glint flashed across his eyes. One of his own eyes had been gouged out. Since then, he especially liked to gouge out other people's eyes. That way, he would feel the pleasure of revenge. Whoosh, the one-eyed man's 2 fingers pierced towards the waiter's eyes as fast as lightning. The burly man was a lesser perfection king, whereas the waiter was not even a martial ancestor realm cultivator. The difference between them was like heaven and earth, and it was impossible for the waiter to avoid them. Lu Ming frowned and raised his hand. A stream of Jin Yuan swept out and wrapped around the child. Then, he pulled the child back and dodged the one-eyed man's attack. The waiter was pulled to their table by Lu Ming. He was still in shock and trembled all over. The one-eyed man looked at Lu Ming and the others with a malevolent look in his eyes. Especially when he looked at Xianxia, his eyes were full of lust. "Brat, you dare to meddle in my business? I think you're tired of living." The one-eyed man smiled ferociously and walked towards Lu Ming's group. The waiter was scared out of his wits. However, Lu Ming did not even look at the one-eyed man. He picked up his wine cup and slowly took a sip. Ta. Ta. The one-eyed man walked step by step to Lu Ming's table and said with a voice full of killing intent, "Brat, you're lucky today. Our brother Feng has taken a fancy to this girl and asked her to accompany him to drink. Also, if you cripple your own eyes, we'll forget about this matter and spare your life." Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He had long seen that the burly man's target was Xianxia. As soon as they went upstairs, the one-eyed man's table looked at Xianxia with burning eyes. Then, the one-eyed man got up and walked over. He deliberately stood behind the waiter, causing the waiter to bump into him. The one-eyed man did all this on purpose. He was just looking for an excuse to cause trouble. Scram. Lu Ming took a sip of wine and coldly spat out the word scram. The one-eyed man's face changed and then became more ferocious. He said, "Brat, I wanted to spare your life, but you're courting death." Whoosh, then, the one-eyed man's finger stabbed towards Lu Ming's eyes like a sword. Then, there was a shrill scream. Of course, it was not Lu Ming who screamed, but the one-eyed man. Lu Ming flicked his finger and a spear light flashed and blinded the one-eyed man's other eye. The one-eyed man covered his eye with his palm and blood flowed from his face. He roared and screamed like a wild beast. "Ah, kill, kill, little bastard, I'll kill you, I'll kill your whole family." The one-eyed man roared and rushed towards Lu Ming like a madman. In the next moment, the one-eyed man's body flew out of the window of the restaurant and fell heavily on the street outside the restaurant. His scream came to an abrupt end. The one-eyed man was dead. Boom! 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 At a table near the window, 3 men suddenly stood up and emitted a powerful and cold aura. The temperature in the restaurant dropped rapidly as if winter had arrived. The one-eyed man had been at the same table as these 3. It's Gu Feng from the Lone Wolf Adventurer team. That brat is in danger. The one he just killed is Gu Feng's man. Gu Feng will definitely not let him go. That's for sure. The Lone Wolf Adventurer team is quite strong on Golden Sand Island. This Gu Feng is also used to being a tyrant. The key is his big brother, Lone Wolf, who is a peak king. Around them, other people whispered. Most of them were looking at Lu Ming and Xianxia with schadenfreude. Hearing the Lone Wolf Adventurer team, the waiter's face became even paler and his body trembled. It's over, it's over. Young master, please leave. Don't worry about me. My life is worthless. Don't lose your life because of me. The waiter said with a trembling voice. Lu Ming smiled faintly. This waiter was quite nice. He was clearly scared to death, but he still asked Lu Ming and the others to leave. Don't worry. Lu Ming smiled with a calm expression. Pung. Pung. Right then, the 3 men had already arrived before Lu Ming and the others. The man in the front was in his 30s. His neck was a bit crooked, but his eyes were extremely cold. He stared at Lu Ming and said coldly, "Brat, you dare to kill our Lone Wolf Adventurer team's people. Today, I will make you wish you were dead." Then, he looked at Xianxia. His eyes scanned Xianxia's body, revealing his lust, and said, "Little girl, immediately draw the line between you and this brat. Then, follow me back and serve me well as my maid. This way, you can live comfortably on Golden Sand Island. Do you understand? Hurry up. Idiot." Lu Ming took another sip of wine and said indifferently. Gu Feng's eyes shone with an ominous light as he looked at Lu Ming and said, "Brat, what did you say? I don't care what force you are from. When you come to Chaotic Astral Ocean and Golden Sand Island, even if you are a dragon, you will have to coil up." Chi. Before he finished speaking, Gu Feng attacked, his claw grabbing at Lu Ming's throat. However, before Gu Feng's claws could reach Lu Ming, he was enveloped by a powerful force field. His movements immediately became as slow as a snail's. "You're so noisy. I can't even eat in peace. So annoying," Xianxia said coldly. Gu Feng's face revealed a terrified expression. He wanted to turn around, but with a bang, he turned into a bloody mist. Yes, under the terrifying force field, he turned into a bloody mist. Not even his bones were left. Only a storage ring was left, and Xianxia grabbed it. The others in the restaurant were shocked. Xianxia's methods were truly evil. He didn't even move, but he turned Gu Feng into a bloody mist. It was so terrifying that it made one's scalp go numb. As for the 2 burly men who were with Gu Feng, their faces instantly became pale, without a trace of blood. You killed Gu Feng. Our captain won't let you go. Our captain is a peak-level king. One of them said with a trembling voice. Oh, so you're saying that this battle is unavoidable? Lu Ming asked. That's right. The burly man replied. Okay, then you guys stand there and wait for us to finish our meal. Lu Ming said lightly. He continued to pick up the wine glass and took a sip. Xianxia was the same, but her face was a bit cold. The 2 burly men stood there. They wanted to leave, but they didn't dare. They could only look at each other and stand there, not knowing what Lu Ming was planning. A few minutes later, Lu Ming finished his meal and said to the waiter, "Little brother, you can go back to work." Huh? The waiter was stunned. However, he still stared at the 2 Lone Wolves Adventurer team's men in fear. Don't worry. From now on, Golden Sand Island will no longer have the Lone Wolf Adventurer group. Lu Ming smiled. The others were shocked. What did Lu Ming mean? They soon understood. Lu Ming looked at the 2 burly men and said, "Lead the way." What? The 2 men were stunned. Lead the way to your Lone Wolf Adventurer team's nest. Hurry up. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as killing intent filled the air. The two men shuddered. Lu Ming actually wanted to go to Lone Wolf's headquarters? What was he planning to do? Annihilate Lone Wolf? Could it be that this time, we've really provoked two fiends that we shouldn't have? The two men's hearts turned cold. Hurry up if you don't want to die immediately. The killing intent in Lu Ming's eyes grew even stronger. The two burly men's faces turned pale as they hurriedly nodded. No matter what, they would leave this matter to their leader, Lone Wolf, to handle. They secretly prayed that Lone Wolf would be able to kill Lu Ming and Xianxia. The two burly men led the way. Lu Ming and Xianxia headed towards Lone Wolf's lair. Let's go take a look. These two youngsters actually want to kill their way into Lone Wolf's headquarters. How shocking. They're so confident. They definitely have the ability to back it up. This time, Lone Wolf might have kicked an iron plate. I heard that many young geniuses from the eastern wilderness have entered the chaotic astral ocean to train. These two might very well be those geniuses. Looks like we'll have to keep a low profile when we see young people. The others in the restaurant discussed as they went down the restaurant and followed Lu Ming's group. Along the way, when others learned the truth, they also followed. In a short while, there were hundreds of people following behind them. There were many adventurer teams in the chaotic astral ocean. These adventurer teams would usually enter dangerous places to go on adventures and search for treasures. However, most adventurer teams would mainly act as guards for caravans and earn money. The Flame Trade Union had previously hired an adventurer team. The Lone Wolf adventurer team's lair was located in a mountain 3,000 miles west of the city. What's going on? Enemy attack. When Lu Ming and the rest arrived, there was a loud shout in the lair of the Lone Wolf adventurer team. Lu Ming turned and understood. There were hundreds of people behind them. It was no wonder that the Lone Wolf adventurer team screamed in fright. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the next moment, beams of light flashed from the mountain. Over 100 people appeared in front of Lu Ming's group. The leader was a middle-aged man with a gloomy expression. His eyes flickered with ruthlessness. Leader, help! The two of them killed Brother Feng. The two men in front of Lu Ming yelled. The leader was Lone Wolf, the leader of Lone Wolf's adventurer team. What? Second brother is dead? Lone Wolf's eyes instantly turned red. Then, he looked at Lu Ming with murderous intent and said in a cold voice, Brat, no matter what the reason is, I will skin you alive for killing my second brother. Also, Lone Wolf looked at Xianxia and said, I will reward you to my brothers. They will take turns to serve you and let you have your fill. As soon as he said that, the members of Lone Wolf's adventurer team looked at Xianxia with burning eyes. Oh, I wanted to explain to you why I killed your second brother. Looks like I don't need to anymore. Lu Ming smiled faintly. The chaotic astral ocean followed the law of survival. The strong preyed on the weak. Bullsh*T logic didn't work here. As long as one had strength, one had reason. Lu Ming quickly understood this point. Puff. Puff, Lu Ming flicked his finger and two spear lights shot out, killing the two men who were leading the way. Then, he stepped forward and walked toward Lone Wolf. Die. Lone Wolf's eyes turned cold. A huge wolf appeared above his head and a violent and bloodthirsty aura exploded. Swoosh, both of Lone Wolf's legs kicked in the air. His figure immediately turned into phantoms, pouncing toward Lu Ming at an alarming speed. Lu Ming remained calm. A long spear appeared in his hand. He waved his arm and the long spear shot out like a bolt of lightning. In the next moment, a shrill cry was heard and a figure was pushed back. It was Lone Wolf. At this moment, his eyes were filled with disbelief. His chest had been pierced by a long spear. The powerful destructive force had already completely destroyed his internal organs. One move, just one casual move, and the long spear had pierced his heart. That spear was too fast and too sharp. He couldn't dodge it at all. Clang, the powerful force of the long spear sent Lone Wolf flying a few thousand meters away. He was pinned to a cliff on the mountain. Lone Wolf was dead, the people who came to watch were dumbfounded and shocked. Lu Ming's combat strength was beyond everyone's expectations. He was too strong. Lone Wolf couldn't fight back at all. Who is he? Is he a peerless talent on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Wilderness? I don't know. I don't know his name. Shocked discussions could be heard one after another. The people from the Lone Wolf Adventurer team were horrified. Their team leader, a peak-level expert, Lone Wolf, had been killed in one move. Run. They immediately turned and ran. Don't even think about leaving. Xianxia stepped into the air and pressed his palm down. The Sky Demon force field exploded and enveloped the more than 100 people from the Lone Wolf Adventurer team. A destructive force was produced. In the next moment, all of them were killed. Their bodies fell to the ground like raindrops. CSI, the sound of people sucking in cold breaths could be heard. Those who were watching the battle widened their eyes in shock. They were not shocked by the death of over 100 people. In the chaotic astral ocean, it was normal for people to die all the time. They were shocked by the strength of Lu Ming and Xianxia. One killed a peak king in one move. The other killed over 100 experts with a wave of his hand. Among them, there was no lack of martial king realm greater success kings. The strength of the two was very shocking. Those who had coveted Xianxia's beauty felt a chill in their hearts. They were glad that they did not attack. Otherwise, they would be the ones who died. Now, the way they looked at Xianxia was no longer filled with passion and greed. Instead, there was only fear and terror. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the crowd. Everyone's expression fell into his eyes. Lu Ming had a deeper understanding of the word riot in the chaotic astral ocean. In the chaotic astral ocean, if you were merciful, everyone would bully you. However, if you were more ruthless than others, everyone would be afraid of you. Lu Ming's figure flickered as he devoured the essence blood of all the Lone Wolf Adventurer team members. Let's go. Then, he left with Xianxia. Soon, the two returned to the city. They planned to find an inn to stay in and buy a map of the chaotic astral ocean. Then, they would find a suitable place to train. When the two returned to the city, they saw many people flying in one direction. Let's go to the Fate Battle platform. King Yama has attacked again. This time, his opponent is the 7-Zen-old monster. What? King Yama and the 7-Zen-old monster are going to fight? The 7-Zen-old monster has not fought for many years. Let's go and see. This battle is going to be exciting. One by one, the figures quickly flew in a certain direction. Fate Battle platform? Lu Ming and Xianxia were stunned and curious. It seemed like a battle between two experts. What kind of experts could attract so many people to watch? Let's go take a look. Xianxia looked at Lu Ming. That's what I was thinking. Lu Ming smiled. Following which, the two of them followed the crowd and walked forward. After a while, they arrived in front of a huge building. The building was round and huge. As they approached, they could hear loud cheers and roars coming from inside. Could it be that the great battle has already begun? I won't be late, right? Hurry up and go in. Many people flew towards the entrance of the building. 200 top-grade spiritual crystals per person. Someone stood guard at the entrance, blocking everyone and shouting. This is my spiritual crystal. Take it. Many people paid the spiritual crystals and rushed into the building. However, there were too many people and they needed to line up. There are so many people here. It seems that the King of Hell and the 7-Zen-old monster are not ordinary people. Lu Ming thought. After a while, it was their turn. The two of them walked in. The inside of the building was round. In the middle was a huge fighting ring that was a few miles long and wide. Around it were ring-shaped spectator stands. There were more than 100 levels and it could seat at least a few 100,000 people. After the two of them walked in, they found that at least 100,000 people were sitting on the spectator stands. The fighting ring was empty. There was no one at all, only a pool of blood. What's going on? Where is everyone? Isn't the battle between the King of Hell and the 7-Zen-old monster? Why don't I see anyone? Yeah, where is he? The people who came in later cried out. Where is he? He's only here now. Where is he? The battle is over. Someone said. What? The battle is over? What's the result? Who won? The King of Hell won. The King of Hell and the 7-Zen-old monster exchanged 100 blows. In the end, the 7-Zen-old monster was killed by the King of Hell's sword. I'm late. How unlucky. 200 top-grade spiritual crystals were wasted. Let's watch the other battles. Many people who came late sighed and found a seat. Young Master Lu, Miss Xia. Suddenly, Lu Ming heard a feminine voice. Luo Xian. He turned around and saw a young woman walking toward him. It was Luo Xian. Beside Luo Xian were two people. One was Chen Zhao, and the other was in his 30s. He had a tall and sturdy body and looked similar to Chen Zhao. Miss Luo. Lu Ming smiled. Young Master Lu, Miss Xia, what a coincidence. Are you here to watch the fate battle ring as well? Luo Xian smiled. Yes, but it seems like we missed it, Lu Ming said. Yeah, the King of Hell is a peak expert who has risen recently. He has never lost a battle between peak-tier kings. He has won 19 times in a row. Including this battle, he has won 20 times in a row. As for the 7-Zen-old monster, he has lived for nearly 800 years. After cultivating for so many years, his battle strength is extremely terrifying. He has almost no opponents among peak-tier kings. He has also won 19 times in a row on the Fate Battle Ring. Many people are looking forward to the battle between the two. Who would have thought that this battle would come so suddenly? It's a pity that we missed it. Luo Xian said with a trace of pity. A battle between peak-tier kings? 19 consecutive victories? Lu Ming's interest was piqued. Young Master Lu, Miss Xia, there should be other battles coming up. Let's find a place to sit down. Luo Xian said. Then, they found a row of empty seats and sat down. On the side, Chen Zhao's face was gloomy and he did not speak. Whoosh, at this moment, a figure rushed onto the battle ring. It was a bald old man with the aura of a 7th-layer martial king. Who will fight with me? The bald old man shouted. I'll kill you. A bald man rushed onto the battle ring and also revealed his cultivation of a 7th-layer martial king. Haha, is that so? Your storage ring is mine now. The bald old man sneered. I should be the one saying that. I've taken a fancy to your storage ring. The bald man sneered. A battle sword appeared in his hand and he attacked the bald old man. The bald old man took out an iron rod and met the attack. Boom. Boom, the two of them engaged in an intense battle. However, after a few dozen moves, the bald old man had gained the upper hand. Haha, die. The bald old man laughed and his iron rod attacked the bald man like a storm. The bald man retreated step by step. After a dozen or so moves, the bald old man's stick landed on the bald man's chest. The bald man let out a blood-curdling scream as the sound of bones breaking resounded from his body. He was sent flying back and crashed onto the battle stage, blood spurting out from his mouth. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. The bald man shouted. Admit defeat? It's too late to admit defeat now. Die. The bald man shouted and flew up. The iron rod hit the bald man's head and the bald man's brain burst open. He died on the spot. Haha, the storage ring is mine. What's there to be happy about? Your storage ring isn't mine yet. Following a cold harumph, an old Fei went up to the fighting ring. This old Fei was wearing a red robe, and his aura was also at the 7th-layer martial emperor realm. It's Grandma Safflower. She's going to fight. She's a ruthless person who has already won 5 rounds in a row among the 7th-layer martial emperor realm. That's right. Every time she sees a big harvest, she will take action. That bald old man just got the storage ring of a LV7 martial king warrior. Now, as long as we kill the bald old man, we can get 2 storage rings. Let's see if the old bald man dares to accept the challenge. Every time Grandma Safflower's opponent dies miserably. As soon as old O went up to the fighting ring, the crowd exclaimed. Safflower Grandma. The old bald man's expression changed greatly. Die. Safflower Grandma wore a cold expression as she was about to attack with a strong murderous intent. Wait. Wait, I surrender. I don't want to fight. The old bald man blurted out. You don't want to fight? Safflower Grandma's expression darkened as she said, give me 200,000 top-grade spiritual crystals. What a coward. The old bald man took out 200,000 top-grade spiritual crystals from his storage ring and handed them to Safflower Grandma. He then left the fighting ring and flew to the spectator stand. Is there anyone who wants to fight me? Safflower Grandma put away the spiritual crystals and scanned the crowd. However, no one went up to the fighting ring. Safflower Grandma was extremely powerful at the 7th layer Martial Emperor realm. Who would want to fight her? After waiting for a while, Safflower Grandma left the fighting ring after seeing that no one was willing to fight her. Interesting. Miss Luo, what are the rules of the Fate fighting ring? Lu Ming asked Luo Xian. It's your first time here, so it's normal that you don't know. Let me explain it to you. Luo Xian smiled faintly and said, as the name suggests, the Fate battle stage is a battle of life and death. As long as you step onto the stage, it's a battle of life and death. The winner will win all of the opponent's possessions, while the loser will not only lose his life, he will also lose all of his possessions and his storage ring will belong to the loser. Lu Ming explained. Then how could that bald old man admit defeat? Lu Ming asked. There's a rule in the Fate battle platform. Those with a higher cultivation level cannot challenge those with a lower cultivation level. Of course, those with a lower cultivation level can challenge those with a higher cultivation level. Once you step onto the Fate battle platform, you can't refuse to accept the challenge. However, you can admit defeat before the battle starts. That way, as long as you give your opponent a certain amount of spirit crystals, you can avoid the battle. Just like when Red Flower Granny challenged the bald old man. The bald old man knew that he was no match for Red Flower Granny, so he admitted defeat before the battle began. As long as he paid Red Flower Granny 200,000 supreme spiritual crystals, he could step down. If he admitted defeat after the battle began, Red Flower Granny could refuse to accept the payment until Red Flower Granny defeated or killed Red Flower Granny. Of course, the higher one's cultivation, the greater the price of surrendering. If a Peak King surrenders before the battle begins, he or she will have to pay 1 million extreme-grade spirit crystals to the opponent. Luo Xian explained to Lu Ming in detail. Doesn't that mean the death rate is very high? Lu Ming asked. Of course, after the battle begins, the death rate is as high as 80 to 90%. Only a few people can escape with their lives. Luo Xian said. Lu Ming was inwardly shocked. The death rate was as high as 80 to 90%. Basically, if one went up, they would either win or die. Miss, why are you telling him so much? A young master from a large faction like him wouldn't dare to step onto the Fate battle platform. This is a true life and death battle. It's not a spar between fellow disciples. What's at stake is one's life and one's entire fortune. On the side, Qin Zhao revealed a mocking expression as he spoke with disdain. Last time, Lu Ming had caused him to lose face, and he still held a grudge against him. Oh? Then you dare to go up? Lu Ming looked at Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao's expression stiffened as he said, what do you know? My brother has won 6 consecutive battles on the Fate battle platform and he's a Peak Martial Emperor too. He's a lot stronger than the Peak Martial Emperor of the Blood Evil Pirate Group. If my brother was here last time, he would have easily defeated his opponent in a few moves. Qin Zhao switched the topic and pointed at the bulky man in his 30s standing beside him. Why are you mentioning your brother? I'm talking about you. You're a 7th layer Martial Emperor too, right? If you're so strong, why didn't you challenge Madame Safflower? Lu Ming continued to ask. Qin Zhao's expression stiffened as his face reddened. His strength was considered ordinary among the 7th layer Martial Emperors. Wasn't it the same as courting death? However, there was no way he could refute the fact that Lu Ming had pointed out. Interesting. On the side, Xianxia mumbled with an intrigued expression. Lu Ming let out a smile as his eyes flickered with interest too. Lu Ming was more interested in the fact that he was betting his entire fortune on this battle. Although he had obtained 80 million supreme-grade spiritual crystals from the elders of the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution, he had already used up 18 million to break through to the Peak Martial Emperor realm. He only had 60 million left. 60 million seemed like a lot, but it was far from enough for Lu Ming. These spiritual crystals wouldn't be enough to break through to the Sea of Soul realm in the future. The Sea of Soul realm required one to open a spiritual sea, a true Yuan sea. The amount of energy required to open a true Yuan sea was simply too much. A martial artist at the first layer of the Sea of Soul realm could store 10 times more true Yuan than a peak martial emperor. Lu Ming needed 18 million supreme-grade spiritual crystals to break through to the peak martial emperor realm. Lu Ming estimated that he would need at least 300 million supreme-grade spiritual crystals to break through to the Sea of Soul realm. This was just a conservative estimate. In reality, he might need even more. 300 million supreme-grade spiritual crystals was still too far away from him. Therefore, he needed to accumulate more supreme-grade spiritual crystals. The Fate Battle stage was a good channel for that. Moreover, he could use it to train his martial skills and devour his opponent's essence blood to increase his bloodline grade. Lu Ming's gaze once again turned to the Fate Battle stage. At this moment, another person stepped onto the Fate Battle stage. He didn't hold back at all as his aura spread out. It was a peak martial emperor. The atmosphere became lively again. Sea of Soul realm martial artists rarely participated in this kind of battle. As for peak martial emperors, they stood at the peak of martial emperors. Every battle would attract the interest of many martial artists. Who will fight with me? This peak martial emperor was a burly man in his 40s. He looked around. Let me. A white-haired old man stepped onto the stage and faced the burly man. Without saying anything else, the two started fighting. Violent energy spread out in all directions. It was terrifying to the extreme. However, a light screen rose up around the fighting ring, blocking the energy that shot out in all directions. Clearly, there was a powerful inscription array on the stage to prevent the audience from being injured. The battle was intense. The two peak martial emperors weren't weak at all. They weren't any weaker than the scarred man from the Blood Evil pirate group. However, after exchanging more than 20 moves, the white-haired old man suddenly erupted with power and killed the middle-aged man in one fell swoop, seizing his storage ring. So strong. Is this old man a steamed spirit turtle from Golden Turtle Island? That's him. I didn't expect him to come to Golden Sand Island as well. No wonder he's so strong. A steamed spirit turtle has been in seclusion for many years. His battle strength is unfathomable. I wonder who will challenge him next. Discussions broke out all around. This esteemed spirit turtle is indeed not bad. Lu Ming nodded. He could see that esteemed spirit turtle's sudden eruption should be some kind of secret art that could increase one's battle strength. Among peak kings, it was not bad. Not bad? Hee, what a big tone. You speak as if you're very strong. On the side, Chen Zhao revealed a disdainful smile. Lu Ming was speechless. Was this guy crazy? Wasn't it just because he didn't fight that time? Since then, he had been targeting him. Lu Ming directly ignored such a narrow-minded person, not even looking at Chen Zhao. Seeing that Lu Ming ignored him, Chen Zhao's face turned even uglier. Who will fight me? Esteemed Spirit Turtle looked around. For a moment, no one spoke. Hee, looks like no one is going to fight. Esteemed Spirit Turtle sneered. Let me. At this moment, Chen Zhao's big brother stood up, and a powerful aura spread out. Chen Zhao's big brother was called Chen Dao. Chen Dao took a step forward and appeared on the Fate Battle stage. It's Chen Dao. Chen Dao is going to fight. This is going to be interesting. Chen Dao has 7 consecutive victories and is extremely powerful. He's a general of the Flame Commerce firm. Haha, if he fights esteemed Spirit Turtle, it will definitely be intense. Chen Dao's appearance made many people excited. Big brother is going to fight. Chen Zhao's eyes lit up. He then looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, let's wait and see. Let's see how powerful my brother is. Let's see how powerful a peak-level king can be. However, he discovered that Lu Ming had ignored him again, which made him rather depressed. Young man, you have guts. You dare to challenge me? Esteemed Spirit Turtle looked at Chen Dao and said coldly. Are you going to fight or surrender? Chen Dao's reply was simple but full of confidence. What big words. I've been in seclusion for dozens of years. Youngsters nowadays are getting more and more arrogant. Let me teach you how to respect your elders. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Lord Spirit Turtle dashed towards Chen Dao at lightning speed. At the same time, a powerful aura erupted from his body. It was that kind of secret technique. Although the Spirit Turtle spoke arrogantly and confidently, when it actually attacked, it used its full strength, not daring to underestimate its opponent at all. Those who dared to challenge him despite knowing his reputation, how could they be weaklings? He had lived for hundreds of years, and he knew this very well. A powerful fist force blasted towards Chen Dao. However, Chen Dao didn't move at all. When esteemed Spirit Turtle's fist force approached him, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he moved. If he moved, he would draw his saber. A dazzling saber light lit up, seemingly slicing the space into two halves. Esteemed Spirit Turtle's fist force was also split in half. His face turned pale with fright as he frantically retreated to avoid the blade. However, this was only the beginning of Chen Dao's attack. Kill! Chen Dao yelled with a terrifying aura. A pale white saber light lit up again, this time stronger and sharper than the previous one. It instantly sliced through the void and slashed towards esteemed Spirit Turtle. Not good. Esteemed Spirit Turtle was shocked. He waved his fists, and a thick turtle shell formed in front of him to block the attack. Clang! The blade light landed on the tortoise shell, causing it to vibrate violently. A crack appeared on the shell. Before esteemed Spirit Turtle could even take a breath, Chen Dao had already launched the third blade strike, followed by the fourth, the fifth, one slash after another, each stronger than the previous one. It was endless as it slashed towards esteemed Spirit Turtle. When the seventh slash was unleashed, esteemed Spirit Turtle's turtle shell exploded, and the saber light flashed by. Then, Chen Dao sheathed his saber without any hesitation. Esteemed Spirit Turtle's eyes were wide open. A trail of blood appeared from his glabella and extended downwards. Poochie! Esteemed Spirit Turtle fell and was split in half. Esteemed Spirit Turtle was dead. Deafening cheers burst out from the crowd. Chen Dao had killed esteemed Spirit Turtle and achieved 8 consecutive victories. It was rare to see someone win 8 consecutive battles. This meant that 8 peak-level kings had died at Chen Dao's hands. Hee, did you see that? This is my big brother's strength. Chen Zhao glanced at Lu Ming proudly. Not bad. Lu Ming said calmly. He did think that Chen Dao was not bad. Chen Dao's battle strength was probably close to Saint Star's. Of course, Chen Dao was already in his 30s, 10 years older than Saint Star. He had spent 10 more years cultivating martial arts, intent realm and physical body. In terms of potential, he was no match for Saint Star. The list of top 1,000 talents of the Eastern Wilderness selected youths under the age of 30. Not only did it look at cultivation, but it also looked at talent, the ability to fight above one's level, and potential. Some powerful forces had abundant resources and could produce a group of young peak-level kings, but these people could not make it onto the list of top 1,000 talents. You're really boasting. How many peak-level kings can match my big brother's battle strength? Chen Zhao sneered. Frog in a well. It was not Lu Ming who spoke, but Xianxia. What did you say? Chen Zhao's face turned red. Someone's going to challenge him. Lu Ming ignored Chen Zhao and looked at the fighting ring. Chen Zhao also looked over. A young man in a blood-red robe stepped onto the fighting ring. He was about 26 or 27 years old. His face was cold, and there was a faint sneer at the corner of his mouth. Humph, you're overestimating yourself. How dare you challenge my big brother? You're courting death again. Chen Zhao laughed sarcastically. However, Chen Dao, who was standing in the fighting ring, had a grave expression on his face. The young man was just standing there casually, but he felt like he was facing a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Moreover, the young man was not even 30 years old, yet he dared to step onto the fighting ring. He was definitely not simple. How should I address you? Chen Dao asked. Shui Gang. The young man's face darkened. Shui Gang? Chen Dao thought for a moment and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He had thought that the young man might be a peerless genius on the list of top 1,000 talents in the eastern wilderness. If he was really a genius on the list of top 1,000 talents, he would have to consider whether to accept the challenge or not. However, Shui Gang's name was not on the list of top 1,000 talents. Obviously, the young man was not on the list of top 1,000 talents. Fight or surrender? Shui Gang's gloomy voice rang out. Fight. Chen Dao replied firmly. Hee, good. I was afraid that you would surrender. Shui Gang licked his lips, and the gloominess in his eyes deepened. Boom, the next moment, Shui Gang's blood chi rushed into the sky. A huge blood-red palm floated above his head, surrounded by 7 silver chakras. A 7th-grade king-level bloodline. Chen Dao's expression changed. Those who could reach the 7th-grade king-level bloodline were definitely peerless geniuses. For example, Qin Qingshan and Xianxia were both 7th-grade king-level. Blood flame palm. Shui Gang struck out with his palm, causing the air to explode and even turn into liquid. A blood-red palm print blasted towards Chen Dao. Clang, Chen Dao struck out with his saber. The saber light was extremely dazzling. However, this time, Chen Dao's saber light did not split the blood-red palm print. Instead, the saber light was scattered by the palm print. Chen Dao's expression changed as he roared furiously. The second saber strike was even stronger than the first. However, Shui Gang's blood-red palm print arrived again, one after another. It was extremely overbearing. Chen Dao struck out continuously. The 6th strike, the 7th strike, soon, it was the 7th strike. Previously, he had used the 7th strike to kill a steam spirit turtle. However, he was still at a disadvantage after using the 7th strike. Chen Dao roared furiously as the 8th and 9th strikes were unleashed. The saber light was dazzling as it split the palm print. However, there were countless palm prints that followed, endless. After the 9th strike, Chen Dao's body frantically retreated. Bloodline martial skill. That's an upper heaven class bloodline martial skill. Chen Dao is going to be defeated. A white-haired old man in the stands exclaimed in surprise. What? He actually comprehended a bloodline martial skill? Many people were shocked. Bloodline martial skill? Lu Ming muttered. A bloodline martial skill was a martial skill that a martial artist comprehended from their own bloodline. A martial artist's bloodline contained endless wealth. It was not as simple as a bloodline eruption. A martial artist comprehended from their own bloodline was a martial skill that truly belonged to them. It was the most compatible with them. It was easy to cultivate and extremely powerful. Cultivating someone else's martial skill was ultimately someone else's. How could it be compared to one's own bloodline martial skill? For example, if 2 warriors both cultivated a heaven-grade upper-grade martial skill to the 6th level, but one of them cultivated a bloodline martial skill that was comprehended from his own bloodline, then the power of the bloodline martial skill would be at least 50% stronger than the other person's martial skill, or even 100% stronger. The difference was too big. However, it was too difficult to comprehend a bloodline martial skill from one's own bloodline. It required exceptional talent. Furthermore, the higher the grade of one's bloodline, the stronger the bloodline martial skill one could comprehend. Not only could one comprehend a martial skill from one's own bloodline, but they could also comprehend a secret skill called a bloodline secret skill. For example, Qin Qingshan and Xianxia, whom Lu Ming had seen, had comprehended a bloodline secret skill. As for Xianxia, when he struck, a beautiful arm would appear and strike towards his opponent. That was a bloodline martial skill. However, until now, Lu Ming had yet to comprehend a bloodline martial skill. Firstly, the 9-dragon bloodline was not his own bloodline. It was awakened from a drop of 9-dragon essence blood. It was very difficult to comprehend a bloodline martial skill from it. In fact, the devouring power could be considered a unique bloodline secret skill of the 9 dragons bloodline. Bloodline. And bloodline martial skill was bloodline. This was especially so for those with special bloodlines. The bloodline martial techniques they comprehended were even more powerful. This was especially true for nature-type bloodlines. For example, the fire-type bloodline could comprehend a fire-type martial skill, which could be combined with the fire-type intent. This was something that other bloodlines could not compare to. Shui Gang comprehended the blood intent. Combined with a blood-related martial skill, it was extremely powerful. Die. Shui Gang strode forward. The blood intent spread out and enveloped Chen Dao. Chen Dao even had a feeling that the blood in his body was slowly drying up. The blood intent was a special intent. It was extremely powerful and domineering. If one was hit by Shui Gang's attack, it could directly devour the opponent's blood, causing the opponent's blood to dry up and die. Break! Chen Dao's saber light slashed out again, but it was useless. He was completely suppressed. Big brother, how can this be? How can this be? Chen Zhao's face was pale. He was extremely worried. His big brother was his backer. He was only a guard of the Flame Merchant Guild. Because of his big brother, he had a special status in the Flame Merchant Guild, allowing him to approach Luo Xian and even pursue her. If his big brother were to die, he would be nothing in the chaotic astral ocean as an ordinary 7th-layer Martial Emperor realm cultivator. He would only be an ordinary guard of the Flame Merchant Guild. His big brother was everything to him. Now, his big brother was in danger. Big brother Chen Dao. Luo Xian clenched her fists together in a nervous manner. Chen Dao was one of the generals of the Flame Merchant Guild. He could even be considered the strongest expert in the Flame Merchant Guild. If Chen Dao were to die, the Flame Merchant Guild would suffer a great loss. What should I do? What should I do? Luo Xian was extremely anxious. Bang! Bang! Shui Gang's attacks grew stronger. Chen Dao was already worn out. I give up, I give up. Chen Dao yelled. Give up? I won't allow it. Shui Gang let out a hollow laugh. Don't think you can kill me. Seeing that it was impossible to give up, Chen Dao let out a roar. His hair danced wildly as his aura rose slightly. He merged with his saber and turned into a brilliant saber glow that soared into the sky. Chen Dao was planning to escape. Trying to escape? Not so easy. Shui Gang turned into a crimson ray and chased after Chen Dao, lashing out with his palm. Bang! Chen Dao was hit by the palm, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. However, he could not care less about his injuries as he fled toward the spectator stands. Shui Gang chased after him. I'll give you 2 million top-grade spiritual crystals. Let me go. Otherwise, you won't be able to kill me. Chen Dao yelled and began to beg for mercy. He turned into a saber glow and fled in all directions. Coward, 5 million top-grade spiritual crystals, not one less. Shui Gang roared. 5 million it is. Saving his own life was more important, so Chen Dao tossed a storage ring to Shui Gang. Shui Gang caught it and scanned it with his mind before stopping his pursuit. You're lucky. How boring. Shui Gang did not chase after him and returned to the fighting ring. Chen Dao turned into a saber glow and flew back to the spectator stands. He took out a handful of pills and swallowed them, starting to heal his injuries on the spot. Luo Xian and Chen Zhao heaved a sigh of relief as they survived. Although the process was embarrassing. There's always someone better than you. Lu Ming said softly. Chen Zhao's face turned red. Lu Ming's words were obviously meant for him. Humph, my big brother has won 8 consecutive battles. What's so strange about meeting someone stronger? If you go up, you'll probably die in 2 battles. Chen Zhao was still stubborn. Is that so? Lu Ming smiled faintly and said to Xianxia, let's go. Xianxia looked at Lu Ming in surprise, then followed Lu Ming out. Humph, a coward won't dare to go up. Chen Zhao mocked. Whoosh, Lu Ming suddenly turned around and slapped out. The slap landed on Chen Zhao's face, causing blood and teeth to splatter. One side of Chen Zhao's face instantly swelled up. Slap, Lu Ming turned his hand and slapped Chen Zhao on the other side of his face. Lu Ming controlled his strength very well and did not send Chen Zhao flying. Immediately, the other side of his face swelled up. If you keep blabbering, I'll kill you and your brother right now. Lu Ming said coldly. Chen Zhao immediately shut up. His brother was recovering from his injuries. If Lu Ming really killed him, the 2 of them would be finished. Luo Xian did not say anything. She also felt that Xianxia had gone too far. He had been targeting Lu Ming. Lu Ming was already being kind by not killing him. Lu Ming smiled faintly and then turned to leave. Seeing Lu Ming and Xianxia disappear from the spectator stands, Xianxiao's eyes were filled with resentment. He growled, "Little bastard, when my brother recovers, I'll pay you back tenfold for what you did today." Luo Xian shook her head secretly. How could such a person pursue her? If it weren't for Chen Dao, Luo Xian would not have bothered with him. Lu Ming and Xianxia walked out and strolled on a street. "I thought you were going to fight Shui Gang," Xianxia said. "Do you think I'll be provoked by that idiot? How is that possible? This is a good place. If I go down and defeat Shui Gang, many people won't dare to fight." Lu Ming smiled faintly. "Oh? What's your plan?" Xianxia asked. "Of course I'll fight them one by one. I can practice my fist technique and earn spiritual crystals. Killing two birds with one stone." Lu Ming smiled. Then, his eyes lit up and he walked into a mask shop. "I understand." Xianxia smiled and followed him in. After that, Lu Ming bought an Azura mask, and Xianxia bought a Yiksha mask. After buying the masks, they each bought a set of black robes and put them on. Then, they walked towards the Fate battle stage and paid 200 top-grade spirit crystals each. Lu Ming put on the Azura mask, while Xianxia put on the Yiksha mask. At this moment, Shui Gang had already left the battle platform. Presumably, no one else would challenge him. "Who's going first?" Lu Ming whispered to Xianxia. "Anything is fine." "Then I'll go first." With that, Lu Ming appeared on the fighting ring. "Someone else is on the stage. What's his cultivation level this time?" Seeing that someone was going up the stage, the audience's spirits were lifted. They had spent 200 spiritual crystals of the highest quality just to watch the battle. If there was no one to fight, wouldn't the spiritual crystals be wasted? At this moment, Lu Ming's aura spread out, telling everyone that he was a peak-level king. Another peak-level king is going up. What's wrong with him? He's coming up as soon as Shui Gang left. Isn't he afraid that Shui Gang will challenge him? I don't think so. Shui Gang would at least wait for his opponent to fight once or twice. If his opponent is too weak, I don't think Shui Gang will fight. Shui Gang is definitely a rising talent. He's too strong. If the list of top 1,000 talents is rearranged, he might be able to make it up. There was a burst of discussion in the surroundings. Who's going to fight me? Lu Ming looked around and shouted. As soon as Lu Ming's voice sounded, Chen Zhao and Luo Xian's expressions changed. Lu Ming didn't change his voice. They could tell that it was Lu Ming's voice. That kid is finally going up. He's wearing a mask. Let's see how many rounds he can win. I hope he doesn't die in the first round. Chen Zhao sneered. Luo Xian frowned and ignored Chen Zhao. She looked curiously at the figure in the fighting ring. She did not know why, but she felt that Lu Ming was not simple. Perhaps Lu Ming could give everyone a surprise. Luo Xian couldn't help but look forward to it. I'll kill you. A big-eyed old man stepped into the air and stood in front of Lu Ming. Kid, don't think that you can scare people by wearing a Shura mask. The Fate battle ring depends on one's combat strength. Your storage ring is mine. The big-eyed old man smiled sinisterly. I hope you can take a few more blows. Lu Ming said lightly. Kid, what did you say? The big-eyed old man was stunned. I told you to stop talking nonsense. Take this. Lu Ming said softly as he threw a punch at the big-eyed old man. Let's see what you've got. A battle axe appeared in the hands of the elder with big eyes. With one strike, he split Lu Ming's fist force into two halves. However, before he could rejoice, the next fist force attacked him. He could only slash his battle axe once again. Boom. Boom, Lu Ming's left and right fists worked. Fist gleams shot out continuously, like meteors streaking across the void. The big-eyed old man's combat strength was not bad. He was stronger than the peak king of the Blood Evil pirate group. However, he was still suppressed by Lu Ming. This was the result of Lu Ming suppressing his true origin. Lu Ming was using him to practice his punches. In the past, as long as Lu Ming had spirit crystals in the Temple of Paragon, he could create a figure that looked exactly like him to spar with and practice martial arts. However, as his cultivation rose to the martial king realm, that ability became useless. It was just an inscription array, which was set up by the Nine Suns sovereign after he was severely injured. Its power was limited. However, after Lu Ming reached the martial king realm, his energy was too great. His attack power was even more terrifying. The array could not be replicated. Therefore, Lu Ming had to find his own opponent to practice his martial skills. The big-eyed old man was suppressed by Lu Ming's punch. He roared furiously. No matter how strong his cultivation was, no matter what powerful martial skills he used, he was suppressed by Lu Ming. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. The big-eyed old man was finally afraid. He shouted and admitted defeat. I won't allow it. A faint voice sounded from Lu Ming's mouth. You won't allow it? Don't think you can kill me. The big-eyed old man roared furiously. He shot up into the sky and tried to escape like Qindao. You can't escape. Boom, Lu Ming's vital essence increased and his fist force became more ferocious. He threw a punch and the air in front of the fist force was completely sucked dry, forming a vacuum passageway. The ferocious fist force collided with the battle axe of the big-eyed elder and exploded. The big-eyed elder roared and spat out blood. His body fell. Lu Ming's subsequent fist force bombarded him again. Bang! Bang! After a few punches, the big-eyed old man screamed and his body exploded. He died on the spot. Whoosh! Lu Ming moved and devoured the blood essence of the big-eyed old man. He also took his storage ring. He won. On the spectator stand, Luo Xian revealed a hint of excitement. Humph, he only won one round. That big-eyed old man's combat strength is not high. He is much weaker than my big brother. Qindao curled his lips. You can shut up now. At the side, Qindao coldly glanced at Qinzhao as he berated. His injuries had already stabilized. Qinzhao's face changed and he immediately shut up. Who else wants to fight? Lu Ming looked around and said in a clear voice. I'll go. A red-haired man stepped into the air and flew onto the stage. Someone has indeed made a move. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. He had suppressed his true yuan so that he wasn't much stronger than the big-eyed old man. His goal was to attract the attention of others. If he was too strong, who would dare to go on stage? Now, the red-haired man stepped onto the stage. What's your name? The red-haired man asked. Shura, Lu Ming replied indifferently. Shura? Hee hee. Kill. All of a sudden, the red-haired burly man attacked. A flaming saber gleam that was 1,000 meters long slashed violently at Lu Ming. Exploding star fist. Lu Ming punched out, and the explosive fist energy clashed with the opponent's saber light, causing the stage to tremble. Pung, Lu Ming's fist energy was actually shattered, and the blazing saber light continued to slash down at Lu Ming. Die. The red-haired man's body was covered in blazing flames, and his expression was savage. Not bad. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. This red-haired man was much stronger than the big-eyed old man. No wonder he dared to go on stage. Then I'll add 2 more points. Lu Ming smiled and punched out again. Boom, this fist energy was twice as strong as the previous one, and it pierced through the red-haired man's saber light. The fist energy didn't stop there, and it continued on toward the red-haired man. Ah! You were hiding your strength. The red-haired man roared and revealed a terrified expression. He used all his strength and slashed out with his saber. However, the result was the same. Just like the big-eyed old man, he was completely suppressed by Lu Ming. After dozens of moves, Lu Ming killed him with one punch. Exploding star fist, nearing the 3rd level. Lu Ming muttered as he put away the interspatial ring and devoured the red-haired man's essence blood. After devouring the essence blood of 2 peak-tier kings, the 9 dragons' bloodline rumbled. Refine. Lu Ming stood on the battle platform and began to refine the essence blood while waiting for others to challenge him. The surroundings fell silent. For a moment, no one stepped forward. Although Lu Ming had killed 2 people in a row and obtained their storage rings, and as long as they killed him, the rewards would definitely be huge, Lu Ming's battle prowess was still unknown to the others. Humph. Chen Zhao snorted coldly, his expression ugly. He said that it would be good if Lu Ming could win 1 round, but now, Lu Ming had won 2 rounds in a row, which made him very unhappy. 2 minutes. Lu Ming stood on the platform for 2 minutes. The essence blood of the 9 dragons bloodline was used by Lu Ming to improve his second bloodline. The 9 dragons bloodline needed a lot of blood essence to reach the 9th tier of the king class. Lu Ming planned to upgrade his second bloodline to the 8th tier of the king class before upgrading the 9 dragons bloodline. Whoosh, at this moment, a figure rushed onto the fighting ring. It was a tall and thin middle-aged man. Everyone was refreshed. Finally, someone else came onto the platform. Lu Ming looked at the middle-aged man. Azura, your fist strength is powerful, but as long as I don't take it head-on, I'll see what you can do. Before he finished speaking, the middle-aged man moved and turned into phantoms, pouncing on Lu Ming. By the time he finished speaking, the tall and thin man had turned into 18 phantoms, surrounding Lu Ming. Sharp sword chi pierced the air and stabbed toward Lu Ming's vital parts. 18 phantoms and 18 streaks of sword chi were extremely sharp. Boom. Boom, Lu Ming punched several times in a row, hitting several phantoms. Those phantoms collapsed and disappeared. Phantoms. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. His figure flashed continuously, avoiding the attack of the sword aura. Then, both his fists punched continuously. Streaks of fist strength pierced through the void and blasted on the phantoms. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 phantoms collapsed. They were all phantoms, not real. The remaining phantoms moved again and continued to pounce on Lu Ming. In the process, the number of phantoms increased again, returning to 18. Every single one of them appeared to be real. Even their auras were exactly the same. Haha, die. The 18 phantoms sneered at the same time. Lu Ming's figure flashed and dodged the attacks. At the same time, he continued to punch out. The tall and thin man's phantoms were constantly shattered, but each time they were shattered, they would recover. The 2 of them were in a state of anxiety. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 50 blows. It seems that Azura has met his match. That's right. Shura's Jinyuan is abundant, and his fist energy is tyrannical. However, his weakness is also very obvious. His opponent's unpredictable movement skill has entangled him, and his fist energy has no place to use it. Wearing a Azura mask to imitate Yama, they are not on the same level. The difference is too great. The spectators around expressed their opinions one after another. In the process of their discussion, dozens of blows had passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, Lu Ming felt that his exploding star fist was becoming smoother and smoother. Boom, suddenly, he punched out, and the power was stronger than before. The tall and thin man was shocked. Haha, the exploding star fist has finally been cultivated to the 3rd level. This battle should be over. Lu Ming smiled in his heart. Boom, Lu Ming stepped on the fighting ring and rushed to the sky. Then, he looked down from above and punched out one after another. In an instant, Lu Ming punched out. Dozens of times. Dozens of fist strength streaked across the sky like meteors and fell on the fighting ring. And the power of each strike was stronger than before. So many. The tall and thin man was shocked. He tried his best to dodge, but the phantoms still collapsed one after another. The 18 phantoms became 17, 16, in the blink of an eye, there were only 2 or 3 phantoms left. Just as he was about to continue changing his form, dozens of fists came crashing down from the sky. No! The tall and thin man roared. In the next moment, he was drowned by dozens of fist strength. The fighting ring rumbled violently. When the fist strength disappeared, the tall and thin man was lying there like a pile of mud, without any signs of life. Just like before, the blood essence and storage ring all belonged to Lu Ming. 3 consecutive victories. Lu Ming had won 3 consecutive victories. Moreover, he had won consecutively, not over a few days. Many people's consecutive victories were actually accumulated over many days. For example, Chen Dao would occasionally fight and accumulate his consecutive victories. It was difficult to win consecutively in a short period of time because continuous battles would consume a lot of true essence. Moreover, the challengers would definitely become stronger. Who wants to fight me? Lu Ming continued to look around. Hee, that's enough. You have already obtained 3 storage rings. Now, let me deal with you. A sneer was heard, and a red figure appeared on the fighting ring. It's Shui Gang. He's going to attack again. Looks like he's been waiting. Now that Azura has won 3 consecutive battles, he's going to attack. I wonder if Azura dares to accept the challenge. Shui Gang defeated Chen Dao just now. This person was Shui Gang, who had defeated Chen Dao before. Shui Gang. Chen Dao's eyes flashed. Lu Ming. Luo Xian revealed a worried expression. Lu Ming, aren't you powerful? If you have the ability, then don't surrender. Qin Zhao's eyes flashed with resentment. He hated Lu Ming to the bone, and his face was still swollen. He hoped that Lu Ming would accept the challenge. If that happened, he would definitely die at Shui Gang's hands. Azura, quite a domineering name. I wonder if you have the guts. Shui Gang sneered. Guts? What do you mean by guts? Lu Ming smiled faintly. I'm afraid you'll surrender before the battle. Shui Gang licked his lips. Haha, Shui Gang, you don't need to provoke me. You came up just in time. I'll use you to practice my fist. Lu Ming said. Haha, so you're not surrendering? Haha, good. Shui Gang was overjoyed. Blood flame palm. A blood-red palm print was sent out from Shui Gang's hand. He couldn't wait to attack Lu Ming. In his opinion, Lu Ming had the wealth of 3 peak kings. Adding on Lu Ming's own wealth, he had the wealth of 4 peak kings. How much wealth would 4 peak kings have? If Lu Ming surrendered without a fight, he would only need to give him 1 million spirit crystals. Wouldn't that be a huge loss for him? Right now, Shui Gang's heart was burning. The blood-red palm print caused the space to tremble, and the smell of blood permeated the air. Exploding star fist. Lu Ming punched out. The fist energy collided with Shui Gang's palm print, but the fist energy was instantly shattered by the blood-red palm print. Boom. Boom, Lu Ming punched out dozens of times. However, Shui Gang punched out a few more times, shattering all of Lu Ming's fist energy. Haha, although your fist energy is fierce, you're still far from being able to compete with me. Shui Gang sneered. This Shui Gang seems to be a rising genius. His battle prowess isn't bad, and he isn't any weaker than Xianxia a few months ago. Lu Ming thought. However, Lu Ming was much stronger than he had been a few months ago. If Lu Ming were to go all out, he would be able to kill the sacred star from a few months ago with one move. Of course, Lu Ming would not do that. First, he needed to practice his boxing. Also, he needed to attract stronger opponents. Then I'll increase my Jin Yuan by another 2%. Circulating his Jin Yuan, Lu Ming punched out again. A vacuum tunnel appeared and collided with Shui Gang's blood flame palm. With an explosion, the fist energy and the flaming blood palm both disappeared. You are still hiding your strength? Shui Gang's expression changed. Lu Ming's fist force could still increase. This made him feel that something was amiss. Those people had been killed by Lu Ming just like that. Die. Shui Gang roared as his bloodline erupted. The blood-red palm print became even more domineering, and the blood intent enveloped Lu Ming. Bloodline martial skills were heaven-class upper bloodline martial skills. They were extremely powerful. In terms of power, they were even stronger than Lu Ming's 3 ultimate skills of the Dragon God. After all, the 3 ultimate skills of the Dragon God were cultivated by Lu Ming. They couldn't compare to bloodline martial skills. Shui Gang went all out, and his power doubled. His attacks were like a storm that drowned Lu Ming. Finally, it's getting a little interesting. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a trace of fighting spirit. Boom, in the next moment, raging flames burned around him. It was the fire intent. Of course, Lu Ming only cast one kind of fire concept. The fire concept was integrated into the exploding star fist, making the power of the exploding star fist even more terrifying. Every fist force was like a burning meteor, full of violent aura. The fist energy and Shui Gang's blood-red palm print constantly bombarded each other. As for Shui Gang's blood intent, it could drain blood, but it had no effect on Lu Ming. Could it be compared to the devouring power of the Nine Dragons' bloodline? The Nine Dragons' bloodline only needed to circulate a little to make the blood intent lose its effect. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed. Just like the previous battle, Lu Ming began to gain the upper hand again. How can this be? Many people widened their eyes. Especially Xianxia, who was in disbelief. Shui Gang roared and broke out in a cold sweat. He was being suppressed. Was he going to end up like those people and be killed by Lu Ming? No, he couldn't. He was a peerless genius and had a chance to enter the list of top 1,000 talents. This time, he came to the chaotic astral sea to train himself and prepare for the battle of destiny. How could he die? But no matter how hard he tried, he was still suppressed by Lu Ming. He felt that Lu Ming's fist energy was getting stronger and stronger. Every time the fist energy exploded, he felt as if his skin was being torn apart. Go! Shui Gang roared and rushed into the sky. He wanted to escape. Do you think you can escape? Lu Ming stepped into the air and moved faster than Shui Gang. In an instant, he appeared in front of Shui Gang and punched out. Shui Gang didn't expect Lu Ming's speed to be so terrifying. In a hurry, he managed to block with a palm print. The palm print was directly destroyed by Lu Ming. Shui Gang's body flew out of the fighting ring like a cannonball and landed heavily on the fighting ring, spitting blood. Lu Ming chased after him. Wait a minute, I admit defeat. Azura, I'm from the Heavenly Corpse sect. If you kill me, the Heavenly Corpse sect will never let you go. Shui Gang shouted. Heavenly Corpse sect? Lu Ming was slightly stunned. Didn't the Heavenly Corpse sect play with refined corpses all day long? Why didn't Shui Gang have any refined corpses? Seeing Lu Ming's stunned expression, Shui Gang thought that Lu Ming was afraid. He shouted again, Azura, if you let me go, I'll let bygones be bygones. What do you think? Haha, Shui Gang, have you forgotten that this is the chaotic astral sea? The Heavenly Corpse sect can't control this place. Moreover, the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect deserve to die. Lu Ming's slightly cold voice came out of his mouth. Then his body flashed and he charged toward Shui Gang. Damn. It. Shui Gang roared and tried his best to resist, but the result was already decided. After a few moves, he was bombarded by Lu Ming's punches and his body exploded. Shui Gang was dead. The genius of the Heavenly Corpse sect had defeated Chen Dao, who had won 8 times in a row, and was killed by Azura. The atmosphere at the scene reached a climax, and the crowd cheered excitedly. Kill, good kill. Haha, this is so exciting. Yes, a young genius was killed. It's really exciting. That fool even mentioned the Heavenly Corpse sect. In the chaotic astral sea, it doesn't matter who comes. Azura is so strong. He won 4 times in a row and even killed Shui Gang. Judging from his voice, he seems to be very young. Could he be another young peerless genius? Very likely. King Yan is also a young genius and is very likely to be a peerless genius on the list of top 1,000 talents. Azura is also very likely to be a peerless genius. There have been too many young geniuses in the chaotic astral sea recently. I didn't expect Lu Ming to be so strong. Luo Xian's eyes were glittering. I'm not as strong as him. Chen Dao sighed. How can this be? How can this be? Chen Zhao roared in his heart. It was simply unbearable. Before, he had been talking about how strong and terrifying his brother was in front of Lu Ming, and how Lu Ming was nothing in front of his brother. He was very proud and arrogant. But now, his brother had been defeated by Shui Gang and had almost been killed. He had to run away and pay 5 million supreme-grade spirit crystals to save his life. But now, Shui Gang, who had beaten up his brother, had been killed by Lu Ming. What was this? Everything he had said before was a joke, a blatant joke. Perhaps, in Lu Ming's eyes, he was a clown who was telling ridiculous jokes. Damn it, damn it. Chen Zhao roared in his heart. His pride had been severely damaged. "Is there anyone else?" Lu Ming asked loudly. No one said anything, nor did anyone go up. Lu Ming waited for a few minutes, but still, no one went up. Lu Ming's battle strength was too strong. Even if there were people stronger than Shui Gang, they would think twice and not act rashly. After a few minutes, no one made a move. Lu Ming flew down the arena and came to Xianxia's side. "My turn," Xianxia said indifferently as he flew onto the stage. His aura spread out. "Peak-tier king, another peak-tier king, and he's wearing a Xianxia mask. Is he another expert? No way. How can there be so many experts? Judging from the figure, it seems to be a woman." Xianxia caused a commotion as soon as he went up. "Who wants to fight?" Xianxia spoke. His voice was crisp but cold. "It's Miss Xia." Luo Xian immediately recognized Xianxia's voice. "Is Miss Xia's battle strength also very strong?" Luo Xian muttered. "Humph." Qin Zhao coldly snorted, and a vicious look flashed in his eyes. He secretly prayed in his heart, hoping that Xianxia would be killed. "It's a young woman." The surrounding audience could also tell that Xianxia was quite young. "I'll take you on." Finally, someone went on stage. Without any superfluous words, Xianxia immediately launched his attack. Xianxia didn't use her heavenly demon power field or her bloodline martial skill. She mainly used her destruction mentality and wind mentality. She wanted to use Lu Ming's method to fuse the two mentalities with the help of external forces. Therefore, Xianxia didn't seem to be very strong, and he was locked in battle with his opponent. Lu Ming diverted part of his attention to watch the battle while refining the blood essence. After devouring the essence blood of 4 peak kings, he used it all to strengthen his second bloodline. The bloodline power of his second bloodline increased rapidly. On the stage, Xianxia exchanged a few hundred moves with his opponent before finally killing him. Because Xianxia didn't seem to be very strong, the others thought that they could take advantage of another few hundred moves, so another expert went on stage. Unfortunately, the result was the same. After exchanging another few hundred moves with Xianxia, he was still killed. After that, no one else went on stage. At this time, Lu Ming's essence blood was almost completely refined. His second bloodline hadn't evolved yet, but Lu Ming felt that it was almost there. "Let's go." Xianxia leaped down from the fighting ring and left the life fighting ring with Lu Ming. After a few battles, they needed to go back and digest. But soon, the names of Azura and Yiksha would spread throughout Golden Sand Island. Lu Ming and Dandan left the stage and found a secluded place to take off their black robes and masks. Then, they found an inn and booked 2 rooms. Sitting cross-legged in the room, Lu Ming appeared in the Temple of Paragon with a thought. After 4 battles, Lu Ming had a new understanding of the exploding star fist. Lu Ming wanted to use the Enlightenment Ancient Tree to comprehend it. He placed the Enlightenment Ancient Tree on the side. The Tao Comprehension Ancient Tree's growth became better and better. That tender leaf had now grown a bit, becoming a bit greener, sparkling and translucent. The aura of the great Tao curled about it, becoming more and more mysterious. Lu Ming waved his hand and took out a large amount of spirit herbs. He squeezed out some medicinal liquid and sprinkled it all on the profound yellow silicon soil. "Leave some for me." Dandan's eyes turned red when he saw Lu Ming turn a large amount of spirit herbs into medicinal liquid. "Here, take a few." Lu Ming threw a few spirit herbs to Dandan, but he sighed in his heart. He was too good at consuming resources. His own cultivation consumed a terrifying amount of resources, 10 times more than others. Moreover, the cultivation of the myriad spirit battle body also required a large amount of resources. The growth of the Enlightenment Ancient Tree required a large amount of spiritual liquid. Without spiritual liquid, he could only replace it with medicinal liquid. Also, if Dandan wanted to recover, she couldn't do without spirit herbs. The speed at which he consumed resources was too terrifying. Ordinary people definitely couldn't bear it. During this period of time, he had killed many enemies and obtained a large amount of resources. Only then was he able to barely withstand it. But as long as these resources could be converted into strength, it was worth it. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind. With the help of the Enlightenment Ancient Tree, he began to comprehend the exploding star fist. During this period, he didn't have the chance to use the Enlightenment Ancient Tree. Now that he used the Enlightenment Ancient Tree, his comprehension of the exploding star fist had greatly improved. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. The next day, Lu Ming and Xianxia went to the Fate Battle platform again. It was a good place, and they didn't want to miss it. Unfortunately, Lu Ming went to the Fate Battle platform today, but still, no one challenged him. In a fit of anger, he said that he would come every day for the next few days and wait for experts to challenge him. However, Xianxia had a person who challenged her. He wasn't weak, but he was killed by Xianxia in the end. Your method is not bad. I'm going to cultivate in seclusion for a few days, Xianxia said to Lu Ming. She seemed to have learned something. Lu Ming returned to the inn and continued to cultivate with the Enlightenment Ancient Tree. The next day, he went to the Fate Battle platform again. On this day, no one challenged him again. For the next 3 days, Lu Ming went to the Fate Battle platform every day, but no one challenged him. After returning, he entered the Temple of Paragon to cultivate. For the next 5 days, no one challenged Lu Ming. However, with the help of the Enlightenment Ancient Tree, Lu Ming's comprehension of the exploding star fist progressed extremely quickly. He had already cultivated to the 4th level, and the exploding star fist's power had increased again. On the 6th day, someone finally challenged Lu Ming. This person's battle strength was much stronger than Shui Gang's. He had won 10 consecutive battles on the Fate Battle platform. Obviously, Lu Ming's daily visits had attracted the attention of some experts. Some experts had come to challenge him. Of course, the final result was still Lu Ming's victory. Azura's name was becoming more and more famous. Although Azura had only won 5 consecutive battles, he had defeated opponents who had won 10 consecutive battles. Moreover, no one knew where Lu Ming's limit was. Do you think King Yanluo will challenge Azura? His words aroused the curiosity of many people. Many people were looking forward to the battle between Azura and Hades. Both of them had a lot in common. Both of them wore masks and sounded very young. Both of them had risen recently. Many people guessed that both of them were peerless geniuses from the outside world and were even geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents. However, Hades had not appeared since the battle between him and 7-Zen-old monster. In the next 2 days, Lu Ming continued to fight, but no one challenged him. Once, he challenged someone, and the person directly admitted defeat and gave him 1,000,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals. Lu Ming, fight with me. When Lu Ming returned to the inn, Xianxia appeared in front of him and said, "Fight with you?" Lu Ming was stunned. "Yes, I've already reached the threshold of combining 2 wills, but I still need an external force to suppress me. However, the martial artists on the Fate Battle platform are too weak to give me this kind of pressure, so I can only ask you," Xianxia said. Okay. Lu Ming naturally would not refuse to help Xianxia cultivate. The two of them left the city and appeared in the sky above a barren mountain tens of thousands of miles away. They stood opposite each other. Boom! Xianxia's destruction wills and wind wills burst out at the same time. They intertwined and turned into a cyan palm print that blasted toward Lu Ming. Exploding star fist. Lu Ming blasted out a fist radiance that shook the void. Boom! The fist radiance and the palm print collided. With a roar, the palm print trembled, but the fist radiance disappeared. Not enough power. Lu Ming, increase your power. Xianxia's voice sounded, and his aura surged out. Okay. Circulating the true dragon battle art, the true essence within Lu Ming's body began to rapidly circulate. Boom! A fist light that seemed to be able to connect the heavens and the earth, fusing with the concept of fire, blasted towards Xianxia's palm. With a loud bang, Xianxia's palm imprint exploded. However, Lu Ming didn't hold back at all. He punched out a second time, then a third time. Streams of fist aura pierced through the void and blasted towards Xianxia. Great demonic palm! Xianxia yelled out. Both of her palms struck out, and a series of black palm prints blended with the concept of destruction and the concept of wind blasted towards Lu Ming. Boom! Boom, this area of the void was boiling, and the sound of violent explosions could be heard constantly. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged dozens of moves. In the beginning, the two of them were still testing each other. But gradually, their strength continued to increase. Lu Ming brandished his fists, and the speed of his punches became faster and faster. In an instant, dozens of fist aura burst out. On the other hand, Xianxia was completely using the two concepts to resist and try to fuse the two concepts. Yes, that's it. Xianxia's eyes became brighter and brighter. Lu Ming also completely let go of his hands and feet, and the fist aura continued to bombard. Xianxia's strength was strong enough and could completely block it. Lu Ming wasn't worried about hurting Xianxia. In the blink of an eye, 100 moves had passed. Lu Ming felt that the exploding star fist was becoming smoother and smoother. His comprehension of the exploding star fist was also gradually deepening. At the same time, the exploding star fist was like a sledgehammer, constantly tempering Xianxia's concept, causing the two concepts to slowly merge. If Xianxia's two concepts were successfully merged, her combat strength would definitely increase by a large margin. The two of them fought for more than 300 moves before stopping. How is it? Lu Ming walked over and asked. Yes, I have a great feeling. I believe that I will be able to break through in a short period of time. Xianxia nodded excitedly, then looked at Lu Ming with a smile and said, You helped me so much. Aren't you afraid that I will suppress you when I break through? Haha, even if you break through, you may not be able to suppress me. Moreover, I will also improve. In this lifetime, you will never be able to surpass me. Lu Ming laughed, feeling complacent. Shameless. Let's see how I will surpass you. Xianxia's small mouth curled up, revealing a faint smile. Then, the two of them chatted as they returned. In the next 2 days, Lu Ming didn't go to the fate battle platform, but went into seclusion to cultivate. 2 days later, a piece of news spread. Old monster Demonic Wind wanted to challenge Azura on the fate battle platform and asked Azura to accept the challenge. As soon as the news spread, the entire city was shaken. Old monster Demonic Wind was an old monster who had lived for a long time, at least 500 years. A few hundred years ago, he was already a peak king. Although he hadn't broken through to the Sea of Soul realm, his martial skills, secret arts, and other aspects had already been cultivated to a frightening level. His battle strength was extremely frightening. Such a character wanted to challenge Azura. Everyone was incomparably curious and excited. Therefore, the news quickly spread to Lu Ming's ears. Old monster Demonic Wind, interesting. Lu Ming revealed a faint smile. Seems like an expert has appeared. Let's go, I'll accompany you to take a look. Xianxia walked over, and the two of them walked towards the fate battle platform. Halfway there, they changed into black robes and put on masks. Azura is here. As soon as Lu Ming arrived, the whole place burst into cries of surprise. The fate battle platform was already filled with people. After all, Azura's name had been getting more and more famous recently, almost catching up to Yama King. As for old monster Demonic Wind, he was a famous old monster in the sea region near Golden Sand Island. Apart from Sea of Soul realm experts, no one dared to provoke him. The battle between the two naturally attracted the attention of the majority of people. Many people rushed over as soon as they heard the news. Lu Ming stepped on the air and landed on the platform. Countless eyes looked at him. Hee hee. A dry, cold laugh resounded as a skinny old man wearing a green robe appeared on the platform. Many people didn't even see how he appeared. So fast. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Old monster Demonic Wind had clearly cultivated wind mentality, and his speed was frightening. Lu Ming. On the platform, Luo Xian's eyes flickered. Today, Luo Xian had also come. Similarly, Chen Dao and Chen Zhao had also arrived and were watching together. I hope old monster Demonic Wind can kill this kid. Chen Zhao prayed inwardly. You're Azura? I heard that you're just a kid. Don't try to act mysterious in front of this old man. Take off your mask. Old monster Demonic Wind stood in front of Lu Ming and chuckled. You want me to take off my mask? Sure, but let's see if you have the ability. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Hehe, it's good for young people to be confident, but don't underestimate your seniors. After all, you haven't lived your life for nothing. As soon as he finished speaking, old monster demonic wind's figure disappeared. In the next instant, Lu Ming felt a gust of wind whistling in front of him as a claw reached for his mask. Without hesitation, Lu Ming took a step back and retreated rapidly. Hehe, you can't escape. Old monster demonic wind moved again and followed closely behind Lu Ming, his claw reaching for Lu Ming's mask. Bang, Lu Ming suddenly threw a punch in front of him. The fist light missed and pierced through the void before landing on the light screen on the other side of the stage, causing the light screen to tremble. This old man has such terrifying control. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Old monster demonic wind had perfect control over every bit of his power. Every time he attacked, he would not waste a single bit of his power. His attacks were precise and precise. Shura is in trouble. At this moment, everyone had the same thought. Old monster demonic wind was way too powerful. He was indeed an old monster that had dominated this ocean region for hundreds of years. No one below the Sea of Souls realm would dare to mess with him. Many people thought that although Lu Ming was strong, he shouldn't be old monster demonic wind's opponent. 9 dragons stomping the sky. At this moment, Lu Ming executed the 9 dragons stomping the sky steps. His body turned into a stream of light as he soared into the sky, instantly dodging old monster demonic wind's attack. Old monster demonic wind's claw missed and was slightly stunned. He looked up at the sky and saw Lu Ming floating in the air. I didn't expect you to have such a footwork. Not bad, but I wonder how strong your attack is. Old monster demonic wind chuckled. If you want to know, then I'll let you try. Boom. Boom, Lu Ming's fists punched out continuously. In an instant, he had thrown out dozens of punches. Streams of fist energy fell like meteors toward old monster demonic wind. Old monster demonic wind's eyes turned cold as he waved his hands. Whoosh. Whoosh, wind blades were formed and flew up into the sky, colliding with the fist force that was coming down from the sky. Strong winds and raging flames spread in all directions, engulfing the fighting stage. The wind blades and fist energy cancelled each other out. Again. Lu Ming yelled as he increased his Jin Yuan. This time, he threw out hundreds of punches. The entire space was filled with fist energy. In the stands, Chen Zhao's face was pale. The strength that Lu Ming had displayed could easily defeat his elder brother, Chen Dao. In every battle, Lu Ming seemed to have no upper limit. He gave off a feeling of a bottomless abyss. Old monster demonic wind's face turned grave. Demonic wind slash. A long sword appeared in old monster demonic wind's hand, emitting a dazzling green light. His body soared into the sky as a green sword light flashed out. Sizzle, old freak demonic wind's figure rushed into the fist radiance that filled the sky with an ear-piercing sound. Whoosh, in the end, old monster demonic wind broke through the range of the fist radiance and rushed into the sky, standing side by side with Lu Ming. It's my turn now. Old monster demonic wind's voice sounded, but he had already vanished. He seemed to transform into a gust of wind that drifted through the world. Hoo-hoo, the wind was really blowing in the sky. As the wind rose, the temperature dropped sharply. Then, snowflakes appeared out of thin air. Along with the strong wind, they swept towards Lu Ming. Concept of wind, concept of snow. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Not only did old monster demonic wind cultivate the concept of wind, but he also cultivated the concept of snow. Both wills were at the first level of perfection. It's here. It's said that old monster demonic wind has comprehended 2 concepts. It's true. Yes, it's said that old monster demonic wind was very ambitious back then. He wanted to comprehend 2 concepts, but he was stuck at the Peak King realm. That's why he couldn't break through to the Sea of Soul realm. If he had only comprehended 1 concept, he probably would have broken through to the Sea of Soul realm long ago. But the power of 2 concepts is unquestionable. Azura is in danger. Many of the older generation figures on the viewing platform began to discuss excitedly. Haha, Junior, die. Old monster demonic wind's smug voice sounded from the wind and snow. What's there to be smug about? He comprehended 2 concepts, but he didn't succeed in fusing them. The increase in power is also very limited. Lu Ming's expression was still very calm as he waved his fists. Streams of fist energy shot out, blocking the wind and snow around him. These snowflakes were snow-white and even sharper than spirit weapons. Each snowflake could probably pierce through a 100-meter-wide mountain. Concept fusion? Junior, what do you know? Do you think it's that easy to fuse two concepts? You're really ignorant. Old Monster Demonic Wind's voice was filled with disdain and reprimand. Is it that hard to fuse two concepts? Lu Ming smiled faintly. As Lu Ming's voice fell, Lu Ming's fist aura suddenly changed. The fist light not only contained the concept of fire, but also the concept of lightning. As soon as the concepts of lightning and fire appeared, the two concepts fused together perfectly, causing the power of the exploding star fist to increase greatly. Boom! Boom! The boundless fist light directly pierced through the wind and snow. With a miserable cry, a figure appeared and frantically retreated. The concepts of lightning and fire have fused perfectly. How is this possible? How is this possible? Blood flowed from the corner of Old Monster Demonic Wind's mouth, but he didn't care. His eyes were fixed on Lu Ming. The audience was also dumbfounded. Lu Ming had also comprehended two concepts and had successfully fused them. On the other hand, Old Monster Demonic Wind hadn't. It was clear at a glance who was stronger and who was weaker. What's impossible? Just because you can't fuse them doesn't mean that others can't. Lu Ming said faintly. Tell me, how did you fuse them? Tell me, tell me. Old Monster Demonic Wind roared. His eyes were red as he stared at Lu Ming. Old Monster Demonic Wind had tried many methods over the years, but he still couldn't fuse them successfully. It was like a demon in his heart. Let me tell you, you can't fuse them either. It requires talent. Lu Ming said faintly. He wasn't wrong. In fact, he wasn't the only one who thought of this method. Others could have thought of it as well, but how many people could successfully fuse them? To put it bluntly, it required talent. He had the talent, and now it seemed that Xianxia also had the talent. Old Monster Demonic Wind had cultivated for hundreds of years, but he still couldn't fuse them successfully. But Old Monster Demonic Wind obviously didn't believe it. Bullshit, what talent? Brat, if you don't tell me, I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. Old Monster Demonic Wind roared. Old man, is there something wrong with your head? Do you think you're a match for me? Lu Ming shook his head and smiled. Take my strongest move. Old Monster Demonic Wind roared as the wind and snow essences spread out again. I can't be bothered to waste time with you. I'll send you on your way. There was a cold smile at the corners of Lu Ming's lips. Boom, in the next moment, the three essences of wind, fire, and thunder erupted at the same time, turning into a dazzling spear light. Old Monster Demonic Wind's eyes widened to the size of copper bells as he roared in disbelief. Three concepts fused together. He couldn't bear it. He had spent his whole life trying to fuse two essences, but Lu Ming had fused three. Moreover, he was so young. Could it really be because of his talent? Swoosh, the dazzling spear light pierced through the void and instantly appeared in front of Old Monster Demonic Wind. It pierced through all of Old Monster Demonic Wind's defenses. There was complete silence around the fate-fighting platform. Everyone widened their eyes and stared intently at Lu Ming's figure on the platform. Old Monster Demonic Wind had been killed in one shot. Lu Ming had merged three wills. Was this Lu Ming's true strength? It was too terrifying. Or perhaps, this was not Lu Ming's true strength. After the silence, there was a fierce uproar. Some people were discussing excitedly, while others were screaming excitedly. Is this his true strength? Luo Xian whispered, her eyes filled with disbelief. Beside her, Qin Zhao's body began to tremble violently. It was because of fear and shock. It turned out that ever since he had met Lu Ming had never shown his true strength. What he had seen was only the tip of the iceberg. Even though he had repeatedly provoked Lu Ming, he had not shown his strength to kill him. Perhaps, Lu Ming could not be bothered to reveal his abilities in front of him. He could not even be bothered to kill him. Perhaps, in Lu Ming's eyes, he was no different from a wild dog barking by the roadside. He did not take him seriously at all. Thinking of this, he was filled with a deep sense of powerlessness. His brother, whom he had always been proud of, was probably defeated by Lu Ming in one move. In the battle platform, Lu Ming's figure flashed and devoured old monster demonic wind's essence blood. At the same time, the storage ring naturally fell into his hands. Who else? Who wants to come up and fight? Lu Ming's clear voice resounded throughout the entire Fate battle platform. The entire Fate battle platform fell silent. What a joke! Even an old monster like old monster demonic wind had died. Who else would be willing to court death? Lu Ming waited for 2 minutes and glanced around. Seeing that no one wanted to come up, he was about to leave. The King of Hell is here. At this moment, a loud shout resounded throughout the Fate battle platform. The entire Fate battle platform fell silent, followed by an earth-shattering uproar. What? The King of Hell is here? Where is he? Really? Where is he? At the main entrance. Look. After a moment of noise, everyone's gaze turned towards the direction of the entrance. Lu Ming's heart stirred, and he also looked in that direction. A black-robed man wearing a Yama mask slowly made his way into the palace. As he took one step at a time, he stepped on the void and appeared at the edge of the fighting ring. On the mask, 2 sharp eyes stared at Lu Ming. Lu Ming also looked at him. Everyone suddenly felt their heartbeats quicken. Could it be that the King of Hell wants to challenge the Asura? It's possible, it's possible. The King of Hell has disappeared for so many days and has finally reappeared. Now that such a powerful opponent has appeared, he might really make his move. Heavens, Yama versus Asura, who is stronger? I'm looking forward to it. Indeed, I'm looking forward to it. Ever since the rise of the King of Hell, he has never tasted defeat. He has killed several old monsters. However, no one knows how strong Shura is. He probably didn't use his full strength when killing old monster demonic wind. Hundreds of thousands of pairs of eyes stared at Lu Ming and the King of Hell with anticipation in their eyes. The King of Hell versus Asura, this was going to be a battle of the pinnacle. Clang, the sound of a sword rang out, and the aura of the King of Hell suddenly surged. His body emitted a dazzling golden light, and a golden sword light shot into the sky. Boom, in an instant, as if there was a connection between the aura, Lu Ming's body also erupted with a powerful aura, and a spear light shot into the sky. Then, the sword light and the spear light met in the air and collided violently. An earth-shattering explosion rang out, and the force of the collision swept out in all directions. Just the collision of the auras was enough to make the scene shocking. Are they really going to fight? At this moment, everyone held their breaths and stared with wide eyes, unblinking. However, to their disappointment, the King of Hell and Asura did not make a move after the collision of auras. Asura stood in the battle platform, while the King of Hell stood in the air. They did not fight. This person is so strong. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly, and they were like 2 divine spears that pierced through the air. Lu Ming felt an immense pressure coming from the King of Hell. He had never felt such pressure from a martial artist of the same level as him. The King of Hell was definitely a terrifying opponent. At the same time, the golden light in the King of Hell's eyes shone brightly, as if 2 golden swords were about to shoot out. He did not move, as he also felt a strong pressure coming from Lu Ming. He was not confident, and he had a feeling that if they were to fight, one of them would definitely die. Moreover, he was not confident that he would be the one to win. The King of Hell was also surprised. He did not expect to meet such a strong opponent here. Even in the entire eastern wilderness, there were not many people like him. The 2 of them faced off for a while, and suddenly, the King of Hell retracted his aura. At the same time, Lu Ming also retracted his aura. Without saying anything else, the King of Hell turned around and left. They are not fighting anymore. Almost everyone was disappointed. They thought that there would be a battle of the pinnacle. Both of them are too strong. Neither of them is confident of defeating the other. That's right. There is no doubt that these 2 are peerless geniuses. Even on the list of top 1,000 talents, they are evenly matched. Some of the older generation figures said. They had figured out the reason. Many people sighed, as they could not see a battle of the pinnacle. Clang, at that instant, a melodious chime could be heard. Clang, before the first bell had finished ringing, the second bell rang, sounding very urgent. Most of the people's expressions changed drastically. Alarm! Why is the alarm ringing? Someone yelled. Sea beasts are attacking the island. Sea beasts are attacking the island. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar rang out outside the Fate battle platform. The roar swept through the entire city like a storm and spread wildly into the distance. What? Sea beasts are attacking the island? At this moment, everyone's expression changed drastically. Sea beasts are attacking the island. A beast tide is coming. Everyone, head to the eastern sea and attack the sea beasts. The voice rang out again, rumbling in the air. The owner of the voice had a terrifying cultivation. He was definitely a Sea of Spirit Realm expert. Clang! Clang! At the same time, the alarm kept ringing. It was very urgent. Let's go to the Eastern Sea. Let's go. The audience around the Fate battle platform rose into the air like locusts and flew toward the gap above. Sea beasts are attacking the island. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. A figure appeared beside Lu Ming. It was Xianxia. Xiaoqing, let's go and have a look. Lu Ming said. Xianxia nodded and rose into the air with Lu Ming. They blended into the crowd and headed toward the Eastern Sea. In the city, countless figures flew out, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as they flew toward the Eastern Sea. Not only in the city, but also in the mountains around the city. A large number of experts also flew out and headed toward the Eastern Sea. Whenever there was a beast tide or sea beasts attacking the island, all the martial artists had to unite and fight together. This was a long-standing rule in the chaotic astral ocean. Otherwise, these islands would have been ravaged by sea beasts long ago. Rumble, a loud rumbling sound came from the distant sea, and the waves surged to the sky. Everyone stood in the air and looked into the distance. They could see a white line surging towards them. It was a shocking wave. The Far Sea Patrol has sent back a message. A large number of sea beasts are charging towards us. Prepare for battle. An old man in a plain robe appeared in the air, his voice rumbling and spreading throughout the area. The aura emitted from his body was like a vast ocean. It was extremely shocking. This was a Sea of Soul Realm expert. Rumble, the sound of the waves was even more shocking. Everyone felt that the sky and the earth were shaking violently. The huge waves were accompanied by the roars of the sea beasts. The waves were getting closer and closer. Everyone's eyes were wide open. That wave was too shocking. It was at least 1,000 meters high and seemed to be reaching into the clouds, washing away the clouds. Countless sea beasts were rolling in the waves. That's the blood shark race. Someone shouted. In one of the waves, everyone saw countless blood-red sharks. These sharks were extremely huge. Any one of them was dozens of meters long. They were blood-red all over, and their roars were endless. It was unknown how many there were. Swordfish race. Sea lion race. Tiger shark race. Everyone saw a total of 9 groups of sea beasts. They were divided into 9 regions, bringing with them waves as they charged over. The number of sea beasts in each region was hard to count. There were just too many of them. Look, there are people on the waves. There's a person on top of each race. Someone exclaimed. Indeed, there was a figure on top of each of the 9 races. They were walking on the waves, and their auras were shocking. Those aren't humans. They're transformed great beasts, the kings of each race. Above the crowd, the Sea of Soul Realm expert said with a grave tone. What? Transformed great beasts? The transformed great beasts of the 9 races are all here? How is this possible? Many people exclaimed. 6th grade beasts were equivalent to Sea of Soul Realm experts. They could already transform into human form, so they were also called transformed great beasts. Shapeshifted great beasts lead their own clans and occupy an area of the sea. There are only 7 clans of sea beasts near Xianxia Island. Why are there 9? The beast wave this time is too shocking. In the past, there would only be some small-scale beast waves, and Sea of Souls Realm beasts would rarely appear. The scene was in an uproar. Some people's eyes were filled with fear. Countless sea beasts were rolling and roaring in the rapidly approaching waves. The pressure they gave off was too great. Boom! Boom! Numerous figures appeared in the sky, each of them emanating an aura that was as vast as the ocean. Sea of Souls realm. All of them were Sea of Souls realm experts. There were 10 of them in total. This caused many martial artists' panicked hearts to calm down slightly. All the Sea of Soul realm experts hiding in Golden Sand Island had appeared. That's the Frost Blade Spirit. The Frost Blade Spirit has also appeared. Someone shouted. Among the 10 Sea of Souls realm experts, there was a white-robed old man. His aura was the most frightening, a lot stronger than the other Sea of Souls realm experts. Haha, this is great. I heard that the Frost Blade Spirit has been in seclusion for 60 years. This beast wave has actually alarmed him. With him here, our chances are much higher this time. Someone saw the white-robed old man and laughed excitedly. Lu Ming and Xianxia were mixed in the crowd, looking at the sky. Xianxia Island is truly shocking. There are actually so many experts hidden here. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. Among the crowd, apart from the 10 Sea of Souls realm experts, there were also many other powerful auras. One after another, they rose up like smoke signals. Among them, Lu Ming could feel the auras of peak kings. There were no less than 500 of them. Xianxia Island alone had gathered no less than 500 peak kings. It was absolutely frightening. The chaotic astral ocean was indeed worthy of being called the chaotic astral ocean. There were too many experts. Every day, there would be many evil people entering the chaotic astral ocean from various regions of the eastern wasteland. A king had a lifespan of 1,000 years. After so many years, who knew how many experts there were in the chaotic astral ocean? It had definitely reached an astonishing number. Rumble, the waves were getting closer and closer, and a fiendish aura pervaded the air. Kill. Kill all the human martial artists. Above the Blood Shark clan's territory, a large man in a blood-red robe stood, roaring loudly. This was the Blood Shark clan's king, who had transformed into a great beast. Kill. Kill. Countless sea beasts roared and pounced toward the island. When demonic beasts reached the 5th level, which was the king level, they would be able to speak. All martial artists below the martial ancestor realm, retreat. All martial artists above the martial ancestor realm, attack the sea beasts with all your strength. If anyone retreats, kill without mercy. In the air, the Iceblade Spirit Warrior's voice resounded throughout the entire area. It was incomparably tyrannical. However, no one retorted. Everyone knew that in the current situation, if someone retreated without fighting, there would definitely be more people following suit. Xianxia Island would definitely be in danger. Kill. Kill. Apart from the Iceblade Spirit Warrior, the other 9 Sea of Soul realm experts roared and charged toward the transformed great beasts of the 9 clans with frightening might. Rumble. Rumble, the Sea of Soul realm experts and transformed great beasts fiercely clashed, causing intense rumbling sounds. Kill. The other human martial artists also roared and charged toward the sea beasts. Both sides crazily clashed. All kinds of sword chi, blade lights, palm prints, and fist auras bombarded the waves, causing them to explode. The sea beasts charged out of the water and engaged in a fierce battle with the human martial artists. Blood splattered everywhere. As soon as they came into contact, a large number of sea beasts were killed. At the same time, human martial artists also died tragically. The battle was incomparably tragic as soon as it began. Among the human martial artists, apart from the martial ancestor realm experts, only the Iceblade Spirit Warrior did not make a move. He stood in the void and scanned the surroundings. As the strongest human martial artist, he had to control the overall situation in case of an emergency. Lu Ming and Xianxia charged forward side by side. The area they were in was the territory of the tiger sharks. Roar. Roar. The roar of the tiger sharks was actually similar to that of a ferocious tiger. Their roars were like thunder, and their teeth, which were sharper than blades, bit toward Lu Ming and Xianxia. Lu Ming waved his hand and a spear light stabbed out, piercing through a 30-meter-long tiger shark. Blood dyed the sea red. This tiger shark was equivalent to a 7th-grade martial king realm expert. Devouring power burst out and devoured the tiger shark's blood essence. On the side, Xianxia's sky demon power field enveloped 5 or 6 tiger sharks and killed them directly. Lu Ming's figure flashed as he devoured all the blood essence. Kill. The infinite dragon spear appeared in his hand and Lu Ming charged forward. Wherever the spear light passed, the giant tiger sharks would die in his hands. Swoosh. End of chapter 662. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.